Open your eyes. Outside the window is the clear blue sky. Jiang Cheng sat up on the bed, pushed open the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, and came to the outside of the villa. From here, you can see an endless sea with distinct layers, from blue to turquoise, beautiful and dreamy. 23 degrees 26 minutes north latitude, 126 degrees 48 minutes east longitude. Emerald Island. Located in the western Pacific Ocean, between the three major military bases of Yamato countries Hachimia Island, the Philippines' Subic Bay, and the American Taro Island, it guards China's East China Sea and the Pacific Ocean's maritime traffic hubs. It is the route from East Asia to South America, North America, Russia, the geographical location of the important international waterway that Australia must pass through is extremely important. After pacing, Jiang Cheng walked to the beach. Looking around, I saw the natural coral reef blocking the wind and waves in the open sea, forming thousands of meters of white sandy beaches. Colorful swimming fish swimming down and down the crystal clear water, and the coconut trees, sandy beaches, and seawater formed on the island. A beautiful picture. Ugh! Looking at the magnificent scenery in front of him, Jiang Cheng sighed heavily and frowned. He is not a tourist here. In fact, this is his private island. That's right. This island, with both tropical style and strategic significance, is Jiang Cheng's private domain. It does not belong to any country and has complete territorial sovereignty. Is it possible? Of course, because here is no longer the Earth, but the parallel world Blue Star. The humanities and customs of Blue Star are roughly the same as those of the Earth, but there is a slight deviation in geographical features and historical processes. Here is also an oceanic world, occupying 70% of the planet's area, but its volume is much larger than that of the Earth, which is comparable to Jupiter, more than 1,300 times that of the Earth, and has a group of starry islands that the Earth cannot match. It can be said that Blue Star is the world of the ocean, but also the world of the islands. Perhaps it is this vast geography that has deflected the historical process that should have been. The starting point of the deflection was the great geographical discoveries from the 15th to the 17th century, known as the era of great navigation in history. In the 15th century on the Earth, some developed countries in Europe carried out a series of ocean exploration activities to find new trade routes, which greatly expanded the scope of the known world. The opening of new routes has made world trade unprecedentedly prosperous. With the rapid development of this period, Europe has laid the foundation for surpassing Asian prosperity. The influence of the great geographical discovery is contradictory. It has brought prosperity to the world, but it has also brought plunder and destruction to the indigenous people. From this perspective, the great geographic discovery is a shameful history of aggression. Almost all islands in Africa, America, Australia, Asia, the Pacific, and the Atlantic have all become colonies of major empires. These are all history that has already happened on Earth and can never be rewritten. At Blue Star, the situation is slightly different. On the Blue Star, the great geographical discovery also began in the 15th century, initiated by the European maritime power Portugal. However, due to the vaster oceans of Blue Star, the process of geographic discovery has been greatly slowed down, and it has continued to this day. In other words, in the great nautical era that the Earth should have ended in the 17th century, the Blue Star actually lasted into the 21st century. In this context, the world is destined to be no peace. Those islands that are strategically important as important maritime points will inevitably become the center of gravity of competition among nations. Emerald Island is just such an island. It has three sides to the south, north, and east, namely the Philippines, Japan, and the United States. It can be described as a pack of wolves waiting on the scene. It is no wonder that Jiang Cheng can't sleep at night. It stands to reason that he was just in his youth. He was supposed to be accompanied by a beautiful woman, and every night was the right way to sing songs, but in reality he made a big joke. Jiang Cheng is not a Blue Star man, but a newcomer on the planet. After he became rich overnight, before he had time to be happy, he passed the Blue Star due to the HNA accident, became a rich child, and inherited it in confusion. the island. It's not easy to talk about his current identity. The only grandson of Jiang Zheniang, the richest man of Chinese descent in the Philippines and a well-known industrialist, is also the only heir to the Jiang family. As a successful businessman, Jiang Zheniang has a very strategic vision. As early as decades ago, when everyone did not realize the value of Emerald Island, he bought Emerald Island at a sky-high price. With the passage of time, the value of Emerald Island began to appear and arouse the coveting of empires such as Yamato and America. According to the latest assessment, the value of Emerald Island has exceeded the wealth currently owned by the Jiang family. Start an island. This is the dream of countless travelers, but for Jiang Cheng, it is hell-level difficulty. Confronting the major forces with one person, this kind of thing can only be done by fools, right? It is of course impossible to change to the original owner of this body, but Jiang Cheng now wants to try this difficult start. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng took out his phone and clicked on an application icon on the interface. Drop. Island Tycoon system is loading. Along with the sound, Jiang Cheng saw a dense matrix of light spots and quickly outlined a three-dimensional operation interface. My wise master, welcome to the Island Tycoon system. Ignoring the mechanical beep, Jiang Cheng looked at the top of the interface, where was the property panel of the system. Island owner, Jiang Cheng level, LV1 money, US $10 billion starting funds given by the system, limited to island development, number of islands under its jurisdiction. 1. Emerald Island territory area under jurisdiction, 3,620 square kilometers subordinate territorial sea area. 41. 500 square kilometers. At present, Jiang Cheng has only one Emerald Island, and he controls the territorial waters of more than 40,000 square kilometers, with Emerald Island as the center. He clicked on an island-like icon in the upper right corner, and after turning his eyes, a holographic projection of Emerald Island and nearby territorial waters appeared in front of him. This is a rare and tropical island full of greenery, just like a piece of emerald on the blue sea. Most of the island is in an undeveloped state and retains the most primitive natural features. Only at the western end of the island, there is a lonely building. This is the sea view villa given by the system when Jiang Cheng first arrived here for him to live in. Above the holographic projection, some relevant information about Emerald Island is displayed. Name, Emerald Island location, Western Pacific, N 23 degrees 26, E 126 degrees 48, belonging, private territory nature. Livable island area, 3,620 square kilometers population, 1 politics, 0 economy, 0 military, 0 comprehensive development index, 0 valuation, $18. 7 billion evaluation. The undeveloped virgin land, the pearl of the sea in the Western Pacific, guarding the transportation hub of the Western Pacific, is of great strategic value, and it is a must for maritime soldiers. Nima, why is it up again? After skipping the basic information of Emerald Island, when Jiang Cheng's eyes fell on the valuation column, his face suddenly became dark, and he couldn't help but burst into a swear word. Jiang Cheng remembered that when he watched it yesterday, it was clearly worth $18. 6 billion, but after only one day, it skyrocketed by $100 million out of thin air. If this continues, he wants to sell the island and has been to a wealthy man. Forget about life. But after thinking about it, this is normal. The era of great navigation on the Blue Star is coming to an end. The competition between various countries for islands is also intensifying. Various new types of aircraft carriers, battleships, and submarines are lined up like dumplings, and they are heading to undiscovered islands in the deep sea. A battle for islands sweeping the world is being staged with passion. In this context, the value of Emerald Island is bound to rise with the tide. Moreover, in recent years, after China has gained an economic takeoff and firmly established itself as the second largest economy in the world, it is also a hindsight. It has turned its attention from land to sea and frequently dispatched fleets into the deep sea to search for what remains. Some islands and reefs made the Yamato Empire and the American Empire, the two dominant overlords of the Pacific, feel like a throat. As a result, the Emerald Island, which guards China's throat, has become an important target for the two countries. As long as the Emerald Island is captured, China's maritime traffic arteries can be cut off and become a caged beast. From this, you can imagine how much Jiang Cheng, as the owner of the island, should have trouble sleeping and eating. This is not a child's play, but is about the survival of him and the Jiang family. Island Tycoon is Jiang Cheng's favorite simulation game that integrates exploration, management, combat, and adventure when he was on Earth. After Jiang Cheng crossed the Blue Star, he came with him. This game is very unique, with multiple independent branch systems such as construction, talent, treasure, battle, training, and a rich library of up to 500 classes, such as adventurers, captains, merchants, pirates, etc. Players, you can enjoy the lives of many different characters in the game, or you can drive warships to explore the world and expand territories, experience thrilling sea battles, or lead a fleet to explore unknown seas and dig for precious heritage treasures. You can also cross thousands of miles of oceans and grab endless wealth from all over the world. In short, this is a passionate simulation game where players can build their own island empire. It is with such golden fingers that Jiang Cheng has the courage to fight the world. It can be said that as long as he is given enough time and money, he will be able to build an invincible fleet that is rampant around the world and kill the two Pacific hegemons of Yamato and the United States, as well as the old maritime empires, the grape country and the bullfighting country. However, time and money are the most urgently needed for Jiang Cheng now. Judging from the current situation, let alone building an invincible fleet, it is very difficult to protect himself. The Yamato Empire and the American Empire looked at him. If it weren't for the undiscovered islands in the deep sea, I'm afraid the two empires would have done it to him a long time ago. How could he be a weak island owner here? Jiang Cheng has no doubt that once the deep sea islands are divided, the two empires will definitely turn their heads and be the first to clean him up. The situation is pressing. Tolerate Jiang Cheng's delay. He must use the island Tycoon system to grow himself as quickly as possible and build a powerful fleet to deal with the devastating blows he may encounter soon. Speaking of this, what makes Jiang Cheng feel relieved is that, compared with the advanced technology of the Earth, Blue Star's native technology tree seems to be crooked by a certain great god. Here, although the most cutting-edge computer technology and internet technology are also available here, the development of military technology has not been as rapid as the Earth. There has not been a long-range strategic bomber, intercontinental ballistic missile, nuclear warhead, etc., that can destroy opponents across thousands of miles. A superweapon, not even the first artificial satellite, was launched. Otherwise, countries will not be so hard to send fleets to cast nets to search for islands and reefs in the sea. According to Jiang Cheng's understanding, the current level of Blue Star's military technology development is probably only equivalent to the level of the Earth in the early stage of World War II, and it is mainly based on naval warfare weapons, such as battleships and heavy gunships that were eliminated on the Earth. It is still the main battleship, competing to develop for the major empires. In this way, Jiang Cheng can feel at ease. Otherwise, no matter how solid he builds his island, he will definitely not be able to stop an opponent's attack by a nuclear warhead. Although there is a bug-level existence of the island Tycoon system, no matter whether building an island or building a fleet, huge funds are required, and these funds are directly linked to his actual account. In other words, Jiang Cheng must earn enough funds in reality to borrow the capabilities of the system to build his own island and fleet. This is a bit painful to Jiang Cheng. Although he has a rich grandfather, most of the Jiang family's money is used to run businesses, and in recent years, with the Philippine government's continuous pressure, the Jiang family's business has become more and more difficult to do. At present, it can be transferred to Jiang Cheng. Money is also limited. Moreover, building islands and building fleets is definitely not something a rich family can afford. The cost of a heavy battleship is more than $100 million. Elder Jiang just emptied his family, and it was not enough for Jiang Cheng to build a fleet. After all, these things depend on him. However, when Jiang Cheng first arrived here, there was still $10 billion donated to him by the system on his account, which was used as starting capital. If you want to protect your island, of course you need an invincible fleet. But Jiang Cheng knew that if he immediately used these funds to build a fleet, it would undoubtedly be an act of killing chickens and eggs. $10 billion is enough to build a powerful fleet, but if you encounter the super fleets of the Yamato Empire and the American Empire, it is still not enough, and it will make him linger for a while. In the final analysis, Jiang Cheng must follow the path of sustainable development and find a way to make money continuously. Only in this way can he support his dream of building more warships in the future and building his own powerful fleet. Fortunately, the current strategic focus of the two empires is still in the deep sea, which has left Jiang Cheng a respite. The only way to make money that Jiang Cheng can think of is commercial trade. The Jiang family started as an industry. The Jiang Group, which was built by Mr. Jiang's hard work and pains all his life, has always been an important international enterprise in the Philippines. With such good genes, how can Jiang Cheng miss the opportunity? And the route of making a fortune is naturally this Emerald Island in his hand. However, the current Emerald Island is still a virgin land, and the only building is a villa gifted by the system. Therefore, whether to attract investment or expand his business circle, he must have a decent city. The area of Emerald Island is large enough, almost twice the size of South Korea's Jeju Island and 5 times the size of Singapore. Such a large island is enough for him to build several international cities integrating entertainment, leisure, commerce, technology, and logistics. These cities are the core of Jiang Cheng's future business empire, and he wants to continuously grab wealth for him. It is impossible for any country to build such a batch of cities in a few decades, but for Jiang Cheng, who holds the system in his hand, it is just like a hand. Of course, the premise is that he must have money. Island Tycoon APP has a specialized construction system, including military factories, shipyards, airports, military bases, giant ports, cross-sea bridges, skyscrapers, subway networks, satellites, space shuttles, space stations, lunar bases. Everything is done in heaven and on earth. As long as you spend enough money, you can make these super projects rise on the ground like a magic trick, without exception. Building a modern city is actually not simple, because it needs a complete transportation and shipping system, as well as various infrastructures such as electricity, energy, communications, and medical care. Other daily facilities such as life and entertainment are also essential. From this perspective, the money spent to build a city is not cheaper than building a super fleet. Of course, building a city should be a process of continuous improvement, and Jiang Cheng didn't plan to do it overnight. His current idea is to use the volcanic wonders and island scenery of Emerald Island to first develop a resort area, develop its tourism industry, and then transform into industry, commerce, and technology industries, and finally create a comprehensive international grand city. If you want to develop tourism on Emerald Island, you must have a good understanding of the island, such as some natural landscapes and topography. Fortunately, the Island Tycoon APP has the ability to plan independently. It can automatically generate a complete planning plan according to the actual situation of the island and the special requirements of the island owner. Jiang Cheng only needs to take this plan and make some appropriate adjustments. Just follow the step-by-step construction. After thinking about this, Jiang Cheng returned to his villa and began intensive preparations. The next day, the sky is clear and there is no cloud in the sky. Jiang Cheng finished his breakfast, and after 2 laps on the beach in front of the villa, he came to a clearing near the villa. At this time, he turned on the phone, called up the construction system of the Island Tycoon APP, and began to browse carefully. With the sliding of his fingers, various infrastructures, skyscrapers, super factories, and 3D models of future projects flashed past his eyes like a slide. Every time he sees these super technical projects, Jiang Cheng cannot help but yearn for them. He can't wait to create them all in one breath and create the future city in his inner world, but he also understands that it takes time, not things happen overnight. So, holding back his excitement, he continued to scan backwards until his fingers became sore. At this time, Jiang Cheng saw a peculiar car model. It was similar in size to an ordinary car, but had 4 smaller wheels and a pair of foldable seagull wings. It was very technological. The streamlined body and the dazzling dark black painting give it a full metallic texture. If there is no one word to describe it, it is cool and dazzling. Jiang Cheng swept to the top of the car's 3D model, where its related information was displayed. Name, Transformer flying car properties. 3 uses for water, land, and air top speed. 180 km/h maximum range, 2,000 km cost, $800,000 time consuming, none evaluation. The first generation concept level flying car, a test product of the TSLX aircraft. The shapeshifter flying car can take off vertically without a runway. The interior space is wide and the ride is comfortable. It is the solution for future traffic. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng's eyes have turned into searchlights, shining extremely. This is a proper system black technology. Unobstructed waterway, act fast. This is the main feature of the shapeshifter flying car. With it, Jiang Cheng is very convenient to go to the world and the sea, and it can provide him with great help in surveying the Emerald Island. Although it is possible to generate a 3D model of the island with the aid of the system's auxiliary planning function, Jiang Cheng feels that it is better to experience some things personally, at least to let him know the island under his own name. Moreover, he has always had some very creative and grand ideas, which can only be implemented if he knows enough about Emerald Island. All things considered, Jiang Cheng still intends to inspect it himself. As soon as he thought of it, Jiang Cheng stretched out a finger and directly clicked on the model of the deformer flying car. After a wave of light waved up, a striking reminder box popped up in front of him, and the system's mechanical reminder sounded. Drop. The shapeshifter flying car is a system accessory product. It can be produced without the need to build a factory, and it doesn't need to be time-consuming. The cost is $800,000. Will it be produced? Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Cheng replied straightforwardly with a firm gaze. Buying a car for $800,000 seems expensive, but you must know that the shapeshifter is not an ordinary car. It is a combination of a car, a yacht, and a private jet. For Jiang Cheng, who currently lacks transportation tools, it is very worthwhile. Kaka, the voice fell and a crisp mechanical combination sounded. Jiang Cheng's eyes became sharp and he stared straight at the open space in front of him. Sure enough, a magical scene appeared. A dazzling blue halo emerges out of thin air, and densely packed data light spots, flashing constantly and converging rapidly in the middle, instantly transform into a domineering luxury roadster. The new and cool dark black paint, the technologically streamlined body, and a pair of foldable gull wings make it look like a fierce bird of prey with spreading wings, and it's breathtaking. TSLX, the shapeshifter. Just call you Ziohe. Jiang Cheng smiled and looked at the luxurious car in front of him, feeling extremely satisfied, and casually named it a name. At the next moment, he leaped out, opened the door, and sat in. The driving method of a flying car is similar to that of a modern car, except that 2 special functions have been added. One is super acceleration, and the other is flight function. For the veteran driver Jiang Cheng, driving a flying car is not too difficult. It didn't take much time for him to fully master Ziohe's driving method. Press the switch, instrument self-test, let go of the flaps. Start the engine, push up the throttle, pull up the joystick, turn the rudder. Jiang Cheng opened his bow with both hands, and after a dazzling operation, Ziohe was already roaring and slowly flew up. As the height continues to rise, Jiang Cheng's vision suddenly becomes wider, and the blue sea, golden beaches, white waves, and green peaks and mountains in the distance are all beautiful scenery. Wu tilde tilde, feeling the infinite beauty in front of him, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but let out a shout. The feeling of flying is really exciting. Excited, Jiang Cheng suddenly stretched out a finger and directly pressed the super acceleration button. Boom! Suddenly, Ziohe let out a violent roar, and a blazing blue flame spurted from his tail. And then he took the oncoming sea breeze and soared in the sky. In the next few days, Jiang Cheng completely transformed into a hard-working little bee and got busy on the Emerald Island. He drove Ziohe over the mountains and across the lake, everywhere, almost every day, early and evening. Gui, with the convenience of Ziohe, his footprints have spread all over the island in just a few days. Then, combined with some geological, hydrological, climate, and other information provided by the system, Jiang Cheng has figured out the basic situation of Emerald Island, and even started for some major outlying islands, mountains, lakes, rivers, bays, beaches, and other geographic units. With the name, it finally formed a comprehensive map of Emerald Island. And through the survey in the past few days, Jiang Cheng has a deeper understanding of the Emerald Island under his name. In fact, Emerald Island is not a single island. In its vicinity, there are 12 outlying islands. The largest Ivory Island is 15 square kilometers in size, and the smallest Octopus Island is only 0.3 square kilometers. These outlying islands of various shapes are scattered in the southwest of Emerald Island in the form of chains, looking down from the sky like a string of emerald pearls. The main island, Emerald Island, is a typical volcanic island formed by the eruption of a submarine volcano. There are as many as 70 dormant volcanoes in the northern part of the island, with peculiar topography and beautiful scenery. Emerald Island has a special geographical location. It is located on the border of the western Pacific Ocean, 880 nautical miles from Yamato Hachimiya Island Naval Base, 1,120 nautical miles away from Subic Bay Naval Port in Philippines, and 750 nautical miles away from U.S. Navy Base on Taro Island. The three major military bases surrounded the Emerald Island in the center, which was the reason Jiang Cheng had been troubled. In recent years, the three major military bases have been operating frequently and continuously sending more warships to station. Their wolf ambitions have become clear. In this regard, Jiang Cheng also collected some relevant information through the intelligence system of the island Tycoon app. Of course, these pieces of information are all time sensitive and only have some reference value, which is not enough for him to make wartime decisions. Even so, Jiang Cheng is very satisfied. To say that among the three major military bases, the most threatening to Jiang Cheng is the Hachimiyajima Naval Base, which is closest to him. Hachimiyajima Naval Base is the second largest naval base of Yamato Kingdom. It is located in Jinwu Bay of Hachimiyajima. It has a fleet headquarters and governs the 3rd and 6th Joint Fleets. Among them, the 3rd Joint Fleet is the most powerful, with 4 Nagato-class giant heavy armored aircraft carriers, with a full load displacement of 4.7 tons, a maximum speed of 32 knots, 90 carrier-based aircraft, and a crew of 3,000. The Nagato-class aircraft carrier, built by Kawasaki Heavy Industries, a famous shipyard in Yamato, is one of the most advanced combat aircraft carriers nowadays. It is in a leading position in the world regardless of tonnage, speed, firepower, and other aspects. In addition, this type of aircraft carrier is also equipped with a variety of advanced fighters, such as Type 0 fighters, Type 99 dive bombers, and Type 97 naval attack aircraft. It has outstanding ocean-going attack capabilities and is a mobile turret at sea that makes all opponents fearful. The number of other types of battleships, destroyers, and cruisers in the 3rd Joint Fleet has reached more than 50, making it a veritable super-invincible fleet. The 3rd Joint Fleet is the arrow force of the Yamato country to go deep into the Pacific Ocean to fight for the islands. It has made great military contributions for the Yamato country, grabbed many precious islands and reefs, and greatly expanded the country's territory and sphere of influence. Said to be the most prestigious super fleet in Yamato. However, the 3rd Joint Fleet patrols the deep ocean of the Pacific all the year round, performing island hunting missions, and rarely returns to the Hachimiya Island base. It also has overseas bases dedicated to supplying supplies in the deep sea. Therefore, only the 6th Joint Fleet is actually stationed at the Hachimiya Island base. The 6th Joint Fleet, also known as the Zhengnan Fleet, is a newly established fleet of the Yamato Empire. It is responsible for territorial development missions in the Southwestern Territory and also performs some offshore patrol missions. As China has increased its ocean-going activities in recent years, It has another place to use it to monitor the movements of the Chinese expeditionary fleet and take some special actions when necessary. Against this background, the Sixth Fleet has also continuously recruited and expanded its forces in recent years. Both the size of the fleet and the firepower of warships have been greatly improved. At present, the fleet has 2 new medium-sized aircraft carriers, namely the Chiros and Yunlong, with a full load displacement of 3.8 tons, a maximum speed of 34 knots, and 65 aircraft of various types such as 0 fighters and 99 dive bombers. Under its banner, there are 4 new battleships, 6 destroyers, 12 frigates, and more than 30 other types of assault ships that have just been launched. In short, this is a new type of fleet with a very large scale and superior combat effectiveness. Looking at the entire Asia, it is also a giant. In some cases, it is even sufficient to carry out the mission of destroying the country in the ocean. This shows the strength of this fleet. Strong. Without mentioning when the 3rd Combined Fleet will return. The 6th Combined Fleet alone is enough to crush Asian countries, let alone the polished commander Jiang Cheng. Even if Jiang Cheng is now working hard to develop military industry and build new warships, he cannot catch up in a short time. For Jiang Cheng, he still has a long, long way to go. The road ahead is long and bumpy. In addition to the Hachimiyajima Naval Base, the other 2 naval bases also caused Jiang Cheng a headache. The Subic Bay Naval Port in the Philippines, compared to the Ba Miyajima Base, although the overall strength is much worse, it cannot be ignored. Subic Bay is located in the southwest of Luzon Island in the Philippines. It is only 80 kilometers away from the capital Manila. It is an important gateway to the entire country. Therefore, the Philippine government attaches great importance to the construction of the Subic Bay military port. At present, the most powerful northern fleet is stationed here to implement a defensive strategy. Although there is no aircraft carrier organization, there are also 4 heavy battleships purchased from the American Empire with extraordinary firepower. There are also more than 20 other types of attack ships. No matter what else, the 4 heavy battleships alone are enough to make any opponent awe. Finally, there is the American Pacific Naval Base on Taro Island. Although the Taro Island base is the farthest from Emerald Island, it is the most powerful of the 3 bases. The base is equipped with modern docks, airports, submarine homeports, and other large-scale military facilities. It is the American Empire's strategic naval and air frontier position in the Western Pacific. The 7th Fleet of the American Empire is stationed, only the number of aircraft carriers. There are more than 5 ships, can be called the Invincible Division. Regarding the tonnage of ships alone, even if the 3rd and 6th combined fleets of the Yamato Empire are added together, they can't be matched. This shows the powerful energy of this fleet. Fortunately, the base of Taro Island is far enough away from Emerald Island. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng would really have trouble sleeping and eating. When he realized that there was a gap between himself and his future opponent, Jiang Cheng was really frightened. The combined power of the 3 bases is really frightening. Putting aside the Philippines, the Yamato Empire has been secretly implementing the policy of dominance in Asia in recent years and has frequently launched wars in some Southeast Asian countries. It has seized enormous amounts of astonishing wealth and gained unprecedented economic strength. And its military strength has risen with the tide, and even has the strength to challenge the original Pacific overlord of the American Empire. However, because the old European maritime empires, Portugal, Spain, and the British Empire, have also intensified their competition for the Pacific Islands, the Yamato Empire and the American Empire on both sides of the Pacific Ocean have to put aside their contradictions temporarily and unite. Respond to the challenges of these established empires. However, Jiang Cheng has no doubt that once the remaining Pacific Islands are divided up, there will be an ultimate war between the 2 overlords. The so-called One Mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. This is the truth. But by then, the Emerald Island in the Pacific Ocean will inevitably get stuck in the throats of the 2 empires like a fishbone. How can they endure this? Once the war starts, Jiang Cheng will be involved in it without a surprise. In the face of these future super opponents, Jiang Cheng now is like an unarmed baby, who has no counterattack and can only be slaughtered. Time is pressing. Jiang Cheng must develop the Emerald Island in a short time and grab enough wealth to build a powerful fleet that is not afraid of any opponents. Perhaps only in this way can he avoid being devastated in the future. Regarding how to develop the Emerald Island and how to develop it well, Jiang Cheng has thought a lot these days and has also made many preparations. But it has to be said that the development of an island is by no means a matter of overnight. There are many categories and many involved, and it is an extremely complex system project. Facing such a complicated project, even if Jiang Cheng held the island Tycoon system in his hands, he felt exhausted and his brain hurt. Thinking left and right, he simply gave up the idea of forming a comprehensive planning book, but combined the natural conditions of Emerald Island to create a preliminary planning outline for Emerald Island. This planning outline covers all aspects of the development of Emerald Island, including the division of the island's areas, the functional positioning of each area, the construction of transportation and shipping systems, and the location of some important future projects. Although the outline does not list the details of the island's future construction, the general framework has been completed. What Jiang Cheng needs to do now is to gradually fill in the gaps in these frameworks and finally complete his island construction. Building an island, especially a large island like Emerald Island, must not be rash but scientific and reasonable. According to Jiang Cheng's vision, on the Emerald Island, with a vast land of 600 square kilometers, it is possible to create 2 to 3 international metropolises and 3 to 5 world-renowned resorts. In order to achieve this ambitious goal, the first thing Jiang Cheng has to do is to divide the area of Emerald Island for reasonable development in the future. Regarding the division of urban areas, Jiang Cheng mainly follows the principle of mountains and rivers are convenient and measures to local conditions, which is to divide administrative regions according to natural geographical features such as mountains and rivers. The main island of Emerald Island is roughly elliptical, about 527 kilometers long from north to south and 283 kilometers from east to west. The island is mostly basins and plains with flat terrain. On the north and south sides of the island, there are large freshwater lakes, namely the Waishan Lake that lives by the mountains and the Fayu Lake that resembles the moon. These two lakes are connected to the 7 main rivers on the island and constitute the ecological water system of the entire Emerald Island. According to the natural conditions of the island, such as mountains, topography, and water sources, Jiang Cheng directly divided Emerald Island into 3 major urban areas and 4 major holiday zones with a stroke of a pen. The 3 main urban areas are Laputa, Gonzal, and Lulen. The 4 major holiday zones are Dream Paradise Holiday Zone, Volcano Park Holiday Zone, Blue Hole Holiday Zone, and Angel Beach Holiday Zone. The names of these districts are of course not random, but with Jiang Cheng's deep meaning. First, Laputa City. The inspiration for the name of this city comes from a world-famous book that Jiang Cheng has read in his previous life, Gulliver's Travels. In this book, a place name called Laputa was mentioned, which means floating island in Latin, which is the city in the sky. Regarding this city, many comics and literary works have also been cited, and various beautiful ideas have been made about it. Over time, Laputa, a city built on the cloud, has become synonymous with technology and rich land that humans cannot reach, praised and fascinated by the world. In Jiang Cheng's plan, Laputa City, also with his ambitions of city in the sky, is the core of his future business empire and island empire. All the sci-fi architecture, super engineering, black technology, and future technology in the system will be fulfilled here and shine the eyes of the world. Secondly, Gonzal City. Gonzal, or Jayanzar, means wandering place in Latin, that is, the city of wandering. In Jiang Cheng's vision, he hopes to build a charming city that is full of life and attracts people to stop and linger. This city is full of warmth, tolerates a variety of cultures, and has its own unique charm. It can provide the world with a peaceful harbor, allowing people to feel the warmth of their hometown even in a foreign country. A unique sense of belonging. and Gonzales. In the future will be such a city. Finally, Lulen City. Lulen, originally an ancient city in the western regions, is a mysterious name in human history and will not be unfamiliar to all Chinese. It had a glorious civilization, which made it a place that cannot be ignored in the entire world cultural history, and formed the Lulen culture, which can be called the world's most humanistic landscape. Luntai Ancient City, Chemo Site, ancient tombs, ancient feng shui, mummies, ancient rock murals, Chinese documents, 5 baht money. All kinds of unearthed cultural relics can prove that a glorious civilization was born on this desolate land of the western regions, which is now full of yellow sand and has attracted the attention of the world. The reason for its disappearance is still an unsolved mystery. Some people say that it was an invasion by a powerful country and was destroyed by war. Others said it was due to ecological deterioration and depletion of water sources. Others said it was a plague disease or biological invasion. In short, there are many kinds of statements. In any case, in the mysterious land of Lulen, a shining oasis civilization was born after all, and the world still looks up and remembers. Jiang Cheng gave his city such a name, and his intention was obvious. He wanted to create another city different from the Sky City and the Wandering City. The City of Civilization. In this city, countless museums, art galleries, libraries, science and technology museums, future museums, aerospace museums will be built in the future, covering all ages of the world and even great civilizations in the depths of the universe. Treasures, cultural relics and treasures grabbed from all over the world. 3 major urban areas will be the economic lifeline of the entire Emerald Island in the future. They will carry all Jiang Cheng's illusions about the city of the future and provide lasting and strong driving force for the realization of Jiang Cheng's ultimate dream of building the first empire. It is foreseeable that in the 3 major urban areas, there will be magnificent buildings such as skyscrapers, super malls, and future factories in the future. At the same time, it will also be the most densely populated place in the world, with the most developed transportation network, the most well-known institutions of higher learning, the most prosperous commercial district, and the most open and free economy, which will directly affect global finance, politics, and politics, culture, education, entertainment, and other aspects. It can be said that this is the center of the entire world, a future country full of passion and vitality, focusing on everyone in the world at all times. As for the 4 major holiday zones, their positioning is different from that of cities. They will be places where people can get entertainment and recreation after busy work. The naming method is based on representative natural landscapes by Jiang Cheng. Here, there are unique natural wonders, such as the dreamy C-shaped bay, the large-scale volcanic column group, the magnificent deep blue cave, the wholly romantic white beach, and so on. These holiday special zones will be Jiang Cheng's next development focus. In his future vision of the tourism industry, they have a pivotal position and will earn him the first pot of gold in his life. Beishawen, the sun is shining and the breeze is gentle. Jiang Cheng put on sunglasses, lying comfortably on the beach chair, drinking the coconut juice in his hand. Beisha Bay is the name Jiang Cheng specially named for the place where he lives now. It is located in the west of Emerald Island and belongs to the Angel Beach Resort Special Zone in the Administrative Division. The bay here is in the shape of a meniscus. The beach bed is wide and gentle, and the sand is pure white and fine, hence the name. Compared with other resorts, the vegetation here is lush, the air is fresher, and the environment is quieter, creating a private space that no one can disturb. Coupled with the picturesque natural scenery, it has become an ideal place to live. Great place. As early as the first day he came here, Jiang Cheng liked it and did not hesitate to choose it as a settlement. After taking a sip of coconut juice refreshingly, Jiang Cheng took out his mobile phone and opened the Island Tycoon app. Click on the property panel, and the 3-dimensional holographic projection of Emerald Island unfolds in front of you like a scroll. Jiang Cheng stretched out 3 fingers and pointed them at the western end of Emerald Island. With a shot outward, the Beisha Bay where he was enlarged and became clearer. In fact, this is also a good place worth developing. But considering that he is living here, Jiang Cheng does not want to be disturbed for the time being. In addition, although the environment is comfortable and the air is bright, the scenic spots for viewing and play are slightly insufficient, so it is more suitable for building sanatoriums, viewing villas, high-end hotels, and other living buildings. In order to build the reputation of Emerald Island, Jiang Cheng felt that it is still necessary to develop a scenic spot that can truly capture the attention of tourists. Considering this, the Dream Paradise Resort Zone is particularly suitable. Jiang Cheng moved his finger to enlarge the Dream Bay in the east of Emerald Island. This is the core area of the Dream Paradise Resort, facing the Pacific Ocean, with gentle sea breeze, abundant fish, and endless golden sandy beaches. The entire beach stretches for nearly 10 kilometers. The sand is golden yellow, and the sand is delicate and soft. The golden beach and the blue sky reflect each other, forming a magnificent picture. The most amazing thing is the colorful seawater in the distance. Due to the change of light, the entire sea area presents a gradually changing fantasy color, magnificent and colorful. In the sea, weird coral reefs and colorful swimming fishes shuttle in and out of them, which is extremely beautiful. On the whole, the Dream Paradise Resort undoubtedly has a unique natural landscape and is the most suitable resort to be developed first. This is it. Jiang Cheng immediately made the decision and selected the Dream Paradise Resort as the first development site. The development of a resort area is different from the construction of a city. It does not need a complicated three-dimensional traffic network, nor does it need to have complete functional areas such as commercial, industrial, and residential areas. It only needs to have some necessary infrastructure and living and entertainment areas. In this way, Jiang Cheng can save a lot of money. Although he holds $10 billion in his hand, the money, but his startup funds for the construction of the 3 major urban areas in the future cannot be spent on small resorts. In the future, he has to spend more money. The money is split in half and spent. As a senior player in business games, Jiang Cheng is well aware of the need to control spending in advance, and every penny must be allocated reasonably. Otherwise, the business model will be unsustainable and will eventually be declared bankrupt. If you want to develop a resort, you must first have an airport and a port. If there is no airport or port, how can tourists come here? In addition, the supporting transportation network is also indispensable, such as roads, bridges, stations, etc., as well as energy facilities such as power plants, natural gas stations, water purification plants, and living and entertainment facilities, hotels, restaurants, shopping malls, and parks, square, amusement city, etc., and so on. After some statistics, Jiang Cheng felt that his heart was dripping blood. This is all white money. They all say that they don't know how much material, rice, oil, and salt are expensive. When he was in charge of finances, he discovered that the so-called $10 billion startup capital was not spent at all. Anyway, now that you have decided to develop the resort, let's start. Just do it when he thought of it. Jiang Cheng commanded and directly called out the auxiliary construction system. Immediately afterwards, various 3D building models appeared in front of him, making him dazzled. All buildings are divided into various types. According to the use function, it is divided into residential buildings, public buildings, industrial buildings, agricultural buildings. According to the scale of construction, it is divided into super large buildings, medium buildings, small buildings. According to structural materials, it is divided into wood structure building, brick structure building, steel structure building, reinforced concrete building. Under each category, there are some subcategories with corresponding authority levels. The most surprising thing is that the system also provides DIY services in a very humane manner. Jiang Cheng can make free combinations according to his preferences and finally form an architectural model that meets his psychological expectations. Of course, the cost will also rise. The only thing Jiang Cheng regrets is that all buildings are accompanied by permission levels, which can only be unlocked when they reach the corresponding island owner level. At present, Jiang Cheng is only the most trash LV1, so even if he has the intention to build high-level, gorgeous buildings, he can only sigh. However, the level of the island owner can also be gradually increased, and the way to improve is to increase the valuation of Emerald Island. At present, the valuation of Emerald Island is temporarily $18.7 billion. As long as it reaches $50 billion, Jiangcheng can be upgraded to LV2, and by then, buildings of the corresponding level will naturally be unlocked. After browsing the types of buildings in general, Jiangcheng focused his attention on infrastructure such as airports, ports, and highways. After he probably knew something in his mind, he officially started the construction plan. First, build a 4C-class airport. According to the ICAO classification method, civil airports are roughly divided into 5 levels: 4F, 4E, 4D, 4C, and 3C. Since Jiangcheng is only the owner of the LV1 island now, he can only build the worst C-class airport, which can take off and land twin-engine, medium-range narrow-body airliners such as Airbus 320 and Boeing 737. In the end, after some DIY combination, Jiangcheng chose a civilian airport that looked like a colorful shell. Name: 4 sea-level civil airport parameters. Runway X2, waiting hall X1, navigation tower X1, maintenance garage X1, hangar X1, gas station X1, stand X80, helipad X160, auxiliary facilities X1 area. 860,000 square meters cost. $27 million time consuming. 7 days NEMA. Seeing the cost of $27 million dollars, Jiangcheng smacked his tongue and felt a pain in his heart. This is a full $27 million, enough for an ordinary family to enjoy the glory and wealth of a lifetime. But in a blink of an eye, it is about to splurge on one's own hands. However, after hesitating for a moment, Jiangcheng gritted his teeth and clicked the build button. Put up, ding dong. After a sound of falling coins, Jiangcheng's account was directly wiped out by the system with $27 million. Please choose a location for the construction. At this time, the system prompt sounded and then jumped out of the 3D flat thumbnail projection of Emerald Island. The undulating mountains, winding rivers, towering volcanoes, open plains, and all the natural topography are clearly displayed in front of him, making Jiangcheng clear at a glance. Jiangcheng's eyes moved, focusing on the Dream Paradise Resort Special Zone. Dream Paradise Holiday Special Zone, located in the southeast of Emerald Island, has a planned area of 213 square kilometers and ranks 4th among the 7 major urban areas of Emerald Island. It is 391 kilometers long from north to south and 78 kilometers from east to west. The whole territory is bordered by the Six-Finger Mountains in the west and the Pacific Ocean in the east, forming a long and narrow polygon. The coastline in the territory is 496 kilometers long, and there are 23 large and small bays, mainly including Dream Bay, Paradise Bay, Centipede Bay, Moon Bay, etc. To be honest, although the scenery of the Dream Paradise Resort is unique, the long and narrow terrain and many peaks make it unsuitable for large-scale construction facilities, such as an airport. Jiangcheng also thought about placing the airport in the neighboring city of Gonzal. If the city is to be built in the future, the 2 major urban areas can also share the same airport, saving a lot of money. However, in this way, Jiangcheng had to build an extra highway for this, and even a high-speed railway to welcome the large-scale passengers in the future. Comparing the two, it seems a bit unworthy. In addition, there is another point worth considering. In the future, Gonzales City will be among the top cities in the world. How can a small 4C-class airport meet the passenger throughput of tens of millions of passengers? Therefore, this small 4C airport is better placed in the Dream Paradise Resort. But where should I put it? Jiangcheng frowned slightly and moved his fingers continuously, searching on the flat projection of the Dream Paradise Resort. Suddenly, a relatively gentle mountain appeared in Jiangcheng's line of sight, making his eyes brighten suddenly. It is located in the south of Dream Paradise City, with the Six Fingers Mountains in the north and Hangyu Bay in the south. The direction of the runway goes straight to the sea. The only thing to worry about is whether its narrow terrain can meet the length of the airport runway. If it is not enough, I am afraid that the plane will plunge into the sea before taking off. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng immediately dragged the 3D model of the airport and placed it towards the hillside. Dai discovered the airport building space. Construction conditions are being calculated. Dai, satisfy the airport construction conditions. Please name the airport. Finally. Hearing these words, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, and a big rock in his heart finally fell. It seems that developing islands is really not an easy task. This is just the beginning, and it has encountered many difficulties. Hongwen Airport. Since the airport is adjacent to Hongyu Bay, of course it is more appropriate to name it according to the location. Dai, the airport was named successfully, and we are working hard. The mechanical sound of the system sounds, and a progress bar is added on the main interface, which shows the countdown to construction, 7 days. At the same time, Jiang Cheng noticed that the entire 20-mile radius of Hongyu Bay was suddenly shrouded in a thick white mist, which looked like it had disappeared from the 3D projection. Well, this is also system black technology. Muttered in his heart, Jiang Cheng returned the interface to the construction system again. Regarding the port construction plan, Jiang Cheng thought about it carefully. Although the Dream Paradise Resort is positioned as a tourist city, it is mainly for tourists from all over the world. However, it is also a city after all, and there will be immigrants who will settle here in the future. In addition, Dream Paradise is the largest of the 4 major resorts, reaching more than 200 square kilometers. Such an urban area can accommodate millions of people. Therefore, considering the 2 factors, the Dream Paradise Resort cannot be positioned as an ordinary tourist destination, but must fully consider the huge permanent population in the future. In this way, the port must be expanded because it not only has to dock cruise ships, and passengers, but also supports some functions of the commercial port, such as loading and unloading cargo, supplementing supplies, and so on. After thinking about this, Jiang Cheng directly positioned the port as a commercial level. Name: Small Commercial Port Parameters. Channel X6, Breakwater X3, Dock X12, Port Railway X4, Other Supporting Facilities X1, Large Berth X16, Medium Berth X32, Small Berth X60 Area, 2. 6 square kilometers of land, 21 square kilometers of water. Cost, 13. $2 million time consuming, 7 days. Another 13, $2 million, I can still hold it. Jiang Cheng's eyes twitched violently, and he forced a breath, pressing the build button with pain on his face. Dai, please choose a location for construction. The natural conditions of the Dream Paradise Resort are superior, with 23 large and small bays. However, the location of the port construction must not be too close to the tourist core area and must have a deep draft. After such screening, there are only 2 bays to choose from. One is Centipede Bay in the hinterland of Liaji Mountain, and the other is Swan Bay, the northernmost of the city. Centipede Bay has a special geographical location, close to the Six Fingers mountain range, surrounded on 3 sides by cliffs up to 100 meters high, with rugged rocks, constantly changing, and the water quality is clear. You can see the colorful coral landscape tens of meters deep underwater. Such a good place is very suitable to be developed into a diving resort for diving enthusiasts to enjoy adventure. Therefore, Jiang Cheng only thought about it and excluded it. So only Swan Bay is left. Swan Bay, located to the north of the Dream Paradise Resort, has a long and narrow terrain, calm, 12 kilometers deep inland, shaped like a slender swan neck. If the port is built here, it will coincide with Hongwen Airport, one south and one north, forming 2 major transportation hubs that echo the north and south. It not only perfectly staggers the core area of the resort, but also plays a role in dispersing the flow of people. This is it. Dai, meet the port construction conditions. Please name the port. Swan Harbor, Dai. The port is named successfully, and we are working hard. Airports and ports, and even the normal operation of the entire city, are inseparable from power and energy facilities, so the next thing to do is the construction of power facilities. Jiang Cheng directly transferred the energy building section of the construction system. Thermal power plants, hydroelectric power plants, wind power plants, geothermal power plants, tidal power plants, solar power plants, nuclear power plants. There are all kinds of power plants, covering the entire interface, dazzling Jiang Cheng. As for how to choose, he hesitated for a while. However, one thing is certain is that the use of coal, oil, and other fuels to generate electricity in thermal power plants is definitely not desirable. Just kidding, this is a holiday resort, and a big smoke pipe with a plume of gray and black smoke is erected. It is really unsightly, and it doesn't scare the tourists away. Moreover, even for long-term considerations, the construction of this power plant should be clean, pollution-free, and even zero-emission power plants. Emerald Island is located to the west of the Pacific Ocean and has excellent natural energy resources such as seawater, wind, sunlight, and tides. Therefore, the development of natural power plants without emissions is definitely the first choice. What embarrassed Jiang Cheng is that these natural power plants are extremely expensive and have relatively limited power generation. It is very difficult to build a single power plant to meet the electricity consumption of millions of people. However, if a comprehensive plan is to construct a batch of solar power plants, wind power plants, and tidal power plants, it can barely meet the initial needs of urban construction. As for future demand, capacity can be expanded accordingly. After careful consideration, Jiang Cheng still plans to take the road of clean energy. Looking at the various power plants in front of him, Jiang Cheng carefully compared their respective advantages, combined with the natural energy resources of the Dream Paradise Resort, and finally selected several suitable power plants. First, the tidal power plant. Tidal power generation is another form of hydroelectric power generation. It uses the potential energy generated by the movement of tidal currents and the rise and fall of the sea surface to generate electricity. It has advantages that other power plants cannot match. First, tidal energy is a clean energy, zero pollution, no submergence loss, and does not affect the ecological balance. Second, the tidal energy is reliable and stable. The tide rises and falls every day, repeating itself, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Third, the storage reservoir can be used to develop integrated projects such as aquaculture and sightseeing to create additional revenue. The construction of tidal power plants is suitable for locations with abundant tidal energy, generally where rivers enter the sea or bays with narrowed seas. In the Dream Paradise Resort, there happens to be such a place with abundant tidal energy, the mouth of the Beigong River. Beigong River, the largest river on Emerald Island, is rich in water. The upstream originates from Waishan Lake in the south of Laputa, and the downstream directly flows into Baisha Bay in the northern part of the Dream Paradise Resort. White Shark Bay is a natural inward bay. As long as the bay mouth is closed, a huge bay reservoir can be created. The average tidal range at the bay mouth is 2 meters, and the maximum can reach 1 meters. It has abundant tidal resources and can fully satisfy the conditions of a small tidal power plant. In the end, Jiang Cheng selected a tidal power plant with a novel style and gorgeous painting from the dazzling array of construction shops. This is what he is preparing for the future development of the tourism industry. The investment of a tidal power plant is much larger than that of an ordinary hydropower plant. Therefore, Jiang Cheng decided to develop its tourism value together so that it can also earn some extra money and supplement the household. Well, I, the owner of the big island, really know how to live. While vomiting inwardly, Jiang Cheng clicked the Build button. Name, Small Tidal Power Plant Parameter. Tide Barrier X3, Xianfang Reservoir X2, Hydraulic Turbine Unit X12, Generator Set X12, Other Supporting Electromechanical Facilities X1, Substation X1, Power Distribution Station X1, Annual Power Generation Capacity of 800 million kWh area, 0. 2 square kilometers of land, 5. 1 square kilometers of water cost, 3. 64 million US dollars time consuming. 4 days, a tidal power plant obviously cannot meet the electricity demand of the entire city. Therefore, with a stroke of his pen, Jiang Cheng built 2 small wind power plants in the Yuri River Gorge near Liège Mountain, where the Pacific Southeast monsoon prevails, and a small solar power plant in the sunny Millau Bay. The 4 major power plants can generate up to 2 billion kWh of electricity annually, which can fully meet the initial electricity demand of the entire city. After building the power plant, Jiang Cheng rubbed his eyebrows and let out a long breath. This is really a chore. Jiang Cheng smiled bitterly and speechlessly. Although the specific construction matters are all done by the systematic black technology, Jiang Cheng can use his fingers, but the site selection is both brain-hard and laborious. While selecting the site, Jiang Cheng must also plan the overall situation and consider funding issues. He strives for perfection in every construction. The result, of course, is a tired batch. Despite the constant complaints in his heart, after a slight rest, Jiang Cheng continued to play the role of infrastructure madman. In Jiang Cheng's plan, the initial development of the Dream Paradise Resort will focus on Dream Bay and Paradise Bay. These two bays are representative of the beautiful natural scenery of the Dream Paradise, and they are also the focus of Jiang Cheng's development. Jiang Cheng can be said to be ambitious for these two scenic spots. He wanted to use this opportunity to completely show the world the stunning natural scenery of a dreamy paradise and make the Emerald Island famous in one fell swoop, making it internationally renowned. Jiang Cheng dared to think so. Of course, it was not aimless. The natural scenery of these two bays is magnificent, rare in the world, and deserves all the praise. Here, there is a unique fantasy sea, colorful and magnificent, dark blue, light green, apricot yellow. I look up and glance to the bottom. Here, there is a beautiful trailing beach. The slender and soft sandy beach drags like a tail, extending to the end of the sky, and finally blending with the blue sky, which is mysterious and mysterious. Here, there is a gorgeous lagoon hidden among palm forests. The water is clear, colorful, and the shallow waves layer upon layer, under the sunlight, glow with dazzling light. Here, there is an unparalleled bright starry sky. When night comes, the entire sky is like a piece of blue agate, deep and thorough, with countless stars like diamonds falling down the sky, like a slowly unfolding picture, which is refreshing. Such beautiful scenery, even without modification, is enough to be breathtaking. Therefore, in the development of the supporting facilities in the two bays, Jiang Cheng does not intend to do a lot of construction work, but to present the most primitive beauty to all tourists. And this requires him to plan carefully. Jiang Cheng shut himself in the house, spent 2 full days, carefully browsed all the thousands of villas in the villa store, and performed a careful DIY combination, and finally formed 88 sea view villas in harmony with the natural environment. Although these sea view villas are not expensive and not so luxurious, they have achieved a perfect integration with nature. Among them, there are palm villas hidden in dense woods, only a few steps away from the beach, spacious log sofas and lounge chairs, semi-outdoor bathrooms and outdoor rain showers, allowing them to integrate with the natural environment. There are also beach villas by the sea. There is a gravel path inside, which leads directly to the sea garden. Visitors can sit on the indoor sofa and enjoy the sea breeze and taste delicious snacks. At the same time, there is also an 80-inch plasma TV indoor and Bose surround sound system. You can listen to the wonderful sounds of nature. In addition, there is the most primitive jungle hut, with a small umbrella, a deck chair, and a secret wooden hut, forming the purest color palette of nature. In this way, under Jiang Cheng's meticulous planning, these sea view villas were randomly placed in every corner of the two bays to welcome future visitors. After completing the construction of the villa, Jiang Cheng was busy developing other attractions in the two bays, such as Palm Avenue, 10-mile Silver Beach, outlying island waterhouse, large infinity pool, underwater sightseeing corridor, and so on. In addition, there are some supporting life and entertainment facilities such as hotels, restaurants, bars, and playgrounds. It can be said that the dreamy Paradise Bay carefully built by Jiang Cheng is a paradise for modern life, allowing all visitors here to enjoy the purest and most primitive natural life. Of course, the parts Jiang Cheng developed this time are all the most basic resort facilities. He has left a large area of tourism and commercial areas with great commercial value near the two bays. You know, his purpose of developing the resort this time is not only to attract tourists from all over the world, but more importantly, to attract overseas investment companies. As long as these investment companies can see the commercial value of Emerald Island, they will continue to throw in funds to build more hotels and recreational facilities, thereby grabbing vast amounts of wealth for Jiangcheng. These capital predators are Jiangcheng's main goal. For the development of the Dream Paradise Resort, it lasted a full 6 days before it came to an end. During these 6 days, Jiangcheng kept himself locked in the villa. The door could not be opened, and the second door could not be opened. After hard work, he finally completed the preliminary development. Although the whole process was very tiring, there was a sense of accomplishment that gave Jiangcheng a feeling of turning the world upside down with just a few seconds. With just moving your fingers, thousands of buildings are springing up like bamboo shoots after a rain. This kind of magical feeling, like God's creation, is something ordinary people cannot understand and experience. Seeing Emerald Island getting better and better in his own hands, Jiangcheng was naturally very pleased. At this time, if you overlook the Emerald Island from a high altitude, you will find that the Dream Paradise Resort in the east suddenly becomes mysterious. In every corner, there are visions shrouded in dense fog. If people who don't know see it, they will think that something magical happened. However, although the initial development of the Dream Paradise Resort has been successfully completed, Jiangcheng's heart is dripping blood, always in pain from time to time. $400 million. This time, the development of the Dream Paradise Resort cost Jiangcheng $400 million. And you know, this is just the initial investment. If estimated based on the development area, the current Dream Paradise Resort is probably less than 1% developed. There are still a lot of excellent tourism resources, which are still jeweled and need to be further developed. Therefore, if Jiangcheng develops independently by himself, then wait for bankruptcy. Just thinking about it will feel terrifying. This magnificent Emerald Island seems to have endless potential, but it is also a veritable bottomless pit. In this way, the necessity of attracting investment is reflected, and Jiangcheng is truly fortunate for his foresight. After many days of busy work, Jiangcheng hardly slept well. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he fell to the bed and fell asleep. And when Jiangcheng was sleeping with his head covered, those infrastructure projects were completed one after another with the support of System Black technology. In the early morning of the next day, Jiangcheng got up full of vitality and hurriedly ate breakfast. He could not wait to drive Zio High towards the Dream Paradise Resort. Along the way, Jiangcheng looked at the wonderful rivers and mountains and quickly passed under his feet, feeling unspeakable pride and satisfaction in his heart. Well, as far as you can see, it's the king's territory. Jiangcheng is like a lion king patrolling his own territory, straddling the sky above the Emerald Island with grandeur. After flying for a while, Jiangcheng's eyes flashed hot, and he finally found a trace of modern elements in the most primitive natural scenery. As the line of sight is drawn closer, one can clearly see that a block of modern-style building facilities stand on this vast land. Shaped like colorful shells, the gorgeous and colorful Hongwen Airport. The brand new and neat airport runway extends to the vast blue sea, which is extremely spectacular. In the misty morning mist, Swan Harbor is like a big crab with proud steel arms raised high. Towers stand tall, above the vast ocean. It looks distinct, strong, and powerful. The endless winding highways and the steel bridges spanning the mountains and rivers efficiently connect the entire Dream Paradise Resort together, forming a three-dimensional transportation network for the entire city. It can be said that the current Dream Paradise Resort has initially taken on the appearance of a modern city. Surrounded by these urban buildings, the two bays, Dream Bay and Paradise Bay, still retain the most primitive natural features, like two half-shielded big girls showing a shy state. For a whole day, Jiangcheng drove Zio High to the world and to the sea, crossing mountains and ridges, and constantly patrolling various buildings and facilities. He was so busy that he couldn't take care of food. I have to say that the System Black technology is really powerful, regardless of the construction process or construction level. It can be called the world's top, and there is no need to worry about building a pile of tofu dregs projects, which can be destroyed by pushing it. After this round of inspections, Jiangcheng was still very satisfied. The smile on his face had not faded, and the whole person seemed very excited. For him, this resort area has condensed all his efforts in recent days. It is not only a tool to grab the first pot of gold in his life, but also represents the future of the entire Emerald Island to a certain extent. The importance is self-evident. If this first shot can be fired, then there will be a steady flow of funds into the Emerald Island in the future. And Jiang Cheng will have enough confidence to challenge the surrounding powerful forces and even rise to the sky from then on, plotting a longer term the grand plan domineering. The setting sun slowly sets, and the entire Emerald Island is shrouded in this misty twilight, with large expanses of brilliant golden splendor, which also brings out the dreamlike beauty of this island. At this time, Jiang Cheng dragged his exhausted body and returned to his villa. However, he still did not go to rest. Instead, he turned on his mobile phone and called up the three-dimensional holographic projection of Emerald Island. Looking at the scattered villas and steel-dense industrial facilities in the Dream Paradise Resort, he was lost in thought. Now, the Dream Paradise Resort has everything in place. The only thing missing is a group of staff. According to the current situation, maintaining the operation of the entire resort requires not only the service and management personnel of commercial facilities such as hotels, restaurants, shopping malls, but also other industrial facilities such as airports, ports, stations, and power plants, engineering maintenance personnel and operators. In this way, this small resort area is equivalent to a small city, and talents from all walks of life can be involved. In terms of scale, according to the list of talent requirements provided by the system, at least 8,000 to 10,000 people are required to maintain the normal operation of the entire resort. Such a large number of staff is not so easy to recruit. Frowning, Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment, then suddenly moved his finger to open the talent recruitment system of the Island Tycoon app. The talent recruitment system is an important auxiliary system, similar to a super talent pool, which collects talents from all walks of life from all over the world, and they are all top high-tech talents. As long as Jiang Cheng provides enough conditions, there will be a certain probability to recruit them for their own use. D. The island owner's authority level is insufficient, and this section cannot be opened temporarily. In the next moment, Jiang Cheng was dumbfounded, stunned on the spot, with expressions of stunned and helplessness all over his face. Not enough for your sister. Looking at the eye-catching reminder box that popped up on the interface, Jiang Cheng was itchy. What a broken system. He was in a hurry to hire people, but it just made an island owner level to restrict itself. Was it not intentionally against him? Facing the screen of the phone, Jiang Cheng vented fiercely, and then felt that everything was dull, so he gradually calmed down. He realized that he had to rely on himself after all to recruit staff. Where can I recruit myself? Surely not put up small ads on the street. The people recruited in this way are definitely crooked, uneven, and unbearable. Even if there are thousands of choices and enough manpower, it will waste time and energy to conduct formal training for them, which is not worthwhile. Is there a way to solve these problems together? Jiang Cheng rubbed his chin and pondered. From the very beginning, the Dream Paradise Resort has been positioned by Jiang Cheng to become a world-renowned resort paradise that is as famous as or even surpassed by internationally renowned tourist destinations. The necklace on Earth in the Indian Ocean, the Maldives, the Wonderland Seychelles, the Lost Pearl Fiji in the South Pacific, and the blue and white Holy Land, Santorini, on the coast of the Aegean Sea. These world-renowned luxury islands not only have the most natural and charming natural scenery, but also are home to the most expensive hotels and restaurants in the world, providing top-notch private services, giving visitors a unique and noble feeling. In the island scenery, Emerald Island is not inferior or even worse than the above holiday paradise. Because of those islands, in the early stages of development, due to various reasons such as lack of long-term consideration and scientific planning, the original scenery has suffered varying degrees of destruction. It is too late to make up for it in the later stage. On the contrary, Emerald Island is the purest, most primitive, and untouched wonderland on Earth. With Jiang Cheng's far-sighted consideration, complete and thorough planning, and the support of systematic black technology. The development and construction of Emerald Island was carried out under the principle of no damage and no overdevelopment, so that it can be retained to the greatest extent. The most primitive natural scenery. Therefore, from this perspective alone, the island scenery of Emerald Island is enough to kill those holiday paradise that has been transformed by the dirty hands of man. The only thing lacking at present is the top-level service. If you want to provide the best service, you naturally need the best service staff, but where can he go to find it? The system is definitely not expected, although it can also produce a batch of automatic service robots, but let alone the high efficiency, it is certainly not popular. Moreover, letting a lot of robots entertain tourists is difficult to guarantee the thoughtful and enthusiastic service, and in the end, they have to smash their own signs. Jiang Cheng frowned and almost turned into the word Chuan. After a while, when he quit the Island Tycoon app, the address book app next to him jumped into sight. Puff. In the next moment, Jiang Cheng suddenly laughed out a pig cry. Why am I so stupid? What? Jiang Cheng asked himself and sighed, speaking of his current identity. Is not only the lord of the island, but also the grandson of the richest Chinese man in the Philippines. Why did I forget it? Now there is a way. It seems that this matter can only trouble my father. Speaking of it, after he left Jiang Cheng on the Emerald Island, the old man Jiang never took care of him, which meant that he would fend for himself here. For some reasons, Mr. Jiang has always hated Jiang Cheng for iron and steel, so not long ago, someone specially sent him to throw him on the Emerald Island, allowing him to live a primitive life, like rumor and blood, drinking in the Stone Age. The original intention of the old man was definitely to experience Jiang Cheng, who was originally a fool, and prepare him to take over the Jiang group, and he did not expect Jiang Cheng to really develop the Emerald Island. However, the other party never expected that Jiang Cheng, who was armed with a black technology system, could build Emerald Island into the world's top resort in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng excitedly opened the address book, and at a glance, he saw the familiar phone number at the top, and the remarks read, "Dead old man." At this moment, across the sea from Emerald Island, on the land 630 nautical miles away, Philippines, Victoria Manor, Mindanao. Victoria Manor, located on the outskirts of Davao City, covers an area of 218 acres. It is called the Narrow Oasis on the Davao Bay and is the most expensive property in Davao City. In the early 19th century, during the Spanish colonial rule, it was once the residence of the Spanish governor in the Philippines, Victoria. In this very Western-style manor, there are not only man-made lakes, rivers, and primitive wildlife habitat, but also livestock farms, hunting grounds, shooting ranges, golf courses, and vineyard wineries. However, this once brilliant aristocratic manor has now become the residence of the Jiang family, the richest Chinese family in the Philippines. Located in the dome-roofed castle in the center of the mansion, in a spacious study room with gorgeous decoration and quite classic atmosphere, the current helm of the Jiang family, Jiang Zheniang, is looking carefully at the quarterly financial statements at hand. Although it is very old and rare, old man Jiang can't see any traces of time on his face. He is full of spirit and demeanor. At the desk, a gentle middle-aged man with gold glasses on his face was standing respectfully with his hands, looking at old man Jiang calmly. The middle-aged man has a refined appearance, good temperament, and an aura of no anger and prestige on his body. It seems that he is also a person of high position for a long time. After a long while, Mr. Jiang finally looked away from the report. His eyes were deep, and he looked up at the middle-aged humanity. Zhiyuan, it seems that because of the Emerald Island, the major business sectors of our Jiang group have really suffered a great impact. What? Yes. According to the financial report, Xinghan Hotel Group has the most serious impact, and its market value has shrunk by almost half. Now it has to start layoff plans ahead of time. The middle-aged man responded in a low voice and then added, "Chairman, as far as I know, almost all of the businesses we lost have been annexed by Tianyao Group. Should we take some countermeasures?" "No need. I understand that Wu Tianyao is a man. He doesn't have the courage and strength. Most of it is meant by the upper echelons of the Philippines." Elder Jiang shook his head, and there was a hint of profound meaning in his wise eyes. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and hesitated. The Wu family lived in the Philippines back then, but it still depends on our support to get to this day. But now he is eating outside, colluding with the upper strata of the Philippines. Long, you are so kind. Ha ha. Elder Jiang did not respond to the words of the middle-aged man. He was still smiling. Seeing this picture of Mr. Jiang, the middle-aged man stopped persuading him, but thought of other things and said, "By the way, Chairman, do you really plan to let young Master stay on Emerald Island? There is a place of right and wrong. Can he handle it alone?" This kid was too happy before. I asked him to stay on the island for a while, so I can hone him. How can young people grow up without experiencing some wind and rain? I wanted to go to Nanyang together back then. At that time, how many Ziguilao's eyes were cast before I got what I have now? Speaking of Jiang Cheng, Mr. Jiang seemed to be a little out of anger, with an angry expression on his face. Hearing that, the middle-aged man nodded intently and said, "The young master has been studying in China before. Affected by the environment, he may be a little more at ease, but I always feel." The middle-aged man was talking when he was suddenly interrupted by a ringing of the phone. After he glanced at the phone, he quickly handed it to Mr. Jiang with a smile on his face. "Chairman, it's the young master's call." "Ha ha, this little bastard, it seems that he can't hold it anymore." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the old man seemed to be very happy too. He smiled and took the phone. Then his face turned like a book, and he suddenly got up. Then he answered the call. "Hey, this is Jiang Zhenyang." On the other side, hearing the majestic voice from the other end of the phone, Jiang Cheng couldn't help rolling his eyes. His face was speechless. This dead old man still speaks so coldly. Jiang Cheng didn't believe that the other party didn't know that it was his own call. The reason why he said such words must be deliberate. However, Jiang Cheng, who knows the other party's temper very well, can't get angry with an elder. Not to mention, he still asks the other party. So, the next moment, Jiang Cheng pretended to be his grandson and replied very dogmatically, "Hey, Grandpa, it's me, Zaya Cheng." The conversation between the grandpa and grandson was conducted in a relatively friendly atmosphere, and the conversation was fairly harmonious. At most, there were a few fancy nicknames like "you bastard" and "you are not dead." Of course, it was just a joke. In fact, the relationship between the grandfather and grandson is very deep, and the separate generations are vividly reflected in them. The contradictions between them were actually created after Jiang Cheng went to study in China. A few years ago, in order to cultivate successors, Mr. Jiang sent Jiang Cheng to the most prestigious Yanjing University in China, where he could study and study. But who knows, when he first arrived in the prosperous metropolis, Jiang Cheng was fascinated by the flowers and plants. In addition, since childhood, he was handsome and charming, and his life was naturally more luxurious. The grandfather Jiang, who looked forward to son Qinglong, became furious when he learned of these things. He quickly recalled Jiang Cheng from China and threw him into the Emerald Island. After a series of events, Jiang Cheng became the current Jiang Cheng and possessed the island-building artifact, the Island Tycoon app. After having a heart-to-heart conversation, the grandfather and grandson can be regarded as unraveling the knots. Grandfather Jiang let go of the past, and Jiang Cheng promised to reform the party and rebehave. In the end, the two reconciled as before, and they talked happily and went straight to the subject. Jiang Cheng reported the current development situation of Emerald Island to Mr. Jiang, presented his own development plan, and proposed that a group of experienced staff is needed to help him complete the plan of Emerald Island shining the world. After listening to Jiang Cheng's headless report, Mr. Jiang seemed to be unable to accept it for a while. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and he didn't know what the old man was thinking about. Jiang Cheng didn't dare to bother, but waited patiently. He knew that the news was too shocking, and it really took some time to digest. After a long time, there was finally an echo on the other end of the phone, but Jiang Cheng heard it, but it was full of black lines. "Little bastard, are you lying to me again?" There is no lack of doubts in Mr. Jiang's tone, obviously expressing deep doubts about Jiang Cheng's so-called development plan. However, all these suspicions and doubts of the old man Jiang disappeared after Jiang Cheng reluctantly passed the past few photos of the Dream Paradise Resort. The brand new Hongwen Airport, the majestic Swan Harbor, the spectacular tidal power plant, and all kinds of modern building facilities are clearly displayed in front of you, making Mr. Jiang completely silent. Obviously, all these photos clearly show that the current Emerald Island is no longer the deserted island before, but has really become a splendid and prosperous place. Next, the problem becomes much simpler. With the strong support of these physical photos, Mr. Jiang finally believed in Jiang Cheng's ability and firmly stated that he fully supported his grand plan. However, he also slightly expressed his curiosity about Jiang Cheng doing all this. How did Jiang Cheng develop the Emerald Island to the present level in such a short period of time by himself? In this regard, Jiang Cheng used the excuse to learn about the strong infrastructure capabilities of the motherland when he was studying in China. Everything about the Emerald Island today was actually commissioned by the Huiguo Infrastructure Company. As we all know, in recent years, with the rapid development of economy and technology, China's infrastructure strength has been rapidly improved. Regardless of the number, scale, speed, and various indicators of the construction, it is at the world's leading level and has gained the reputation of infrastructure madman. Can be called a world miracle. Elder Jiang had obviously heard of this, so he dispelled his doubts. After the matter was prevaricated, the two finally talked about the staff. According to Mr. Jiang's original words, because Emerald Island was originally purchased from the Philippines, and the other party is now requesting a repurchase, but was rejected, their Jiang family's current hotel industry business is being continuously suppressed by the Philippines ZF, and their operations have become serious. Difficult is preparing to start the layoff plan. Since Jiang Cheng is short of manpower, he should cut the mess with a quick knife and make a break early, and directly relocate the Xinghen Hotel Group to Emerald Island as a whole to make a comeback. And when they take care of the funeral, they will transfer all the employees and business of Xinghen Hotel to Emerald Island, fully supporting Jiang Cheng's development plan. Hearing what Mr. Jiang said, Jiang Cheng was silent for an instant. As the sole heir of the Jiang Group, although he seldom participates in business affairs at present, he knows the business of Xinghen Hotel Group very well. Regardless of how easy old man Jiang said, he would give up if he gave up, but Jiang Cheng believed that at the moment he made this decision, the old man must be very uncomfortable in his heart, not only because Xinghen Hotel Group is one of the three pillar industries of Jiang's group, but also because it embodies the hard work of the father throughout his life. Xinghen Hotel is a chain hotel group established by Mr. Jiang. Its business scope covers Southeast Asian countries such as the Philippines, Malaya, Cambodia, and it operates hundreds of high-end hotels in more than a dozen countries in Southeast Asia. Xinghen Hotel was founded in the 1990s. In less than 40 years, it has expanded from an ordinary family-style hotel to hundreds of high-end hotels today, spreading across major cities in Southeast Asia, becoming one of the largest hotels in Southeast Asia. It can bring more than $1 billion of wealth to the Jiang family every year. From the name, Xinghan, we can see that in his heart, Mr. Jiang must want to promote the reputation of the Chinese to the top ranks in the world. He hopes that in the future, he can cooperate with those internationally renowned hotel companies such as Hilton, Accor, Marriott, Intercontinental, and so on. But at present, this lofty dream of Mr. Jiang is afraid that it will be declared shattered. Xinghen Hotel's overall relocation to Emerald Island means a new start, and its 40-year foundation in the Philippines and even Southeast Asia will also be uprooted. How easy is it to rebirth after a broken arm? However, Jiang Cheng has a different view on this. Xinghen Hotel Group was founded by his grandfather. The internal staff are very reliable, and the business experience is extremely rich. This is what he needs most at the moment. In addition, the development of Emerald Island not only involves a city in the Dream Paradise Resort, but in the future it will expand to other resorts and even the three main urban areas. After the scale is expanded, it will be able to swallow the entire business of Xinghen Hotel Group. Therefore, Zinghen Hotel Group's relocation to Emerald Island is equivalent to taking the lead. Emerald Island is a piece of fat. With the help of Jiang Cheng, Zinghen Hotel Group can achieve a second rise, recast its glory, and even have the potential to become an internationally renowned hotel giant. At present, although Zinghen Hotel has developed very well in Southeast Asia, it is still far from the top hotels in the world. Therefore, with the bright future of Emerald Island and his own black technology system, Jiang Cheng is fully confident that he can carry forward this wish of his grandfather and make Zinghen Hotel Group a higher level and rank among the top international hotels. After agreeing on the relocation of Zinghen Hotel, Jiang Cheng made one final request to Mr. Jiang. Uncle Lai should be seconded together and let him serve as the first district head of the Dream Paradise Resort, with full responsibility for the operation of the entire resort. Uncle Lai, his full name is Lai Zhiyuan. At present, he is the No. 2 real power figure of the entire Jiang family, and his status is higher than Jiang Cheng's father. If it weren't for Uncle Lai's not surnamed Jiang Cheng fully believed that the other party should be the most suitable candidate to take over the Jiang group, hundreds of times better than him. Uncle Lai is not only outstanding in ability, hardworking, but also very loyal. Since he was a child, he has followed Mr. Jiang to Nanyang and fights the rivers and mountains, and accompany him to start from scratch, working day and night. It can be said that if the Jiang group is able to survive today, half of the credit must be credited to Uncle Lai. Decades of hard work experience gave him his own unique insights on corporate management, capital operation, and international trade management. Compared with the old stubbornness of Mr. Jiang's generation, he has more active thinking, more sensitive sense of smell, and more visionary. Jiang Cheng felt deeply about this. Today's Emerald Island is about to get on the right track and open to the world for investment. It is in urgent need of an experienced helm like Uncle Lai. Although Jiang Cheng has the support of System Black technology, he still has little experience in operation and management, and even if he has experience, he does not want to spend all of his energy in the boring work of sitting in the office and reviewing official documents every day. Therefore, he wanted to find Uncle Lai to assist him and help him take care of all the affairs on Emerald Island. As for himself, he can get out of his life and use systematic black technology to build islands and develop technology. When nothing happens, he can build a few large ships to explore unknown seas and travel around the world. This is the life he yearns for. Hearing Jiang Cheng's request, Mr. Jiang was obviously embarrassed. Zhiyuan is his most trusted right-hand man. In recent years, Jiang's group has been able to stand firm even under the pressure of the Philippines ZF, all thanks to the other side's calm response. But in the end, after much deliberation, Elder Jiang readily agreed. Compared to the Jiang group, his grandson is obviously more important. He is making a big bet to put the future of the Jiang group on Jiang Cheng. In this way, the two parties hung up the phone and ended the long conversation. Until this time, Jiang Cheng breathed a long sigh of relief and felt relieved all over, and now it can be said that everything is ready. The next thing is to plan the promotion of Emerald Island. In the early morning of the next day, Jiang Cheng drove Zio High to the Dream Paradise Resort as usual. However, instead of patrolling around today, he took out his mobile phone and took photos of various scenic spots with Kacha. I have to say that the natural scenery of Emerald Island is really impeccable. It simply comes with natural filters. Even the photos taken at hand can kill those promotional photos in travel magazines. Throughout the morning, Jiang Cheng was immersed in the beauty of Dream Bay. After taking the photo, Jiang Cheng lay comfortably on the beach chair, opened the Weibo app, and opened the follower list. After searching for a while, he finally found a familiar name at the bottom, Guan Xiaofai. The certification information reads, Editor-in-Chief of National Geographic, Global Explorer, Hoshino Photographer, Royal RPS Photographer, Chairman of Yenching University Alumni Association, Weibo signed from the media fans. 76 million. Obviously, it is a Weibo Big V. This little nizzy. When will you get so many titles? You won't be too tired to panic. Seeing a long strip of authentication information, Jiang Cheng curled up his mouth, with an intriguing smile on his face, like a big bad wolf smelling the scent of a little sheep. Guan Xiaofei was a classmate of Jiang Cheng when he was studying at Yanjing University. At that time, the two of them first entered the campus. One was a youthful, beautiful, and coveted school flower, and the other was a handsome and talented school grass. The two were like two magnets of the opposite sex. They would inevitably collide after living and studying dangerous sparks. However, the good times did not last long. Under the excessive secretion of hormones and the temptation of the surrounding environment, Jiang Cheng gradually lost himself and became a famous flower heart carrot in Yanjing University. After knowing these things, Guan Xiaofei was very sad, but she herself was also an intellectually mature and very decisive person. She immediately reined in the precipice, wielded a knife and cut love, and broke the ambiguous relationship with Jiang Cheng. After this, Jiang Cheng gradually matured and felt repentant. He also expressed his apologies to the other party, and Guan Xiaofei, who was hardy, also accepted it generously and said that the two are still friends. Therefore, in their spare time, they occasionally eat together and chat to relieve boredom, but they do not make excessive moves. After that, Mr. Jiang learned about Jiang Cheng's affairs, so he dropped out of school and returned to the Philippines until now. Looking at the familiar name and recalling scenes from the past, Jiang Cheng showed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. I have to say that the beautiful memories of youth, there is always a kind of inexplicable magic, which makes people always think of it, and can always show a knowing smile unconsciously, no matter whether their status is honorable or poor. Because that is the emotion hidden in the deepest part of human nature. Once it is unearthed, even the face of the devil can make an angel smile. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Cheng clicked on the private message, typed the next line, and then sent it. Old classmate, long time no see, three scratching their heads with silly smiles. After half an hour, the phone rang ding-dong. Jiang Cheng opened the chat interface and saw the other party's reply. Oh, is it the autumn harvest season? How come a big radish pops out? It's still a sweetheart, 3 meow emojis. Jiang Cheng froze instantly, full of black lines. This little nizzy, who has been so long in the past, still hates herself. It seems that women are careful with these words, that's right. Even though he was speechless, Jiang Cheng wanted to ask others, so he licked his face and continued typing. Inadvertently in the beginning and innocent when I was young, I think it was a mistake in this life or the fruit of a previous life. Xia Sheng apologizes here, and I ask the girl to forgive me. Bah, come here, we are not there, it's a girl, I know how to return. I reined in the cliff. Fortunately, 3 cheeks on my chest. Well, you little conscience, you won't admit it after eating it. Jiang Cheng thought so depressed, but he didn't dare to say it. If you really want to apologize, you should talk to Kaiyan Qian, 3 smirk expressions. After a while, Guan Xiaofei sent another message. Then, Jiang Cheng's fingers stopped in an instant. At this moment, all his eyes were fixed on the word Kaiyan Qian, as if these 2 words had some kind of magical power, swallowing him completely. Jiang Cheng's expression began to become more exciting, and various emotions flashed across his face. Su Kaiyan Qian is a name that Jiang Cheng will not be able to avoid in his life. It is the person who allows him to mature among thousands of flowers. Hey, why don't you talk? 3 doge expressions. Do I sting someone's heart? 3 nose-picking expressions. All right, don't tease you anymore. What are you looking for this time? I don't know if I realized it was wrong. Guan Xiaofei's reply this time finally resumed normal conversation. Of course not. It's all in the past. I really have something to ask for when I am looking for you this time. Jiang Cheng sighed, waved away the gentle and graceful woman in his mind, and replied, Yeah, it's an honor. It's rare that the little girl has been used by Jiang Dogwin people. Come on, I'm listening. 3 cute expressions. Jiang Cheng was not polite and directly passed on the scenic photos of the Dream Paradise Resort taken in the morning. After thinking about it, he picked up the phone again, took a random video of the fantasy seawater in front of him, and sent it over. After that, Jiang Cheng dropped the phone and jumped directly into the sea, swimming comfortably. The chat window went silent immediately until a long time passed. Wow, is this heaven? It's so beautiful. Jiang Cheng, tell me quickly, where is this? I will go now. 3 Egeo expressions. Jiang Cheng, have you heard? Huh, come back to the old lady. 3 cursing expressions. Jiang Cheng, if you don't tell me, we will break up. I want to tell the world about your romantic deeds and make you notorious. A few more minutes passed. Ooh, tell me, where is this? It's so pretty. 3 grievances. At this time, Jiang Cheng returned to the shore, lying comfortably under the parasol, picking up the phone. This is Emerald Island, my new island. How is it? Not bad. 3 smiling faces. You bought it. 3 shocked faces. Well, I recently developed it a little bit and intends to open it to the first batch of tourists, so I specially asked the editor-in-chief Guan to write a few journals and help us publicize it. Well, wait for me. Come right away. Putting down the phone, Jiang Cheng smiled silently. This little Nizzy, as before, is almost crazy about travel and beautiful scenery. It is precisely because of this that when the other party graduated, he gave up the stable job from 9 to 5, more money and less living close to home, and turned to work as an editor for National Geographic magazine. 3 days later, Emerald Island. In the early morning, at the end of the sea horizon, a hint of orange-red light slowly appeared, dispelling the mist on the sea, and the sunlight sprayed out like boiling molten iron. Jiang Cheng got up early, trot 2 laps on the beach in front of the villa as usual, then drove Zio high, turning on the super acceleration mode all the way, and hurriedly headed towards Swan Harbor. As soon as he arrived over the port, Jiang Cheng was in the flying car, and he saw from a distance the huge outline of a luxury cruise ship. The huge ship smashed through the mist, dragging a long, beautiful water belt, slowly approaching Swan Harbor. The Pacific Ocean. Built by Fincantieri, the world's largest cruise ship builder, it belongs to Xinghen Hotel Group with a gross tonnage of 37,420, a length of 178, 5 meters, a width of 32, 3 meters, and a capacity of 2,000 passengers. The Pacific Ocean is actually a mobile luxury hotel, well-designed, extremely luxurious, costing $230 million, with more than 700 luxury suites on board, 14 bars and clubs of various styles, 6 luxury restaurants, and 5 swimming pools, as well as other leisure and entertainment venues such as theaters, libraries, casinos, shopping centers, etc. Can be called 5-star water resorts. This cruise ship attracted a large number of high-end customers for Xinghen Hotel in the early stage of its investment and brought huge profits, becoming a symbol of the entire Xinghen Hotel Group. However, in recent years, with the continuous pressure from the Philippines ZF, the operation of the entire Xinghen Hotel Group has fallen into a quagmire, and the passenger flow has plummeted. The Pacific Ocean, which used to be difficult to find, has completely become an empty ship. Seeing that the glorious luxury cruise ship in the past has fallen to this end, Jiang Cheng is also very moved. Since it can't get its glory in the Philippines, let it regain its glory on the Emerald Island. Controlling Zio high to fall, Jiang Cheng walked into the port. At this time, the Pacific Ocean also slowly docked on the pier of Swan Harbor. Seeing the gangway descend, a middle-aged man with gold glasses and elegant appearance came out from the cabin door. The moment he saw the middle-aged man, Jiang Cheng smiled on his face and hurried forward to meet him. Uncle Lai, you can be regarded as waiting for you. After seeing Jiang Cheng, the middle-aged man was also very happy. He opened his mouth and smiled. The young master has grown a lot, and he has become more capable. Seeing the earth-shaking changes in Emerald Island, I think the chairman will be happy for you. As early as when on the cruise ship, the middle-aged people saw this prosperous resort from a distance through the porthole. In addition to the shock in their hearts, they were more relieved, because the heir of the Jiang group, who has been arrogant in the eyes of the old man, finally grew up and also built the Emerald Island so well, which made him very happy. Hee. Where is the natural beauty of Emerald Island? I just did a little bit of work. The future of this island depends a lot on Uncle Lai. After hearing the middle-aged man's praise, Jiang Cheng felt embarrassed. His relationship with Uncle Lai has always been very good since he was a child. Compared with the harsh old man Jiang Cheng prefers to get along with this elegant and knowledgeable uncle. Moreover, Jiang Cheng has always admired Uncle Lai's outstanding ability. Next, after the two were polite for a few more words, Uncle Lai introduced Jiang Cheng one by one to the other personnel who followed up this time. This time, there were more than 130 colleagues who came with Uncle Lai. They were all senior management personnel of Xinghen Hotel Group. It can be said that they are veteran and top management talents who have grown up with Xinghen Hotel Group, and their purpose here is to accompany him to investigate together under Uncle Lai's orders. Now that it has been decided to relocate Xinghen Hotel Group to Emerald Island, a series of preliminary inspections, including hotel construction, land planning, and other issues, are obviously very necessary. Jiang Cheng shook hands with the senior management of these future Dream Paradise resorts, expressing his gratitude, and humbly said that the future Emerald Island will depend on their support. Of course, there will be no less treatment, even better than before in the Philippines. Jiang Cheng is naturally very happy to be able to absorb such a group of experienced top management talents. With the efforts of these people, after the opening of the Dream Paradise Resort, it will definitely be on the right track soon. After meeting the senior staff of Xinghen Hotel, Jiang Cheng met another familiar young female face at the end of the line. She combed a smooth black ponytail, her face was delicate and white, and her eyes were clear as water. She looked youthful and beautiful, full of vitality. Compared with the previous hotel executives in suits and shoes, the outfit of this vigorous girl undoubtedly made her stand out from the crowd, much more special. This person is naturally Guan Xiaofai. Since Hongwen Airport has not yet opened international flights, she can only travel many places to the Philippines where she meets with Uncle Lai, and finally came to this place she regarded as paradise. At this time, Jiang Cheng's gaze was almost too far away. Guan Xiaofai wore a white sports tight-fitting vest on her upper body, revealing snow-white and tender shoulders. At the shoulder straps, the round and beautiful collarbone is clearly visible, which is extremely sexy. As for the lower body, it is a pair of high-waisted mini shorts extending from the waist to the buttocks, a flat lower abdomen, slender and tight thighs, perfectly showing her protruding body. The most eye-catching thing is the two big white rabbits tightly restrained inside the vest. They are plump and plump, they are still alive and vigorous. With their breathing, they are almost unable to restrain themselves and break free. Suddenly, in Jiang Cheng's mind, a bright light suddenly appeared, and a classic character Laura in Tomb Raider popped out. Call. Jiang Cheng secretly exhaled with a smile like a spring breeze on his face and slowly said in an extremely gentleman's tone, "Old classmates, we meet again." While speaking, Jiang Cheng moved forward, stretched out his arms very naturally, and hugged him straight. The distance between the two people was shortened instantly. Jiang Cheng felt that his heart was about to stop beating, and the soft thing in the fantasy was just within reach. When Jiang Cheng's chest was only 1 centimeter away from the two big white rabbits, a cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "One step forward, you are dead." Meow meow. Jiang Cheng's body leaned forward, as if he had been pressed the pause button, and he froze there motionless, even his breathing stopped. At this moment, Jiang Cheng felt that he was being stared at by the wild beast. His back was cold, and the hair all over his body couldn't help bluffing. He slowly turned his gaze, looked at Guan Xiaofai's eyes, and found that the other party's clear and watery eyes were covered with a layer of frost, flashing a dangerous cold light, and in the shameful eyes, still carrying a hint of defensiveness. Okay. Jiang Cheng smiled, took a step back, and retracted his arm. Then a little embarrassed, "That, Xiaofai, are you okay?" "HMPH, thanks to you, I am fine." Guan Xiaofai glanced at Jiang Cheng vigilantly and snorted. "Well, I think so too, it's much better than before." Jiang Cheng's mouth turned up unconsciously, and he stared at Guan Xiaofai with a raised smile. In Jiang Cheng's memory, Guan Xiaofai has always belonged to the type of female man. She is usually carefree, likes to travel around mountains and rivers, but she is not very concerned about dressing. Unexpectedly, I didn't see him for a while after graduation, and the small and exquisite Nizzy had grown to such an astonishing level. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel a trace of regret in his heart. Why didn't he? Hey, Jiang Cheng secretly slammed his mouth, and when he fell into bitter memories, a soft hum sounded in his ear. Jiang Cheng, you are still so shameless. You haven't changed at all. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, and seeing the other's weird eyes, Guan Xiaofai still didn't understand the meaning of Jiang Cheng's words. Having been classmates with each other for a few years, she knew Jiang Chengzai too well. How do you say this person, Jiang Cheng? A little passionate but not indecent, a little romantic but not indecent. He belongs to the kind of person who obviously makes people hate the roots of the teeth, but is so cruel that he really hates. Grind the little fairy. Therefore, even though her heart is extremely depressed, she can only pretend to be such a duplicity. In fact, as soon as she stepped off the gangway, she had been secretly looking at the man who had fascinated him. The same as before, there are still those peach eyes that are so fascinating that they can't pay for their lives. They laughed, and they could almost people in. If they changed other nymphomaniac girls here, they would have rushed on. However, she was no longer the ignorant nymphomaniac girl. For Jiang Cheng, she feared more than admired her. Although there were occasional ripples in her heart, she was now able to restrain herself maturely. This man is too dangerous to be touched, let alone. This is the conclusion that Guan Xiaofai once set for herself. However, just now, when Jiang Cheng really stood in front of her, constantly looking at her with an aggressive look unique to male animals, she still felt unconsciously hot all over her body. She also knows that Jiang Cheng is not a man who uses his lower body to think about problems, but he himself is like this. He likes to use a slightly provocative way to treat girls who are familiar with him. This behavior contains more a kind of joke, but even so, she couldn't bear it because she was afraid that she would become hot-headed and could not restrain herself and eventually lead to a big mistake. Okay, let's not quarrel with you, my editor-in-chief Guan. Don't you always want to see the scenery of Emerald Island? Let's go and take you around. Seeing Guan Xiaofai's face with a slight anger, Jiang Cheng immediately regained a serious look and said with a hint of seriousness, it's almost the same. When she heard that she was going to enjoy the scenery, Guan Xiaofai finally showed a pure smile. For this trip to Emerald Island, she had been looking forward to it for a long time. In the past few days, her mind has always been filled with the colorful waters and the romantic and beautiful trailing beach. This magnificent scenery is truly unique in her travel career for so many years. In the next time, Jiang Cheng took Guan Xiaofai, Uncle Lai, and others to browse the Dream Paradise Resort. Obviously, this unique and dreamy place possesses infinite magic power, allowing anyone who is here to express the most sincere admiration. Wow, the water here is so beautiful. It's clearer than the Maldives I've been to. Jiang Cheng, you can just arrange a position for me. I want to live here. At this time, Guan Xiaofai returned to her true character as a female man. After seeing the fantastic waters of Dream Bay, she was completely fascinated, and she kept clamoring to settle down here. Although she had seen it in Jiang Cheng's video before, she could only truly feel that this place is indeed a place like heaven when she really comes here. The bottomless sea, without a trace of impurities, glows with colorful rays under the sunlight. The green hills and trees in the distance are swaying under the blowing of the sea breeze. All the scenery seems to have been cleaned by nature. Spotless. The high levels of Xinghen Hotel who accompanied them were obviously attracted by the beauty of the Dream Paradise Resort and sighed constantly along the way. If they had some doubts about Uncle Lai's decision to relocate Xinghen Hotel here as a whole before they came here, then after seeing the scenery here, they are completely convinced maybe Xinghen Hotel is here. Can really Nirvana of the Phoenix and recast its glory. Under such a beautiful scenery, no traveler would refuse. Therefore, the popularity of the hotel business is almost predictable. At this moment, there was a hint of excitement in everyone's hearts. They couldn't wait to start their work and life here. In this way, after spending a whole day, Jiang Cheng took Uncle Lai and the others and simply circled the Dream Paradise Resort to give them a general impression of this place so that they could plan carefully for the next. Be aware of it. The research work on Dream Paradise Resort lasted for a whole week. In this week, Jiang Cheng finally saw the seriousness and rigor of Uncle Lai's work attitude. He took a group of Xinghen Hotel high-levels, got up and down in the dark, and went deep into almost every corner of the resort. Large-scale construction facilities such as Hongwen Airport and Swan Harbor, Small rooms, such as restaurants and hotels, can be said to be a thorough view of the entire Dream Paradise Resort, inside and out. During the period, Jiang Cheng also followed Uncle Lai, and they gathered together for several mobilization and deployment meetings. The main content of the meeting involved the future operation, management, and maintenance of the Dream Paradise Resort, as well as the subsequent land planning, development, and construction. In short, it was very comprehensive. Before that, Uncle Lai had been in charge of a large multinational corporation such as Jiang's Group, and he was obviously handy for a small Dream Paradise Resort. Jiang Cheng was really not interested in these boring things, so he quit afterwards and left it to Uncle Lai to deal with it completely. He acted as a handyman, driving Zio Hai every day with Guan Xiaofai, a big beauty, driving around. Visited the entire Emerald Island, a group of sheik. They traveled from the volcanic columns in the north to the deep blue caves in the south, and from Angel Beach in the west to the Dreamy Bay in the east. Those newly completed sea view villas, palm suites, and primitive cabins were also occupied by them. According to Guan Xiaofai's original words, they are trying to sleep in order to give a pertinent evaluation and provide a basis for the improvement of the service of the Dream Paradise Resort in the future. For Jiang Cheng, he has had a good time these days, especially when diving in the blue hole and swimming in the lagoon with Guan Xiaofai. This little Nizzy said that she came to see the scenery, but she brought a whole large box of various swimsuits, one-piece, skirt, suspender, bikini. Well, let Jiang Cheng have enough. Eye addiction. Of course, the two of them are not only busy, but also doing a lot of business. That is, shooting a set of scenery record albums for Emerald Island. In this album, almost all of the most unique and pure natural scenery of Emerald Island are included, including the majestic volcanic columns, the beautiful romance of trailing beaches, etc., which can be called the impression documentary of Emerald Island. As a British Royal RPS photographer, Guan Xiaofai has deep attainments in photography and has won the British RPS Annual Awards twice. This is a major award in the global photography field. This time when he came to Emerald Island, Guan Xiaofai also brought a full set of photography equipment. Accompanied by Jiang Cheng, an old driver, they went up and down the mountains and went to the sea. They spent a lot of effort and finally completed this precious record album. According to Guan Xiaofai's original words, she will take this set of albums to chase her third annual awards trophy. For photographers, especially senior photographers like Guan Xiaofai, the most difficult thing to find is this kind of ultimate scenery that makes people shine. Some photographers, in order to shoot the ideal work, even travel the world, but often the result is a lot of effort, little gain, because there are many scenery, but also need inspiration and luck. Lack of the same will make the shooting his works lack spirituality and are unsatisfactory. Obviously, after coming to Emerald Island this time, after seeing the blessed and natural scenery here, Guan Xiaofai was full of inspiration and shot many satisfactory works effortlessly. Moreover, for the next publicity plan, Guan Xiaofai also patted Jiang Cheng's chest and promised that they would give her all to ensure that the best side of Emerald Island will be shown and the eyes of the world will shine. Hearing these words, Jiang Cheng was also very happy. For Guan Xiaofai, he is still very relieved that the other party is the editor-in-chief of National Geographic magazine, or a well-known Big V on Weibo, and has a deep influence in the travel and photography circles. Let her handle this matter is undoubtedly the most correct choice. 3 days later, a small Carnival passenger ship sailed slowly into Swan Harbor. Standing by the dock, Jiang Cheng waved away Guan Xiaofai, Uncle Lai, and some of the high levels of Xinghan Hotel. According to their previous division of labor, Guan Xiaofai will return to China to make some preparations for the next promotion of Emerald Island, while Uncle Lai and the others will return to the Philippines to make arrangements for the official relocation of the hotel. The overall relocation of Xinghan Hotel is not a trivial matter. The matters involved are very complicated, so Uncle Lai needs to go back to host it himself. In the current Dream Paradise Resort, Other hotel executives will continue to work step by step here, in order to prepare for the first batch of tourists that will soon arrive. In this way, the first deployment plan for mobilization was finished perfectly. After sending off Guan Xiaofai and the others, Jiang Cheng hurried back to the villa without stopping and invested in the second phase of the construction of the Dream Paradise Resort. According to Lai Shu's requirements before leaving, Jiang Cheng needs to do some supplementary construction work. When he returned to the villa, Jiang Cheng couldn't take a break, so he took out his mobile phone and called up the island Tycoon app construction system. This time of research work also made Jiang Cheng aware of the many shortcomings in the Dream Paradise Resort. Some auxiliary building facilities need to be further improved. In addition, the most important thing is that in a while, a large number of Xinghen Hotel staff will arrive at Emerald Island. The accommodation and living of so many people is a big problem. According to Jiang Cheng's current thinking, in order to enable these workers to better serve Emerald Island, he decided to build a batch of staff apartments and living facilities for them to facilitate their daily life and work. Jiang Cheng moved his fingers, and all kinds of apartments appeared in front of him in an instant. After a careful combination of DIY, Jiang Cheng's site appeared in a wave-shaped building with a novel style and luxurious appearance. The exterior wall of the entire building is covered with a layer of dark blue Spanish tiles. There are no edges and corners, from shallow to deep, presenting a soft wave shape. From a distance, it looks like a magnificent sea standing upright. The top of the building is a huge spiral shape, like a whirlpool of the sea, and the center of the whirlpool is a white bell tower in the shape of an anemone, which is very classical and beautiful. Name: small Batlow-style residential apartment parameter. The building is 42 meters high. The number of floors is 18, elevator X4, underground garage X1, water and electricity system X1, air conditioning system X1, ventilation system X1, other supporting facilities X1 area. The building area is 12,000 square meters, covering an area of 1,120 square meters cost. 2. $85 million time consuming. 3 days in fact, a small residential apartment alone cannot cost so much money. However, in order to improve its aesthetics, Jiang Cheng specially spent a lot of attention on the shape and style, which led to a linear increase in the cost. Such a residential apartment probably can only accommodate less than 1,000 people. According to the budget, the number of Xinghen Hotel employees who will soon enter the Dream Paradise Resort is as many as 7,000. In view of this, Jiang Cheng swiped his pen and directly built 7 buildings. As for the location of the construction, Jiang Cheng chose a small bay near Shanghuan in the southern part of the Dream Paradise Resort. Shang Bay has not been developed yet, but the scenery is very good. Beaches, coconut groves, lagoons, and other sea views are all available. According to Jiang Cheng's vision, this small bay will be regarded as a benefit he gave to the employees of Emerald Island. More apartments and other living facilities will be built successively to facilitate the daily lives of employees. The 7 wave-style Batlow apartments are lined up in Shanghuan. The unique scenery that you want to build will surely become a landmark building here. After the construction of the staff apartment, Jiang Cheng did not stop the pace of construction, but glanced around and built some necessary living, entertainment, and other supporting facilities in the open space near the apartment, such as restaurants, bars, swimming pools, fitness rooms, entertainment centers, and other buildings. At the end of the calculation, Jiang Cheng discovered that this series of construction facilities cost him $40 million, which is a big blood. However, in Jiang Cheng's view, what he has done is worthwhile, because the employees of Xinghen Hotel have always been their most important wealth of Jiang's group, and it is with the joint efforts of these employees that the glory of Xinghen Hotel Group has been achieved. Jiang Cheng can still tell which is lighter and heavier. In the next few days, Jiang Cheng began to get busy again on Emerald Island. After Uncle Lai and the others arrived in the Philippines, they began to move around for the official opening of the Dream Paradise Resort, including contacting airlines and ferry companies from China, the Philippines, and other Southeast Asian countries, and preparing to open several international routes for Emerald Island. Travel routes. In addition, in order to enrich the entertainment and life of tourists on the island, it is necessary to contact some daily-use shopping malls, fisheries, farms, and pastures to provide essential living and food supplies for Emerald Island. The communication and contact with these suppliers are complicated and trivial tasks. In addition, Jiang Cheng has to spare time every day to go to the office building of Dream Bay Center to listen to reports from the senior staff of Xinghen Hotel. In short, although Jiang Cheng was so busy, but fortunately everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. In the evening of this day, Jiang Cheng, who has been busy for the Emerald Island Open Day all day, is lying comfortably on the beach chair in front of the villa, drinking the coconut juice in his hand while enjoying the beautiful scenery of the sunset. Ding dong! The phone rang a reminder. Jiang Cheng put down the coconut juice in his hand, picked up the phone and opened the Weibo app, and found that it was a message sent by Guan Xiaofai. Hee, Jiang Cheng, hurry up and see the Weibo I posted. 3 proud expressions. Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment, and then opened Xiaofai's Weibo homepage, and found that the other party had posted a long Weibo with a few sentences at the top and some of her own seaside portraits. This summer, ask me how to spend it. Put on a long skirt and run on the beach, dancing with jellyfish and swimming fish. Watch a crimson sunset with your lover. Summer is here. It's time to have a secret date with the beautiful island. After the slightly sensational words, there is a group of colorful island landscape photos. Jiang Cheng recognized right away that this was taken when he and Guan Xiaofai were playing on the Emerald Island. The first photo is the unique fantasy seawater of Dream Bay, colorful, with a line of text below, Fantasy Sea, Crimson Sunset. Under the setting sun, half seawater, half flame then. There was another scene of burning clouds. The burning clouds at sunset are magnificent and rushing towards the face, like a picture in a magic movie, with layers of clouds. There's an illusion that you can grab it with your hand. Next, a variety of unique scenery of Emerald Island was revealed one by one. The moment when the sun blends with the waves is unexpectedly gorgeous. The heart-shaped cave with a supernatural craftsmanship is nature's most innocent confession. A circle of golden clouds are interlocking around the island. This may be the love of heaven. The quiet valley and the oil painting-like scenery are full of the most beautiful breath. At the end of this long Weibo, Guan Xiaofai added a paragraph. In front of nature, all the whitewashing of human beings is not worth mentioning. I hope that in my lifetime, I can see such a pure beauty, and I will be regarded as having no regrets in this life. This is Emerald Island, the most anticipated travel destination this summer. For the entire Weibo, Guan Xiaofai was doing the best publicity and display on all aspects of Emerald Island. It seems that she has put all her thoughts into writing such a Weibo. Guan Xiaofai was born in the Department of Journalism and Communication of Yenching University, and she has a good literary foundation, coupled with her unique sensational skills, making this recommended article, with pictures and texts, extremely attractive and inciting. Therefore, this recommended article just came out, and it was like pouring a basin of cold water in a pan. A stone stirred up waves, bringing a different fiery style to the upcoming summer holiday. We must know that China's economic strength has improved by leaps and bounds in recent years. The people's living standards have been improving day by day, and the pockets have gradually increased, and they have begun to pursue some spiritual enjoyment. Everyone's routine is to find a vacation place to deal with your thoughts during holidays and to relax your body and mind. Although China has a vast land and abundant resources and a wide range of scenery, but the population is really too large, which causes every holiday to come. All scenic spots are full of miserable scenes. A vacation trip that should have been beautiful has completely become a year-end temple fair and contributed an epic-level reality documentary to the people of the country. People follow the crowd. As a result, some people began to divert their attention and set their sights on well-known foreign attractions. Traveling abroad has become a new trend for Chinese people to travel. Under such a background, one can imagine how big an earthquake can be caused by the recommended articles by Guan Xiaofai, a famous tourist expert. Just a minute later, under Guan Xiaofai's Weibo comment, a tall building was built. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Are these scenery all from the same island? 3 shocked expressions. ID rides a shrimp around the world. Emerald Island? I haven't heard of it, but it's so beautiful, my husband. I'm going to at Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, ID. I am Mei Yang Yang. Thank you for the tourist destination recommended by Sister Faye. This summer has gone, please hook up. ID Hellion showed mercy. Compared to this island, I care more about who took this group of bikini photos for my goddess. Who is it? You come out, I promise not to you. 3 heartbroken expressions. ID Feifei's orange cat pillow. On the top floor, which took the photo, how can I pick the breasts? It's not a good bird. It's better not to let me see you. 3 emojis. ID Feifei's Urha foot pad. +1, Feifei's photo shooting technique is immature and it is focused on the breasts. I can almost imagine the nasty thoughts of this when taking pictures. Pity my Feifei at Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, 3 teary expressions. ID Fei you must be. +2, +10,086. Under the leadership of a diehard Filipino fan, the rhythm of the Weibo comment area was instantly distorted. However, compared to the so-called wretched photographer, everyone is more concerned about the unique scenery of Emerald Island. Therefore, these comments about the wretched photographer were quickly suppressed and returned to the discussion of Emerald Island. Don't make trouble with the pipes. Does anyone know where this Emerald Island is? I really want to know. ID loves traveling. Agree. It should be very famous to see the beautiful scenery of this island. Why have you never heard of it? ID King Feng Wayu. At Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Sister Feifei, where is this Emerald Island? I'm going to this summer. ID jumped around. Next, everyone began to discuss where the Emerald Island was. Various speculations flooded in and captured the entire comment area for a while. Some even took out a world map and began to compare island by island. Thanks to Acrodine's 500 starting currency rewards ~, when the Weibo comment area was hot, a high-quality comment with a large number of words was inadvertently topped. First, according to Figure 6, the sun appears in the southeast of Emerald Island, and the solar altitude angle is at a large value. At the same time, it is now the summer solstice. It is inferred that the island should be located in the northern hemisphere. Secondly, according to the solar altitude calculation formula, the latitude of the direct sun point is decreasing from north to south. This island is probably located between 20 and 30 degrees north latitude. Finally, as shown in Figure 8, the island is adjacent to the Pacific Ocean. According to the direction of the waves, it can be inferred to be west of the Pacific Ocean, as shown in Figure 9. The clouds indicate that the anticyclone ocean circulation is in the reverse direction, so it should be a tropical cyclone unique to East Asia and Southeast Asia. Therefore, it is finally speculated that the island should be located in the South China Sea, and it is very likely to be adjacent to the Philippines. ID Schrodinger's duck. Fuck. Kneeled to the Emperor of Science and Technology, 3 trembling expressions. ID the prodigal son of Bian Cheng. It's terrible. I seem to have suffered a dimensionality reduction blow. I want to return to the second dimension. You people in the 3-dimensional world are too terrifying. ID Kayan Wume Zayajai. Wow, handsome pod at Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Do you have time? Let's have a meal with duck. ID Schrodinger's chicken. The chicken upstairs, can you take me one? 3 sly smiles. ID Chicken Eater. After this comment was topped, everyone was shocked by the netizens' erudition, and at the same time they focused more on the coastal areas of the Philippines and the South China Sea region mentioned by the other party. Because, according to the other party's speculation, this extremely beautiful Emerald Island is likely to be there. At this time, Jiang Cheng kept flipping through the comments. When he saw this comment, he was really shocked. I have to say that there are so many capable people in this world. I can figure out the approximate location of Emerald Island based on a few photos. This kind of logical thinking and reasoning ability is really impressive. However, seeing that the comment area is so hot, Jiang Cheng is still very happy because his and Guan Xiaofai's goals have been achieved, and the first shot of Emerald Island has been completely launched. Jiang Cheng noticed that in just 1 hour, Emerald Island and summer travel destination became hot search words on Weibo. And as the number of participants in the discussion increased, other major Weibo blogs also began reposting Guan Xiaofai's Weibo has made Emerald Island's reputation even more popular. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction, then opened the chat window and discussed with Guan Xiaofai. At present, their first public opinion offensive is undoubtedly a success. It is estimated that their influence will continue for some time. They must make good use of this time to strike while the iron is hot. Otherwise, they will announce the opening after the topic has cooled down. The plan is too late. Guan Xiaofai also agreed with Jiang Cheng's ideas. Therefore, when seeing the popularity of the discussion area reached a certain scale, Guan Xiaofai once again posted a Weibo with the content announcing that Emerald Island will be officially open to the public in half a month, and invitation letters will be sent to people from all walks of life. Anyone who is invited can board the Emerald Island for free and experience the purest and most primitive natural scenery there. Undoubtedly, this is another blockbuster after the release of the Emerald Island landscape photos, pushing the already fiery Emerald Island to the top. Free travel, this is definitely a big deal. All of a sudden, Weibo was full of discussions about the Emerald Island Open Day. When the Weibo discussion about Emerald Island was in full swing, Jiang Cheng had already discussed the first batch of invitation lists with Guan Xiaofai. Considering that the Dream Paradise Resort has just opened and there may be limitations in terms of service, Jiang Cheng does not want to invite too many people because this is likely to cause poor service due to too many people and finally various the problem. So this time, he plans to take the boutique route, invite a small number of people, wait until he has accumulated enough service experience, and then slowly open it to more public. Therefore, after some deliberation, Jiang Cheng made a decision to limit the number of people invited in the first batch to 500 people. As for the people invited, the first category is mainly for major travel agencies in China. The tentative list includes Seat Trip Travel Agency, Tugo Travel Agency, Flying Rabbit Travel Agency, and Caesar Travel Agency and Lufthansa Travel Agency for high-end business travel. These travel agencies can be said to be the most well-known travel service companies in China at present. Inviting them over can build the reputation of Emerald Island on the one hand. On the other hand, they can also use this to reach cooperation intentions with these travel agencies, open to ordinary tourists from China. The second type of people are some well-known travel magazines or well-known travel bloggers, Weibo Big VS, and female anchors on live broadcast platforms. These people have extensive influence in their respective fields and can have a great impact on Emerald Island. Propaganda role. As for the third type of people, well-known actors, singers, and other entertainers who love to travel in the entertainment industry, these people have the largest fan base, and letting them come to Emerald Island is undoubtedly the best way to promote. However, compared to travel agencies and travel magazines, the entertainers of these entertainment circles are obviously the most difficult to invite. Even if the scenery of Emerald Island is charming enough, it is not so easy for them to come here. In this regard, Guan Xiaofai told Jiang Cheng that she could help. Although she is not a member of the entertainment industry, she has also met some well-known directors, producers, and some film and television actors through various channels over the years. If you invite them, you might be able to spread it out in the entire entertainment circle. If there are really artists who want to go, they can open the door to convenience and let these movie stars come to Emerald Island to have a good experience. You know, the current Emerald Island can be said to be a mysterious virgin land. No one has been here yet. If they add a few more fires in the past few days, they can completely turn Emerald Island into a piece of sweet pastry. Those movie stars concerned about it, it is very likely to join in the fun. After all, no one can refuse the beautiful scenery. Jiang Cheng also agreed with Guan Xiaofai's proposal. He is a Chinese, a Filipino, and only studied in China for a few years. The relationship there is really limited, and he can't get in the mysterious and complicated circle of the entertainment industry, so he wants to invite some big stars to come. Emerald Island is really not an easy task. Fortunately, since Guan Xiaofai has her own channels, she has the full authority to handle it, and he is here to enjoy it. In this way, Jiang Cheng and Guan Xiaofai became busy in the next few days. Jiang Cheng is preparing for the upcoming high-end travelers. You should know that Kedu who came to Emerald Island this time will be some heavyweight guests. In order to provide them with the best quality service, he and the staff of Xinghen Hotel, there is still a lot to do. Guan Xiaofai, on the other hand, was busy showing her social circle and influence, and issued unlimited invitations to some directors, producers, or company bosses she was familiar with. Suddenly, the news that Emerald Island was about to open to the outside world spread throughout China from all walks of life. When Weibo was hot, Guan Xiaofai also started her own netting work. Over the years, due to work reasons, she has had the opportunity to travel around the world, visiting many famous mountains, rivers, and polar regions. The endless meandering Dirty Devil River in North America, the magical Colorado Grand Canyon, the Roraima Table Mountain in South America, the mysterious Amazon rainforest, the source of African civilization, the Nile River, the roof of the world, Everest. In short, she has visited almost all the world-famous natural wonders. The rich and colorful travel experience has also allowed her to accumulate a lot of travel experience and contributed many influential recommended articles to the World Geography magazine. It is widely loved by travel enthusiasts and can be called an encyclopedia of the travel world. Through this, Guan Xiaofai also quickly accumulated a lot of popularity. Even in the film and television circles, there are many loyal fans. These movie stars, because they are usually busy at work, once they have free time, they will find opportunities to travel around the world. But the choice of travel destinations makes them more difficult. Therefore, Guan Xiaofai, the living fossil of travel, played a role at a critical moment, recommending many travel destinations for these stars and forging a deep friendship with them. Even because Guan Xiaofai has a good temperament and a hot body, many well-known male stars have expressed their love to her, but she has rejected them. This time, by promoting the Emerald Island, Guan Xiaofai finally had the opportunity to show her deep connections in the entertainment industry. Zhejiang Capital, Hengdian Film and Television Base. On the filming scene of the new Love and Deep Rain TV series, Zhao Liying, who had just finished taking a set of stills, was eating the Zaya Longbao bought by her assistant while carrying her lines seriously. Deep Love and Rain is a classic Qiang Yao drama. When it was first screened in China, it was a household name. It not only won the annual ratings champion for 3 consecutive years, but also won many film and television awards. Even though more than 10 years have passed, during the summer vacation, Mango Channel will still rebroadcast this delicate and lingering romance over and over again. With Zhu ahead, the difficulty of remaking such a TV series can be imagined. Therefore, Zhao Liying, the newly rising mainland Xiaohuadan, has also used his mind and horsepower to study the script day and night to polish the character. Moreover, this drama is close to being finished. At this juncture, she can be described as exhausting, and she can't even take care of eating, just to draw a perfect end to this classic drama that consumes a lot of energy. Those fireworms of her gave a satisfactory explanation. Due to tilde, at this time, the phone rang the WeChat prompt. Hearing the sound, Zhao Liying wrinkled her cute little nose, and it was about the last set of shots. She really didn't want to be disturbed, but thinking that there was still a while, she had the right to rest. I picked up my phone and opened the WeChat app, and found that it was a message from a sister Guan Xiaofai who hadn't contacted for a long time. The acquaintance with Guan Xiaofai was completely a chance encounter. At that time, she had just finished filming the costume drama, 1,000 Bone, with the idea of relaxing. She went to Easter Island, famous for its romantic starry sky scenery. And by chance, she and Guan Xiaofai, who also shot Starry Sky works there, get acquainted. The two are about the same age and both love to travel, so they came and went and became good sisters. Because she was very busy at work, she couldn't travel the world like Guan Xiaofai, and admire the unique scenery everywhere, but Guan Xiaofai would send her every place she went. Some beautiful landscape photos allow her to get a touch of spiritual comfort in her spare time. Therefore, she still cherishes this rare good sister very much. Seeing the news from Guan Xiaofai, Zhao Liying instinctively thought this was where the other party had gone. "Yingbao, are you still filming?" 3 grinning expressions. Seeing Guan Xiaofai's greeting, Zhao Liying smiled and then replied, "Well, there is the last set of shots. It should be finished in 2 days." 3 smiles. "Ah, that's great. We can go and play together again." 3 hooks. Okay, this movie is so tired. I just want to relax. Where can I go?" 3 questioning expressions. "Emerald Island, have you heard of it?" 3 grinning expressions. Zhao Liying frowned when she heard the name Emerald Island. After thinking about it, she realized that she had never heard of it. Although she rarely travels, because of Guan Xiaofai, she often pays attention to some travel magazines and has heard about famous travel islands all over the world. But Emerald Island, she really can't remember at all. "I don't know." 3 crying expressions. Zhao Liying instinctively thought that this was her own ignorance again. "Hey, you can see it on Weibo." 3 smirk expressions. Seeing this news, Zhao Liying suddenly realized that she had been busy filming for this period of time, and she didn't even have time to scan Weibo. It was obvious that she had missed some major news. Thinking of this, Zhao Liying hurriedly opened the Weibo app and immediately saw the 3 words Emerald Island at the top of the hot search list. 5 minutes later, Zhao Liying, who was completely fascinated by the unique and beautiful scenery of Emerald Island, readily accepted Guan Xiaofai's invitation and said that on the day of the Emerald Island Open Day, she must visit on time. After successfully inviting the first big star, Guan Xiaofai also seemed very happy. Next, she opened the WeChat chat directory, and after searching for a while, she saw another ideal target, Chen Kun. In the Chinese entertainment circle, Chen Kun must be indispensable when it comes to travel stars. Chen Kun, who was admitted to the Kyoto Film Academy with the first place in his profession, has starred in many well-known film and television dramas, such as Like Fog, Rain and Wind, Golden Powder Family, Cloud Water Ballad, and so on. With his handsome appearance and superb acting skills, he has won many film and television drama awards, and his career development has been smooth. In addition to the good harvest in the acting career, he is also a star who loves to travel. Based on his personal experience of walking in the Western regions, he published a personal essay collection, Suddenly Went to the Western Regions. Once the book was published, response was overwhelming, and it immediately became a bestseller. It was printed several times in less than 2 months after its launch and won the Southern Reading Most Popular Book Award. How can such a traveler with great influence in travel be missed? Thinking of this, Guan Xiaofai immediately opened the chat interface and sent a message. "Brother Kun, are there any good spots to recommend recently?" The theme of the next issue of the magazine has not been decided yet. I am going crazy with 3 crying emojis. 20 minutes later, I said, "Editor-in-Chief Guan, shall we dress up? You just threw a bombshell on Weibo. You turned your head and ran to me crying. The acting is too full. The whole world owes you an Oscar." 3 admiring expressions. "Hee, I was found by you," with 3 tongue-out expressions. Guan Xiaofai didn't expect that this travel expert, who had never paid much attention to Weibo, knew about Emerald Island, so it was a bit embarrassing. But since the other party knew it, it was just right, saving her some thoughts. Therefore, it is better for her to be straightforward. "Go ahead, what's the matter? It's the Emerald Island. Do you want to go? I have an invitation letter here. The quota is limited. First come, first served. Well, the new album has just been recorded, and I'm looking for time to relax. Send the invitation letter." After inviting 2 heavyweight celebrities in a row, Guan Xiaofai seemed very excited. You must know that it is difficult to meet a big celebrity like this, but she invited 2 at a time. Just thinking about it, she feels good. Guan Xiaofai has already thought about it. After this incident, she must take credit to Jiang Cheng and at least give her a deputy island owner. When she was okay, she went to live on Emerald Island for a while, blowing the sea breeze, basking in the sun, and drinking 2 sips of a big coconut. Well, this kind of life is really wonderful. Thinking of this, Guan Xiaofai narrowed her eyes into flowers, and she was full of energy and vitality. Therefore, she decided to strike while the iron is hot and launch a more powerful offensive against other entertainment stars. Of course, these celebrities are all people with identities, and the methods must be different. For those celebrity friends she knows well, she decides to take a stalking approach and do her best to get them to Emerald Island even and coaxed. For those celebrities who only have a one-sided relationship, the method of casting a net and fishing more is adopted. The other party promises to invite it better. If you disagree, it doesn't matter. Anyway, she has no loss. However, Guan Xiaofai is somewhat confident about the invitation plan this time, because under her careful planning, the current Emerald Island is arguably the hottest topic on the entire internet, and the eyes of countless netizens are all focused there. She believes that those big stars will also pay attention to it. In this way, it will be much easier for her to invite them again. When Guan Xiaofai focused on inviting celebrities, the discussion about Emerald Island on Weibo also rose to another level. In less than 2 days, Guan Xiaofai's 2 Weibo reposts have exceeded 3 million, and the number of likes has exceeded 10 million. Obviously, it is the summer season, and the public has been paying much attention to the topic of tourist destinations. In addition, when encountering such a high-value Emerald Island, the attention is also a natural thing. In this context, some interested people and journalists engaged in gossip work have also begun their behind-the-scenes digging work. They are like wild cats that smell the fishy smell, and they will never let go of such a topic of such high attention. You know, on Weibo, with a volume of more than 1 billion, there are many occupations that depend on it for survival, such as naval forces, news writers, gossip reporters, etc., who use this to make money, so their sense of smell is extremely sensitive, and there is always a hot the topic can't escape their eyes. As a result, a large number of gossip articles, speculation incidents, and even malicious attacks, slander and other news are produced continuously like products on the production line and ultimately consumed by the masses of melaneaters and netizens. The current era is the era of the internet and the fan era. Everything is based on traffic. As long as a large number of fans can be gathered, it means a steady stream of benefits. Therefore, the daily work of these gossip reporters is to focus on topics that are of high concern and then conduct in-depth exploration. As long as they can dig out any valuable information, they can detonate the entire network at once, thereby gaining the attention of massive fans. The news of Emerald Island had not been released long before they had already noticed it. Therefore, while the people who eat melon are still discussing how beautiful the scenery of the Emerald Island is, the major gossip studios have already begun their busy work, and they have begun to investigate this suddenly popular Emerald Island, including its location, and other related information. In particular, when netizen Schrödinger's duck guessed the approximate location of Emerald Island, major gossip reporters swarmed out, all focusing on the South China Sea and the coastal areas of the Philippines. Among them, the fastest movement is the Fengxingzi studio known as China's No. 1 Paparazzi, Imperial Capital, 798 Art District in a dimly lit office. Zhuo Wei sat on his desk, looking at the Weibo in his hand while thinking deeply. As the number 1 paparazzi in China, Zhuo Wei's reputation is not in vain. Compared with those run club reporters who only get red envelopes, he is undoubtedly more professional. The pursuit of news authenticity has led him to believe in the right to know, which obviously also includes the right to know some public figures and public events. It is under this fanatical pursuit that he has successfully captured many valuable entertainment news in the past few years. For example, Wen Zhang's derailment, Dong Zhai's private meeting with Wang Damol, Chen He and Zhang Zixuan's kissing, etc., have also made Fengxingzi Studio's reputation as the most influential entertainment news media in the entire country. It is not luck that Zhuo Wei can make such an explosive news event. In fact, it all comes from his extremely keen sense of news events. When Guan Xiaofai broke out 2 Weibo about Emerald Island in succession and detonated the entire network, he had already smelled the taste of conspiracy. This was a carefully planned public opinion offensive, and the purpose was obviously to make Emerald Island famous. He still sees this rough and plain method very thoroughly, but he doesn't have any other ideas, such as demolition, because it has no value. What he now has a foreboding is that Guan Xiaofai will definitely have other actions in the next time, and the ultimate goal of this series of actions is to slowly uncover the mystery of Emerald Island. It can be said that although this method is rough, it is very effective, which can be seen from the current focus of the entire network on Emerald Island. Zhuo Wai is actually not very curious about Emerald Island's popularity. What makes him really curious is the person hidden behind Emerald Island, or Guan Xiaofai. Judging from his instincts, the other party has spent so much thought, certainly not just thinking about fried red Emerald Island, because in the internet age, although a topic is easy to get hot, it is easy to quickly cool down. If the person behind Emerald Island just wants to fry the red Emerald Island and make a sum of money for tourists, then he will be a little different, because even if he doesn't hype, sitting on such a beautiful island, there are ways to make money. A lot of. Therefore, he instinctively sensed that the people hiding behind Emerald Island must not only want to attract tourists, but the other party should have deeper plans. Thinking of this, Zhuo Wai felt that his whole person was trembling slightly. He felt that he had faintly grasped something terrible. As long as he could dig out the people behind him, he would be able to completely detonate the network and have an explosive effect, even on top of the last Chen He incident. Zhuo Wai's eyes flashed. He no longer wanted to waste time. Kezi, what's wrong, Brother Wai? Feng Qi is another core member of Feng Xingzi studio. One of them is good at riding, and the other is good at sneak shots. It is a perfect match. It is the perfect cooperation of the past few years that allows them to dig out the private information of many celebrities. There is a big fish, let's go. What big fish? Feng Qi was also excited when he heard Zhuo Wai's words. Every time Zhuo Wai said something like this, he knew what heavy information the other party had smelled. If it could be done, it could become a sensational event. And when he sees the news he has unearthed and detonated the entire Chinese entertainment circle, he will feel extremely proud, because this is the supreme pursuit of a journalist. The owner of Emerald Island. Emerald Island, island owner. Hearing the word island lord, Feng Qi was stunned, but he immediately reacted and asked incredulously, Brother Wai, what do you mean? This Emerald Island is a private island. Yes, it is privately owned. Zhuo Wai's tone was calm and his eyes fixed. The reason? The other party used helicopters and professional underwater photography equipment to take so many beautiful portrait photos and landscape photos, and also made such meticulous public relations copywriting. This method of hype with obvious intentions is not like official methods. It can only be done privately. Zhuo Wai's eyes flashed with wisdom, as if he had already seen everything. No way, how could our country give such a beautiful island to others and not keep it for development? Feng Qi shook his head with a look of disapproval. Idiot, who said Emerald Island must be in our country? Zhuo Wai said, breaking the mystery. It wasn't until then that Feng Qi suddenly realized. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he asked mysteriously in a low voice, You mean you are in the Philippines? Zhuo Wai smiled without saying a word, pretending to be profound, turned and walked towards the office door without turning his head back. Tell the brothers to clean up, that there is a big fish to be hooked, and at the same time, let Xiaomai go to book the ticket. Philippines, Port of Samal, Mindanao. The Pacific Ocean cruise ship, full of Xinghen Hotel Group employees, slowly sailed out of the port and entered the Philippine Sea, heading towards Emerald Island at high speed. This mobile hotel, once only a high-level guest could stay, has now become a paradise for the staff of Xinghen Hotel. The cruise ship has become a sea of joy. The beautiful young ladies and handsome little brothers from all major five-star hotels under Xinghen started a carnival feast in the luxurious banquet hall of the Pacific Ocean. Countless drinks, desserts, and delicacies are served on the table like running water. The employees passionately invite cups, sing and dance, show their talents, and vent their excitement. Just a few days ago, they were suddenly informed by the senior management of the hotel that the entire Xinghen group would move to Emerald Island in 3 days, and let them make the decision to stay or leave as soon as possible. After learning the news, these hotel staff were shocked, but more deeply ecstatic. Just kidding, will anyone refuse to go to this heavenly rich place? The reason for this determination is that, in the past few days, the name of Emerald Island has become an existence that no one knows and is all the rage in the Philippines. Gorgeous seas, romantic beaches, coconut groves swaying in the wind, and pure and spotless pristine scenery. All kinds of beautiful scenery like heaven can only appear on an island at the same time, which is deeply shocking to the soul of all Filipinos. Therefore, going to Emerald Island and seeing the natural scenery, there has become the biggest wish of all Filipinos this summer. The Emerald Island incident was first revealed by a well-known internet media in the Philippines. After that, it swept the entire online world with an unstoppable force and became a hot topic for everyone to talk about. Because of this, the staff of Zinghen Hotel were very excited when they learned that their hotel was about to move to such a dreamy place, and they agreed without hesitation, so there was the next carnival. Feast. Obviously, with the prerequisites for Emerald Island's reputation, the overall relocation of Zinghen Hotel has become extremely simple. When the relocation of Zinghen Hotel was intensively and step-by-step, Jiang Cheng, who was in the Beishowen Villa, was not idle. In the past few days, he has spent another $20 million to build a batch of comprehensive service facilities, ready to provide the most perfect and considerate service for the upcoming distinguished tourists. As for the Dream Paradise Resort, he doesn't need to worry too much, because Uncle Lai has already handled the affairs of the Philippines and came to the Dream Paradise Resort to officially take charge of the work. At present, with the opening day of Emerald Island approaching, the discussion on Emerald Island on the internet has become more heated, and the smoke of public opinion has even burned from Weibo to major media platforms, such as Taoxiehao, Deyuhao, Sohu Account, OnePoint, WeChat Public Account, etc. The gossip writers behind the scenes of the major self-media obviously also realized that Emerald Island is a very valuable topic, and they began to dig in depth. Various speculations and gossip news were once raging, which can be said to completely detonate the entire network. At this time, Guan Xiaofei, the initiator, showed her strong public relations ability. Every once in a while, she will publish a list of successful invitations on Weibo, stimulating the fragile nerves of the majority of netizens. Those on the invited list are either rich or expensive. There are CEOs of major listed companies, professional travel writers, contracted travelers, and well-known celebrities on major online media such as Weibo and WeMedia platforms. Then there are some well-known movie stars, and like Zhao Liying, Chen Kun, and other first-line superstars are also on the list. At this time, the entire network was completely boiling. Wow, 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 Yingbao is going to Emerald Island, is it true? ID Yingbao's idiot. Yingbao, when will the wedding with Zhaifeng take place, or else do it together on Emerald Island? 3 Hey expressions. The ID Yinghuo squad leader. Brother Kun, when did you write a book, suddenly swim to the South China Sea with 3 big smiles? ID is stubbornly willful, of course, compared with the celebrities who are cautious about their words and deeds. There are also some invited VIPs who can't wait to show off their invitations on Weibo. I am honored to receive the invitation from Emerald Island. I would like to thank Feifei at Chinese Letter, Chinese Letter, Chinese Letter for the 3 kiss emojis. 2 years ago, I spent 60 million packages on Rigi Island in Maldives and had an unforgettable birthday dinner there. It is still wonderful in retrospect. Looking at the promotional photos of Emerald Island, it seems to be better in terms of natural scenery, which is even more exciting. ID Wang Sichang, the Weibo of the well-known Big V Wang Sichang, is also very lively. Wow, husband, did you say that the place you took me to is Emerald Island? ID smiled like a chrysanthemum. Husband, I want to go too. 3 coquettish expressions. ID's chest surged. My husband stabs me, don't like a boyfriend. ID grass wholesaler. Of course, in addition to a lot of kneeling, licking, begging to support, there are many envy and hatred. At Chinese Letter, Chinese Letter, Chinese Letter, I don't share the enemy of my father. I was born in Wangu's house. Dog day, let's choke shit. ID Akina fell into disrepair. In addition, some people from all walks of life have also posted their invited speeches on Weibo. I am very happy to be invited to Emerald Island as a rural teacher. After seeing the photos of Emerald Island, I feel that my soul has been baptized. 20 years ago, I did the last regretful thing in my life. Now, I decided follow in the footsteps of your heart and go to the Emerald Island to confess your fault. Ma Yun, an ID country teacher. +1. I agree with teacher Ma. As I grow older, I feel more and more empty inside and I have nothing. I took advantage of Miss Feifei's kind invitation this time, hoping to gain something on Emerald Island. ID has nothing, Wang Jianlin. +2. Teacher Ma's words are thought-provoking. I want to say that the last thing I regret in life is not studying hard, entering a good university, receiving a good education, and taking the opportunity of this trip to Emerald Island. To return, I hope that the two bosses will give their advice and support. At Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, at Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. 3 expressions of thanks. ID Wanian Zuzhu Sa Baining. +3. When I received Feifei's invitation, my heart resisted. I am colorblind, which means I can't tell whether the scenery is beautiful or not, but in the end I decided to go. To be honest, go to Emerald Island not because of it. How beautiful it is, because I don't know if it is beautiful or not. I just instinctively think that this is a piece of sacred land on earth, where the soul can be found. ID Liu Dongqiang. +4. I was born in an ordinary family since I was a child, and I have never had the opportunity to travel to such a beautiful island. This time I visit the Emerald Island, I want to make up for my childhood shortcomings. ID Ma Hueteng. Fuck. Everyone stop me. I can't control how many I send. 3 crazy expressions. The ID generation poor monk. You guys are awesome. I can't wait for ordinary folks and vulgar children to catch up. At Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, at Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, at Chinese letter, 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 at Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, at Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. ID dung out the boy. Dog days, let's choke on shit. ID Akina fell in love. In front of the fancy show-off of these big guys, a crowd of netizens knelt down and bowed down. Taking advantage of his free time, Jiang Cheng would also check on Weibo. As a crowd eating melons, he felt a sense of pride in his heart when he saw the hot scene on the internet. After all, he is the owner of Emerald Island. Of course, Jiang Cheng also thought about revealing the identity of his island owner. This would definitely add a handful of firewood to the already popular network. However, Jiang Cheng remained cautious about the disclosure of his identity. First, he was low-key and didn't want to be too public. Second, he had his own concerns. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, his second-generation status, coupled with sitting on such a beautiful island, is not surprising. However, only Jiang Cheng himself knew that the island under his feet was actually more like a big stove, almost scorching him. Around Emerald Island, there are wolves, tigers, and leopards everywhere, and those naval bases with an unimaginable military strength, but like giant beasts crawling on the sea, have been staring at him in secret. Don't look at him now living comfortably, making Emerald Island up and down. But if the opponent is forced to tear his face and show his fangs, then he is not enough to die for 9 lives. Therefore, Jiang Cheng still intends to take the path of awkward development without overly revealing his identity. But he also knows that this kind of thing can't be concealed. Instead of this, it's better to let the flow go. After watching a good show of a group of big guys and many netizens tearing B, Jiang Cheng opened the private message and sent a message to Guan Xiaofei. Feifei, well done. Come to me in a few days to receive the reward, 3 smirk expressions. A few minutes later, Guan Xiaofei sent a reply. Indecent. Ha 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 ha. How about it? Has the invitation list been sorted out? Prior to this, Jiang Cheng had negotiated with Guan Xiaofei that in order to provide the first batch of tourists with the highest quality service and build the reputation of Emerald Island, it is best to set the number of invitations within 500 people. Woo, not yet, but 400 people have already been invited. Let me work harder. That's hard work, 3 cheering expressions. After exiting Weibo, Jiang Cheng quickly drove Zhao Hai to the staff apartment of Xinghan Hotel in Shanghuan. In the past few days, the employees of Xinghan Hotel have successively arrived at Emerald Island by the Pacific Ocean and have been arranged into the 7 Batlow apartments, officially starting their life on Emerald Island. The employees of Xinghan Hotel like living in such a unique Western-style apartment. In private, they even gave the apartment a very vivid name, Big Wave. The current Big Wave has begun to take shape, with all kinds of living and entertainment facilities available. Employees can relax and rest well in addition to daily business training, which has also stimulated their enthusiasm for work. As the opening day of the Dream Paradise Resort is approaching, it is obvious that these experienced hotel staff have entered the working state early and always show their most professional and considerate service attitude. Regarding this, Jiang Cheng was delighted in his heart and would often go to the Big Wave to inspect, by the way, to express condolences to those beautiful young ladies from Thailand, the Philippines, Malaysia, and other Southeast Asian countries. When Jiang Cheng was sympathetic to the people in the Big Wave, Guan Xiaofai, who was far away in China, was caught in a dilemma. These days, due to the announcement of the Emerald Island, her name can be said to be completely popular throughout the internet, because everyone knows that Guan Xiaofai is actually the spokesperson of Emerald Island. Being close to her means that she can get the ticket to board the Emerald Island. So almost overnight, her Weibo followers increased from 8.76 million at the beginning to nearly 40 million. This number of fans is already comparable to those superb film and television stars. However, with the rise of fame, troubles followed. Because there are so many people who want to go to Emerald Island, all of the famous artists and people from all walks of life throw an olive branch to her. Some celebrities who had only had one-side relationship before also asked her tactfully whether they could get an invitation letter. Guan Xiaofai treats this differently. Some people who really like to travel and have a good reputation will also agree to it. However, for those outdated celebrities or parallel artists who obviously want to take the opportunity to hype themselves, the quota is limited, rejected by euphemism. However, there are too many people asking her for invitation letters, and there are no shortage of first-line film and television stars, directors, big names, and CEOs and presidents of major listed companies. This made her embarrassed, and she didn't know how to choose. However, it seems impolite to procrastinate in this way. So after some hesitation, she bit the bullet and opened the list of private messages and began to reply patiently one by one. No matter how these people are, they are also stars. Although they are a little overwhelmed now, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not bloom again in the future. Therefore, she can only reply in a tactful tone and make a promise. When the second batch of invitation lists are opened, Emerald Island will definitely send an invitation to it. Embarrassing and polite. Sister Zhao Wei, I have always liked you very much, and now I still watch the TV series you starred in every summer, hee. But I'm really sorry, Emerald Island can only come up with a small number of places this time, and they have been booked in advance. One time, hee. I will definitely invite you next time, I love you. 3 kiss expressions. Sister Bingbing, I saw your latest news and earned 800 million yuan. Now it's red and purple, hee. But I'm really sorry, Emerald Island can only offer a small number of places this time, and all have been booked in advance next time, hee. I will definitely invite you next time, love you, 3 kisses. Brother Wang Feng, I'm sorry, I snatched your headlines, hee. But I'm really sorry. Emerald Island can only come up with a small number of places this time, and they have all been booked in advance. Next time, hee, next time, I will invite you once, I love you, and 3 kisses. Brother Fa, stay at home when you are old, just kidding, hee. But I'm really sorry, Emerald Island can only come up with a small number of places this time, and they have all been booked in advance. Next time, hee. I will definitely invite you next time. I love you, 3 kisses. In this way, Guan Xiaofei patiently responded to the private messages in the inbox politely. At this time, there was a sudden ding-dong and another private message came over. Guan Xiaofei frowned slightly at the familiar reminder. These days, she received tens of thousands of private messages, and she was almost stunned by the bombing, so when she heard this voice, she felt helpless. If this continues, she won't want to do other things these days. But in the end, she opened the private message. As a result, when she saw the name of the person in the private message, her face first showed an unusually happy expression, but then turned into a complex color. Huh, smelly Feifei, I'm not okay with you. Why do others have invitations, but I don't? 3 angrily expressions. At the same time, Myanmar, Yangon, the filming location of the youth literary film The Rainy Season, Peninsula Hotel. Su Kaiyan hugged her mobile phone and lay down on the big bed of the luxurious suite, with her 2 tender white feet cocked and swayed. They looked very cute and playful, without the appearance of a goddess of literature and art at all. Su Kaiyan, graduated from Kyoto Film Academy, made her debut on the screen with the movie Scent of Love in her junior year. With her pure appearance and true acting skills, she won the Best Newcomer Award of the Huaguo Film Critics. Since then, she has successively appeared in the pure love movies Summer Whispers and Say I Love You Through the Rain, directed by the famous director Zhang Qin, and achieved good box office results, which established her position in the domestic film industry in one fell swoop. Last year, she won the Best Actress at the 51st Asia Pacific Film Festival. People in the circle have highly regarded her, and some even compare her to Sophie Marceau of China. Su Kaiyan's film is full of a unique temperament unconsciously. Even if the film is flawed, people will unconsciously ignore it. Dubbin film critic, Su Kaiyan has a pair of charming big eyes, and his appearance is tender and charming. Entertainment Weekly, Kaiyan is not like a real person at all. In my eyes, she is a person who walked out of the movie. Famous film critic Zhu Liming. The acting is superb and natural, with a sweet smile. Asia Film News, since Su Kaiyan entered the industry, although his works are few, each one is a boutique. The youth literary film The Rainy Season, which was just taken at the beginning of the year, has not yet been released, but it has been rated as the best film of the year by many film websites. This time when I came to Yangon, I came here for the shooting. Living in a foreign country, there are many inconveniences in life. When filming is boring, Su Kaiyan can only stay in the hotel. Moreover, it is the rainy season in Yangon. The heavy rain has lasted for 7 days, and director Zhang Qin is known for his harshness. All the scenes must be completed in heavy rain. No, Su Kaiyan, who had just received the rain baptism, immediately returned to the hotel accompanied by his assistant. After drinking a cup of strong tea, he had time to relax and read Weibo. However, as soon as she opened Weibo, she discovered that Emerald Island was hot on the internet, so she also found some pictures of Emerald Island to browse. I have to say that this Emerald Island embedded in the blue sea is really beautiful, just like heaven. She has been filming at home and abroad for so many years, and has also been to many well-known islands, but compared with Emerald Island, there is undoubtedly a huge difference. Therefore, when browsing the photos of Emerald Island, she had already decided in her heart that when she left Yangon after taking the scene in a few days, she must drop by and relax there. However, when she searched, she was shocked to find that she needed an invitation letter to go to Emerald Island. What shocked her even more was that all the invitations came from her best girlfriend, Guan Xiaofei. But she never received any invitations from beginning to end, and the other party did not even mention them to her. When she saw on Weibo again, after a group of Weibo big VS were showing off their invitations in a fancy way, Su Kaiyan felt so depressed in her heart. What a Guan Xiaofei. The two have been best friends since junior high school. Later, because of different ambitions, one was admitted to Yenching University, and the other was admitted to Kyoto Film Academy. Although their hobbies are different, it does not hinder their deep friendship. Even if their friendship was not affected at all because of a certain man, it was still as good as a person. However, the affairs of Emerald Island made her feel that her young heart had been betrayed, so she sent a private message angrily. On the other side, Guan Xiaofei, who was looking at Su Kaiyan's private messages, looked embarrassed. As her best girlfriend, how could she not give her an invitation? The reason for not doing so is all because the other party and Jiang Cheng have such an unspeakable relationship. Different from the ambiguity between her and Jiang Cheng, Kaiyanqian and Jiang Cheng really used to be a sensational couple. But later, for some unknown reason, the love affair between the two of them both fell into a huge emotional end. Jiang Cheng seemed to have been greatly affected, and he agreed to drop out of school and returned to the Philippines. Therefore, she couldn't imagine how her good best friend would react when she learned that the master of Emerald Island was actually Jiang Cheng. It was also because of this uncertainty that she automatically ignored Su Kaiyanqian when she decided to invite her. Unexpectedly, the other party finally found out. After some difficult hesitation, Guan Xiaofai still gave Kaiyanqian an invitation letter. Of course, her reply was, "That invitation letter has been reserved for baby Kaiyanqian a long time ago, but it's just too busy lately to send it out." Hearing this reply, Su Kaiyanqian smiled and accepted the invitation excitedly, and generously forgave Guan Xiaofai, but at the same time warned her that if you have something good in the future, you must send it to her as soon as possible, otherwise she will cry. Seeing Su Kaiyanqian's warning, Guan Xiaofai couldn't laugh or cry. No way, for this dead girl, she can't do anything about it. In the eyes of outsiders, Su Kaiyanqian is the perfect literary goddess, but in her opinion, the other party is no different from a little girl who grew up. She is savage and willful. If she really dares not to give the other party an invitation letter, she believes this death the girl will never let her go. As for Kaiyanqian, when she met Jiang Cheng on the Emerald Island, she didn't bother to care about what would happen afterwards. Anyway, this was their own business, and she did nothing. One sent out the invitation and the other accepted the invitation. It had nothing to do with her. Yes, it is like that. After thinking about it this way, Guan Xiaofai felt relieved and started to screen his own list again. After careful selection, she sent dozens of invitations to a group of film and television newcomers. As for the last remaining 30 precious spots, they were also given to the film crew that has been in the limelight recently, little times 5. The Age of Krypton and Gold. To say that among the movies to be released this year, the most anticipated by the audience, apart from The Rainy Season, starring Kaiyanqian Beiyabao, is another masterpiece, Little Era 5, The Age of Kryptonium, directed by the famous writer Guo Jingming. The film is written and directed by Guo Jingming himself, with potential new stars Chen Wensheng and Aoyang Nana starring, as well as Yang Mai, Qi Zhengxi, and other big names to help out. It can be described as a strong team. As it is an adaptation of a well-known novel, as early as the shooting stage, this fashion drama has won the attention of a large number of netizens and book fans. It is regarded as the topic movie king of this year. There are even die-hard fans claiming that the masterpiece of director Guo is enough to compete for this year's Oscars. Grand prize. The fans' tone, although it sounds arrogant, but director Guo has been silent about it and seems to be very confident in his heart. Recently, it is said that the film has finished its post-production and is preparing to release it at the right time. It is now preparing for publicity work to build momentum for the film. Therefore, after hearing about the upcoming opening of Emerald Island, Guo Dao took the initiative to contact Guan Xiaofai and asked her for a quota of 30 people, preparing to hold a celebration party on Emerald Island. Hearing that the most talked-about film crew recently asked for a quota, Guan Xiaofai was also very generous and did not hesitate to give all the final quota to the small era crew, and even promised them that they would definitely contact the management staff of Emerald Island and work together. Help them make this celebration party a success. In this way, the invitation list of 500 people is all finalized. 3 days later, Hong Kong City, Chek Lap Kok International Airport, a Boeing 737 narrow-body passenger plane took off slowly, heading east all the way towards the Philippine waters. The narrow cabin was full of passengers from mainland China, all of whom were the first to be invited to the Emerald Island for the open day. No way, Emerald Island has only one 4 C-class airport for the time being, which can only dock small and medium-sized passenger planes, so their distinguished guests have to feel wronged. Fortunately, the flight time is not long, and they can accept it for the beautiful scenery. In the corner, a white-skinned girl with big eyes wearing a khaki straw hat, a white top and blue suspenders, is sitting by the window looking around curiously. This girl is Feng Timo, the anchor of Daoyu. Different from being playful and lively in the live broadcast room, at this time she appeared clever and smart, keeping her body as small as possible and sitting quietly, because the people on this flight are either rich or expensive. In addition to the CEOs of major listed companies, there are also some well-known first-line celebrities. In her eyes, each is an existence worth looking up to. Although she is well known in the live broadcast industry, but still dare not be too high profile in front of these real bosses. So after boarding the plane, she has always maintained this well-behaved appearance. Timo glanced at her right hand. The famous national husband Wang Sichong was sitting next to her, but she didn't know what the other party did last night. She seemed very tired and fell asleep on the back of the chair as soon as she got on the plane. Update, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Listening to the vague dreams in Wang Sichong's mouth, Feng Timo blinked his eyes wide, revealing a trace of doubt. Update? Oh, the other party should be chasing a certain online novel, so urge the author to update it quickly, right? That's right, it must be so. Today's online novel authors are too unconscionable, either judging or eunuchs without any professional ethics. Timo spit out her cute tongue, turned her head back, and quietly took out the iPhone XS Max mobile phone from her Chanel bag, put it on the stand, and opened the Daoyu Live app. No way. After accepting the invitation of Emerald Island, she promised her fans that she would broadcast the whole process of going to Emerald Island for them. So, being a female anchor is also very tiring, but fortunately she is dedicated enough. With a sigh, Timo expertly logged into his account and entered the room name. Next stop, Emerald Paradise. As soon as I opened the live broadcast room, a dozen barrage popped up on the screen before adjusting the viewing angle. Timo tilde, wow, Mo Bao is so early today. Haha, move a small bench and look at the legendary Emerald Island. Hey, where is this? It seems to be in the cabin. Hey, wait, what's the situation? The person next to me is so familiar, let me think about it. Fuck, that's Wang Sichong, right? Wow, what did I see? It's my husband, hey, that's not right, Mo Bao. Why would my husband sleep next to you? Mo Bao, have you even fallen? Don't Suddenly, the entire live broadcast room was plunged into madness because of Wang Sichong's appearance. Numerous Iron fans cried out and berated Wang Sichong for extending the magic hand to his goddess. On the other hand, some fans turned from love to hatred. Their fans turned black in an instant and began to ridicule and abuse mercilessly. At this time, Timo had just sorted out his bag, and when he looked back, he saw the misty scene in the live broadcast room. He immediately adjusted the angle of view. At the same time, he whispered innocently, "No, everyone misunderstood. I just happened to sit on him, just by your side, I can't blame it." After hearing what Timo said, everyone finally realized. Haha, let me just say my Mobile can't be so superficial. That's right, where did those sprays go? Come out and kowtow to apologize. The housekeeper killed those crazy dogs just now. Timo, puff, puff. In addition to these people who support Timo and denounce the spray, several local fans have already made gifts in the live broadcast room to show their loyalty. The Seal Duke of ID Timo rewards Anchor Rocket X20. ID Chen Xiao I67, Viscount, rewards Anchor Rocket X2. ID Lai Ji to Die Knight, rewards Anchor U-Ball X10,000. Thank you all for the present. In the following time, Timo chatted with fans in the live broadcast room in a low voice, and she would turn the phone camera to other parts of the cabin from time to time. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw a group of gangsters who are usually rare, all appeared in their sight, they suddenly exploded. Fuck, that's Jack Ma, shrink in the seat to eat instant noodles, I almost can't see it. Shocked, the richest man in the past is now down, the tiger can eat instant noodles in the cabin. Hey, really, there is also Ma Hueteng, who is also eating instant noodles. The two old horses in the IT world, they hungry enough to eat? Look at the left, that's Wang Jianlin, my husband. Liu Dongqiang, you colorblind, you return my milk tea girl. Okay, that's all right now. The F4 of the Chinese costume force is ready. You can start your performance. In this way, while discussing the VIPs in the cabin in the live broadcast room, time slowly passed. Wow, what a beautiful island. At this moment, Timo inadvertently turned his head and looked out the window. And then his eyes widened, and he let out a cry of wonder. Thanks to the two book friends Diane Feng Zhao Quang Xiao and Long Dai for their reward of 500 starting points. As well as Zhen, Feng Hua, Little Old Devil Boy, Half Paper Love Letter, The Other Side of the Earth, Salted Fish Turning Over the Land, and Repairing the Car from the Tail of the Crane, Skeleton Head SKN, Buddhist Tycoon, Lonely Man in Another World, Fake Book Fan, Jayo Yazi, Super Dumb Mouse, Mecha Empire, Evil Beggar, Crooked Buddha, Black Etiquette, No Clothes, Tao Sai, Thank You La Tilda Tilda. Wow, has the Emerald Island arrived? Mo Bao, turn your perspective, I want to see Emerald Island. Hee, it's finally here, take a small bench. At this time, Timo adjusted the phone in due course, aiming the screen out of the porthole. Under the azure blue sky, the vast sea is like a pure blue canvas, endless in the pure blue tones. A lush green island is inlaid like emeralds. As the line of sight is drawn closer, one can clearly see that the island is full of other colors. White winding rivers, red and black volcanic columns, colorful lagoons, and endless golden sandy beaches surrounding the islands. The sea breeze has blown away the clouds and mist floating over the island, and a colorful picture of nature is slowly unfolding before you. Wow, so beautiful. Is this the Emerald Island? It's more real than the photos. It really is a paradise on Earth. I feel my eyes are pregnant. Ooh, when can someone like me who have no money and no reputation be able to board the Emerald Island to see? In the live broadcast room, everyone was attracted by the unique natural scenery of Emerald Island, leaving behind a shock. In the cabin, other people also noticed the scenery outside the window and exclaimed. For a while, the entire cabin fell into chaos. After a while, this flight from Hong Kong City finally landed slowly on the runway of Hongwen Airport in the expectation of everyone. The hatch opened, and a crowd of big men filed out. You pushed me and shoved, no longer caring about the image. Ha, the scenery here is really good. This time it didn't come in vain. Ma Yun was the first to squeeze out of the cabin with his short stature. When he saw the beautiful island scenery in front of him, he immediately opened his arms and exclaimed, Teacher Ma, keep a low profile. Didn't you come to confess? Ma Huiting, the second squeezed-out head of Tencent, said with a calm smile on his face. Yeah, why did I forget, hey? It seems I am still guilty. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone behind them also smiled. After all, everyone knows that on such a beautiful island, there is no mood to really confess. So everyone walked off the gangway and came to the runway of the airport. Unlike other airports they have visited before, this Hongwen Airport is close to the sea, and you can clearly feel the beautiful scenery of the island. In the distant coastline, the waves are shallow, and the golden beaches are constantly beating, and the sea breeze is blowing by, refreshing, and the exhausting journey of more than an hour is all swept away at this moment. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help taking out their phones. Kaka took a photo of the surrounding scenery and then posted it on Weibo. It's better to see it at first sight. The Emerald Island is really like a paradise. However, when I came here, I felt more and more sinful. It seems that this trip of repentance needs to be prolonged in due course. Ma Yun, an ID country teacher. The only thing in the world that can be earned without labor is poverty. The only thing that can be made out of nothing is dreams. And the only place where color blindness can be cured is Emerald Island. My color blindness is cured. I am complete. ID Liu Dongqiang. I decided to spend 600 million packs on Emerald Island and host this year's birthday dinner here. ID Wang Sichong. At Chinese letter Chonger, don't be impulsive. Let's let Dad celebrate your birthday this year. ID has nothing to do with Wang Jianlin. When a group of big guys were taking pictures and posting on Weibo, there was a sudden roar in the distance. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their heads in doubt and looked in the direction of the sound source. I saw the end of the airport runway, slowly coming one by one cool supercars. There are more than 100 cars. You can't see it at a glance. Each of these supercars of various colors is a brand new, streamlined luxury body, coupled with cool color painting. Make them look shocked to the extreme. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but drop their jaws. At this time, Timo also happened to show the fans the beautiful scenery of Emerald Island. After hearing the sound, he immediately adjusted his sight and aimed at the slowly approaching steel torrent. My God, are these all supercars? Really, it's so cool. Fuck, how many cars are there? Mobao, are you going to Emerald Island? How do I feel that you have gone to Dubai, a local tyrant? Awesome. Awesome means that I have never seen so many sports cars in my life. What kind of sports car is this? Does anyone know? From the appearance, it looks like the Hennessy Viper series, but I only drove the Viper F2, which is not the same. The big guy is awesome. I only saw poisonous snakes in the back mountain of my house, and it's different from this. Seeing so many luxury sports cars, the people in the live broadcast room climaxed in an instant, and they were amazed. Mobao, do you know who exactly this Emerald Island belongs to? Why is it such a big show? Is it a local tyrant or a Saudi prince? When someone asked, Timo blinked his eyes in confusion and said in a low voice, I don't know. This time I can come here because of Sister Feifei's invitation. As for who the island belongs to, she didn't say, but she can do it once. With so many luxury sports cars, it's not a simple person to come, right? I heard from the big guys in the same industry who said that this time it was the owner of the Emerald Island who invited us. I guess I can see it in a while. When talking, dozens of luxury sports cars of various colors were already lined up and stopped in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, walked down from the car, a slender, well-dressed lady of manners. These courtesy ladies are all beautiful and beautiful, with warm smiles on their faces. Regardless of their figure, appearance, and temperament, they are absolutely superior. After they walked down, they came to the guests very politely and invited them into the car. At this time, a lady of courtesy with high nose and big eyes, from the appearance of Arab descent, slowly came to Timo, smiled, and made a pleased gesture to signal her to get in the car. Wow, what a beautiful lady. Please introduce Mobao. I'm sorry, I feel I'm in love again. It's over. Mobao was humiliated, and his height was only up to the waist of my little sister. Nonsense, at least to the chest. Mobao, please raise your phone's eyesight. I can't see Miss Sister's face anymore. Hey, your willpower is too weak. A foreign girl made you feel confused, Mobao. Come on, puff puff. Miss Sister is at least 175 meters tall and has a chest circumference of at least 36D. The identification is complete. Mobao doesn't cry. Although we don't have 36D, we have an airport. Yes, Mobao, come on. Come on. Following the fans' complaints, Timo walked toward her luxurious car with a depressed expression. There is no way, compared with the young lady in front of her. She is a bit embarrassed. She is not as tall as others. And even her appearance is far worse. Compared with each other, he is like a soil bun crawling out of a trench. Depressed, Timo responded with a polite smile and got into the car following the gesture of the young lady. Mobao, don't point your phone at you. Hurry up and adjust your sight. I want to look inside the car. Agree. +1, +2. Plus 10,086, Timo rolled his eyes. These unscrupulous gangs used to take care of themselves in every way when they were in the live broadcast room, but when they saw the beauties of luxury cars, they completely forgot about themselves. However, in the end, she focused her perspective on the interior of the car. Wow, it's a handsome guy driving. What a handsome little brother. I beg to support you. I'm in love again. P.S. I'm a man. Fuck, no way. Have you noticed that this car is a strange structure? Why, I have never seen it before. Hey, yes, what is that T-shaped handle joystick? Fuck, that's right. Isn't this a joystick for flying a plane? Why did you get into the car? Also, have you noticed that the interior of this car is a bit like the cockpit of an airplane? Let me go. What kind of black technology is this? When fans in the live broadcast room were shocked by this quirky supersports car, the other bigwigs who boarded together were also dumbfounded. To say that they have a wealth of wealth, it is not difficult to buy a supercar. They have seen many of the world's top sports cars, but they have never seen this kind of car with a cockpit. However, self-reliant of their identity, they obviously dare not express their inner surprise, so they can only pretend to be gestures and remain silent. In one of the dark gray supercars, the national husband Wang Xikong stared straight at the cockpit ahead, with a curious look in his eyes. To be honest, in the entire circle of Chinese aristocratic sons, I am afraid that no son has dared to say that he is richer than him, and he has driven countless sports cars, including limited edition Aston Martin and Koenigsegg 1, and other well-known supercars. But I have to say that the super sports car in front of him really opened his eyes and felt that he was UT for the first time. Of course, not because of how luxurious the supercar is, but because of its unique cockpit design. Is there such a supercar? It's amazing. However, he would naturally not say it, otherwise it would be too shameful. So after thinking about it for a while, he chatted with the pretty lady of etiquette next to him in an extremely plain tone. Well, this car is not bad. It looks a bit similar to the McLaren P1 I bought last month, but I don't know how fast it is. From the outside just now, the wheels seem to be very small. I guess they can't run fast. I don't know what the designer thinks. In addition, this seat doesn't seem to be very comfortable to sit on. It would be nice to change to a high-quality leather. Listening to Wang Xi pointing at the car from time to time, the etiquette lady who knew the truth of this luxurious car could only hold back her smile and nod her head with a smile. Since coming to Emerald Island for more than half a month, she has received many special etiquette trainings in order to provide the most considerate service to tourists who come here. Therefore, even though she knows the true capabilities of this sports car, she still strives to maintain a sincere smile on her face out of professionalism and respect for the guests. My McLaren P1, it only takes 2 seconds to accelerate to 100 kilometers, that speed. Before Wang Xichang finished speaking, he found that the driver's little brother in the cab had suddenly made a series of unusual actions, which made him stare at him for an instant. I saw my little brother arching the bow with both hands, in a posture similar to a professional trader, dazzlingly tapped on the huge screen in front of him, then stretched out his right hand and pushed up the joystick beside him. Okay, damn it. What kind of sow operation is this TM? Is this the F1 car failed? Otherwise, why is the operation method so nasty? The next moment, in Wang Xichang's surprised eyes, he saw that the little brother pushed the joystick to the end, and then turned what looked like a steering wheel in his hand. Boom! After a violent roar, the body shook slightly from side to side. Seeing this scene, Wang Xichang was completely shocked. He is so knowledgeable, he seems to have realized something. This TM doesn't seem to be a car, right? Fuck, shameful. At this time, Wang Xichang stretched out his hand and covered his face, wishing to find a place to sew in. When he was in China, no matter who he was with, he was always the only one to pretend, but he didn't expect to have a big embarrassment when he arrived at Emerald Island. Fortunately, he just said arrogantly to the beauties around him how many luxury sports cars he owns, how powerful his performance is, and the other person has been holding back a smile. Hey, I'm planted. Wang Xichang sighed in his heart, feeling that his fame was ruined. He now only hopes that the young lady around him will not tell his embarrassment. Otherwise, he will not be able to mess around in the entertainment industry. This Jiwei secretary can be regarded as the first one. When Wang Xichang was nervous, things really happened as he expected. This luxury sports car unexpectedly slowly opened a pair of seagull-like wings and then slowly flew up. At the same time, Wang Xichang also heard bursts of exclamation outside the window. Obviously, those big guys were also deeply shocked by this kind of flying car. However, when he heard one of the familiar voices, he almost vomited blood with anger, wishing to slam his head on the car window. Ha 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 ha. Xichang, look at it. This sports car can actually fly. It's different from the sports cars you bought before. That's right. This voice was made by Wang Xichang's father, Wang Jianlin, chairman of Wanda Group. This person who was placed outside, who could definitely be called a big boss, was shocked by a flying car. At this moment, Wang Xichang in the car bowed his head and blushed and kept meditating in his heart. I don't know him, I don't know him. In addition to the invited guests who were shocked by the flying car, the fans who were in the Timo Live studio were all shocked. Hey, are these cars flying? Let me go. What did I see? A car that can fly or a plane that can run? What kind of black technology is this TM? Mom, come and see the handy machine with me. No, it's a gray car. 666, Emerald Island is awesome. I've seen a lot. In fact, flying cars have been developed in some developed countries for many years. However, due to various difficulties, they have not yet been able to form commercial functions. I don't know how these flying cars on Emerald Island are produced. Impossible. If it is countries like the United States, why didn't they bring it out? and I have only seen some image materials of concept-level flying cars, and I really haven't seen the real thing. On the top floor, flying cars are an idealized means of transportation. Although countries are studying, there are difficulties in technical means, such as suitable engines, and how to maintain their safety and stability. These flying cars from Emerald Island, looking at it, it has obviously overcome these technical problems and has commercial functions that can be widely promoted. The one I want to see most now is the owner of Emerald Island, Sheena, God and Man. +1, +2, plus 10,086, the barrage in the live broadcast room rolled over, and everyone was impressed by the owner of the Emerald Island, who had never met. At this time, Timo had just recovered from the shock. While adjusting her perspective, she pointed the phone lens along the car window to the outside. She wanted her fans to feel the Emerald Island, the magic. In the following time, the flying cars carried their respective guests and flew towards the next destination. From the ground, the sky above the entire Emerald Island seems to have become a shocking sight only in a science fiction blockbuster. Dozens of luxurious flying cars of various colors are lined up in the sky, densely packed, appearing extremely spectacular. And following these shocking scenes, when they spread to China through the live broadcast room of Timo and the Weibo of other bigwigs, more netizens and ordinary people quickly saw this place on Emerald Island through various channels. A shocking scene. They did not expect that the most eye-catching Emerald Island in recent days, in addition to having the most pristine natural scenery, also has the most high-end and cutting-edge technology products. This is not only a paradise on Earth, but also a city of science and technology connected to the future. The number of viewers in Timo's live broadcast room has risen from the initial hundreds of thousands to several million in an instant, and Daoyu's servers are also tending to be crowded. Fortunately, the technicians at Daoyu's headquarters enabled the backup server in time to successfully survive the crisis. On the Internet of China, the discussion about Emerald Island once again set off another wave of crazy climax. Weibo, Self-Media, Taiba, QQ groups, WeChat groups, Moments, etc. are all reporting the magic of Emerald Island, where people spread some pictures and videos of Emerald Island through various network means, and at the same time feel this charming island that has suddenly become popular. Suddenly, Emerald Island has become a dream paradise in the hearts of all Chinese people. When the storm started in China, Timo and the big guys were already riding in a flying car, crossing the sky above Emerald Island and slowly stopping in a beautiful bay. After everyone got out of the car, they still felt a little soft in their legs and feet. What had just happened was so shocking that they hadn't reacted yet. This place is too advanced. In this pristine land with unique scenery, they feel the great charm of future technology. Along the way, they overlooked this land where primitive and modern blended from the air. All kinds of modern buildings and facilities are one after another, and they are all built with environmentally friendly materials. These buildings blend well with the scenery here. One, without spoiling its original beauty. Obviously, this is a city built after careful design. Here, everything seems so natural, green mountains and green water blend, nature blends with the city. It is indeed a paradise on Earth. All kinds of words of admiration took root in the hearts of all the bigwigs, making them completely fall in love with Emerald Island in just half an hour. When the big guys were amazed, they had been taken by the front staff and slowly came to appear. Huh, is that a cruise ship? At this moment, a little meat star walking behind, wondering what he found, suddenly exclaimed. Hearing the call, everyone raised their heads and looked forward. At the end of the line of sight, on the side of the pier, a huge super-luxury cruise ship appeared, standing like a behemoth. It is hundreds of meters long and as high as a dozen stories high. The entire cruise ship is covered in dark blue paint and looks like a huge whale from a distance. Ha ha, I like it more and more now. It seems that our owner of the island is really proud. It's not bad to get such a big ship to let us stay in. I remember the last time I ate with the old man Buffett. It was on his Carnival cruise ship. That felt. It was so. Ma Yun, who was walking in the front, grinned, praised the luxury cruise ship in front of him, and at the same time acted forcing him. Carnival Cruise Line? I remember that Fincantieri shipyard can only produce 3 ships a year, and I don't know where this one came from. Ma Huiting beside him also expressed his opinion. Yes, when I went to Italy last month, I visited the Fincantieri shipyard, by the way, and prepared to order one, but the other party said that it would be 5 years from now at the earliest. It's a shame, but it's fine now. I was fortunate to have a glimpse of the elegance of this luxurious cruise ship. Wang Jianlin smiled and shook his head, with regrets on his face. When the big guys kept talking about each other, others stood aside with embarrassment and said nothing. No way, no matter how rich they are, they can't compare with the few people in front of them, and luxury cruise ships are not something they can afford, and they can't even intervene. In this way, everyone walked towards the luxury cruise ship silently while listening to the pretense of several bigwigs. After entering the luxury cruise ship, they were taken by the hostess to a luxurious lobby on the 3rd floor and finally met the senior management of Emerald Island, a middle-aged man who claimed to be Lai Zhiyuan. According to the other party, since Emerald Island currently has only one airport, all invited guests cannot arrive at the same time. The latest flight will arrive at 7 p.m. Therefore, their first group of guests can travel around the Emerald Island first, and there will be special service personnel to provide them with vehicles. At the same time, they can choose a luxurious suite on this cruise ship in advance. As for the owner of the Emerald Island, he will officially meet with you tomorrow and will bring everyone a big gift worth looking forward to. Hearing Lai Zhiyuan's words, everyone who came to the scene couldn't help showing a trace of confusion. To say that with their current status, did they want anything valuable, and what else could be expected? So in their hearts, they couldn't help but feel very surprised at this mysterious island owner. But along the way, they have seen the difference of Emerald Island, not only the beautiful scenery, but also the most cutting-edge technology products, and the latter is what really shocked them. Because of this, they didn't show any expression of dissatisfaction when they heard that they still couldn't see the mysterious island owner today. In this way, in a pleasant atmosphere, these big brothers who had first come to the Emerald Island began their first meal. Philippines, Mindanao, outside Victoria Manor. Inside an old Jeep, Feng Qi looked tired, holding a Canon XC camcorder with a teleconverter, and pointed it at the distant villa door through the window glass. The sneak shots of the past few days have made him exhausted. He didn't even eat a hot meal without talking about black and white. If this continues, he is afraid that he will be exhausted in the car. I said, Brother, why? Let's not go to Emerald Island. Why did we run to this place where the birds don't shit? It's the 3rd day, and we haven't dug up any valuable news. After a long yawn, Feng Qi put down the camcorder in his hand, rubbed his aching arm, and said to Zhuo Wei beside him. Hearing Feng Qi's words, Zhuo Wei's eyes flickered, and then he sighed. It seems that this Jiang family of Chinese descent is really hidden deep enough. I originally wanted to dig out some other news and join forces with the Emerald Island. If it is released, it may be able to detonate the entire Southeast Asia, but now it seems that we are not lucky. Zhuo Wei's face could not hide the disappointed look. In the past few days, through patient and meticulous investigations, they have collected a lot of precious information, including the owner of Emerald Island, the Jiang family, of the richest Chinese in the Philippines. This Jiang family is not simple. Since it came to the Philippines to operate the shipping industry in the 1990s, it has grown the group enterprise to the point of an oligarch in the Philippines in just 30 years. Its business scope covers the hotel, catering, machinery manufacturing, shipping, and other subsidiary industries. And all of this was created by Jiang Zheniang, the current helm of the Jiang family. This is a big man with a very strategic vision. As early as the beginning of the last century, he bought the Emerald Island from the Philippines ZF at a high price. This is where the situation is now. However, Zhuo was shocked that such an island with endless potential seemed to have attracted the coveting of the upper echelons of the Philippine ZF and other nearby forces. The Jiang family recently did not feel good. As for the deeper news, because he has no eyeliner in the Philippines, he could not dig, but he still found an important piece of information. That is, the current Emerald Island does not seem to be in charge of Jiang Zheniang himself, but is handed over to the only heir of the Jiang family, that is, Jiang Cheng, the grandson of Jiang Zheniang. Regarding Jiang Cheng, there is very little news in the Philippines. It seems that the other party has never gone to school in the Philippines, and he has not been able to unearth useful information. The only news is that Jiang Cheng should be on Emerald Island now. Therefore, thinking of the series of hype incidents that occurred in the country before, Zhuo Wei can basically conclude that the person hiding behind Guan Xiaofai should be the young man Jiang. Therefore, early this morning, he asked his subordinates who were staying in the country to quickly investigate the relationship between Guan Xiaofai and this young master Jiang. According to his plan, he still wanted to continue digging into the Jiang family today, but at present, it seems that there is no chance. Thinking of this, Zhuo Wei turned to Feng Qi and said, "Kezi, have you got the invitation letter from Emerald Island?" "Don't worry, I won the 2 little anchors, and after I sent them a few pictures of the noble son and brother before, they obediently handed over the invitation letter to me," Feng Qi said with a smug expression. These female anchors usually look pure and flawless, but the dark history behind them is gone, and he easily manages them. By the way, what time is the flight to Emerald Island? There are 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It is said that Emerald Island has only a small airport, so this time the flight to there is very full. We should be there at 6 o'clock. Can we get it at 3 o'clock? I heard that Zhao Wer will also come. We must be ahead of him. Well, I will try my best. Emerald Island. The setting sun slowly fell, pouring down a large area of afterglow, covering the entire island with an orange-red halo. On the sea in the distance, colorful clouds flowed and sparkling, everything was so peaceful and beautiful. At this time, an Airbus 320 small passenger plane swept across the air and landed slowly at Hongwen Airport. The hatch opened, and a group of invited Chinese tourists walked down the gangway slowly and came to the airport runway. Wow, 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 so beautiful. My God, is this heaven? Fantasy Sea, Crimson Sunset, Emerald Island really deserves its reputation. Yeah, I love this place. Hee, don't stop me, I'll be alone here forever. As soon as they got off the plane, these tourists were already fascinated by the sunset scenery here and stopped one after another, looking at the infinite glow in the distance, and fell into a shock. In the corner, a pretty girl wearing sunglasses could not help but take off the mirror at this moment. Her face was dull and looked into the distance. Her small mouth also opened slightly, obviously shocked by the beautiful scenery. She wore an off-shoulder pure white beach dress, which looked very beautiful and romantic. The long curly hair of flax color naturally floated behind her head, and a string of dark blue gemstone necklace hung between her white neck, which made her look elegant and generous. This incomparably pure girl is Su Kaiyanqian, who is known as the Sophie Marceau of China. It is really not easy to come to Emerald Island today. Just yesterday, the film crew of The Rainy Season is Coming finally completed the shooting in Yang'an, and Su Kaiyanqian begged director Zhang Qin to give her a few days off. Under normal circumstances, actors are not allowed to ask for leave after joining the group. Due to the tight budget and the limitation of the shooting period, every actor must complete the filming of the entire work from beginning to end. However, looking at Su Kaiyanqian's performance these days, and the crew's shooting in Yang'an is fairly smooth, the always strict director Zhang Qin finally agreed. Therefore, Su Kaiyanqian did not return to China with the rest of the crew, but took the invitation letter and took the Philippines flight to Emerald Island. Like other tourists, she was deeply shocked as soon as she stepped out of the cabin. The elegant coastline in the distance, shrouded in twilight, glows with splendid brilliance, presenting a shocking scene that is sacred to the extreme. White seagulls fly by in the sky from time to time, making this pristine land appear peaceful and peaceful. The gusts of sea breeze blew by, making people feel refreshed. If there really is a heaven in the world, that's nothing more than that. Su Kaiyanqian, who was immersed in the beautiful scenery in front of her, couldn't help but think of this in her heart. In this short period of 1 minute, she has been conquered by Emerald Island, where people can forget the passage of time and all the tension and exhaustion. Immediately afterwards, she took out her mobile phone and took a selfie with the magnificent sunset scenery in front of her, and then posted it on Weibo. You know, she has never liked posting on Weibo, but but the scenery here is so beautiful, she can't bear to live up to the beauty in front of her and hopes to share it with fans who have always supported her. The crimson sunset on Emerald Island, I'm here, but where is my lover? At Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Not long ago, Guan Xiaofei posted such a Weibo, mentioning the unique crimson sunset on Emerald Island and the sight of running on the beach with her lover. This attracted countless netizens to imagine and caused a huge shock in the country. The fame of Emerald Island reached its peak. Therefore, Su Kaiyanqian also followed in the footsteps of her best friend and posted such a Weibo. As the recognized goddess of literature and art in China, Su Kaiyanqian has a huge number of fans, as high as 27 million, which is why she rarely hype. With a simple and kind personality, she has always been reluctant to promote her reputation through hype, so she has never participated in any variety shows since entering the industry, let alone go around for gold. Therefore, there are very few topics about her, and only after the starring movie is released can there be waves in the entertainment circle, which has led to her low attention and limited her number of fans. However, Su Kaiyanqian didn't care at all. As soon as this Weibo was posted, it attracted the attention of countless fans. Wow, it's so beautiful. Did Kaiyanqian also go to Emerald Island? Why didn't I hear you before? ID Kaiyanqian's fleeting years. Really? Goddess, aren't you filming in Yangon? ID Kaiyanqian said, Goddess, will you still love me when you go to Emerald Island? 3 teary expressions. ID Kaiyanqian lovely sauce. Ooh, I want to go to Emerald Island too. 3 rolling expressions. ID Kaiyanshu all his life. Su Kaiyanqian, who was in a good mood, also got interested and began to reply to her fans one by one. Hee, yes, I just got here just now, but I finally got this invitation letter with 3 complacent expressions. Wow, Kaiyanqian replied to me, it's over, I'm going to die sweetly. ID Kaiyanqian's fleeting years. Just as Su Kaiyanqian responded to the fans one by one, suddenly a big V comment was liked by the fans. At Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Kaiyanqian also came to Emerald Island. Why don't you tell me that I am on the carnival cruise on Emerald Island now? Wait a minute, I will pick you up now. ID Chen Wensheng. Wow, there is a situation. Do you have a secret rendezvous with the goddess? At Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, at Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Don't mess with ID. Heavy. The goddess of literature and art is lonely and unbearable, and she will meet her lover not far away. At Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, at Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, at Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. ID I am unique. Big news. Beiying school flowers and grasses are holding hands with Emerald Island. ID waited until the mountains were full of flowers. This reply from Chen Wensheng, the starring 5 male actor in Zio Era and the newly promoted Zio Xianru, caused a wave of waves and attracted the attention of countless people eating melons. Various gossip news also followed. As we all know, Chen Wensheng and Su Kaiyanqian are both 15th acting students of the Kyoto Film Academy. During their time in school, they were rated as recognized school flowers and school grass, and there were even many rumors. Regarding the rumors, neither of them publicly commented. However, Chen Wensheng would often post replies under Su Kaiyanqian's Weibo. In this way, netizens would be stupid and found some clues. Obviously, Chen Wensheng was at least affectionate towards Su Kaiyanqian. In this regard, Chen Wensheng has never refuted it, which convinced a lot of netizens. Chen Wensheng himself is very handsome and has a feminine appearance. Coupled with the recent boarding of director Guo's big ship, he took over the blockbuster show of Little Era 5, which made his personal popularity soar and became the most watched little fresh meat star. Therefore, for such a pair of talented men and beautiful women, the netizens are not good at making any objections. On the contrary, there is a lot of gossip news constantly flowing out, saying that the two have long been in agreement, but they have not announced it. Not to mention the enthusiastic response of the crowd eating melons. Su Kaiyanqian frowned slightly when he saw this comment. Thanks for the Arc Superman 500 starting coin reward ~. Thank you ~. For Chen Wensheng, Su Kaiyanqian was actually a little disgusted. Although they are college classmates, they occasionally film together, and the other party has been pursuing her. However, Kai and Kian didn't catch a cold with the beautiful little meat in the eyes of this outsider, and even made it clear to the other party more than once that there was no possibility between them. However, Chen Wensheng still refused to give up, and has been stalking her, until now he has launched fierce offensives against her from time to time. In this regard, Su Kai and Kian is also very helpless. As a public figure, she cannot publicly reply to each other like an ordinary girl. Regarding Chen Wensheng's usual Weibo replies, she tries her best to ignore it, for fear that something strange will be noticed by the majority of netizens and eventually cause unnecessary trouble. However, the other party's stalking behavior made her unable to find a good solution, so she has been deeply troubled by this matter. At this moment, looking at Chen Wensheng's reply, Su Kai and Kian felt upset. She didn't expect that she was so lucky that she ran to Emerald Island and was harassed by the other party. Good mood just now disappeared instantly. Gone. At this moment, for some reason, Su Kai and Kian's mind suddenly flashed another man's figure. What do you want him to do, that big carrot? As the figure of the man in his mind became clearer, Su Kai and Kian suddenly pouted a cute little mouth, and the white and tender face was full of angry expressions. No way. This man always appeared in her mind from time to time, and he couldn't forget it anyway. And every time, when she thinks that she has forgotten the other party will inadvertently jump out again, causing her to complain. And when he thought of this, he was a little angry with Chen Wensheng. Back then, Chen Wensheng didn't know how to get some intimate photos of that Huixin Da turnip and other women, so he showed it to her, and finally allowed them to drift apart until today. To be honest, from her current point of view, after so long, those so-called intimate photos seemed to be no big deal, but at that time, she had a nearly sacred attachment to things like love. The slightest betrayal was not allowed, so when he couldn't accept it for a while, he never paid attention to the other party again. Regarding this matter, every time she thinks about it now, it is a little complicated and unspeakable. She also knew that this incident could not be completely said that Chen Wensheng separated them, although the other party deliberately wanted to destroy them both. But in any case, there is always something wrong with the big carrot. If it weren't for the fact that he was always in trouble before, he wouldn't end up with such a result. Su Kai and Kian thought about it more than once. If Chen Wensheng hadn't bothered to show her the photos, what would happen to her and this big carrot? Will it still be as good as before? Maybe, maybe not. Thinking of this, Su Kai and Kian's heart became complicated again. Do not care. Su Kai and Kian shook his head, tried to wave away the figure of the man who was smiling in his mind, then took out his phone and sent a WeChat message. Smelly Fei, I'm here, come pick me up, 3 snarling expressions. When she came to Emerald Island, she came mainly for the beautiful scenery here. As for Chen Wensheng, she still had to hide as long as she could. The Weibo replied just now. She just didn't see it. In this way, Su Kai and Kian waited patiently while browsing the surrounding scenery. Beishouwen, Ocean View Villa, big infinity pool. Jiang Cheng slammed his head out of the pool. As the water splashed in all directions, his whole body had already surfaced, revealing a strong muscle. It's so comfortable. Jiang Cheng climbed to the shore and lay down on the beach chair with a long groan. During this period of time, he was really tired, and he didn't even have time to rest. Fortunately, from the current point of view, all the affairs on the Emerald Island were proceeding in an orderly manner, which made him feel relieved. Today, 4 groups of tourists took different flights to the Emerald Island. He had just heard the report of the secret technique, and everything is now normal. The guests are very satisfied with the arrangements here. Only then did Jiang Cheng breathe a sigh of relief and ran here to relax. Jiang Cheng had actually expected the satisfaction of tourists. For this day, he planned for a long time. Jiang Cheng has known for a long time that Emerald Island has a unique original scenery, but it is still a bit difficult to conquer these bigwigs by relying on these scenery and make them invest money in Emerald Island without hesitation. At the very least, if he were to be himself, he didn't think that relying on the scenery alone would make him willing to pay. Moreover, natural scenery may still have investment value for some travel companies, but it is still not attractive enough for network technology companies like Ali, Tencent, and JD. calm. Therefore, as early as when formulating the invitation list, Jiang Cheng took this into consideration. These invited VIPs should not only expand the reputation of Emerald Island, but most importantly, they must have investment value. People like Ma Yun, Ma Hueteng, Liu Dongqiang, and Wang Jianlin are Jiang Cheng's real goals. In order to develop Emerald Island as soon as possible, such capital predators or international enterprises are needed to invest and develop Emerald Island. In order to attract investors, the most important thing is to let them see the potential and value of Emerald Island. Regarding this matter, Jiang Cheng thought for a long time and made various plans, but he ruled out without exception. These schemes are either too complicated and unintuitive, or they are not attractive enough to make these well-informed bigwigs meet at a glance. These people can be regarded as the existence of a big crocodile when they are placed all over the world. I have never seen any investment projects. In order to win their favor, Jiang Cheng's project must be shot through, and these bigwigs can feel shocked. It is with this consideration that the Transformer flying car has entered Jiang Cheng's site. This is a properly systematic black technology, unique in the world. Jiang Cheng didn't believe that these bigwigs had no idea when they saw technology products that surpassed the times. At this point, they are all old fairies among human spirits, with sharp eyesight, so Jiang Cheng is sure that the moment these big men saw the shapeshifter flying car, they had the idea of investing in it in their minds. Of course, in order to achieve a more shocking effect, Jiang Cheng also gritted his teeth and produced a full 100 vehicles at once, and trained the staff of Xinghan Hotel Group overnight to familiarize them with the driving methods of these flying cars at the fastest speed. From the current point of view, these elite employees have performed very well and completed the tasks entrusted to them very well. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Cheng plans to take a good rest. After all, tomorrow is the real test. He has not shown up for such a long time, just to find the best time to make his debut and shock everyone's eyes, so that the big guys will willingly pull out the tickets. Smashed on the Emerald Island. Therefore, tomorrow will be a busy day. According to his and Uncle Lai's plan, Jiang Cheng will officially make his debut at the grand dinner tomorrow and send a big gift to all tourists who come to Emerald Island. And this gift is also related to the future of Emerald Island. This time, Jiang Cheng invited the big names of these listed companies and rare talents from all walks of life to consider the future of Emerald Island. If you want to develop Emerald Island, it is definitely not possible to rely solely on systematic black technology. Funds, talents, technology, etc. are indispensable. Before that, Emerald Island could be said to be completely an empty shell, relying on Jiang Cheng's strength to develop it alone. Even if they included their entire Jiang family, it was far from enough. Therefore, this time, Jiang Cheng has a very long-term plan. He wants to take advantage of the opportunity to build the reputation of Emerald Island and recruit a large number of talents from all walks of life for Emerald Island, by the way, attracting other investors and even high-tech companies to set up companies here. The branch has gradually turned Emerald Island into a treasure-gathering place, covering all walks of life, including technology, humanities, and entertainment. The flying car killer that Jiang Cheng revealed today can be said to have greatly shocked China and the entire world. He believes that, like the vast flying scenes in sci-fi blockbusters, I am afraid that they have spread throughout the country long ago, and they have become an afterthought for everyone. After all, flying cars, a technology product that transcends the times, can be regarded as a rare thing in every corner of the world. Of course, for ordinary people, flying cars may just open up their horizons, but for those auto manufacturers, this is a rare opportunity, a great opportunity that can disrupt the entire industry. Jiang Cheng can almost imagine that at this time, in the headquarters of automobile companies in China and in all corners of the world, the CEOs and senior leaders of the company may have gathered together and are watching the flying cars on the Emerald Island. A shocking scene in the sky. Even among them, the far-sighted ones have already begun to collect intelligence on Emerald Island, and they want to contact the owner of Emerald Island as quickly as possible to discuss cooperation matters with him in the joint production of flying cars. And all this is exactly what Jiang Cheng looks forward to seeing. It can be said that the shapeshifter flying car is also a great opportunity for Emerald Island. It is a rare opportunity for Emerald Island to walk from behind the scenes to the front and show the world its powerful technological strength. If Jiang Cheng grasps it well, he can even take this opportunity to speed up the development plan of Emerald Island in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but cocked his mouth, feeling as if the whole world was waving at him. Just as Jiang Cheng was immersed in the beautiful fantasy, a slight footstep suddenly heard from behind him. Hearing the sound, Jiang Cheng turned his head slightly and looked behind him. I saw a very exotic and hot woman walking out of his villa. Monica, originally the room manager of a 5-star hotel under Xinghan, came to Emerald Island. Due to her outstanding performance, Jiang Cheng was promoted to the training department head of Dream Paradise Resort, responsible for the newly recruited service staff, conducts special etiquette training. It can be said that Monica has a lot of credit for the performance of today's courtesy ladies. In addition, Monica can now be regarded as Jiang Cheng's personal secretary, assisting him in some daily work and affairs, and conveying to him some of the work progress of Uncle Lai. Over the past few days, Monica has accomplished the tasks Jiang Cheng gave him very well and won Jiang Cheng's trust. In order to better handle the work, Jiang Cheng also found a room for her in his villa, which would make things easier. Monica took enchanting steps, bypassing the large infinity pool, and walked in front of Jiang Cheng. Okay. At this time, Jiang Cheng suddenly realized that Monica today seems a little different. She wore a see-through shirt on her upper body. The corners of the shirt were tied into a bow knot shape, revealing a slender waist without a trace of fat. As for the lower body, she wore a pair of hip denim shorts, which could cover her round buttocks. I have to say that Monica has an enviable angel face and a devil figure, and the perfect combination of the two makes her exude irresistible temptation all the time. Jiang Cheng took a deep breath and secretly told himself that he must be steady. Although Monica is a Filipino, she has Spanish descent. In fact, since Spain occupied the Philippines in the 16th century and began its colonial rule for nearly 400 years, this country has been inseparable from Spain. A considerable number of Filipinos have more or less Spanish ancestry. And Monica is a beautiful woman with a typical Spanish face, a chiseled appearance, a plump body, and of course, Spanish enthusiasm and openness. As the personal secretary of the owner of the island, I think it is necessary to offer you my most considerate service when you are tired, don't you, Mr. Owner of the island? Monica showed a charming smile with a sincere face, looked at Jiang Cheng and said, this. Jiang Cheng's gaze swept across Monica slightly, only to feel that the blood in his whole body accelerated, and he was very hot. He was really afraid that he could not bear the enthusiasm of the other party. However, when Jiang Cheng spoke, Monica had already given a chuckle, spreading her almost perfect smooth thigh and sitting directly on Jiang Cheng's thigh. Almost for an instant, Jiang Cheng immediately felt that amazing elasticity came from the other's straight buttocks. At the same time, Jiang Cheng also keenly noticed that the temperature of the place, where the two legs were in close contact, suddenly rose, and an enchanting atmosphere began to rippling between the two. Then, Monica leaned down slightly, stretched out her slender white hands, and began to massage Jiang Cheng. And Jiang Cheng's gaze at this time was precisely aimed at Monica's chest and neckline. Jiang Cheng's breathing couldn't help becoming quicker. Monica was originally wearing a nearly transparent white shirt. After leaning over, the pair of heroic twin peaks were unblocked before Jiang Cheng's eyes. If it weren't for the shirt with a few buttons that jammed the two big white rabbits, Jiang Cheng would even be a little worried whether the two big white rabbits would pop up and hit him in the face. Monica's massage technique is really good. Touching her body with soft and powerful fingertips can make any sense of fatigue disappear. However, just as Jiang Cheng completely gave up resistance and was enjoying Monica's fragrant massage, the mobile phone beside him suddenly rang ding-dong. Hearing the sound, Jiang Cheng frowned, picked up the phone reluctantly, and found that it was actually the message from Guan Xiaofai. "Hey, Huixin Big Carrot, what are you doing?" The moment he saw this message, Jiang Cheng got a chill, as if being arrested for an affair, and sat up in shock. This time, Monica was taken aback. "What happened, Mr. Island Owner? Did I hurt you?" Monica's beautiful big eyes flashed with deep apologetics, as if she felt guilty for accidentally hurting Jiang Cheng. It's okay, your hand skills are very good. I just saw a shocking news. I was a little excited." Jiang Cheng hurriedly waved his hand and explained. "Oh, is that true? I thought it was Nika who tried too hard, so let's go on." Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Monica's chest was full of waves, and she exhaled for a long time, regaining her charm. "Smile. By the way, dear Mr. Owner, in order to provide you with the best quality service, I specially learned a set of French massage techniques from Tina to satisfy you, or let's try it." Monica's eyes lit up with enthusiasm, and as she spoke, she moved her wrist and was about to start massaging Jiang Cheng. However, because the tall and straight twin peaks are too high, they propped up her shirt high, so her arms were a little tight. Monica showed embarrassment on her face, gave Jiang Cheng a shy look, then raised her hand and gently unbuttoned the top button of her shirt. In this way, the other party's large snow-white areas were completely exposed to Jiang Cheng, allowing him to see through. Inside Monica, there is a translucent black yuehung, thin sling, hollow lace, and the extremely thin silky fabric, making Monica's two little bits looming. Even Jiang Cheng could clearly see the pink circle of the other party. Seeing this fragrant scene, Jiang Cheng almost bleeds from his nostrils. At this time, Monica was almost as undressed. Through the ultra-thin and transparent gauze, the other party's extremely hot moon body, with a glance, exudes infinite charm. "Guru." Jiang Cheng's eyes were round, and his throat could not help but felt a rush of heat, rushing wildly in his body, causing his heartbeat to accelerate sharply. "Goodbye." Jiang Cheng sighed in his heart and resisted the urge to rush up to ruin the other party. He turned his eyes and avoided Monica's body slightly. The other party was so hot, he was afraid he could not control it. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but feel bitter. He chose Monica as his personal secretary. Is he looking for death? Let such a grinning goblin stay by his side at all times. Sooner or later, he will burn himself and be squeezed into adulthood. Dry. Monica, I have something to do here, or you go back first, and I will see you when I have time. Yes, I will find you to experience French massage. Jiang Cheng gave a light cough, his face said with a weird expression. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, Monica's beautiful eyes widened, and there was a trace of suspicion in her eyes. It was obvious that she didn't quite believe Jiang Cheng's words. However, after watching Jiang Cheng for a while, she still said in disappointment, "Well, Mr. Island Owner, but you have to say it, don't forget." "Yeah, sure." Jiang Cheng nodded fiercely and said very confidently. After sending Monica away, Jiang Cheng collapsed on the beach chair, his face full of bitter expressions. What is this called? Obviously he is his personal secretary, but how can he act like a thief? Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Jiang Cheng picked up the phone and began to reply to Guan Xiaofai. This dead girl, who was so nervous all day, almost scared him to death and lost a good French massage. She must be cleaned up if she finds a chance. "Fei, what's the matter? Of course I am in the villa." "A ghost believes you. Now there are so many ladies on the island. It's strange that your big carrot is not happy. You have 3 nose-digging expressions." This girl, Jiang Cheng, was full of black lines. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had been busy receiving VIPs these days, Jiang Cheng would definitely take her down. "Hey," I said, "Miss Guan, don't be suspicious, okay? I'm preparing for tomorrow's banquet." "What's the matter?" "Hee, nothing, just tell you in advance. I'm on the way to pick up a heavyweight VIP. Maybe you will have a chance to meet tomorrow." 3 smirk expressions. "VIP who?" "Well, I'm going to be here, just tell you in advance, bye." Seeing Guan Xiaofai's words, Jiang Cheng was completely blinded. What the hell? Sending a message to yourself means telling yourself that a distinguished guest is coming. Speaking of who came to Emerald Island, who is not a distinguished guest, neurosis. This dead girl is not gentle at all, far from Monica. In Jiang Cheng's mind, the glamorous scene just appeared again. I have to say that when Monica rides on her with that round and straight buttocks, it feels really ecstasy. It seems that Monica is going to be promoted again. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but ponder. He was wondering whether to call Monica back again and experience the so-called French massage. At the same time, Hongwen Airport apron. A dazzling purple transformer flying car made a loud bang and then flew at a very steady speed in the high air at a uniform speed. Wow, Feifei, you are so cool. In the passenger seat, Su Kaiyanqianmei stared wide, and she couldn't help but exclaimed while watching Guan Xiaofai, who was proficient in driving a flying car. After sending the message to Guan Xiaofai for a while, she waited for her good girlfriend to come, but she never expected that the other party came in a flying car. This morning, Su Kaiyanqian had already seen the shocking scene of nearly 100 flying cars flying high in the sky on Emerald Island through the internet, and she had been looking forward to it. But in her opinion, driving this kind of flying car should be difficult, but she didn't expect her best friend to learn so quickly. Hee, amazing. Guan Xiaofai's face was full of triumphant expressions. But only she knows that the reason why she can drive the flying car so slippery is because she pestered Jiang Cheng for several days before teaching her. Hey, hurry up and confess. What is the relationship between you and the owner of the Emerald Island? Why does he let you be his spokesperson? After the surprise, Su Kaiyanqian's heart ignited a gossip fire, and she asked about the island owner of Emerald Island. In fact, she has been curious about this matter for a long time, but when she asked Guan Xiaofai before, the other party always looked at him and refused to tell her. And now see that the other party can drive such a novelty. The flying car made her more curious about the relationship between her good best friend and the owner of the Emerald Island. How can it matter? Guan Xiaofai felt a little guilty when Su Kaiyanqian asked about this. Seeing Guan Xiaofai's twitchy look, the corners of Su Kaiyanqian's mouth slightly cocked, and she knew what was going on without guessing. Thinking of this, Su Kaiyanqian showed a cunning color in his eyes, raised a slender hand, and stretched it in along the neckline of Guan Xiaofai, then held one of the big white rabbits and pinched it fiercely. Yeah, you die, girl. Thank you again for the reward of ARC Superman 200 starting currency, and the recommendation votes of all book friends ~. Thank you for your support. Centipede Bay, West Coast, Bon Rim Restaurant. Bon Rim Restaurant, also known as the Cliff Restaurant. It is a creative restaurant built on a cliff near the sea. Half of the restaurant is embedded in the cliff, and the other half protrudes beyond the cliff. From the restaurant's viewing platform, you can get a glimpse of the entire bay. Such a novel restaurant is extremely difficult to build, but it is not difficult for Jiang Cheng, who has an island tycoon system. The only thing that made Jiang Cheng distressed was that the cost was a bit high. Together with the climbing stairs and other ancillary entertainment facilities, it cost him $9 million. However, in order to allow tourists to experience the best scenery, Jiang Cheng also spared no effort, and from the current point of view, the effect is very good. With the last flight arriving at Hongwen Airport last night, the 500 tourists invited this time finally arrived. According to the plan provided by the service staff, they will spend a 7-day wonderful journey on Emerald Island. During this period, all expenses for food, drink, lodging, transportation, and entertainment activities will be borne by the Emerald Island officials, and tourists can enjoy any services here, such as hotels, restaurants, entertainment facilities, and so on. Therefore, early this morning, these tourists who came to Emerald Island officially started their wonderful journey. Some people went to the most prestigious Dream Beach in Dream Bay to experience the clearest and most splendid fantasy waters there, while others went to Paradise Bay to experience its large infinity pool and colorful water amusement facilities. Among them, there is one place that has attracted the most attention. In just half a day, it spread quickly through the chat group spontaneously established by these tourists. That is the Cliff Restaurant in Centipede Bay. Centipede Bay is located to the south of the Dream Paradise Resort, adjacent to the Six Fingers Mountains, just 5 minutes by flying car. This bay, in the shape of an irregular centipede, is very spectacular. The east, south, and west sides are close to the cliffs, and the mountains are emerald. The pure blue sea and the emerald green peaks complement each other, forming a shocking picture with great visual impact. Perhaps in terms of the beauty and romance of the scenery, Centipede Bay is not as good as Dream Bay and Paradise Bay. But in terms of the magnificent scenery, Centipede Bay is definitely second to none. How could such a restaurant with a superb view and good food at the same time not be favored by tourists? Therefore, in just one morning, this Cliff restaurant has welcomed more than 100 tourists. At this moment, the Cliff restaurant viewing platform is on a corner position. Wow, Fei, come and see, there are dolphins here. Su Kaiyan leaned on the railing, almost leaned his upper body out of the cliff, pointed at the deep blue bay in front of him, and cried out in a fuss. Last night, under the warm reception of Guan Xiaofai, Su Kaiyan had a good experience of life on a luxury cruise ship. They chose a submarine-style suite to stay in. All night, they were talking about the sky, talking about things, and spent a very pleasant evening. Usually, both of them are very busy people. Su Kaiyan is almost all filming, and Guan Xiaofai can't take any time off, walking around the world with the shooting team of the magazine. Therefore, these two good sisters, there are only a handful of days in the year that they can really get together. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, the two of them recounted the old times, joking and tossing until late before going to bed. However, this dreamland seems to have some magical power. Even if they haven't slept much, they are full of energy when they wake up in the morning. So after a lot of washing and eating early in the cruise restaurant, Su Kaiyan, led by Guan Xiaofai, the official tour guide, started to play around. With the convenience of flying cars, they can go anywhere easily, and it doesn't take much time. So when they came down in the morning, they had visited 3 or 4 attractions, which was very pleasant. Next, after hearing about the great experience of Cliff Restaurant, they drove here, ready to have a good meal. It has to be said that the Cliff Restaurant is aptly named. It is located on a cliff close to the deep blue bay. The scenery is superb. It can bring the entire majestic, U-shaped Centipede Bay into sight. What is even more surprising is that there are still many large fishes in this deep-water bay. So, Su Kaiyan, who had just arrived here, was fortunate enough to witness a scene of dolphins playing in the water, which made her very excited. Where? Hearing Su Kaiyan's call, Guan Xiaofai was also interested and watched with her. In this way, while they watched the dolphins playing in the water, the service staff of the restaurant had already brought up the food they ordered. Wow, it's so rich. Looking at the exquisite meal on the table, Su Kaiyan yelled again. This scene made Guan Xiaofai, who was sitting opposite, unable to help but laugh and cry. This good girlfriend, who was praised by the majority of netizens as the goddess of literature and art, was like a village girl who had never seen the world. However, it was not without reason that the other party was so surprised. The food in this restaurant is actually not worse than those in 5-star hotels. You know, these chefs on Emerald Island are all first-line chefs invited from top hotels in the Philippines, and the food they make is not bad. After Mei had a full meal, just as they were discussing where to go next, there was a sudden noise outside. Hearing the sound, Su Kaiyan first raised his head and looked towards the lobby of the restaurant. "Guo boss, please come inside. This is a restaurant that I carefully selected, and it is loved by other tourists. It is absolutely great that we hold a celebration banquet here." With the sound of a clear male voice, a large crowd of dozens of people suddenly poured into the restaurant. However, when Su Kaiyan saw the man who was talking, his face instantly became complicated. She happened to recognize this person, and she also commented on her Weibo yesterday Chen Wensheng. The other party said yesterday that she would pick her up in person, but fortunately, Guan Xiaofai arrived early and made the other party rush to the air, and then sent her a private message, but Su Kaiyan ignored it. Coming to Emerald Island, Su Kaiyan just wanted to experience the beautiful scenery here without being disturbed by anyone, and then returned to China to continue filming. However, her luck was really bad. She obviously wanted to avoid the opponent, but she happened to meet again. At this time, Chen Wensheng also happened to see Su Kaiyan sitting in his seat, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Kaiyan, you are here too, it's great, but I have been looking for you for a long time." Sure enough, after seeing Su Kaiyan, Chen Wensheng immediately walked to her table with excitement. And hearing Chen Wensheng's words, a group of directors, actors, producers, and other fellow crew members of the small era following him followed in his footsteps and came to Su Kaienkian's table and enthusiastically fought with her. Call. As a person in the entertainment industry, although Su Kaienkian is not sociable and does not have such a wide popularity, her acting skills are still recognized by these people. On the other hand, what Su Kaienkian wants to do most now is to find an opportunity to leave here as soon as possible. However, this approach is obviously inappropriate, and there are other tourists nearby, so she can't express her disgust with Chen Wensheng. Up. Therefore, such things as greetings are definitely inevitable. Cliff Restaurant. A VIP seat on the scenic terrace was filled with crew members of Zioshi 5, and of course Su Kaienkian and Guan Ziofai. As a last resort, Su Kaienkian couldn't wear Chen Wensheng's enthusiastic invitation in the end and was forced to achieve this position. According to Chen Wensheng, those who came here this time are the CEOs, producers, and directors of entertainment companies that have a very influential influence in the entire Chinese entertainment circle. Therefore, as a person in the circle, no matter how you have to give face. However, because he didn't like the excitement and flattery, Su Kaienkian couldn't hide the rigid expression on his face even if he sat in the seat. As a result, the atmosphere at the dinner table inevitably seemed a bit embarrassing. Come on, Kaienkian, let me introduce to you. This is Xiang Huiqiang from Hong Kong City, Mr. Xiang, and the president of Xinguang Entertainment. This time he was invited by Director Guo to become an investor in Zioshi 5. Mr. Xiang has recently planned to invest a huge amount of money to get involved in the mainland film and television industry. I have to say that although Chen Wensheng has just entered the film and television industry, he is very good at being a man, and this is why he can gain a foothold in this complex circle in a short time. In the presence of these real bosses, he vigorously praised Mr. Xiang without a trace, which can be said to have given the other side a lot of face. Hearing Chen Wensheng's words, Mr. Xiang, who was sitting on the main seat, was really happy and could not help but nodded secretly. As for Director Guo Jingming on the side, he also smiled and indicated that he was very satisfied with Chen Wensheng's performance. In fact, as the director of this blockbuster movie, Guo Jingming knows the importance of Xiang Huiqiang. The other party is his funder. Without the strong support of the other party's funds, his drama preparing to compete for Oscars simply cannot start shooting. Moreover, his work has always been known for its gorgeous decorations and grand scenes, and the investment cost is far greater than that of ordinary movies. This has led to the failure of the previous several investments. After hearing his offer for shooting costs, the other party shook his head, shaking his head and leaving. Fortunately, Mr. Xiang, who was about to enter the mainland recently, nodded without hesitation after learning about his blockbuster drama so that he could successfully complete the shooting. Therefore, Guo Jingming has always been very dependent on Xiang Huiqiang. Moreover, he also knows Xiang Huiqiang very well. Although the other party has a foresight, investment has become a lot of blockbuster events and is widely respected in the industry. However, the other party is also an out-and-out starving ghost. Since becoming the president of an entertainment company, many of his female stars and female artists have become the objects of his unspoken rules, and many of them have been the smashing songs of Hong Kong City. After the shadow. Although Mr. Xiang had also used various media to denounce that this was someone deliberately spreading rumors and conspiring to frame him. However, only those who are in this circle really know that the so-called flies do not bite seamless eggs. If the other party is really clean, how can there be so many negative rumors? As soon as he entered this restaurant and saw Su Kaienkian, he noticed the expression of Mr. Xiang. Obviously, the other party is very interested in this literary and artistic actress who is so pure at first glance. It was after realizing this that when he saw Chen Wensheng and the other party met, he would try to invite the other party to sit down. If the unspoken rules of this literary actress can be set, then Xiang Zong will definitely invest in him continuously, and his follow-up movie masterpieces will no longer have to worry about investors. However, he is also a director after all, so he can't go on stage to persuade Su Kaienqian himself, and since Chen Wensheng beside him is willing to come forward, that would be great. When director Guo Da thought about it this way, Su Kaienqian, who was opposite, turned ugly after hearing Chen Wensheng's words. Although she hasn't stayed in the entertainment circle for long, she has heard a lot about the news of Mr. Xiang. Such a notorious entertainment company boss, she feels annoying at first sight, let alone drinking with each other. Moreover, he didn't believe that Chen Wensheng didn't know these things, but the other party still praised this President Xiang so hard, and the deep meaning behind it made Su Kaienqian more suspicious. Therefore, after realizing this, Su Kaienqian's heart suddenly ignited with anger. In addition, sitting here for only a few minutes, she found that Xiang Zong's gaze always glanced at her from time to time, and the lustful expression in her eyes made her look sick. Thinking of this, Su Kaienqian no longer cares about the CEO of the other entertainment company, and directly stands up and says, "Sorry, Fei and I have some things to do, so I won't bother you with meals." With that said, Su Kaienqian had already taken Guan Xiaofei's hand and was about to walk out. This sudden scene made all the crew members of the small era present a stunned expression. As for Yang Mai and Qi Zhengxi, these actors who have become celebrities are even more unbelievable. OMG, that's right. This little actor who just debuted is too ignorant. The other party is the president of the famous Star King Entertainment. Not to mention the fact that in Hong Kong, even in the mainland, he is also a tycoon who can cause an earthquake with a stomping. But this little movie star with a high self-esteem really thinks that he is not pure and clean. People in the entertainment industry know that in such a circle, pretending to be pure makes people feel hypocritical. If you really want to be clear and clean, then you should not be in the entertainment industry. Therefore, seeing Su Kaienqian refute Xiang Zong's face in public, they not only did not express understanding, but they all showed Su Kaienqian contempt. You know, for them, the most annoying is this kind of pretending innocent actress. In this circle, it is better to be more realistic. After all, there is an actor who does not want to take more scenes and increase exposure. In their view, Su Kaienqian's title of the goddess of art is just a way of hype in disguise, in order to win the love of the majority of netizens. Kaienqian, what do you mean? Originally, Chen Wensheng, who only wanted Su Kaienqian to give Xiang Zong a face. His face suddenly became difficult to look after hearing these words from Su Kaienqian. He originally wanted to behave in front of a few big guys, but he didn't expect that his old classmate would say such disregarding words, which made him feel ashamed for a while. Because the Cliff restaurant is an open restaurant, the unpleasant scenes that happened here were quickly seen by other tourists who were dining nearby. And this included Feng Timo, the beta anchor who was doing eating and broadcasting in the opposite seat. When she heard the quarrel in a corner of the restaurant, she blinked her big, bright eyes and immediately turned the phone camera. Aim at the direction of the sound. Thank you for the rewards of Star Yi 100 starting point, salted fish turning over 200 book coins, and the recommended votes of all book friends. Hey Mo Bao, how did you change your perspective? I still want to see if you eat that banana. No, Mo Bao, eat that eggplant. Can you be more serious? Mo Bao, don't listen to them. Let's continue to eat my carrots. Fart, there is at most an enoki mushroom upstairs. Yes, Mo Bao, let's not eat enoki mushrooms. It's not easy to digest. 666, 2333, dirty. When a crowd of fans in the live broadcast saw Feng Timo suddenly change their perspectives, he suddenly became nasty and began to molest him with no bottom line. Hush, stop making trouble, look over there, that little sister is so pretty. Feng Timo, who has long been accustomed to the evil tastes of these fans, simply ignored this and pointed to a beautiful girl in white fluttering at the camera. What little sister, I only love my goddess Mo Bao. Hey, fuck, so beautiful. Really, like a little fairy. Aunt, is that you? I finally saw you later, 3 crying expressions. Yang Guohyo turned around and saw Ying Ying standing in front of a woman in a white shirt with still, snowy skin and beautiful appearance like yesterday. It is the little dragon girl who has been thinking and dreaming for 16 years. The Legend of Condor Heroes is the original text, but this is how I feel now. Hey, the little fairy is so familiar. Fuck, isn't this Su Kaienqian, my goddess? Upstairs is shameless. Just now you said that Mo Bao is your goddess. It's the goddess Kyankian. I saw her on Weibo before. Speaking of Emerald Island, I didn't expect to see it so soon. Ooh. I finally saw the real person. I died without regrets. 3 tears eye expression. Wow, look at the side. Those are all crew members of Zioshi 5, including the leading actors Chen Wensheng, Aoyang Na, Big Coffee Yang Mai, Qi Zhengxi, and Guo Jingaming. I heard that they are going to celebrate on the Emerald Island. Banquet, is it here? Hey, that's not right. Did you find out? They seem to be arguing. Indeed, looking at the expression on the face, it doesn't seem very good. God, heavy news. The goddess Su Kyankian has a quarrel with the crew of Zioshidai. Seeing the pictures in the live broadcast, everyone also ignited a gossip fire in their hearts and began various speculations. This kind of rare scene was naturally spread by interested people, so more and more people poured into Timo's live broadcast room. In just a short time, the number of people exceeded the 3 million mark. The images of Su Kyankian and the crew with an unusual atmosphere in the small era are also quickly spread through photos and videos, and they have a tendency to expand. Weibo is full of discussions about this unpleasant banquet. Some people say it is about the fight for the leading role, while others say it is the discord between the actors. In short, there are many different guesses. Not to mention the hot atmosphere in China. Other tourists and staff in the Cliff restaurant, obviously, also saw this scene in their eyes. For other tourists, they are all people with identities. It's not easy to express any opinions about this kind of thing, so they just watched and guessed secretly in their hearts. In their opinion, this must be another drama, because this kind of thing is still very common in the entertainment industry. The restaurant staff feel a little bit bad, but they don't dare to take the initiative. Before coming to work here, they have been professionally trained. Once they encounter a customer quarrel, they must first understand the situation. Report as quickly as possible, and the restaurant's senior management will handle it. Therefore, it didn't take long for this incident to reach several high-level restaurants and hotels. At this moment, Beisha Bay, Seaview Villa. Jiang Cheng was browsing the island Tycoon app while drinking the coconut juice in his hand. These days, through the efforts of him and Guan Xiaofai, the reputation of Emerald Island has been well established. Affected by this, the valuation of Emerald Island has also shown explosive growth. Jiang Cheng looked at the basic information of Emerald Island with a satisfied smile on his face. Name, Emerald Island location, Western Pacific, N 23 degrees 26, E 126 degrees 48 belonging, private territory nature. Livable island area, 3,620 square kilometers population, 7,132 politics, 0 economy, 1 military, 0 comprehensive development index, 1, 3 very low out of 100 valuation, 52. $6 billion US dollars compared with the empty data column before. The basic information of Emerald Island at this time has been completely new. Although the improvement is small, Jiang Cheng is also very pleased. Especially the valuation column has officially exceeded the $50 billion mark. Of course, Jiang Cheng is very clear that the reason why the valuation of Emerald Island can successfully break through the $50 billion mark is not entirely due to the natural scenery here. The most important thing is the appearance of the Shaper flying car. It is this technological product that has transcended the times, that has given the world a deeper understanding of the technological strength of Emerald Island. This invisibly made Emerald Island a target for competition among major automakers, and the valuation has naturally risen with the tide. In fact, since last night, Monica has reported to Jiang Cheng that Uncle Lai has received cooperation intentions from many world-renowned car manufacturers and wants to jointly produce and develop this flying car with Emerald Island. Among them, there are many famous car giants such as GM, Toyota, BMW, and Volkswagen, as well as supercar manufacturers such as Ferrari and Lamborghini. In addition, there are internet companies like Google and Baidu that want to join forces with Emerald Island to build smart driving cars. Regarding this, Jiang Cheng's decision is not to reply temporarily. Now he still has a series of plans that have not been implemented, and everything has to wait until the heavy plan is announced tonight before making a decision. Therefore, Jiang Cheng also asked Monica to tell Uncle Lai, asking him to record all the car manufacturers interested in cooperating in order to discuss cooperation matters in the future. It can be said that the current Emerald Island is slowly getting on the right track, and Jiang Cheng can start thinking about the future. In addition, after the valuation of Emerald Island successfully exceeded the $50 billion mark this time, Jiang Cheng's island owner level has also been promoted to LV2, which makes him especially excited. You know, when Jiang Cheng initially developed the Emerald Island, he was restricted everywhere. Because of the level restrictions, many large projects he wanted to build could not be implemented. But now it's fine. As the level increases, some are more high-end. Building facilities, such as high-level projects such as production plants and office buildings, are also unlocked. In this way, in order to welcome the investment companies, automobile manufacturers, and other enterprises that will move in, the construction process can be started. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng was also excited. However, just when Jiang Cheng was about to open the construction system to see what other high-level buildings had been unlocked, Monica pushed in from outside the villa. Today's Monica is also so charming. A smart and fashionable little suit on the upper body and a short pencil skirt on the lower body tightly wrapped her hips, perfectly showing her protruding figure. "Mr. Island Master, there is a tricky thing I think you need to know about it." As soon as Monica walked in, she took out her mobile phone and showed Jiang Cheng very simply. Seeing Monica's solemn expression, Jiang Cheng knew that he might be in trouble, so he took the phone in doubt and looked at the screen. What was displayed on the phone turned out to be the live broadcast room of a certain female anchor. Video. Jiang Cheng immediately recognized that this should be the Cliff Restaurant in Centipede Bay. The video shows that there seems to be a dispute between two guests. The barrage at this time also kept rolling like snowflakes, and when Jiang Cheng's line of sight fell on one of the barrage, he was immediately stunned. Shocked, Su Qianqian, the goddess of literature and art, had a dispute with the crew of Xiaoshidai. Su Qianqian, Jiang Cheng's sight was instantly fixed on these words. At this moment, various emotions such as joy, anger, regret, etc., struck Jiang Cheng's face, making his expression strangely wonderful. "Mr. Island Lord, what's the matter with you?" Seeing Jiang Cheng's face change, Monica's eyes showed worry. "Is you worried that this matter will affect the reputation of Emerald Island? Why don't you let me handle it? I guaranteed to give you a satisfactory result." "No, leave this to me." Jiang Cheng looked away from the phone, couldn't help but smiled bitterly, and said to Monica. Meeting Su Qianqian again, Jiang Cheng had fantasized countless times, but never thought it would be in this way. At this time, Jiang Cheng also remembered that the noble guest Guan Xiaofai told him yesterday must be Su Qianqian. When things have reached this point, then Jiang Cheng must come forward. Otherwise, if you let the other party know that this big island owner will not show up when she is in crisis, you still have to blame yourself to death. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng turned around and walked outside the villa. The quarrel in the Cliff Restaurant has continued to ferment with more people's attention, so that in China, it has caused an uproar, and a lot of gossip about the matter has appeared. Among them, some said that the crew of the Small Era bullied the weak and grabbed the dining seat of Su Qianqian, the goddess of art. Some said that Su Qianqian had an early holiday with the crew of the Small Era. In addition, it was also said that this was caused by the poor service of Emerald Island. A dispute, in short, various speculations continue to emerge. And such a result, I am afraid that neither of the parties present had expected it. At this time, inside the restaurant. Su Qianqian, as your fellow sister, I have an obligation to tell you that your behavior is extremely impolite, especially for a distinguished guest like Mr. Xiang, who has made a huge contribution to the entertainment industry in our mainland. So, I ask you in the name of senior sister, and now I must apologize to Mr. Xiang. After Chen Wensheng persuaded Su Qianqian several times to no avail, the actress Yang Mai, who was sitting next to Xiang Huiqiang, finally couldn't stand it anymore. She stood up and reprimanded Su Qianqian relentlessly with a high tone. Yang Mai, is a well-known film and television actor. After he became popular with a fantasy drama in ancient costumes, he steadily took the position of the big female artist. However, in recent years, her reputation has declined severely, and she has been crowded by some younger and more beautiful new actresses after being on the throne. She has always been worried about it. Therefore, she has been looking for good scripts, well-known directors, and investors, hoping to make her famous once again with the new play. After several twists and turns, he finally found Mr. Xiang next to him. As the top tycoon in the entertainment industry in Hong Kong, the other party, after seeing the rise of the mainland film and television industry in recent years, intends to invest huge sums of money to enter the mainland film and television market, is an extremely rare opportunity. Therefore, in this context, she would never allow such embarrassment to the other party. "Hey, what are you talking about? We Kaiyan just came over to eat. Why should we toast this old man?" After hearing Yang Mai's arrogant words, Guan Xiaofai suddenly became angry and retorted in anger. Ever since she sat on her seat, she noticed that the boss of the entertainment company opposite always glanced at Kaiyan with a lewd look. If it weren't for the fear of hurting Kaiyan's reputation, she would have spoken out long ago. Now, seeing the parasites and flatterers around the other party, there is a tendency to unite to deal with Kaiyan. Guan Xiaofai finally couldn't bear it. In fact, if she knew that these people were such a true face, she would have sent them invitations, but now it's useless to say anything. The most important thing is that she can't make her good girlfriends feel wronged. Guan Xiaofai, who was already hot-tempered, was a blockbuster as soon as she exited, blowing up everyone on the opposite side. "Lu, old man," hearing these words, Xiang Huiqiang could barely maintain the expression on his face, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. At the same time, his eyes turned black, and almost a mouthful of old blood came out. As a tycoon in the entertainment industry, how has he ever been humiliated by people like this? And he was so badly scolded. Even though he had unspoken rules about the world-renowned queen of Hong Kong City, the other party did not dare to speak up at the time. It was only after many years that he dared to denounce him through a small newspaper. But today, he even let an unknown little girl scold him face to face, which caused him to tremble violently in his chest and almost suffered a heart attack. However, Xiang Huiqiang is a big boss after all. Despite the anger in his heart, he took a deep breath, resisted the anger in his heart, and returned to his calm appearance. In his opinion, arguing with such a small character will save his face and ruin his reputation. It is better to stay calm and calm. Anyway, he has a lot of methods that can easily clean up these small characters, and these methods he has also used many acting stars before. Thinking of this, Xiang Huiqiang straightened his expression, looked at Su Kaiyan on the opposite side, and said solemnly, "Miss Kaiyan, although you don't know why you hate me so much, I need to harm my reputation to you and your friends. Behavior, reserve the right to pursue responsibility. Also, if I remember correctly, you are now filming a movie called The Rainy Season, right?" Seeing Xiang Huiqiang's solemn face, Su Kaiyan couldn't help but frowned. For some reason, a bad feeling rose in her heart. So she calmed down and looked straight at the other party. "Mr. Xiang, I want to explain to you that my friend and I have no intention of harming your reputation. It's just that your filming team has been entangled with me. We have no choice but to do so. The tone is a little more serious. And I think what scene I am filming seems to have nothing to do with you, right? Ha ha, how can it be said that it doesn't matter? Don't you know that the investment company of this play happens to be a branch of Starlight Entertainment? So I want to say, how serious this matter is, you should be clear about it." Xiang Huiqiang suddenly showed a meaningful smile on his face, with a very bad tone. In fact, when he came to the Cliff restaurant and saw Su Kaiyan, he recognized him. The other party happened to be the female lead actress in the blockbuster drama, The Rainy Season, invested by an entertainment company under his earlier this year. Originally, he wanted to use this relationship to have a good talk with the other party at the wine table. And by the way, see if there was a chance to have a deeper contact. But he did not expect that this little actor would not give him any face, which made him very angry. At this time, since he had torn his face, he felt that there was no need to retain his affection. Since the other party didn't know how to promote, then he also had to let this little actor know the price of offending himself. Although the show is close to being completed and investment benefits can be seen immediately, this little money is really nothing to him. On the other hand, after hearing what Jiang Huiqiang said, Su Kaiyanqian's expression finally changed. She was really surprised by what the other party said. The other party turned out to be the investor who starred in this drama. As an actor, Su Kaiyanqian certainly knows the rights of investors. They are the masters of the entire crew and the highest authority. They have the right to decide the candidates for actors and directors, as well as the right to modify the script or even change the leading actors. In an instant, Su Kaiyanqian immediately realized that he might have really provoked an unprovoked existence. The drama, The Rainy Season is Coming, is the one that she has put in the most energy in recent years, and is also the one that she loves most. When director Zhang Qin came to her with the script, she almost just glanced at it and agreed happily. Come down. Nothing but this drama can be regarded as a true portrayal of her youth. In the play, the love story between the hero and the heroine is so similar to the relationship she has experienced before. The two met in the rainy season and separated due to misunderstanding. What touched her most was that the hero and the heroine finally met again in the rainy season after experiencing many hardships. Especially the beautiful ending in the play, she likes her. It is not so much that she wants to act in this play, it is not that she is acting as her ideal life. Regarding such a work that has devoted countless efforts to him, when it is about to turn into a bubble because of the other's words, Su Kaiyanqian, who has always been stubborn, feels a little shaken in his heart. Thanks to Arc Superman for the reward, thank you tilde. Kaiyanqian, let's go. It doesn't matter whether he is an investor or an investor. With such an investor, it doesn't make sense to film this movie or not. Let's go. Guan Xiaofei was almost furious about what Jiang Huiqiang just said. She had never seen such a shameless person who could say such threatening words in public. Therefore, she, who couldn't hate in her heart, immediately stood up for Su Kaiyanqian. This kind of sullen air was unbearable anyway. Guan Xiaofei took Su Kaiyanqian's hand, and when he was about to walk outside the restaurant, he found that his good girlfriend was standing still and seemed to be struggling. Seeing the struggling expression on Su Kaiyanqian's face, Guan Xiaofei was almost stunned. Kaiyanqian, what's the matter with you? Do you really want to apologize to this old man? Regarding Guan Xiaofei's question, Su Kaiyanqian could not say a word. Of course, she doesn't want to lower her head. However, she didn't want to let this work, which poured her countless efforts and emotions, and even pin her certain expectations, to vanish. The scene where Su Kaiyanqian was stunned in the same place was also seen by other tourists around, so their eyes inevitably showed a hint of doubt. However, as Jiang Huiqiang said this in a low voice, they didn't know what happened. However, they can guess that this seemingly weak actress must have encountered some unfair treatment, which made them feel a little bit unhappy. But they also know that this kind of thing is not something they can do, especially things in the entertainment circle. It is difficult to distinguish between true and false, and it is chaotic. Therefore, they had to wait and see in silence. In the corner, Feng Timo, who was broadcasting the quarrel at the front table, also showed an unhappy expression on his face. She was the closest here, so she had a clear eye on everything that happened there. It is precisely because of this that she expressed sympathy and understanding for Su Kaiyanqian's encounter, and even some of the same enemies hated the entire crew of the small era. Hey, Mo Bao, what is going on? I can't hear anything. Yeah, Mo Bao, what are they doing? It was visually observed that our goddess was suppressed by the enemy god of wealth, and we urgently need firepower. Upstairs, right answer. Damn it, Watt's brains, the other party is Jiang Huiqiang. Who is Jiang Huiqiang, don't you know? Who? Nong a little ba lazy. Seeing a lot of discussions among fans in the live broadcast room, even though Feng Timo knew the truth, he did not dare to tell it. Like the fans said, the other party is Jiang Huiqiang. A character who eats all black and white, especially in Hong Kong City, is a man or a ghost who has to get 3 points. Such a big-shot character, how can a small anchor of hers talk casually? Moreover, she is now live broadcast, and what she says will be recorded. If she is really talking about the other party without any cover, waiting for the other party to free her hand, it will not be as easy to clean her as crushing an ant. Therefore, at this time, Timo will inevitably have some guilt in her heart. She feels very sympathetic to the experience of the fairy lady, but she can't help anything, she can only stare at it. This feeling of powerlessness made her feel very uncomfortable for a while. You can only rely on Miss Sister herself. Timo thought in her heart. In her opinion, the matter has reached this point. I am afraid that no one can help the other party. As for the Black Knight, don't even think about it. Whoever came to Emerald Island was not a big-time figure from all walks of life, but she didn't see anyone nearby who dared to step forward. Just as Timo was thinking like this, she suddenly felt that someone behind her suddenly patted her. Yeah, Timo was taken aback, turned his head quickly, and found a man standing behind him at some unknown time. He looks very handsome, but hiding behind scary things is also wrong. So, she hurriedly made a small face and asked aloud, "Who are you? You scared me to death, you know." Amount. Hearing Timo's questioning, the man was stunned. He just had something to tell the other party, so he patted her, who knew the other party's reaction was so big. This so-called handsome man is Jiang Cheng. After Monica showed him the live video, he hurried out of the villa and hurried to here. However, because he had only watched the video before and did not understand the real situation, he felt that he had to understand the situation before making a decision before participating in this matter. As the people in the restaurant before, the attention has been focused on Su Kaienkian, so he did not notice that he suddenly entered the restaurant. After Jiang Cheng glanced away, he immediately found Feng Timo sitting in the corner. Know him, because the video he watched just now was shot from this angle, so this little girl is the female anchor. As long as you find this female anchor, you will be able to understand the whole story clearly. However, he just patted the opponent lightly, and the little girl was dissatisfied, which made Jiang Cheng feel a little speechless. This little girl looked cute, but she didn't expect her temper to be so big. However, after all, because he scared the other party, Jiang Cheng had nothing to complain about, so he immediately apologized to the other party. "Sorry, I accidentally scared you. I am the owner of Emerald Island. I just wanted to find out what happened between them." Hearing Jiang Cheng's question, Timo blinked his eyes and then heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just an inquiry. Thinking like this in his heart, Timo opened his mouth and said, "So you are the owner of Emerald Island. I told you that Chen Wensheng first forced Sister Kaienkian to offer that old man wine, and then Sister Kaienkian she. While talking, Timo suddenly felt something was wrong, as if he had missed something. What is it? Oh, come to think of it, the other party said that he is the owner of Emerald Island. Island, owner. Thinking of this, Timo's eyes, like an inflated balloon, stared round and round. At the same time, the mouth is wide open, almost enough to fill an entire egg. She rolled her eyes stiffly and looked at the man in front of her. He looks very handsome. He has beautiful eyebrows, a delicate face, and a pair of sparkling peach eyes. But the other party is wearing a white vest, beach pants, and a pair of flip-flops. What kind of dress is this? Brother, are you crazy? Timo now really wants to slap the opponent's face. He almost believed it just now. This little boy is handsome. How come he always likes to scare people? First he hides him secretly to frighten himself, and now he pretends to be a fool. She wanted to say something to the other party. If you are the owner of the island, then the people in the world are probably the owner of the island, and they have chosen to be the owner of the Emerald Island. You are really brave enough. In the end, Timo told Jiang Cheng the whole story. It's not because she believes that the other party is such a nonsense as the owner of the Emerald Island. She just thinks that telling one more person may relieve the guilt in her heart. After all, she herself has no ability to help that young lady. After hearing the answer he wanted, Jiang Cheng thanked him, but the expression on his face became solemn. He did not expect that this kind of thing would happen on his own territory. Hearing that everything now was caused by that Chen Wensheng made him even more angry. Back then, had it not been for the other party's painstaking efforts to collect his dazzling photos, he wouldn't have been separated from Kaienkian because of a misunderstanding. This has always been a knot in Jiang Cheng's heart, and it also made him feel deeply guilty. However, when I saw Su Kaienkian again today, Jiang Cheng found that he still liked this innocent girl, so he had to make it back. In addition, this Chen Wensheng is still obsessed with Kaienkian. Jiang Cheng felt that it was time to calculate the old and new accounts together. Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng lifted his steps and walked slowly towards the opposite side, but halfway through, he didn't know what he thought of, suddenly turned his head and smiled at Feng Timo. That. You are the female anchor of Dao Yuel. I see that your live broadcast room is very popular. In this case, in order to express my gratitude to you, tonight's grand dinner, I invite you as the exclusive authorized anchor to help me live this grand event. On the other side, watching the fake island owner finally leave, Timo was still grateful and finally sent away a handsome guy who was suffering from madness. However, when she saw that the other party suddenly turned her head and said something inexplicable to herself, Feng Timo could hardly help laughing. This guy is too ignorant. At this time, there is still the thought of joking. Therefore, she didn't even care about the other party's words and directly gave Jiang Cheng a big eye. As for the meaning, it is self-explanatory. Seeing that the other party still didn't believe that he was the owner of the Emerald Island, Jiang Cheng couldn't help being a little speechless. He had known that he had announced his identity long ago. Why bother in such a big circle and let a small female anchor cast aside? However, he still smiled bitterly. He didn't have the same knowledge as the other party, and the person who didn't know was not guilty, so he continued to walk towards Su Kaienqian's position. Mo Bao, I seem to hear your voice just now. Who are you talking to? Yeah, it sounds like a boy. Is there anything wrong? Seeing the barrage sent by fans in the live broadcast room, Timo hesitated for a while and said, "Oh, a handsome guy came just now, but he told me that he is the owner of Emerald Island, and he wanted to invite me to live broadcast for him. The grand dinner tonight, promise, is the one in front." While talking, Tai Mo pointed his finger in Jiang Cheng's direction. Little brother 666, dare to molest us, Mo Bao. Brothers, take my Italian cannon out quickly and see if I don't blast his chrysanthemums. 666, or use my 40-meter-long sword. Mo Bao, you are afraid that you have met a madman. Seeing that this guy is dressed so poorly, which country bunny should you come from? Fans in the live broadcast room, looking at Jiang Cheng's sour look in the screen, all turned on a ruthless mockery mode. Hush, look, everyone. This guy actually stepped forward. Does he want to get in? Okay, the show is coming. In this way, as Timo pointed the live broadcast at Jiang Cheng, all the fans in the live broadcast room were filled with melon-eating crowds, waiting for the good show to come. At this time, Jiang Cheng finally came to the table. Boss Yang, this time it's me. Su Kaienqian finally decided to compromise after hesitating several times. There was no way. Compared with the words of apology, she valued this painstaking work more. Therefore, she forcibly persuaded herself to open her mouth and say an apology. However, before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by a male voice rang behind her. Wait a minute, Fei Fei is right. This kind of person is not worthy of apology. This sudden sentence made everyone present in a daze. Who are you? Xiang Huiqiang, who was facing Su Kaienqian on the other side, almost burst into laughter when he saw this little actor who was under his pressure finally bowing his head to admit his mistake. He felt that he had almost finished the little actor, and then the other party could not escape his palm anyway. When he was secretly proud, he suddenly discovered that what he was looking forward to was interrupted by a person who suddenly broke in. This made him furious. Jiang Cheng, it's you, why are you here? At this time, Chen Wensheng on the side also recognized Jiang Cheng for the first time and couldn't help being shocked. He hated Jiang Cheng very much. In his opinion, it was precisely because of Jiang Cheng's appearance that he snatched Su Kaienqian, which he almost believed was about to be acquired, although he finally took them apart in front of the photos he collected with great effort. It also caused an irreparable gap between him and Su Kaienqian. Therefore, he has always held a grudge against Jiang Cheng. According to his original plan, he must find an opportunity to teach the other party a lesson in order to get rid of his hatred. But then he heard that Jiang Cheng suddenly graduated from Yanjing University and did not know where to go, so he gave up. However, when a period of time passed, when he thought that this person would disappear forever from his sight, the other party suddenly appeared in front of him at this time, which made him extremely surprised. At the same time, he immediately realized that the sudden appearance of the other party was likely to make the relationship between him and Su Kaienqian even more alienated. So in an instant, he fell into anger and began to question repeatedly. When Chen Wensheng pointed to Jiang Cheng's nose and questioned angrily, Jiang Cheng didn't pay attention to the other party at all, but lowered his gaze slightly. All his gazes were on Su Kaienqian's body. Seeing Su Kaienqian with a stunned face and a confused expression in front of him, Jiang Cheng's mouth twitched slightly. I haven't seen it for a while. This little girl has become more and more disinterested. So, without even thinking about it, he opened his mouth and said to Su Kaienqian, who was still in confusion, "Yes, little girl, she has become more beautiful." Little girl, become more beautiful. These two sentences fell in Su Kaienqian's ears, like a thunderstorm, instantly regaining her senses of confusion. Immediately afterwards, I saw Su Kaienqian's face flashing a variety of complex and unspeakable expressions. These expressions, I am afraid that in her acting career for so many years, she has never been so real. There are joy, sadness, excitement, anger, and even a little bit of grievance. At the end of the day, all these emotions turned into anger. Su Kaienqian suddenly pursed her mouth, then squeezed her pink fist and punched Jiang Cheng's chest. Thank you for your reward from Superman Arcan, as well as the recommendation votes from book friends. Thank you, when Su Kaienqian's powder fist landed on Jiang Cheng's chest, all the people present were dumbfounded. Strictly speaking, it is all petrified. Some people even took up their fists and rubbed their eyes fiercely, for fear that they were hallucinating. OMG, is this still the actress who is known as the goddess of art? Why do you look at this time so like a spoiled little daughter-in-law? An extremely absurd feeling was born in each of them, making them completely unacceptable for a while. And to say that the only thing that is normal in the field is Guan Xiaofai. However, at this time, she had a speechless expression on her face, staring at Su Kaienqian with her eyes, which meant that she felt disappointed for the other party. Seeing Su Kaienqian's little daughter's house, Guan Xiaofai sighed in her heart. Although she had long expected that when her good girlfriend sees Jiang Cheng again, she may not be able to withstand the opponent's offensive and fall back into it. In the same situation at the beginning, she didn't expect that this little girl would disarm so quickly and surrender. No, it's not disarming and surrendering, but proactive surrender. There is no resistance at all. People just look at you and you surrender. At this moment, in Feng Timo's live broadcast room, all the fans were blown up and countless bullet screens were constantly tumbling like snowflakes. Wow, what's the situation? I was blind just now. How did I see my goddess punching that poor man's chest with a small fist? Ooh, you are right. I suspect that Goddess Kaienqian is wrong. What's wrong in this world? Snow White has fallen in love with Cowherd. I don't care. My goddess was robbed today. If the other party is rich and handsome, it will be a poor man. In the live broadcast room, fans were full of shock and doubts. Obviously, they couldn't understand the scene they just saw, let alone accept their goddess, who acted like a baby to a poor ghost. This is a fancy, dazzling love that rebuked naked, which seriously hurt their young hearts. However, compared with these brain-dead fans, there are some rational views of this scene. In other words, Su Kaienqian seems to know this kid. Do you know who he is? How can it win the favor of the goddess of literature and art? I also want to know. +1, +2, +10,086. Following this fan's question, everyone immediately responded and began to turn their attention to tracing Jiang Cheng's identity. In their opinion, if they could know Jiang Cheng's true identity, maybe they could figure out why Su Kaienqian would act like a baby to a poor boy. By the way, I remembered. Did the other party just say that he is the owner of Emerald Island? Fuck, wouldn't it be true? Really, does the island owner have this look? At this moment, a bullet screen suddenly popped up, and all the fans in the live broadcast room saw it. Everyone, go to Zhuowei's Weibo. There is a major situation. Zhuowei, the first paparazzi in China. The name Zhuowei has a very high reputation throughout China, especially in the entertainment industry. Every Weibo he publishes is a blockbuster, and then it is connected to the current situation. These fans immediately thought that Zhuowei's Weibo might have something to do with what is happening now. So, in an instant, all the fans left the live broadcast room and went to find Zhuowei's Weibo. At this time, I saw the number of people in the live broadcast room from 8 million directly down to 7, 5 million, and then to 7 million. Obviously, after Jiang Cheng appeared, everyone's attention shifted from the original dispute to this poor boy who suddenly appeared. It didn't take long for Zhuo Wai's Weibo to be seen by tens of thousands of netizens, and with the increase in the number of reposts and comments, it has a tendency to expand and even sweep the entire network. The content of Weibo is like this. Jiang Cheng, the grandson of the richest man of Chinese descent in the Philippines, is now the owner of the island of Emerald Island. He studied at Yanjing University for 15 years and was a classmate with Guan Xiaofei, editor of the famous travel magazine. Later, he graduated due to unknown reasons and was at the same level as the Kyoto Film Academy. Kai and Qian at the School Flower Hotel was once a couple and later broke up, suspected to be related to the same school grass Chen Wensheng. For the entire Weibo, Zhuo Wai cleaned up Jiang Cheng's resume through various aspects, and the relationship between him and Su Kaiyan and Chen Wensheng mentioned in it caused everyone to drop their jaws in shock. After this revelation, everyone has a general understanding of what happened just now. The relationship between the two people was originally a lover, but they broke up for some reason, and then they think of the quarrel between Su Kaiyan and Chen Wensheng just now. They have been commenting on Su Kaiyan's Weibo for many times before, quite pursuing her. When I think of this, everyone can't help but think that Chen Wensheng is probably what caused the two to break up. At this moment, Dream Bay, outside the Sea View Villa, Zhuo Wai, the instigator of the incident on Weibo, was lying on a beach chair, enjoying the beautiful coconut juice. Brother Wai, it's done. Feng Qi flipped through the phone's Weibo. His face almost turned into a chrysanthemum, as if all the pain and fatigue in the past few days had all been resolved. Just now, the timing of your Weibo was too accurate, and it attracted everyone's attention. Now, the entire Chinese internet community is in madness. Feng Qi said very excitedly. No, they were also paying attention to the incident at Cliff Restaurant just now, and when Jiang Cheng appeared, Zhuo Wai suddenly changed his previous plan and revealed all the important information he had collected from China. I have to say that this timing is really too accurate. It hits everyone's attention in one stroke, and the effect is comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. It can be said that now the reputation of their Fengxingzi studio is going to a higher level. Over the past few days, they have been tossing around many places, working tirelessly to collect all kinds of information, but judging from the results today, all these efforts are worth it. Therefore, at this time, they are also uncontrollably excited. Just as Feng Qi thought, their blockbuster is absolutely comparable to the nuclear bomb level. All networks are reposting and discussing the content of this Weibo. The grandson of the richest man in the Philippines, owner of Emerald Island, these two identities that no one dared to think fell to the same person at the same time. It is conceivable how shocking the netizens who were still mocking Jiang Cheng for being a poor ghost should be. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's new identities and titles, such as the richest and youngest Chinese, the richest and most handsome Chinese, the owner of the Emerald Island, and there is an island at home, immediately became hot searches on Weibo. And those who have scolded Jiang Cheng in the live broadcast room or on Weibo before, even those who deleted Weibo, deleted messages, and a miserable scene. I slipped away. This face hurts too much. Jiangdao Master is awesome. Loki is the most awesome show-off, my role model. Is it because I have read too many online novels, it's too routine, I waited for the spray to be too simple, and I actually followed the Tao of Jiangdao? My face, Emma, is almost a pig. Except for a lot of netizens being beaten in pain, Feng Timo also felt that his face was hot at this time. Okay. A big island owner in the family asked herself about the situation personally, but she gave the other party a big wink and thought he was suffering from madness. Thinking of this, Timo couldn't help raising her small hand and covering her face. What a shame, lost your lord, lost to grandma's house. It's okay, I'm so cute, little brother. No, Jiandeaju will definitely not blame himself. By the way, the other party also invited himself to do an exclusive live broadcast of today's dinner. He certainly wouldn't blame me. In his heart, Timo couldn't help comforting himself in this way. He was already thinking about how to make the live broadcast of today's dinner better, so as to win Jiang Cheng's forgiveness. Regarding Jiang Cheng's identity, there has been a lot of rumors outside the Emerald Island. But the people in the Cliff restaurant, because their attention has been focused on the incident itself, have actually been ignorant. Jiang Cheng, let go of Kaiyan Qian and stop pestering her. With your current status, you simply don't deserve her. Seeing Su Kaiyan Qian suddenly embracing Jiang Cheng's embrace, Chen Wensheng felt like he was going crazy. In his eyes, this scene seemed to repeat itself. He was so angry that he couldn't care about his identity anymore. Like a mad male lion, he said to Jiang Cheng in a bad tone, "What status am I? I need you to care." Jiang Cheng frowned slightly when he heard Chen Wensheng's words. To be honest, he felt sick from the bottom of his heart for such a stalker. If it weren't for the feelings of the tourists beside him, he would really like to go up and repair this ignorant fellow. "You are a poor ghost who dropped out of Yan University. I don't know how you got the invitation to come to Emerald Island, but I want to tell you now, get out of here right away because it's not here at all, where people like you can come." When he said this, Chen Wensheng couldn't help but glanced at Su Kaiyan Qian. In his opinion, the reason Jiang Cheng was able to get to Emerald Island was definitely because Su Kaiyan Qian got another invitation letter through some means, which made Jiang Cheng get in. The anger in his heart exploded even when he thought of this. Know him because this probably proves that although Su Kaiyan Qian was separated from the other party at the beginning, he still has a secret connection, and he himself, like a fool, has been attacking Su Kaiyan Qian, which made him suddenly feel betrayed. Feeling and unacceptable. "It's ridiculous. I'm on the Emerald Island. Don't you have to control it?" Jiang Cheng felt that Chen Wensheng must be too fascinated by acting, or he couldn't start talking nonsense. "Jiang Cheng, don't be stubborn, whether you have an invitation letter or not, but I will tell you that people who come here are either rich or noble, and they are not comparable to those of your class. If you don't leave, then I can only ask the service staff here to drive you out of Emerald Island." With contempt in his eyes, Chen Wensheng said to Jiang Cheng in a high-pitched tone, "It seems that if Jiang Cheng really doesn't leave, he will really take some tough measures." Hearing this sentence, Jiang Cheng almost laughed, but he still resisted the smile and said solemnly, "Well, if you have the skills, then I have to see how you invited me out of Emerald Island." "You?" Seeing Jiang Cheng so soft and hard not to eat, Chen Wensheng's eyes were about to burst into flames. He didn't expect to see him for a while. This guy had a thicker skin than before. Not only did he use this to regain Kaiyan Qian, he also died in this way. Emerald Island, where only high-level VIPs can stay. However, he has already said what he has just said, so he can only do so now. And the reason why he dared to say that just now is because he believes that in this batch of invitation lists, their entire small Era 5 crew is definitely considered a heavyweight guest. Perhaps in terms of wealth, they are not as good as the CEOs of those listed companies, but in terms of influence, they are still better than celebrities. Recently, with the upcoming release of Zioshi 5, they have pushed them even more, reached a peak. Therefore, he should reasonably believe that the owner of the Emerald Island dare not follow the opinions of their high-ranking guests in any way, including the poor and sour ghost who got in through the muddy waters, even if the other party is covered by Su Kaiyan Qian. No way. Thinking of this, a trace of anger flashed across Chen Wensheng's face. Then, he suddenly turned his head and said to the service staff in the restaurant, "Get your general manager." After hearing Chen Wensheng's words, since Jiang Cheng arrived, a beautiful lady who had not dared to step forward, who was wearing a small suit and had a Southeast Asian appearance, suddenly stepped forward. She first glanced in Jiang Cheng's direction, but when she saw that Jiang Cheng didn't respond, she hesitated, and then said to Chen Wensheng, "Hello, I am the general manager of the restaurant. Do you have any needs? I am a distinguished guest personally invited by your island owner. Now I am disturbed by this person and cannot eat normally. In addition, this person is just a penniless poor man. It is impossible for him to be invited in this group. In the list, they came in through troubled waters, so I ask you to immediately report to your island owner and invite this person out." Chen Wensheng spoke to the restaurant manager with an arrogant tone and an unquestionable attitude. But after listening to Chen Wensheng's words, the restaurant manager glanced at the other person with a strange tone, showing an embarrassed look. "What? Is there a problem?" as the distinguished guests you invited, shouldn't you provide the best quality service? I don't believe that the owner of the elegant Emerald Island would allow such people to board the Emerald Island." Seeing the embarrassment of the restaurant manager, Chen Wensheng frowned slightly and couldn't help but strengthen his tone, putting some pressure on the other party. Hearing this, the manager hesitated for a moment. She secretly glanced at the opposite Jiang Cheng and saw that the other side gave herself a nod. Seeing this, the manager's eyes widened slightly, as if she didn't understand Jiang Cheng's meaning, but after thinking about it, she bit the bullet and walked towards Jiang Cheng. Under the gaze of all the guests around, she hesitated to speak. "Jiang, Lord Jiang, this guest. He invites you to leave Emerald Island." Boom. In an instant, the entire restaurant exploded in an instant. "Jiang, island owner, OMG, did you hear that right?" The manager of this high-end restaurant called this kid island owner who suddenly appeared. "On this Emerald Island, who can be named island owner, can I still be the owner of other islands?" Thinking of this, everyone fell into a sluggishness. Looking at the casually dressed man in the field, there was a huge wave in their hearts. No matter how slow they were, they also reacted at this time. The person who looked like they were about to be driven out of the island was the real Emerald Island owner. And since they landed on this island, they have never met. The quite mysterious island owner is also the person in front of them. Silence, deathly silence. After the restaurant manager had to say that, the whole restaurant suddenly fell into silence. Everyone could not help flashing the scenes that happened before, but the more they recalled, the more they felt that all of this was so unbelievable. At first, they thought that this dispute would end with Su Kaienqian's apology, but suddenly they killed a poor boy, which seemed to have something to do with the goddess of art. And when they thought that this poor boy was about to, when being implicated, the story reverses again. Is he actually the owner of Emerald Island? I drop it. To say that the most influential people on Emerald Island are by no means the people like them or the CEOs of listed companies. Only the owners of Emerald Island are the masters of this land. Send out invitations to invite famous people in China to make the entire Emerald Island a paradise on Earth that everyone wants to visit. After arriving, there is a shocking flying car. Such incredible things were created by the mysterious Emerald Island owner, but such a character was ignored by them all. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but regret. Just now, they underestimated each other too much, and they didn't know if the other party would remember it. However, compared to the guilt in their hearts, what made them pay more attention was that Chen Wensheng, who was in the field, not only uttered wild words to the owner of the Emerald Island, but even kicked him out of the Emerald Island. At this time, it was really good to see. So, in the next moment, everyone focused their eyes on Chen Wensheng, who was in the field, wanting to see what kind of reaction the previously arrogant little fresh meat was like. Sure enough, as everyone present had expected, Chen Wensheng at this time had almost lost the ability to think. He widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Cheng unblinkingly. His face was full of expressions of disbelief. In addition to the shocked expression, he could also see a trace of terror in the other's eyes. Obviously, such a result was something he couldn't predict. You. After a long while, Chen Wensheng finally blinked his eyes and recovered from the lack of consciousness. He raised his finger at Jiang Cheng, but he couldn't say a word. At this moment, in his heart, thinking of the words he had said before, he really regretted his death. He actually regarded an Emerald Island owner as an ordinary poor sour ghost, and even scolded each other in front of so many people. In an instant, Chen Wensheng felt ashamed. He knew, no matter what, he was settled this time. He looked at Jiang Cheng on the opposite side, with expressions of fear in his eyes, completely losing his ability to speak. The proud expressions on his face had long since disappeared. If possible, he could not wait to find a place to sew in, and he would be embarrassed here. In addition to Chen Wensheng, the other crew members of Zioshi 5 also had shocked expressions in their eyes. Without him, although they did not have any conflicts with the island owner, their actions just now were undoubtedly directed at the hotel. Kaienqians, it seems that Su Kaienqian is very likely to have a close relationship with this big island owner. Therefore, in this instant, all of these crew members became ashamed and pale. Although they are considered celebrities in China, their current status is still far behind the island owner, who is popular throughout the country, not to mention that they are still on each other's territory. This huge change in emotions gave all of them an absurd feeling in their hearts, but there was nothing to do. Just when they thought that this big island owner would take care of them next, to their expectation, Jiang Cheng said slightly, "I'm really sorry. I'm sorry to disturb you. I think it's possible. It's a misunderstanding, so please forgive me. Everyone should continue to eat. In addition, I can tell you a little bit. Tonight's dinner, everyone must not miss it. There is a big gift. I want to dedicate it to everyone, okay? Just in this way. I wish you all a pleasant meal." Jiang Cheng looked around and apologized to all the tourists present. Then he pulled Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofai beside him and walked out of the restaurant. For Jiang Cheng, it is not that he does not want to deal with Chen Wensheng and the small-time crew. It's just that the current situation is really not suitable for these actions. You must know that not only are there so many tourists watching here, but there is also a beta female anchor who is broadcasting live here. If he really did something excessive, it might hurt his identity and also affect the reputation of Emerald Island. This is the most important. Moreover, after this incident, Jiang Cheng believed that this Chen Wensheng was completely lousy in the entertainment industry, because all the other parties' actions just now were broadcast live. So there is no need for him to act, and the saliva of all netizens can drown each other. Moreover, when the heavy dinner party is about to be held tonight, Jiang Cheng shouldn't make a move to drive away the other party, even though he really wants to throw all the people into the sea. However, given this opportunity, why didn't he be a good person, so that he could gain a good reputation? And with his current status, he really disdains to get angry with these small characters, so he will be pushed back instead. Identity. Driven by these thoughts, Jiang Cheng gave up on the fault of Chen Wensheng and the crew of Zio Shi 5. It is better to let the other party fend for themselves. Presumably what happened today, the other party has no face to stay on Emerald Island. When Jiang Cheng took Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofai out of the restaurant, things were quickly spread through various channels, such as the Weibo of the tourists present and Feng Timo's live broadcast room, as he expected. All the Chinese netizens have fallen into madness, because what happened in this short hour was so dramatic that even the best screenwriter could not compose such a tortuous story. What makes many netizens even more excited is that Chen Wensheng, who was originally a rising star in the industry, has completely become the target of millions of netizens. Countless netizens all flocked to the Weibo of Chen Wensheng, and even the crew of Zio Shi 5 and others, opening a ruthless mockery mode. In this way, the small Era 5 crew has completely become the laughing stock of the entire entertainment industry. And it is expected that this drama that will compete for Oscars will probably not be released. Otherwise, it will have to be scolded alive by the majority of netizens. Emerald Island, Dream Bay, Kingu Harbor. Kingu Port is a natural port. The water quality here is clear and the draft is deep. Although it is not enough to build a port, it is enough if one or two large ships occasionally dock. At this moment, the Pacific Ocean cruise ship, slowly cutting through the water with a beautiful flashing hose, stopped at Kingu Port. Compared with before, the cruise ship buy-in at this time has been completely renewed. It is not only covered with red ribbons symbolizing celebration, but also decorated with many balloons that can only be used at ceremonies. Seen from a distance, above the cruise ship, there is a festive atmosphere. Night came slowly. From a certain moment, a large number of tourists began to come here in flying cars from all corners of the port, and everyone's face was filled with excitement. For them, being able to participate in a grand opening dinner on such a dreamlike island seems to be a good experience. What's more, what makes them even more exciting is the island owner of Emerald Island, who finally appeared just recently. He also said that he would give them a great gift. This makes them even more looking forward to it. On the other side of the cruise ship, top banquet hall. In the brightly lit lobby, there is a top-notch, luxurious red carpet. Around the lobby is a bright floor-to-ceiling window. From here, you can see the unique moonlight scene of the entire Dream Bay, exuding dreamy brilliance. It makes people dream. In the banquet hall, the guests were already seated and bustling. Among these people, some are CEOs of listed companies. There are other elites in all walks of life. There are also celebrities and social figures. It can be said that everyone here can be regarded as a famous person in China. However, at this time, they were all whispering quietly, and there were some praises among them. Obviously, although these VIPs have participated in many top banquets in the past, they have never experienced such a special and charming banquet. At this time, I heard the sound of elegant music, and then everyone's eyes looked towards the entrance of the hall. Sure enough, I saw Jiang Cheng at this time, wearing a Brioni Vanquish handmade custom suit, and slowly following the red carpet into the hall with the sound of music. The handsome appearance, long body, and unique bright eyes made him instantly attract everyone's attention. With a peaceful smile on his face, Jiang Cheng frequently greeted the guests seated around him without losing his elegance. A little step behind him, Monica, dressed in a delicate lady's suit with a folder in her hand, and followed her as a personal assistant. The hot figure, coupled with the charming face, made her also attract the attention of many men. However, among them, it has attracted the dissatisfaction of the two ladies. Kian, look at it. This big radish hasn't changed at all. With his identity as the island owner, it's disgusting to find himself a secretary of such a good body. In the corner, Guan Xiaofai stared at the smiling Monica in the field without blinking, and fire burst into his eyes. What she was worried about still happened. Jiang Cheng, the big carrot, just a few days ago, she didn't know when she found a secretary with a hot body. She remembered that when she came last time, there was still no one beside her. When she thought of this, she was so angry that she couldn't help telling her good friend Su Kian around her. Oh, it may be necessary for work, and his identity is quite special. If you find someone with ordinary looks, it may not be appropriate. Su Kian, who listened to the side, felt nothing, and she didn't put Monica's eyes at all, just stared at Jiang Cheng. Oh my God, Su Kian. Jiang Cheng gave you some ecstasy this afternoon. You are still talking to him for such an obvious thing. Guan Xiaofai, who was still thinking about getting the comfort of her fellow enemies from her girlfriends, widened her eyes when she heard Su Kian's words, and looked at Su Kian with a surprised expression, her eyes full of suspicion. Ah, are you there? Su Kian blushed involuntarily as she looked at her girlfriend's questioning expression, and she also seemed to be evasive in her eyes. Hurry up and be honest. After we walked out of the Cliff restaurant this afternoon, where did he take you, and what did you do? Guan Xiaofai squinted and stared at Su Kian with a scrutiny gaze. Seeing the evasive look of her good best friend, she couldn't help being more sure that Jiang Cheng, the big carrot, must have given Kian some ecstasy, or the other party could not blush. This afternoon, after they walked out of the Cliff restaurant, Jiang Cheng wanted to chat with Su Kian in the name of not seeing him for a long time. Seeing this, Guan Xiaofai didn't bother them and let them go. Anyway, it was their own thing, but looking back now, she couldn't help feeling a bit of curiosity. Jiang Cheng didn't use any tricks to get Kian done, right? Jiang Cheng understands this person very well, and he has a lot of rhetoric. Generally, there are girls who can escape his routine, and his good girlfriend looks like a very thoughtful person, but in fact it is similar to that simple little girl is no different, and under Jiang Cheng's rhetoric, I'm afraid she will fall down in no time. So, thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Oh, what are you talking about? Look, the banquet has begun. Su Kian couldn't help but flushed with shame when Guan Xiaofai asked about this. Fortunately, at this time, Jiang Cheng also came to the banquet hall. Therefore, she immediately changed the subject. Hearing what Kian said, Guan Xiaofai couldn't ask any more, so she turned her head quickly and aimed her gaze at the front platform. First of all, thank you all distinguished guests for being able to come to Emerald Island. In the name of the owner of Emerald Island, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to everyone. In a word, Jiang Cheng officially announced his identity as the owner of the Emerald Island. Although everyone had known it in the afternoon, after hearing Jiang Cheng's words, there was still a little shock in his heart, and they couldn't help all of them. There were warm applause. Then, after a brief opening remark, Jiang Cheng didn't talk nonsense, and directly announced the heavy news he had always wanted to announce. I believe that the unique scenery of Emerald Island has won everyone's favor. But as the owner of the island, I sincerely feel that if you just occupy such a heavenly holy place alone, it is really a violent thing. Therefore, I want to be here. Announce to everyone that Emerald Island welcomes everyone to come here to play, of course. There is work and life. There was a boom. As soon as Jiang Cheng's voice fell, the entire hall was instantly shaken. Jiang Cheng's words were like a pot of cold water poured into a pan, which instantly detonated the audience, causing all the VIPs present to fall into madness. In addition, all the netizens in China who were watching this live broadcast were also shocked. Regarding the first half of Jiang Cheng's words, that is, Emerald Island is about to open its tourism industry, and tourists from all over the world are invited to visit here, they can understand. What does settlement and life mean in the second half? Could it be that this Emerald Island owner wants? After thinking of this possibility, everyone couldn't help but get excited at this time. Jiang Cheng's speech in the live broadcast room continued. That's right. As the owner of such a beautiful island, I have the responsibility and obligation not to let it be covered with jade. So I decided that the Emerald Island will be officially open to the public from now on. We sincerely invite those companies and individuals come here to set up companies and settle down and issue permanent residence permits to those senior talents, which is the green card of Emerald Island. Boom! When the voice fell, the banquet hall exploded again and there was noise everywhere, almost overturning the house cover. Is Emerald Island officially open to the outside world? Can I set up a company and build a factory here? Can you settle permanently? Every sentence Jiang Cheng just said was like a heavy hammer, which hit everyone's heart so hard that they couldn't recover for a long time. Obviously, this piece of heavy news is too shocking for all of them to think of. However, after a short period of thought, they plunged into ecstasy. When they came to Emerald Island, although it was only a short day, everything they could see and experience made them deeply fall in love with this beautiful island like a paradise. There are clear waters, azure blue sky, more delicate beaches, swaying green trees, and of course, technology products that have transcended the times. This land is full of primitive beauty, but there is no shortage of magic. This is a land where the primitive and the future, nature and technology are intertwined with each other. Coming here in just one day, but for them, the accumulated happiness is far greater than living in the mainland before. Therefore, even if they are playing in this land, they think from time to time, what if they leave here and can't come again? However, Jiang Cheng's remark just now gave them hope. Emerald Island is about to open to everyone. It also means that everyone has the opportunity to come here, and not only come here to play, they can even get a green card and live here for a lifetime. When the crowd was crazy, the netizens who were watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room were all climaxing. In the past few days, they have been watching everything about the Emerald Island through the pictures in the live broadcast room, but this kind of viewing obviously did not visit the island personally, and it made people feel more immersive. Especially when the big guys show the beauty of Emerald Island and those flying cars full of science fiction on Weibo, or in the live broadcast room. They can't wait to board the island right away and experience the magic there. However, it's all right now. After Jiandao Lord announced the declaration just now, they knew that they finally ushered in an opportunity. As a result, they began to vent their excitement wildly. Weibo, WeChat groups, moments, and various networks are all filled with excitement from many netizens. Ooh, thank Dao Jiang, I finally have the opportunity to live on Emerald Island. The Lord Jiangdao is mighty, call the Lord Jiangdao. Lord Jiangdao, do you still lack a flying car driver there? I am a 20-year-old driver, driving steadily and not afraid of investigation. However, in addition to the above-mentioned excitement, there are some netizens who are more sane. They found some special places by carefully replaying Jiang Cheng's speech. Don't patronize and be happy, everyone. Did you find out? It seems that no one of Jiangdao Master can get the Emerald Island green card. Yes, the original words of the Jiangdao Master are that senior talents from all walks of life are welcome to settle here. To dig a groove, what does this mean? It means that salted fish like me still can't get a green card. Nonsense. If both cats and dogs can get the Emerald Island green card, then this Emerald Island will not be overwhelmed. You can have a snack. I'll go. I'm happy that I've been here just now, but I'm only reacting now, saying that I graduated from 211. Do I have a chance to go? 211 is a bird. My 985 is not necessarily. People want senior talent, not advanced diploma. Upstairs, a place like Emerald Island is definitely attracting talents from all over the world. Don't let the frog in the bottom of the well. The people educated in our country for exams are no different from the duck crackers at the duck farm. The talents are returned. The scumbags are almost the same. What did you do when you were in college? Didn't you have a B number in your heart? With the speeches of some people with calm minds, the netizens quickly cooled off from the frenzy, and at the same time made them realize the cruelty of the matter. It seems that it is really easy to get a green card for Emerald Island. It can even be said that it is very cruel. After all, the current Emerald Island is not like the college entrance examination, who can get high scores, but whoever has the ability can get into it. Score and ability are fundamentally different. However, in any case, compared to viewing only in pictures and videos, at least the current Emerald Island has opened a door of hope. Even though they cannot get the green card of Emerald Island for various reasons, one thing is certain. Emerald Island is about to become an open tourist attraction. As tourists, they can still go there, fans. In short, Jiang Cheng's remarks on opening up the Emerald Island were still spreading across the internet at an explosive speed, and countless netizens and ordinary people knew this heavy news. Some of them have already begun to study how to join Emerald Island and become one of them. At the time when China was caught in a hot spot, far above the luxury cruise ship on Emerald Island, everyone had already begun their carnival. After Jiang Cheng's speech was over, almost all the bigwigs and stars from all walks of life came to Jiang Cheng and asked him how to join Emerald Island. Obviously, they are more willing to live in this rich and infinite possibility place than in China. Not only is the scenery beautiful, but it also has technological capabilities that transcend the times. This place where primitive and modern merged is what is truly worth looking forward to. Therefore, almost no thoughts, these talents from all walks of life have decided that they must do their best to get the green card of Emerald Island. It was originally a grand dinner, but because Jiang Cheng's news was so shocking, all the VIPs present lost their interest in tasting food, and instead they all started talking in their seats. The topics they talked about were nothing more than how to get the green card of Emerald Island, and if they were lucky enough to get the green card of Emerald Island, the good life here. In short, everyone's topic cannot be separated from this charming island. Regarding the question of how to obtain the green card of Emerald Island they have been concerned about, Jiang Cheng did not answer positively, but promised them that when Emerald Island introduces related systems to absorb talents, they will definitely be given priority. According to Jiang Cheng's original words, these first batch of VIPs to Emerald Island played a great role in publicizing Emerald Island. Therefore, even with this, we must fully consider what they do to Emerald Island. Contribution. After hearing Jiang Cheng's remarks, everyone felt sincere admiration for Jiang Cheng's behavior, because in their eyes, this personable Jiang Dao master was so good at life. If they are really lucky enough to settle down on Emerald Island in the future, under the leadership of such an island owner, they will probably not be treated unfairly. Therefore, all the VIPs present were full of interest in joining Emerald Island. After this grand banquet lasted for nearly 2 hours, it finally ended amidst laughter. In the future, they will continue to visit Emerald Island. By the way, you can look forward to the official announcement of the specific system for obtaining green cards. However, when most of the tourists returned to their residences to rest, another small group of tourists came to a small living room on the top floor of the cruise ship. This time, all the CEOs, presidents, and corporate leaders of various listed companies were invited, such as Tencent CEO Ma Huiting, Ali CEO Ma Yun, and Wanda Group President Wang Jianlin, all of whom were on the list. On the Emerald Island side, including Jiang Cheng, there are also many Emerald Island management personnel, including Uncle Lai. This meeting that only high-end people can participate in starts at 10 o'clock in the evening until 2 o'clock in the morning. As for what they discussed in detail, No outsider knew, but from the next day, there were continuous messages spreading, saying that all the top executives of major companies who came to Emerald Island had reached a strategic investment agreement with Emerald Island. As for the investment goals, it involves all aspects of the development and construction of Emerald Island. These news, like a blockbuster, once again swept the world. You know, Emerald Island is originally a land that integrates nature and technology. With the investment of these world-class companies, it is destined to move on the fast lane. Therefore, everyone cannot help but arouse a strong curiosity about the extent to which the future of Emerald Island can develop. In this way, talents from all walks of life are even more urged to focus their attention on Emerald Island, because as the island owner, Jiang Cheng has solemnly announced that he will announce the talent introduction plan for Emerald Island in the near future. Anyone who passes the review can obtain the green card of Emerald Island and the opportunity to settle permanently on Emerald Island, Beisha Bay, Sea View Villa. Mr. Owner, these are the letters of intent reached with the major company's CEO this time. I have sorted them out. Please sign for confirmation. Monica drew light makeup and gently placed a stack of folders in front of Jiang Cheng. At this time, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. His face was full of big head expressions, and when he heard Monica say this, he couldn't help but smile. No way, he is too tired now. With the cooperation intentions reached with those companies, Jiang Cheng's work has become more busy. During the day, he not only has to discuss with Uncle Lai's management to select cooperative companies and formulate specific rules and procedures for the talent introduction plan, as well as other future development and construction plans for Emerald Island. In the evening, he would return to the villa, browse the plan provided by the island owner's Tycoon system, and think about how to build the island. After all, when Uncle Lai came here, he had already greeted the other party, and the other party was responsible for the specific management of Emerald Island, and the infrastructure construction of Emerald Island was left to him because he was in charge. There are a large number of infrastructure companies supported. However, although the words were out, Jiang Cheng discovered that when the construction of the Emerald Island really started, there were really many things to consider, which was far more complicated than when it first started to build the Dream Paradise Resort. First of all, in order to accommodate so many companies and enterprises planning to invest in Emerald Island, a huge business district is needed. Even to satisfy individual enterprises, a part of the land needs to be set aside for factories. Of course, most of these factories are assembly factories. Mainly, Jiang Cheng will never allow factories that produce pollution sources to settle on Emerald Island. In this case, the Dream Paradise Resort is not suitable because it is a scenic area and small in size. It is okay to build a small business area, but it is obviously not enough to accommodate so many companies, let alone. Jiang Cheng has to think about it for the future. You know, only the VIPs he has invited are those who have reached an intention to cooperate with Emerald Island. As for the future, there will be a large number of well-known enterprises in China, Hong Kong, and other countries in the world. For such a large number of companies, if they open a branch in Emerald Island or even relocate their headquarters here, they must have enough land to support their future expansion. So looking at it this way, Jiang Cheng could only look elsewhere. According to Jiang Cheng's original plan, he was going to build 3 major urban areas. Considering this, only the center of Emerald Island Laputa City is the most suitable. Since coming back last night, Jiang Cheng has been thinking about how to develop Laputa City. This city is related to the future economic lifeline of Emerald Island. The development process must be thoughtful and scientific and reasonable, otherwise take a wrong step, then it is too late to regret. However, anyway, Jiang Cheng has system support, so he can save a lot of effort. Listening to Monica's words, Jiang Cheng slightly raised his hand and took the letters of intent in his hand and watched carefully. With the gradual browsing, Jiang Cheng also has some ideas about the initial development of Laputa City. According to these letters of intent, Jiang Cheng's development plan this time will probably involve 100 to 200 companies. Combined with the cooperation intentions, conveyed to Uncle Lai by some other companies in the world before. Jiang Cheng decided to build a moderately large central business district in the central city of Laputa, which is the CBD. CBD, originally meaning place of commercial gathering, is the main area of a city for commercial activities. However, with the development of cities, the content of CBD has been continuously enriched, and it has become the center of economic development of a city. It is generally located in the city center and highly concentrated on the city's economy, technology, and culture. Since it is the core of a city, it must have multiple functions such as finance, trade, service, exhibition, and consulting, and be equipped with a complete transportation and communication system. In the world, famous CBDs include Manhattan, New York, City of London, Shinjuku, Tokyo, Central Harbor, etc. As Jiang Cheng aspiring to build the world's top city, he must also set his sights high and benchmark the above-mentioned CBD. Therefore, Jiang Cheng is very cautious about the development of Laputa City. The CBD of a city can be regarded as a symbol of a city. The above-mentioned CBDs are all models of success, and there are many things worth learning. Of course, if many of them are just mechanical methods, then they are unavoidable. The natural scenery of Emerald Island is unique and has unique natural resources. Therefore, the construction of CBD must also be able to be harmonious and unified with the natural environment here. Building the CBD of Laputa City in this direction will inevitably establish the unique style of Emerald Island and let it have a place in the world-renowned CBD. In addition, the most striking thing about Emerald Island is its most primitive natural scenery. Therefore, the construction of the city must also be able to integrate with nature and the environment. After such thinking, Jiang Cheng has roughly determined the development direction of Laputa. That is, while ensuring the scientific and reasonable urban development, it must be green and natural. All building facilities must be compatible with nature. Blend. Jiang Cheng knows that Xinjiapo, a world-renowned garden city, is a commendable existence. Xinjiapo is composed of 64 islands. The whole city is covered with greenery. The territory is full of grass and flowers, neat and beautiful. There are trees on both sides of the road. The streets are full of small gardens and lawns. Flowers and herbs are green. The air is fresh and covered by the world recognized as the Garden City country. In terms of natural landscape and island scenery, Emerald Island is enough to kill Xinjiapo. Therefore, the positioning of Emerald Island must also be above Xinjiapo. Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng had an idea in his mind. Just a garden city is obviously not enough for the more natural scenery of Emerald Island. Since you have the system in your hand, if you want to build it, you will create a unique forest city. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help himself, and quickly called out the island Tycoon system, combined with the planning scheme provided by the system and the geographical and topographical situation of Laputa City, and began a precise and meticulous plan. 3 days later, in the Sea View Villa in Beishawin, Jiang Cheng uttered a happy cry. After 3 days of careful planning, a decent forest city model was finally born. In this new urban planning drawing, Jiang Cheng has added many green elements, involving all aspects of urban construction, and at the same time selected a group of typical green buildings to decorate the entire city so that they will become the entire Lapu in the future. The green symbol of Dasheng. In this plan, it also involves the division of urban areas, including the division of commercial areas, living areas, and tourist areas, as well as the construction of highways, shipping, subway networks, airports, and ports, all in a very comprehensive manner. Of course, the scale of investment in the construction of Laputa City is definitely much larger than that of the Dream Paradise Resort. It can even be said that the two are completely of two different magnitudes. First of all, in terms of area, Laputa City is much larger than the Dream Paradise Resort, almost 5 times its size. Secondly, Laputa City has a more complete functional positioning and is a true city. Therefore, at the beginning of the construction of Laputa City, Jiang Cheng was mentally prepared, and according to the quotation provided by the system, this was also confirmed. The initial development of Laputa City requires a total investment of more than $5 billion. This accounts for almost half of Jiang Cheng's remaining funds. However, Jiang Cheng is not distressed, because according to the agreements he reached with more than 100 companies, the amount of funds involved far exceeds the billions of dollars. Moreover, as long as Laputa City is built, there is no need to worry about the subsequent development funds. Those capital predators will see the future of Emerald Island, and they will definitely continue to invest money here. Regarding this, Jiang Cheng completely, there is no need to worry about follow-up funding issues. Because the first shot of Emerald Island has been successfully launched, now is the best time to continue to follow up and make great efforts to develop. The construction plan of Laputa City is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the city's infrastructure construction stage, which mainly includes airports, ports, highways, bridges, power facilities, energy facilities, etc. The second stage is the construction of the city's business district, which mainly includes the construction of some skyscrapers, commercial buildings, and large shopping malls. Finally, the business district is the center to complete the construction of supporting living and leisure areas. It can be said that such a complete set of planning drawings is a good combination of the natural conditions of Laputa. Moreover, Jiang Cheng has fully considered the possibility of future expansion, leaving a large area of blank land around the city. The development of subsequent cities requires secondary development. After making these necessary preliminary preparations, Jiang Cheng did not hesitate anymore, directly opened the system interface, and called up the 3-dimensional holographic projection of Laputa City. Laputa City, located on the northeast coast of Emerald Island, borders the Volcano Park Holiday Zone in the north and Gonzales City inland. In addition, here is also the estuary of Yunpan River, the second largest river on Emerald Island, straight into Lanyu Bay, with beautiful and magnificent scenery. Jiang Cheng's eyes soon focused on the Yunpan River mouth. There is a vast alluvial plain with a flat terrain and a wide view. Not only can you have a glimpse of the scenery of the entire Blue Moon Bay, there is also this endless and narrow coastline nearby, which is extremely beautiful. The moment he saw this place, Jiang Cheng's inspiration appeared. I am afraid that there is no more suitable place to build a CBD on the entire Emerald Island. In the next time, Jiang Cheng kept moving his fingers and started planning in the urban area of Laputa City, constantly aligning the plans that had been drawn up with the topography here. Finally, after seeing the complete 3-dimensional holographic projection of Laputa City, Jiang Cheng was already confident and couldn't wait to start this big construction plan. As he thought of it, Jiang Cheng directly turned on the phone and called up the building module of the system. As the main level of Jiangcheng Island enters LV2, more high-level buildings will be unlocked, and the various buildings in front of him have become more numerous. First of all, like the Dream Paradise Resort, an airport and a port need to be built first. A careful die-Y combination, a luxurious giant octopus-shaped airport model, appeared in front of Jiang Cheng. Name: 4D International Airport Parameters, Runway X4, Waiting Hall X1, Navigation Tower X1, Maintenance Garage X1, Hangar X2, Gas Station X2, Machine Position X160, Helipad X320, Auxiliary Facilities X1 Area. 1. 58 million square meters cost, $89 million time consuming. 12 days, the location of the airport was chosen by Jiang Cheng in the north of Laputa City. It is far away from the city center and will serve as the warehouse logistics distribution center for the entire city in the future. After the airport, it is the port. Laputa City can be regarded as a coastal city with a long coastline and numerous bays. The construction of a port is not a problem. In consideration of dispersing passenger flow, Jiang Cheng waved his hand and directly selected a deep sea port in the south. Name: medium-sized commercial port parameters. Channel X12, Breakwater X4, Dock X16, Port Railway X4, other supporting facilities X1, large berth X32, medium berth X48, small berth X120 area. 3. 8 square kilometers of land, 34 square kilometers of water cost, 37. 5 million US dollars time-consuming. 12 days after completing the construction of the airport and port, Jiangcheng began the construction of supporting projects for the shipping system, including a series of road and bridge systems. Next, there are some infrastructure projects, such as power systems, energy systems, and so on. In short, after the completion of this series of infrastructure projects, Jiangcheng's account was directly crossed out by nearly $2 billion, which caused a sharp pain in his heart. Fortunately, the first phase of the construction of Laputa City has finally come to an end. While Jiangcheng was busy building Laputa City, Uncle Lai and other senior executives of Emerald Island were not idle. After fully considering the current situation of Emerald Island and some of Jiangcheng's ideas and suggestions, they started to work. Formulate some investment and talent introduction systems for Jade Island. Various seminars and research meetings are held continuously. Jiangcheng occasionally participates in expressing some of his opinions and suggestions. However, the premise of all his opinions is that this series of systems must be beneficial to the Emerald Island. More open, more inclusive, and at the same time cannot have a differentiated discrimination system. In a word, Emerald Island is a very tolerant place, willing to accept more companies, enterprises, and individuals who have ideals and who are willing to release their talents here. After a series of consultations, the first version of the talent recruitment policy on Emerald Island was finally officially released. This talent recruitment policy is also known as the Excellent Talent Immigration Green Card. The first batch of immigrants includes outstanding professionals in science, technology, education, social science, and business. These talents must first enjoy a certain reputation in their own country. In addition, after entering Emerald Island, they must provide substantial contributions to the development of Emerald Island. This immigration policy specifies in detail some basic conditions that applicants need to have, as well as the corresponding certification materials, which will be reviewed by the special management personnel of Emerald Island. This immigration policy was released just before the first batch of tourists was about to complete this wonderful trip. And once it was announced, it immediately set off stormy waves in China and the entire world. In terms of influence, it is far from the previous actions of Emerald Island shining the world. It can be said that this immigration policy immediately attracted everyone's attention. As early as when Emerald Island first appeared in front of the world, this pristine island has won the love of the world and completely conquered them. Then, when the technology product flying car that surpassed the times was born, the reputation and value of Emerald Island and its status in the hearts of the world became a hot topic for everyone to discuss. Appreciating the natural scenery there, as well as driving a flying car to travel high in the sky, has become everyone's dream. Because of this, when Jiangcheng, the actual owner of Emerald Island, announced in public that Emerald Island would open its doors to the outside world, everyone went crazy. That means that boarding the Emerald Island is no longer a dream, and driving a flying car is also possible. Jiangcheng opened a door for them, and all they need to do is to do their best to obtain this opportunity. Therefore, regarding the talent introduction plan of Emerald Island, they have been looking forward to it for a long time. Even the first batch of tourists to play on the island these days are a little absent-minded, and all their minds are put on how to stay for a long time. Here, fortunately, they finally didn't wait too long. When they were about to leave here, the super-efficient staff of Emerald Island finally allowed them to see this immigration policy. At the same time, under widespread publicity, this immigration policy spread quickly, and it was seen by everyone around the world in a short time. Of course, there are both happy and sad about this immigration policy. It can be clearly seen that the talent introduction plan of Emerald Island is biased towards scientific research and technical talents, and this is also related to the development background of Emerald Island. As we all know, Emerald Island has revealed its technological products beyond the times in front of the world, and he has signed a series of letters of intent for cooperation with a big man in the internet technology industry. It can be seen from this that, in the future, Emerald Island, after all, is a gathering place for high-tech enterprises. With such a broad prospect, it is destined to recruit a large number of scientific research and technical personnel. Therefore, when seeing this recruitment policy, those talents who have made outstanding contributions in the field of scientific research and production have all fallen into madness because they have finally found a piece of paradise that truly belongs to them. As early as when they saw flying cars shining the world, they already knew that this is not only a paradise on Earth, but also the future city of science and technology. Only here can their personal talents be maximized, and here is their scientific research, a real paradise for personnel. However, in order to comfort talents in other industries, this recruitment policy finally made a solemn statement. That is, Emerald Island does not discriminate against talents in other industries. It is just that at this stage, Emerald Island has relatively limited capacity to accommodate the population. When the time is ripe, or the development reaches a certain stage, it will be released as quickly as possible for other industries. Talent Introduction Policy. In this way, it is finally quelling the grievances of talents in other industries. Once the immigration policy of Emerald Island was announced, there was an uproar in the world. In all corners of the world, all the scientific research and technical personnel who have paid attention to the news of Emerald Island before have all started busy preparations. China, Imperial Capital, Huaking University. In the State Key Laboratory of Intelligent Vehicle Technology, a group of scientific research students are closely watching the pictures on the big screen. They saw hundreds of flying cars of all kinds flying majestic on the blue sky. The magnificent scenery deeply shocked everyone present. Professor Zhuang, can these flying cars really be produced? Even though I have seen it countless times, one of the male students with thick glasses couldn't help but look pale at one of the temples. The old man asked. Of course, these flying cars can definitely be regarded as technological products that have surpassed the times. They are even 5 to 10 years ahead of developed countries such as the United States. Compared with us, they must be at least 20 years or more, because we are even the simplest. No aircraft engines can be produced. Hearing what the student said, the old man Zhuang shook his head with some regret and said with a trace of loneliness on his face, as the leader of the National Intelligent Vehicle Laboratory, Professor Zhuang deeply knows that the current level of scientific research in the country is far behind other developed countries, not to mention the flying cars that appeared on Emerald Island. Especially when it comes to the core technical problems of automobile engines and control systems, they are even more constrained by people. The technical problems that lie in front of them are like huge mountains, pressing on them firmly, making them always lagging behind. It is precisely because of this that, when he saw that the flying car had already appeared in the world, this generational transcendence product, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness in his heart. The gap between himself and others was thought to be getting closer and closer, but he did not expect that the reality would be farther and farther away. Such an unacceptable reality made him feel uncomfortable. Hearing what the old man said, the atmosphere on the scene could not help but fell into a weird state. All the students who were onlookers did not speak, nor did they know what they were thinking. After a while, a middle-aged senior with a Mediterranean haircut suddenly raised his eyes with a firm expression in his eyes, looking at the old man named Zhuang, and said, "Professor Zhuang, I want to drop out." This sentence broke the current silence at once, and all the students turned their eyes to look at themselves, who is usually a taciturn senior student. However, what they see in their eyes is not an expression of surprise, but a complex expression of envy and admiration. "Professor, I also want to drop out." A little girl beside her also said in Nano with a timid expression, "Hey, go, this is your right. I hope you can really make a breakthrough there." Seeing the expectation of the students, the old professor knew that these pillars would not stay living. No way, the world is now an open and tolerant world, and the competition for talent is very cruel. It is already unrealistic to want to retain talents with pure patriotism. This will limit the display of his personal talents. Therefore, the old professor also very reasonable consent. America. Chrysler Automobile Plant, Texas. Chrysler Motors, together with General Motors and Ford Motor Company, is known as the Big Three of the U.S. automobile industry and has a pivotal position in the U.S. corporate industry. Its three major brands, Chrysler, Dodge, and GP, are world-renowned brands, emphasizing comfort and power, especially for their large displacement and high horsepower. At this moment, in the Chrysler Automobile R&D laboratory. "Hi, George, did you think about the things you told you last time?" Michael, who was dressed in old-fashioned denim and had his hair meticulously groomed, said to the opposite George with his coffee in his hand. They are all Chrysler's R&D engineers, focusing on the engine direction. Not long ago, they saw Emerald Island's flying car was born, and they were immediately conquered by this kind of automotive products that surpassed the era. Later, after seeing Emerald Island's recruitment policy, Michael, who is a fan of engine research and development, can't help but go to Emerald Island to show off his talents. For him, compared to car engines on land, aviation engines that fly to the sky are more challenging. Go to Emerald Island, but I am worried that the welfare treatment there is very bad. George took a sip of the coffee on the table, his face showing hesitation. Oh my God, stop making trouble, George. Are you worrying about welfare in a paradise like Emerald Island? I think you are really in trouble. We are scientific researchers, and we are pursuing the cutting edge and cutting edge. The technology is a bit pursued. Michael shrugged and said helplessly. According to what you said, it is true. Compared with the flying cars of Emerald Island, Chrysler is too far behind. We should indeed pursue cutting-edge technology. Hearing Michael's words, George's eyes gradually lit up. Light. In this way, similar situations are still happening in every corner of the world. From research institutes and schools to high-tech enterprise R&D centers and production workshops, almost all high-tech talents are discussing the possibility of going to Emerald Island. In addition to these individuals, some emerging small technology companies have even begun to discuss the possibility of relocating to Emerald Island as a whole. After all, the Emerald Island Talent Recruitment Plan says that technology companies in emerging industries are welcome to settle on Emerald Island. Not only will they provide office buildings for free, but also tax benefits. In short, the entire world is hot, and all talent companies in the technology industry have set their sights on Emerald Island. At this time, Emerald Island, which was in focus, was also undergoing amazing changes at all times. With the support of systematic black technology, the city of Laputa is undergoing earth-shaking changes. The brand new airport, convenient transportation and shipping system, and necessary infrastructure are all springing up on the ground. Efficiently and conveniently, the cities are connected. From this moment on, this brand new city finally glowed with a trace of vitality. At this time, Jiang Cheng, who built the city with his own hands and existed like a creator, had already started his second phase of busy work. At this time, his gaze was focused on the Blue Moon Bay in Laputa. In his vision, the most eye-catching CBD of the entire island would be born here. Many people questioned that the construction speed is too fast, there are no workers, no cranes, etc. Book friends, let's let go of your thinking. This is a black technology article. Flying cars are coming out. Can't there be infrastructure black technology? Are you still a worker? Are you weak? There has been no reply before because this is a foreshadowing. In the future, Emerald Island will gradually unveil its black technology tree. Black technology involving all aspects of daily life, of course. It also includes infrastructure black technology, 3D printing technology, and material black technology, which can make this kind of construction easier. Moreover, Emerald Island has never been officially open to the outside world, and it is part of it. How do they know that these buildings on Emerald Island are new, built? Well, not much to say. Everything is black technology. In fact, the focus of this book is black technology and the construction and development of islands. There will be various islands in the future, all of which will be included in Jiang Cheng's name. Building an island empire, and the reason why the world is so huge is to develop more islands. This book does not take the route of invading other countries and seizing territories and islands. As for the unreasonableness brought by such a big world, Don't worry about it, too. I don't know how to write those things. Remember, the core of this book is black technology, develop and build islands. At this moment, 3 unique buildings appeared in Jiangcheng's site, and their building levels were clearly marked with 3-level buildings. These are the skyscrapers randomly presented by the system after Jiangcheng broke through to LV2. Now, they can be used for the construction of Laputa City CBD. The only thing that makes Jiangcheng feel distressed is that their cost is too high. Each building is worth more than $100 million. At this time, Jiangcheng's gaze was placed on one of the green skyscrapers, which also attracted him the most. Vertical forest. The vertical forest sounds like a forest, but in fact it is a skyscraper completely surrounded by green vegetation, and it can also be regarded as a systematic black technology building. Of course, Jiangcheng has heard of this kind of green building before, but due to the complex construction and material problems, most of the major forest buildings in the world are just mere appearances, and they are not named as forest buildings. However, when this building appeared in the black technology system, Jiangcheng realized that he had the opportunity to make Laputa City shine in the world. The model of the building in front of me looks like a green square, straight up and down, covered with vegetation, grassy and abundant. This vertical forest skyscraper is about 288 meters high. The entire building is planted with 6,000 king palm trees, 3,000 green fruit betel nuts, and more than 100,000 cascading plants and shrubs. All these trees will completely cover an area of 60,000 sqm. Not only can absorb 250 tons of carbon dioxide each year, but also release 600 kg of oxygen per day. At the same time, this forest building can also increase the humidity of the air and reduce urban noise, which is beneficial to the staff who work and live here. The vertical forest has its own irrigation system, which uses recycled natural rainwater to maintain the growth of trees, and can also use its own wind and solar power generation facilities to provide energy for the entire building. In addition, a large number of trees on the entire building constitute a relatively complete ecosystem, which will attract a large number of birds to live, allowing people living in it to hear the crisp bird calls every day. As early as the first sight of the vertical forest, Jiangcheng was deeply attracted by its perfect integration of natural functions. This is not a simple building, but a work of art that fits nature. For him, this is really an excellent office place suitable for human work, and he even fully believes that working in such a place can greatly improve work efficiency. Jiangcheng could imagine what a huge storm would be caused if such an office building were displayed in front of the world. Its shocking effect is not worse than that of a flying car, and may even be even worse. This is an architectural revolution, an architectural miracle that can be recorded in the annals of history. Jiangcheng took a deep breath and slowly calmed down his excitement. No way, the skyscraper in front of you is really perfect. Compared with the skyscrapers under construction in countries all over the world, it is completely a spike. The current history of world architecture is all approaching luxury and beauty, which certainly makes them look extremely shocking from the outside, but if the staff are allowed to live in, it will be uncomfortable. In Jiangcheng's view, those so-called high-tech skyscrapers are nothing more than mere steel prisons. They are not healthy at all by blowing air conditioning to maintain the temperature. Air conditioning disease has now become a problem for urban employees' common problem. The vertical forest in front of you is very different. Offices in this forest do not need the temperature adjustment function of air conditioners and other foreign objects. The natural adjustment function it carries can completely maintain a comfortable temperature and humidity. These green vegetation covering the surrounding and body surface of the skyscraper form a natural green barrier, which can effectively block the hot sunlight outside. When the outdoor temperature reaches 30 degrees or more, under the regulation of these plants, it can be completely reduced to more than 20 degrees suitable for human comfort. In addition, these green vegetation can also block wind and sand, filter dust particles in the air, and play a role in purifying the air. So, in general, this vertical forest is really worthy of its name, because it is actually equivalent to erecting a vast forest covering a large area. Under the premise of purifying the air in the city, it saves a lot of planting area. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Jiang Cheng's gaze was fixed on this magnificent building. His eyes glowed, and he couldn't wait to build this skyscraper. Below it, there are some related information about this building. Name: vertical forest skyscraper parameters. 288 meters high, 91 floors, elevator X12, underground garage X2, irrigation system X1, solar power system X1, wind power system X1, other supporting facilities X1 area. The building area is 1.08 million square meters, covering an area of 13,200 square meters cost. US $109 million time-consuming. 12 days. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng smacked his tongue slightly, but it was just that. For such high-tech, high-level skyscrapers, Jiang Cheng is actually psychologically prepared. Since it is in order to attract the attention of the world, it is inevitable to pay some price. Moreover, the environment of this vertical forest is so comfortable. Jiang Cheng believes that once this building is announced, presumably those world-class, well-known companies will vie for a place. At that time, Jiang Cheng only collects rent, and it won't take long before he can pay back. Therefore, Jiang Cheng did not hesitate at all for the current expenditure, and directly clicked the Build button. Please choose a location for the construction. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Jiang Cheng's gaze was placed on the floodplain at the mouth of the Yunpeng River, leaning against the Yunpeng River in the north and looking at Lanyu Bay in the south. It was an excellent location suitable for building skyscrapers. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng confirmed it without hesitation. After building the vertical forest, Jiang Cheng set his sights on the other two skyscrapers. One is a skyscraper that resembles a funnel. The whole building looks extremely unreasonable, but it gives people a sci-fi aesthetic. And the most amazing thing is that the funnel at the top of the building can be relaxed, slowly spinning. It is shocking. You should know that super large buildings like skyscrapers can weigh more than 10,000 tons in motion. It is absolutely impossible to revolve out of thin air. But after all, this comes from the black technology of the system. No matter how impossible it is, it has become possible. Seeing this funnel-shaped skyscraper, Jiang Cheng thought of an appropriate name for it: the Big Funnel. In other words, there is already a big wave building on Emerald Island. Perhaps, according to his naming style, the landmark buildings on Emerald Island in the future will probably start with the word Chinese letter. Regarding the functional positioning of the Great Funnel, Jiang Cheng also has his own ideas. Due to the novel architectural style of the Great Funnel, it has the potential to develop its tourism industry. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Jiang Cheng decided to use the lower part of the Big Funnel as a business office area, while the upper part of the funnel would be used for sightseeing, conference, expo, restaurant, and other functions. It can be said that when this Big Funnel is established, it is bound to become the most popular sightseeing area for tourists. From the observation deck of the funnel part, you can not only overlook the night view of Laputa, but also have a glimpse of the entire blue. The scenery of Moon Bay can be said to be the best place for sightseeing. Name: Magic Funnel Skyscraper Parameter. 342 meters high, 101 floors, elevator X12, underground garage X2, water and electricity system X1, air conditioning system X, ventilation system X1, other supporting facilities X1 area. The building area is 960,000 square meters, covering an area of 8,200 square meters cost, 115.3 million US dollars time consuming, 12 days. Please choose a location for construction. The location of the Big Funnel must be located near the vertical forest, and only in this way can the landmarks of the entire city appear more shocking. You know, the CBD of a city is the symbol of the entire city. Like the world-famous CBD, Manhattan, New York, there are skyscrapers like the Empire State Building, Chrysler Building, Rockefeller Center, Metropolitan Building, etc. With its unique night view, become a beautiful postcard for this city. As the city of Laputa aspiring to be among the world's top cities, of course, It also has its own unique landscape, and the big funnel and vertical forest are the top priorities. After the construction of the big funnel, Jiangcheng set his sights on the last skyscraper model, which is completely different from the above two skyscrapers. This is a black technology building with a very sci-fi color. Endless Mansion. Infinite Building is a skyscraper that covers a large number of technological elements, and its main feature is that it can be invisible. Of course, the invisibility here does not mean complete disappearance, but the use of certain technological means to make it disappear from human vision. As for the principle, it is also very simple. It is to decorate countless LED LCD screens and cameras on the surface of the building, and then let these cameras take pictures of the nearby scenery all the time, and then display them on the LCD screen. The final effect is, from a distance, this skyscraper is completely integrated with the nearby scenery, that is, invisible. Jiangcheng also had his own considerations for the construction of this skyscraper. You must know that Laputa City is positioned as a city of technology. Here, the world's most advanced high-tech industries in science and technology will gather in the future, so there must be a building that can match its reputation. And the Endless Building is a masterpiece that fits best. This is not just a skyscraper, it is a combination of technology and fantasy, representing mankind's fantasy of future technology. You know, science and technology are often derived from human fantasy, and the purpose of Infinite Mansion is to encourage people here to pursue fantasy technology. Name: Endless Building Skyscraper Parameter. 414 meters high, 132 floors, elevator X24, underground garage X4, water and electricity system X1, air conditioning system X, ventilation system X1, other supporting facilities X1 area. The building area is 1.46 million square meters, covering an area of 15,600 square meters cost. $145 million US time consuming. 15 days due to its special decoration style. The Endless Building is even more expensive than the big funnel and vertical forest. But this is not important anymore. This will be the most representative building in Laputa. For this reason, Jiang sincerely willing to make a huge investment. The three buildings occupy the best location at the mouth of the Yunpan River, and the scenery created by them makes people excited just thinking about it. The three skyscrapers have their own characteristics, but they can be perfectly integrated. It can be said that this will be one of the most ornamental landmarks on Emerald Island, and to a certain extent, it symbolizes the future of Emerald Island. Pressing the construction button of the Endless Building, Jiangcheng was also collapsed. In the past few days, he has been thinking about the construction of the second phase of Laputa City, which can be said to have spent a lot of effort. From the current point of view, everything seems to be going well, which also makes him very pleased. I'm afraid it won't be long before this city that towers up like magic will definitely shock the world's eyes. Thinking of this, Jiangcheng also had no time to rest and continued to invest in the construction. The next central business district, there will be a large number of building facilities to be improved, not to mention the third phase of the living area waiting for him to develop. In this way, when Jiangcheng was busy with the follow-up construction of Laputa City, Uncle Lai and other senior management staff of Emerald Island were also busy. Up to now, they have formed perfect procedures for recruiting talents and enterprises and have announced the channels for submitting applications. In the past few days, green card applications from all over the world have hit Emerald Island like rain. Fortunately, Uncle Lai and the others had anticipated that they had specially dispatched a large number of staff from the Jiang group to help them complete the screening of these qualifications. For those who meet the requirements, they will reply to the other party and inform the other party to wait for the next stage of qualification review. And for those who do not meet the requirements, they will also be euphemistically informed. In short, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Half a month later, the vertical forest, the big funnel, and the Endless Building were completed one after another, and some other supporting facilities, living areas, and leisure areas were gradually developed. At this time, the entire Laputa city has been completely renewed. From the original green land everywhere, it suddenly became a city of technology. In the city, there are many tall buildings, scattered houses, and there is no shortage of green vegetation covering them, making the city blend with the surrounding scenery perfectly. Since all the buildings in the city are decorated with green elements and covered with a lot of vegetation, there is not much difference when seen from a high altitude. It can be called a shock magic that is performed all the time. Now Jiang Cheng is sitting on the beach chair in front of his villa, sipping the coconut juice in his hand while smiling triumphantly. Seeing Laputa City being built in his own hands at a speed comparable to a miracle, the sense of accomplishment in his heart is beyond words. Looking at this great city, Jiang Cheng felt that it was time to invite the second batch of tourists to come to Emerald Island to witness the miracle. Beishewin, the sun is shining and the sea breeze is blowing. Jiang Cheng was in the shape of Big, lying on the luxurious soft beach bed, squinting comfortably while basking in the sun. Well, suddenly, Jiang Cheng opened his mouth slightly and let out a vague moan. "What's wrong, Mr. Island Owner? Did I hurt you?" Hearing the call, Monica, who straddled Jiang Cheng's back in a horse-riding position, blinked her big bright eyes and asked a little sorry. It's okay. Monica, your French massage is so comfortable." Jiang Cheng moaned again and praised unceremoniously. Hearing Jiang Cheng's compliment, Monica raised her wrist, wiped the sweat secreted on her forehead slightly, a shy blush appeared on her face, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Island Master, for your compliment. It's me. The greatest honor, if you like it. I am willing to serve you every day, of course, even in the evening." At this point, Monica's cheeks became redder, like a ripe red apple. After listening to Monica's words, Jiang Cheng, who was enjoying a fragrant massage, couldn't help coughing violently. Over the past few days, he has experienced the hotness of Monica. Not only does he look beautiful and sexy, but he also lacks massage techniques. The only thing that makes Jiang Cheng uncomfortable is that he always feels it these days very excited. His whole body seemed to be on fire. If he hadn't had a trace of reason, I'm afraid he would have been tempted to do something impulsive. However, Monica is now wrapped around him every day. As for how long she can last, Jiang Cheng can't guarantee this. By the way, Monica, how is Uncle Li's doing? After listening to Monica's words, Jiang Cheng, who had infinite reveries in his heart, said that he couldn't bear it, so he simply changed the subject and asked about other things. "Oh, Mr. Mayor is pretty good there. Everything is going well. The management system involving all aspects of Emerald Island has been formulated. Moreover, the first batch of approved international companies have been issued business licenses. These companies are involved in the financial industry, banking industry, insurance industry, tourism industry, and some other international institutions. Now only a word from the owner of the island, they can officially settle on Emerald Island. Monica is indeed Jiang Cheng's personal secretary, and report everything to Jiang Cheng in an orderly manner." "Really? That's great. By the way, do these companies have any requirements?" Jiang Cheng thought of something and asked Monica. "Mr. Island Lord guessed too accurately. These black-hearted entrepreneurs put forward many special requirements to us, such as tax reduction and exemption of rent for a certain period of time, etc. But Mr. Mayor temporarily rejected their request. Emerald Island is a paradise-like place. There are more people who want to come. How can tax be reduced or exempted?" Although Monica didn't understand these things, she still pouted and said, very dissatisfied, "Companies that demand too much feel a little disgusted." "Ha ha, don't worry, Monica. They won't have this idea when they actually see the office building we rented to them." Jiang Cheng smiled slightly to these entrepreneurs who are known for their vampires. Not too surprised to ask, "Well, that's great. By the way, when do we open Laputa City to the outside world?" For Laputa City, Monica, as Jiang Cheng's personal secretary, had already seen it not long ago. Not surprisingly, Monica was completely attracted by this rich and beautiful city, especially the 3 iconic skyscrapers, which made her exclaim again and again, and she couldn't stop admiring it. Just these few days, you go back and draw up the list of invitations. This time, the guests are mainly for international tourists, and they must take into account the CEOs of major international companies. After all, this city depends on their pockets to support subsequent development. Jiang Cheng ordered. Yes, Nika promises to complete the task. Monica promised, and then continued to massage Jiang Cheng with her tender little hands. When Emerald Island was intensively screening for companies and individuals to settle in, a piece of news inadvertently spread across the internet. The content of the news is that Emerald Island is about to release the second batch of invitation lists. This heavy news once again detonated the whole world. You should know that as the first batch of invited tourists returned to China, the various landscape photos and videos they brought back have been widely disseminated. And without exception, everyone has a lot of interest in Emerald Island. It is full of praise, and even many invited tourists have sent out outstanding talent green card applications to Emerald Island, and many have received the news of approval. As a result, the fame of Emerald Island has spread across the world at an astonishing speed. The paradise where the original and the future merged, for a while became a good talk for all the population. And before the topic had cooled down, the news that Emerald Island was reopening made people who were already nervously more excited. So for a while, discussions about Emerald Island were everywhere on the internet. In addition, as some companies began to announce plans to invest in Emerald Island, this made everyone look forward to it. Because, with the influx of capital, it is almost conceivable that the rapid rise of Emerald Island is already a certainty. Therefore, it is unceremonious to say that if you can join Emerald Island by chance, your future life is absolutely beyond imagination. At least, it will be much stronger than the current life, and it will be more colorful. After realizing this, people's enthusiasm for applying for the Emerald Island green card has become more and more high, and a crazy application plan has begun. And all well-known companies, as well as startup technology companies, have also spared no effort to find ways, hoping to get a precious quota, settle in Emerald Island, and open the road to future rise there. In the days to come, every period of time, some companies or individuals will send out messages on the internet saying that they have been invited by Emerald Island, and this kind of thing will deeply stimulate the hearts of the majority of netizens. No way, boarding Emerald Island, seeing the natural scenery there, and driving an epoch-making flying car, by the way, has become everyone's expectation. It is conceivable from this that, when some people publish these news with ulterior motives, how many people will be envied and hated. 3 days later, Emerald Island, Laputa International Airport. From 5 o'clock in the morning, as many as dozens of Boeing 747 and other large passenger planes slowly landed on the airport runway. By noon, this newly completed international airport was already densely packed with all kinds of passenger planes. At this time, in the waiting hall, the second batch of invited tourists were all ready to go, ready to board the official tourist bus prepared for them on Emerald Island. Wow, have you noticed that the airport we stopped at this time is completely different from the airport of the first batch of tourists last time? Yes, I watched the video. Last time the airport on Emerald Island was a seaside airport. The scenery was good, but it was a bit small. We arrived this time, and it seemed to be another large airport. Are there 2 airports on Emerald Island? So we arrived at a different place this time. When we were invited, the officials didn't say anything to take us to visit. I think we should go to different places. However, shouldn't there be a flying car to pick us up? Why didn't I see it? On the way these tourists went to the bus, they kept looking around and discussed eagerly. Obviously, they were somewhat confused about the arrangement of the Emerald Island this time. However, no matter what, when they came to such a beautiful island, the surrounding scenery was good, so they didn't think much about it. Instead, they boarded the sightseeing bus one by one, following the arrangements of the staff. Not long after, invited tourists from all over the world boarded the sightseeing buses prepared for them. Among them, there are also some world-renowned media and TV stations. While visiting the surrounding scenery, they also spread the scenery on the road through pictures and videos. In this way, the netizens who have been looking forward to it have opened their eyes. On the internet, discussions about the second batch of tourists are everywhere. You know, for Emerald Island, most of their understanding is from pictures and videos of other tourists. So this time, when they clearly see that the scenery that this group of tourists will visit is different from before, More discussions broke out. Many netizens even said that what was revealed once on Emerald Island must be just the tip of the iceberg. It has a broader landscape that has not been revealed yet. So, after realizing this, everyone became more looking forward to the destination this time. While the passengers on the bus and netizens were discussing everything eagerly, dozens of buses slowly drove through a primitive jungle with tall trees and came to a huge tunnel like a doorway. Seeing this scene, everyone in the car showed a surprised expression. Before that, when they left the airport along the way, most of the surrounding scenery they saw was the most primitive natural scenery. There are towering trees, gurgling streams, and many rare birds and wild animals. In short, wherever you can look, they are the most primitive natural scenery, perfect without traces of artificial modification. This kind of scenery made them all addicted to it, unable to extricate themselves. It was something they had no chance to experience in the city where they lived, and it made them feel strange. However, they also have a trace of doubt in their hearts. Because, if the Emerald Island just showed them this natural scenery this time, then it seems to be a little disappointed, because the original scenery of this island is so beautiful, but it is not worth taking them to browse with such a big fanfare and natural scenery. Once you see too much, it seems to lose its attraction. Therefore, along the way, they had more expectations than excitement in their hearts. They all believed that this time Emerald Island brought them here, there must be a better view waiting for them. So, there will be the next scene. A huge doorway like the door of time and space stood before their eyes. From a distance, it was more than 100 meters high. The door stood there as if a barrier was erected out of thin air. The original scenery behind him is completely isolated. My God, what kind of gate is this? Is it made of jade? With the exclamation of a tourist in the car, other tourists poked their heads out of the window and looked towards the doorway in front. From the appearance, this door is entirely made of white jade, but under the sunlight, it glows with a faint white light, which makes people feel sacred for a while, which is very infectious. With the shock of the tourist, more and more tourists in the car opened their eyes and locked their eyes on the jade gate. Isn't it possible? How much would it cost if they were all made of jade? But from the outside, only jade can reflect such a soft light. Suddenly, many tourists started a heated discussion about the construction materials of this jade gate. This doesn't seem to be real jade. As the bus got closer and closer to the gate, a sharp-eyed tourist finally found an abnormality. What? Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes on the tourist. Seeing everyone's gaze looking towards him, the tourist was a little shy and said softly, "I'm a PhD in materials science. As far as I know, this building material is very similar to a synthetic jade called Bai Gangyu. Compared with natural jade, its cost is much lower, but it is not lagging behind in terms of aesthetics. The most important thing is that it is very tough. Even if it is used as a building material, it is more than enough." As we all know, natural jade has always been loved by the world because of its soft appearance, but its shortcomings are also very obvious. That is, it is extremely fragile and cannot withstand a little bump. This also leads to it. It cannot be used as a building material. Using this kind of synthetic jade in front of you, it solves this problem very well. This doctor of materials science explained jade to everyone from all aspects. At this time, everyone finally realized that this luxurious and beautiful jade gate turned out to be made of a high-tech material. Seeing this, everyone has a clearer understanding of the strength of Emerald Island. If you can come up with such high-tech materials, this Emerald Island is worthy of being a paradise for the future. In this way, in the eyes of everyone in amazement, the bus slowly drove through the entrance hole, and the light suddenly dimmed. Wow, so beautiful! The tourists in the bus were shocked as soon as they walked into this towering gate, because, on the surrounding walls, a large fluorescent LED screen appeared at this time, with streamers flickering on it, and various patterns of technological products appeared, involving all aspects of modern technology. The most important thing is that all of the above products are all the most cutting-edge technologies in the world today, such as artificial intelligence, internet networking technology, etc. Of course, the solemn display above is the unique flying car of Emerald Island Shapeshifter. Nowadays, the Transformer flying car has been widely known to the world. This kind of advanced and space-adaptable vehicle once appeared, shocked the whole world. At present, various developed countries have begun to discuss the possibility of introducing such flying cars with Emerald Island officials, because the problem of traffic congestion can be said to be a major problem faced by major developed cities in the world. Obviously, the emergence of flying cars is a good traffic solution. It can be said that flying cars have become a future transportation tool recognized by the mainstream world. The only thing that needs to be improved is the relevant regulations for driving such flying cars. In this way, the tourists on the bus, while admiring the beautiful scenery on the walls on both sides, while walking in this deep passage. Finally, after walking for a while, the scenery ahead finally changed. The shining LED LCD screens on both sides suddenly closed and disappeared, and then the sunlight became brighter, and the scenery in front of the passage finally appeared. The tall buildings, mansions, and various buildings covered by green vegetation are all covered with colorful flowers, and grasses. At the same time, the endless blue lakes and rivers flow. Obviously, this should be a city, but it does not look like a city. It has everything that a modern city has: skyscrapers, shopping malls, shopping centers, and highways crisscrossed. However, there are still primitive trees, natural rivers, and lakes that ordinary cities cannot have. It can be said that how to remove those tall buildings in the city in front of them is no different from the primitive forest they passed by before. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have such an idea. Maybe this city is like being built in a primeval forest. And how is this possible? You must know that when people come in the process of urbanization, it is inevitable to destroy the surrounding ecological environment, such as forests, rivers, or lakes. However, the city in front of me seems to have been transformed by the hand of God. The surrounding environment has not been destroyed at all, and everything seems so harmonious. Oh, God, this is really heaven. A well-known entrepreneur from the United States looked at the forest city in front of him blankly, and the corners of his mouth trembled unconsciously, exclaiming from the bottom of his heart. Obviously, this beautiful city that can only exist in the fairy tale world unexpectedly appeared on the Emerald Island, which had to make him sigh. The other tourists who were also on the bus also craned their necks, poked their heads out of the window, and were all lost. No way, the city in front of them is really too beautiful. The so-called well-known garden cities they have visited before are far from the ones in front of them, and they have even been deceived. Feel. With dozens of buses successively entering Laputa City, more and more tourists finally saw this forest city. As a result, various exclamations began to sound. At the same time, the magic of this forest city was also revealed to the outside world through the live broadcast rooms of major broadcasters. Wow, isn't the place where the second batch of tourists went to Dream Paradise Resort? It's beautiful. Look, there is a tree more than 10 meters high on the skyscraper, my God. It's amazing. Let me take it. Is this okay? Is this moving the forest as a whole to the building? Look at those trees, there are so many birds. Sure enough, with the reminder of the live broadcast barrage, all the netizens watching the live broadcast also found a large swath of birds of various colors flying on the green skyscraper, which is very beautiful. Mom, is this skyscraper originally the bird's nest? Ooh, it seems to go to work here. I'm working in the Wangjing Soho building, the imperial capital, and suddenly I feel weak here. Okay, I want to resign and I want to work in Emerald Island. Like the Lord Jiangdao, he designed such a magical skyscraper where man and nature live in harmony. It's so beautiful here, I have an orgasm. Look at the side, what kind of building is that? Why does it look like a funnel? Suddenly, as the bus went around a curve, the magic funnel hidden behind the vertical forest suddenly appeared in front of you. Let me drop a boy. What the is this? Why are there so many novel buildings? Ha, I really like it here. Thank you, Lord Jiangdao, long live Lord Jiangdao. Like the Lord Jiangdao, this city can be regarded as a green paradise, and it is extremely suitable for human life and work. I can't wait. Upstairs, I am writing a resignation report. No matter what Jiangdao doesn't want me, I don't want to work in the same place as the current toilet. I must work hard to get the green card of Emerald Island as soon as possible. +1, resigning. +2, resigning. Following the sigh of a certain netizen, Other netizens who were infected in the live broadcast room also fell into a beautiful fantasy about Emerald Island and expressed their immediate resignation. Obviously, the tourists on the bus saw the two skyscrapers with different shapes in front of them faster than the netizens watching the live broadcast. To be honest, in their impressions, they have never seen such a characteristic skyscraper. That green square is not so much a skyscraper as a towering giant tree. As for the other funnel-like building, it is like a superb artwork. It can definitely be used in the field of construction. It can be regarded as one of the few top works, which can be seen from the difficulty of its construction. In this way, all the passengers in the bus, while sighing at the two skyscrapers in sight, gradually approached them. But at this moment, on the bus at the forefront, a European with a high nose and blue eyes suddenly raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, and then with a confused expression on his face, he faced a companion next to him. Friend said, "Hi, Bernard, did my eyes fail? Why did I see a taller skyscraper next to those two skyscrapers? Higher skyscrapers." The tall brown-haired man named Bernard couldn't help widening his eyes when he heard his friend's question, and looked carefully aside the two skyscrapers in front of him. However, apart from the blue sky and a few thin clouds, what other buildings are there? Seeing this scene, Bernard couldn't help but sneered, turned his head and said, "Ha ha ha, I said, Brandon, are you scared by the technology of Emerald Island? Why are you hallucinating? There are only two buildings in front. Skyscrapers, how can there be any taller skyscrapers?" The scene of the conversation between the two was also seen by several nearby tourists from Europe, who couldn't help but chuckle. However, they didn't mean to ridicule, but they all understood Brandon. Although it was only a short time to come to Emerald Island, it gave them a long feeling of spending a long time. From stepping off the plane, seeing the brilliant new airport, then boarding the bus, experiencing the unique pristine natural scenery of Emerald Island, and finally entering the city of Emerald Island for the first time, seeing the high-tech architecture that integrates nature facility. Along the way, the scenes they experienced were deeply engraved in their minds, making them feel incredibly surprised. Where, in such a shocking mood, it is inevitable that there will be some hallucinations, which is also completely understandable. Impossible, I just saw it clearly. Why did it suddenly disappear? Brandon paid no attention to the chuckle coming from around him, still with a thick, puzzled expression on his face. He had been staring at the funnel building just now, but at a certain moment, the corner of his eye suddenly found a more magnificent skyscraper, which shocked him inexplicably. Feeling this, he immediately turned his eyes and aimed his gaze on the side of the funnel building. However, unexpectedly, the building that just appeared was like a mirage, fleeting and never seen again. No way, he then asked his companions around him to see if it was his own illusion. Although he heard the affirmative answer, in his heart, he still didn't give up and fell into thinking. At this time, it suddenly occurred to him that the reason he had just caught a glimpse of the skyscraper just now seemed to be because of his angle of sight, because he did not look directly. Thinking of this, Brandon's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly turned his gaze, letting his gaze look in the same direction at an oblique angle again. At last, I saw it. The next moment, Brandon made a loud call. His voice was sharp and high-pitched, and there was even a slight tremor. This shows how excited he should be in his heart. "Brandon, what do you see?" Bernard, who was dissatisfied with Brandon's words, was taken aback when he heard Brandon's scream, and he immediately asked. Other tourists who were watching around also turned their eyes together, tightly stared at Brandon, who was yelling. "I saw the third skyscraper. There are not only two here, but there is also a third skyscraper." Brandon called in an extremely excited voice, as if he had discovered a new world. Hearing Brandon's words, the other tourists who had just chuckled at Brandon's words finally became awe-inspiring. They quickly concentrated their attention and looked forward. And they also noticed that Brandon's viewing style was a bit special, so they followed suit, squinting their necks and squinting their eyes. "Oh my God. God, tell me this is not true. What is this? Is it a skyscraper or a magical work? Wow, I saw it too. There really is a third skyscraper. Why didn't I see it? How did you see it? Is there a problem with my eyes? I didn't see it either." Due to perspective issues, some tourists were lucky enough to see this invisible skyscraper, while others have not yet discovered it. In short, all the tourists burst into exclamations and noises about this invisible skyscraper. And such a scene also spread to other sightseeing buses at a very fast speed. Obviously, one person found the right angle, and others followed suit, so it didn't take long for almost everyone to discover the originally invisible skyscraper. At this time, everyone can no longer calm down. All kinds of amazing words and loud calls almost resounded through the city. The shock that this invisible mansion has brought to them is far greater than that of the two previous skyscrapers. For them, this is no longer a building, it is a miracle. A miracle that only God can create. They actually saw a miracle on the Emerald Island, which was an extremely shocking existence for everyone, making them all amazed. And this scene was obviously seen by netizens in the live broadcast room. However, because it was seen with a mobile phone camera, it is certainly not possible to find this invisible building like the tourists at the scene. But after the explanations of those anchors, many netizens were shocked one after another. Of course, there were more of them, but it was a deep regret. No way, through live video, they don't even want to see this invisible building. Just when a crowd of tourists were shocked and a crowd of netizens regretted it, an amazing scene appeared. I saw the invisible skyscraper in front of me. As if by magic, suddenly the scenery changed and the real body suddenly appeared. Until this time, everyone finally saw the true face of this invisible building. From the outside, this invisible building is one end higher than the forest building and the funnel building beside it. As for the shape, it resembles a dark blue lightning, showing a rising zigzag pattern. In short, from the appearance, it is very cool. The most important thing is that, until this time, all tourists finally understand why they could not see this building before. Because, in the performance of this building, a special LED screen is embedded, and there are many small cameras in the corners. It was under the action of these cameras and LED screens that this huge building suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, everyone was surprised at the same time, but they were more deeply convinced by the designer and construction standards of this building. Without any of them, I'm afraid I won't be able to achieve such a shocking visual effect. Following the vertical forest and magic funnel, the true face of Endless Mansion was finally revealed in front of the world. The effect was like a terrifying tsunami. Waves were higher than the waves, which completely shocked everyone. Not to mention the second batch of tourists on the Emerald Island, netizens from all corners of the world all saw this magical city in Laputa through live video, pictures, and videos. When shocked by the amazing infrastructure capabilities of Emerald Island, these netizens felt more that Emerald Island is indeed a paradise on Earth. Compared with the world they are in now, everything here seems to be superior to it. Regardless of natural scenery, living conditions, technology, and infrastructure strength. In short, everything here is fascinating and fascinating. As a result, the entire world was affected by this, and all went crazy. The high-tech personnel who had doubts about the working environment of Emerald Island before, all red-eyed at this time, resigned one after another, and began to apply for the green card of Emerald Island. As for some high-tech companies, they have also started their own actions. Imperial Capital, 798 Art District, in a dimly lit office. Brother, why are we really going to give up here and go to Laputa City on the Emerald Island? Feng Qi looked around this small office with a full box of sneak shot equipment, with full of reluctance in his eyes, said, Kezai, we have to take a long-term view. We are aiming to be a giant in the entertainment news media. It is too backward here. Moreover, sneak shots are no longer the focus of our attention. Paparazzi Zhuo Wai looked at Feng Qi with a smile on his face and said earnestly, Don't make sneak shots. Then how do we break the celebrities' private news? Feng Qi looked inexplicable, thinking that Zhuo Wai must be crazy. Ha ha, before we just did some sneaky and dirty things, and everyone shouted and beaten them like mice. But since I went to the Emerald Island, I realized that we are paparazzi, but we have ambitions. The paparazzi, the entertainment news industry in the future, will be more brilliant. We must seize the treasure of Emerald Island and create our own world entertainment news giant. The world's entertainment news giant? Yes, we no longer only do domestic entertainment news, but also worldwide entertainment news, and we have to set up a newspaper, publish entertainment newspapers, set up a team of sneak shots, and delegate these things to our hands. We only do the top level. Who broke the news? Zhuo Wei said with excitement, with a bright light in his eyes. Seeing Zhuo Wei's excited expression, Feng Qi nodded as if he didn't understand. Although he didn't understand too much, he was right after listening to Wei Ji's words. This is something that Feng Qi has always believed in: Southern Guangdong Province. NS District, Shenzhen City, the headquarters of DJI Innovation Technology Company Sky Building. Sky Tower is the headquarters building of the world-renowned drone manufacturer DJI. From the outside, the entire building looks like a realistic Transformers, which is very strange and magical. At this moment, in a luxurious office on the top 56th floor, DJI CEO Wang Tao watched the computer screen. The shocking scene of nearly 100 flying cars flying high on Emerald Island. While tapping the desktop with his fingers, his vision was far-reaching, with an expression of worry on his face that could not be concealed. In the past decade or so, a large number of fast-growing technology companies have been born in China's internet wave. Among them, DJI is the most prominent one. For more than 10 years, Wang Tao has led a small R&D team, constantly pioneering and innovating, building DJI into the world's largest drone manufacturer, occupying more than 80% of the market share, and it has been fruitful. However, in recent years, this technology company, which seems to outsiders to be extremely brilliant and has an infinitely bright future, has encountered some innovation problems. Of course, only a few senior executives of the company know this. As the times progress, Wang Tao feels more and more that DJI's technological innovation has encountered a huge barrier, which is like moving forward in a muddy swamp. Moreover, as the leader of an enterprise, Wang Tao is more sensitive to this point. In the early days of entrepreneurship, he still remembered that he had countless innovative plans waiting to be implemented. However, in the past few years, as the products are constantly updated, there is more and more a sense of powerlessness and loss, as if all the motivation to move forward has been lost. Realizing this, Wang Tao began to become anxious. He knew that if he didn't find a way forward, the company that had spent his entire life spent on it would probably collapse in his own hands. It was at this time that the flying car of Emerald Island was born. When Wang Tao saw this epoch-making high-tech product, he hadn't fallen asleep for days and nights with excitement. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The dim world in his mind suddenly shone into it. Sunshine. He felt that he had found the way forward, and this direction was closely related to the flying car on Emerald Island. However, he still had some other doubts in his heart that prevented him from making a final decision for a while. However, early this morning, when he saw the shocking skyscrapers passed by the second batch of tourists, all the doubts in his heart were dispelled. Thinking of this, Wang Tao picked up the phone next to him and dialed a number. "Hey, Dong Liu, I have already thought about the proposal we discussed before, and DJI UAV has officially decided to relocate to Emerald Island, America, Silicon Valley, California. This is the world's largest electronics industry base and the cradle of today's world's high-tech industry. A large number of high-tech startups are born here every year. However, now, a large number of leaders of startup companies are beginning close consultations with their investors again and again. There is only one content of the negotiation, and that is whether to relocate to Emerald Island. For them, this is a rare opportunity. Once missed, they are likely to lose the opportunity to board the most promising ship of this era. Therefore, in the face of such a rare opportunity, the leaders of these startups have become anxious, hoping to persuade their investors to relocate the company as a whole to Emerald Island and start a new rebirth there. Perhaps only in this way can they catch up. Take this wave of technological innovation. The same thing is still happening in various developed countries in the world, such as the high-tech park on the Rhine River in Germany and the technological innovation industry base on the Thames in the UK. In short, the entire world's high-tech industries have been hit by the wave of technology from Emerald Island. For them, this is an opportunity, but also a difficult choice. Once they make a mistake, they will be eliminated. However, they have always had a keen sense of smell. They realized that maybe Emerald Island is the best choice, because new things often have the strongest motivation, and this is an essential element of a technology company. Outside, the voice of discussion about emigration to Emerald Island has reached a peak. Every corner of the world is talking about everything about Emerald Island, including its natural scenery, high-tech, future cities, and so on. Almost every topic related to Emerald Island has undoubtedly become a hot search word. And when the outside world was busy applying for immigration, the inside of Emerald Island was not idle. In the past few days, the management of Emerald Island, headed by Uncle Lai, has experienced the most intensive round of consultations so far. There is only one content of the meeting: the establishment of the Immigration Planning Bureau. Since Uncle Lai came to Emerald Island, senior managers of the former Jiang Group, Uncle Lai, have been managing everything on Emerald Island in the name of a temporary management agency, including the opening of the Dream Paradise Resort to the outside world. To the nearest city of Laputa appeared in the world. On the surface, it seems that Jiang Cheng alone made the limelight and is remembered and worshipped by the world. But in fact, behind this, the hard work of Lai Shu and others are indispensable. This group of managers can be said to be both fathers and mothers. They have to formulate relevant urban management rules and regulations, and also deal with some blueprints for urban construction and development. They also have to worry about some specific little things. It can be said that Jiang, the dirty work that Cheng hated, was taken over by them. Without their hard work behind the scenes, Emerald Island cannot have the side that shines in the world today. Regarding these things, Jiang Cheng is of course in his eyes. In fact, as early as the moment he planned to develop the Emerald Island, he had made up his mind to find a group of reliable people to take over the island for him. Although Emerald Island may not seem to be that big an area, like an independent country, it can only be regarded as a combination of 7 cities at best. From this perspective, Emerald Island can be managed as several cities. However, these days, Jiang Cheng realized that managing this Emerald Island is no different from managing a country, because it involves really the same thing: too much. Although Jiang Cheng did not participate in any specific affairs from beginning to end, he only participated in several demonstration meetings and consultation meetings occasionally, and then signed a letter and approved a document, but this also made him feel a bit big. Had it not been for Uncle Lai, who was a great backer, Jiang Cheng could almost be driven crazy. It is precisely because we see that the future management of Emerald Island will become more and more complex and require more and more refined. Moreover, Emerald Island is about to absorb the first batch of its own citizens and will enter the first batch of international well-known enterprises, the company. This made Jiang Cheng realize that it is necessary to carry out a series of organizational reforms. In fact, it can't be called a reform, because Emerald Island has no specific management organization from the beginning to the end. It is Uncle Lai and the high-level managers who control everything on Emerald Island in the name of temporary institutions. Therefore, Jiang Cheng felt that it was necessary to set up a series of organizations to carry out the planning and management of Emerald Island. And the first thing to be set up was the Immigration Planning Bureau. The establishment of this institution can be said to be a top priority. You know, the current Emerald Island faces hundreds of thousands of green card applications every day. Talents from all walks of life from all over the world are all vying for the precious green card quota of Emerald Island. It is conceivable that Uncle Lai and their work pressure should be so great. In order to show the world's high work efficiency on Emerald Island, Uncle Lai and his managers have been working overtime and going all out. They even transferred a large number of staff from Jiang's group, but even so, they still couldn't handle those. A pile of application documents. Therefore, under the suggestion of Uncle Lai, Jiang Cheng agreed to formally establish the first organization of Emerald Island, the Immigration Planning Bureau. Of course, in fact, before the establishment of the Immigration Planning Bureau, there are still many formal management agencies that need to be established in order to improve the management of the entire Emerald Island. However, because Emerald Island is currently facing great pressure to apply for a green card, they decided to establish an immigration planning bureau after discussing it. After the entire organization and management structure of Emerald Island is improved in the future, they will then agree on the official division of the Immigration Planning Bureau. In this way, after urgent consultation, Jiang Cheng formally appointed the former Xinghan Hotel's personnel director, a young elite who grew up with Xinghan Hotel, as the director of the Emerald Island Immigration Planning Bureau, and was solely responsible for the work of the Emerald Island Immigration Planning. The specific responsibilities of the Immigration Planning Bureau have also been determined accordingly. That is, it is responsible for handling immigration applications on Emerald Island, entry and exit of non-immigrants, arrest and deportation of illegal immigrants, immigration review, punishment of illegal employment, etc. At the same time, under the Immigration Planning Bureau, there are also a series of subordinate agencies, such as the Director's Office, the Lawyer's Office, the Border Patrol Office, the Investigation Office, the Detention and Deportation Office, the Intelligence Office, and the Property Forfeiture Office, which are solely responsible for the immigration of the entire Emerald Island. Management matters. The establishment of this organization was only spread within Emerald Island and was not announced to the outside world. But after the establishment of this organization, intensive preparations began immediately. Fortunately, Emerald Island's external relations are not that complicated now, so it didn't take long before normal affairs began to handle immigration applications for Emerald Island, and the other senior managers of Uncle lie from these trivial affairs. Get out of the way and move on to other more important things. From the current point of view, the Dream Paradise Resort Zone is already operating stably. Even if large-scale tourism arrives in the future, it will be able to deal with it freely. The top priority now is the newly opened city of Laputa. Laputa City can be said to be the top priority of Emerald Island, and its urban positioning is not only a city of science and technology. In some respects, it is somewhat similar to the capital of a country, and it will have to bear in the future play some political, economic, cultural, and other capital functions. For the construction of Laputa City, the difficulty is much higher than that of the Dream Paradise Resort. This requires Uncle Lai and the others. Now they must shift their focus and put all their energy into the management and planning of Laputa City. Therefore, after the Immigration Planning Bureau took over the current immigration work, Uncle Lai and a group of senior officials quickly settled in the office building of the vertical building at Jiang Cheng's urgent invitation. It is said that the fertilizer does not flow into the fields of outsiders. Of course, Jiang Cheng wants to keep a share for his own people in such an excellent office location, and he has always relied on them, so he is also very generous at this time. An office floor was reserved for Uncle Lai and the others, so that they could work here with peace of mind and plan the future of Laputa. Emerald Island, Angel Beach Resort, Fira Beach Hotel. Fira Hotel is a newly completed high-end resort hotel, currently not open, only for Jiang Cheng's private use. The scenery is beautiful and the environment is elegant. There are tall coconut trees nearby, fine sandy beaches, pure seawater, and bright sunshine. The hotel is built directly on the sea, and you can conduct deep-water activities such as scuba diving, watching fish and dolphins, snorkeling, etc. in the room. At the same time, there is also a large viewing balcony, a minibar, a massage room, etc. Life and entertainment facilities. At the moment, on the open-air roof of the Fira Hotel, Jiang Cheng is in the shape of Big, lying on the shore of the small infinity pool, his eyes narrowed, and he is enjoying a comfortable massage. Miss Tina, your massage technique is really great. Feeling the brave force coming from behind, Jiang Cheng groaned softly and exclaimed sincerely, "Oh, is it? Dear Mr. Owner, thank you for your compliment." On Jiang Cheng's back, a seductive girl named Tina opened her lips slightly and responded with a sweet smile. She is over 170, with waterfall-like wine-red curly hair, delicate white face, and deep blue eyes, making her as beautiful as a Victoria's Secret model on the runway. At this moment, this girl named Tina is riding on Jiang Cheng's back, wearing a 3-point pure white bikini and 2 small pieces of fabric. She can't wrap her 2 huge coconuts at all and is supported. It was towering high, and a circle of pink cherry halo was faintly visible at the edge. Jiang Cheng admired Tina's massage technique very much. In terms of strength, she did better than Monica. Today's routine massage should have come by Monica, but as Jiang Cheng's personal secretary, Monica also has a lot of work to do, so today she specially entrusted her good sister Tina to give it to her. Jiang Cheng does a massage. Jiang Cheng had heard from Monica a long time ago that her French massage was learned from a sister named Tina. He didn't expect that after trying it today, it really made him feel very satisfied. Just now in my heart, Jiang Cheng made a comparison. Monica's massage technique is softer. When those little hands are pressed on her body, it always gives people a feeling of numbness, as if it can soften people's hearts and let him say no. And Tina's strength is more full and powerful, through the skin directly to the depths, so that Jiang Cheng can refresh Tianjin 96 in one go. Of course, what made Jiang Cheng admire was Tina's figure. Originally, Jiang Cheng thought that Monica's twin peaks were full enough, but after seeing Tina today, he had to sigh. This kind of girl with Western descent, the figure is really strong. It can be said that there are some outsiders. Jiang Cheng compared the beautiful girls around him. Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofai, both of East Asian descent, were already in good shape, but compared with Monica and Tina, they were out of the sky. If you compare it from childhood to adulthood, Su Kaiyanqian can only be regarded as a pair of fresh oranges. Guan Xiaofai is a pair of cantaloupe, and Monica can be called a grapefruit. As for Tina, it can be called a pair of ripe coconuts. As early as the first sight of Tina, Jiang Cheng was full of blood, and he set up the small tent very unconvincingly, but fortunately, Tina did not seem to see it, so Jiang Cheng did not lose face in front of the masseur. But at the same time, this also made Jiang Cheng sigh in his heart. He can be said to be a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, but he has always kept Pearl in the dust. He thinks it is necessary to think about it and add another personal secretary. After all, Monica has been so busy lately, he can't put all the pressure on Monica's body. Jiang Cheng thought of his subordinate so sympathetically in his heart. What I have to say is that Tina's strength is really good. After this massage, Jiang Cheng's exhaustion for many days disappeared, and he regained his full spirit. Mr. Island Master, Sister Nika is right. You are too strong. I'm going to lose it. Can you give me a break? When Jiang Cheng was enjoying the call, Tina's breath suddenly came from her body. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng was stunned for a moment and then said with some embarrassment, of course. When Jiang Cheng's voice fell, he felt his back suddenly sank. The two were full of elasticity and hit his back. Due to the elasticity, they bounced up and down twice. At the same time, Jiang Cheng also clearly felt that there were 2 tight cherries, which were full of cherries for himself and the 2 groups, a little uncomfortable. Puff. Realizing something, Jiang Cheng almost sprayed a nosebleed. Tina's figure is explosive and powerful. Following the other's gasp, Jiang Cheng seemed to be able to feel a wave of flesh rippling on his body continuously, making him suddenly complain. This kind of beautiful situation, I am afraid that any normal man can't stand it. Just when Jiang Cheng's heart was ups and downs, and his stomach gradually reacted, a sound of footsteps suddenly rang from behind him, and then a familiar and delicate voice rang. "Sister Tina, what are you doing?" Ahem. Hearing this sound, Jiang Cheng got up from the massage bed like a fire on his ass, and Tina, who was lying on Jiang Cheng's back, also stood up at this time. "Nika, you are finally back. I think we will massage the owner of the island together in the future. If you are alone, it is really too much." Regarding Monica's voice, Tina acted calmly and said with a chuckle. At this time, Monica also slowly bypassed the pool and came to Jiang Cheng. Today's Monica dress is very fashionable. The upper body is a solid striped top, and the lower body is wearing a classic wide-leg trousers. The whole person looks youthful, yet mature and stable. This is exactly what Monica wears at work, concise and capable. Really, with Sister Tina, that would be great. I don't master the strength of the massage, and I always hurt Mr. Island Master. This can solve the problem. After listening to Tina, Monica's big eyes lit up with excitement, and Tina completely put Jiang Cheng aside. When Jiang Cheng saw this, his expression was very embarrassing. These two people simply ignore their own opinions, however. For the sake of their hard work, I forgive them for doing things without authorization. Nika, go to Uncle Lai's place today. Do you have any arrangements to bring it back? Monica received a call from Uncle Lai today saying that she was going to go. Oh, sorry, Mr. Island Master, I forgot to report it to you. There is indeed one here, and you need to make up your mind. After listening to Jiang Cheng, Monica said apologetically to Jiang Cheng, "What's the idea?" Jiang Cheng was taken aback. "There is a gentleman named Wang Sichong who wants to immigrate to our Emerald Island, but his personal conditions do not meet our immigration requirements. But the district mayor thinks that he has a certain value, so you need to make up your mind." While talking, Monica handed a stack of documents to Jiang Cheng. Wang Sichong? Hearing this name, Jiang Cheng was slightly stunned. This person, he seems to be familiar, forgot where he heard it. Thinking about this, Jiang Cheng took the document handed over by Monica and looked through it carefully. At the top, there are some personal information displays. It was only then that Jiang Cheng realized it. He finally remembered who Wang Sichong was. The son of real estate tycoon Wang Jianlin, the first son of China. Jai Wei, secretary of the entertainment circle, CEO of Pusey Investment Company, founder of IG Esports Club. A series of titles appeared in Jiang Cheng's site, allowing him to reacquaint him with this famous young talent in mainland China. To be honest, Jiang Cheng's first impression of Wang Sichong was not very good, because the only time he and the other party met was at the opening banquet when the Emerald Island was first opened to the outside world. The other party was next to the real estate tycoon Wang Jianlin and talked freely. Jiang Cheng didn't care at the time either, just talked a lot with the other party's father, Wang Jianlin, and knew something about this famous real estate tycoon in China. It can be said that such a world-renowned real estate developer is indispensable for the future development and construction of Emerald Island. So he also intends to invite the other party to invest in Emerald Island. However, after hearing Monica's words just now and seeing this green card application, Jiang Cheng finally understood the whole story. It turned out that the son of the real estate tycoon also wanted to immigrate to Emerald Island, just because the other party was not a technology company, and did he have any commendable contributions. Therefore, according to the outstanding talent introduction policy announced by Emerald Island, the other party did not meet the requirements, so it should be refused. However, the other party directly submitted a letter of intent to invest in Emerald Island through his father's channel, expressing his willingness to immigrate to Emerald Island by way of investment. Seeing this investment letter of intent, Uncle Lai and the others were a little moved. But after all, this did not meet the policy requirements, so they wanted Jiang Cheng to make the decision. Jiang Cheng carefully reviewed the investment intent attached to the other party, and his heart was also moved. It can be said that this investment letter of intent is very deep and comprehensive, and it seems to have been carefully planned. The most important thing is that the investment direction of the other party has won the heart of Jiang Cheng. Esports industry. The esports industry is not the technological innovation industry currently promoted by Emerald Island. In essence, it can only be regarded as a sports competition industry, but it is a very special sport, because it is a new thing. In recent years, especially with the rapid development of the internet industry, esports has also developed rapidly. Internationally, esports has become a national sport with a wide coverage, of course, mainly for young people. It can be seen from this that behind this industry, there is actually a huge future brewing. Because it not only represents a sport, it is actually closely related to many high-tech industries, such as the internet industry, smartphone industry, gaming industry, and other electronic technology industries. It can be said that behind the esports industry is an industry supported by a large number of high-tech technologies. The most important thing is that the esports industry is currently in a period of rapid development and rapid growth, and a complete industrial chain has not yet been formed on a global scale. This is an extremely rare opportunity for Emerald Island. Jiang Cheng is determined to build Emerald Island into an ecosystem that covers all high-tech industries. Then, the esports industry at the top of these high-tech industries should have a brighter future. Maybe. Jiangcheng is completely out of the possibility of turning Emerald Island into an esports paradise. In the future, it will receive the attention of all young people around the world. Invisibly, it is equivalent to controlling the global youth group. This is invisible. Wealth, if developed well, huge wealth will be brewed. In addition, in Jiangcheng's black technology system, there are a large number of game-related black technologies, such as virtual reality technology, etc. This will push the esports industry to a very high level, and the future is bright. Thinking of this, and looking at the letter of intent for investment in the gaming industry in his hand, Jiangcheng smiled slightly. Originally, according to Jiangcheng's plan, he wanted to wait until everything is on the right track in the future to develop this industry. But since someone is willing to come to Emerald Island to invest, he can't miss this opportunity. Wang Xichang's letter of intent for investment contains many overall plans, such as the construction of a high-tech esports industry theme park and a selection and training base for professional players. Here, a complete set of pan-entertainment sports ecosystems will be built to match it. It is ambitious to create a world sports paradise. Seeing this investment intent, Jiangcheng nodded slightly. He agreed with this letter of intent and also promised that Wang Xichang, who has a senior influence in the esports industry, will be stationed in Emerald Island. However, the other party's letter of intent has to undergo a major change. At the very least, Emerald Island has to take a large share. Of course, instead of using money to buy shares, but from the place to buy shares, Jiangcheng, who has a black technology building system, can easily build an esports industrial park. The way to buy shares, this young master Wang Xichang will not refuse. Thinking of this, Jiangcheng shared her thoughts with Monica, and at the same time asked her to go back and discuss with Uncle Lai, and form a letter of intent for the esports industry investment in Emerald Island according to her own ideas, and show it to Wang Xichang. If the other party agrees, then everything is easy to say otherwise. Let him go wherever he should go. After finishing the order, Jiangcheng also cleaned up briefly and then left the Fira Hotel with Monica and Tina and returned to his villa. In the next time, he will be busy with some work again. 3 days later, Emerald Island officially issued an investment invitation statement to the outside world, stating that it faces all high-tech companies in the world. The content is that, after a period of screening, Emerald Island has selected a group of suitable international companies and enterprises and will officially start a series of specific cooperation negotiations in the near future. Taking this opportunity, Emerald Island is willing to extensively communicate with the world. Companies and enterprises from all over the world cooperate. In addition, for all companies that have reached an intention to cooperate with Emerald Island will open some floors of the 3 skyscrapers in Laputa City as the office area of the first batch of enterprises to settle on Emerald Island. After the news was released, the whole world was plunged into a boil. 3 skyscrapers that shocked the world are about to open to the public as the first batch of international companies to settle on Emerald Island. Once this news was released, it immediately detonated the whole world. You know, as early as the second batch of invited tourists showed the unique forest elements CBD of Laputa City to the world through videos, pictures, etc. They undoubtedly won everyone's love. The tree-lined vertical forest, the magic funnel that can rotate freely, and the endless building that can be hidden at any time. Any one of these 3 buildings outside is enough to be called a miracle in the history of architecture. And now, the first batch of companies to settle in Emerald Island are fortunate enough to work in such a wonderful office environment. It is conceivable that how many people should be envied and hated. Therefore, after realizing this, the major international companies that originally intended to settle in Emerald Island began to accelerate the pace of negotiations with Emerald Island, hoping to seize an early entry quota and allow their employees to enter such a beautiful skyscraper as soon as possible. The middle office, presumably this way, will definitely encourage the employees' enthusiasm for work and make the company make greater progress. After this incident, the pace of international enterprises entering the Emerald Island has suddenly accelerated. 3 days later, a Boeing BBJ 747-8 private jet passed over Emerald Island and slowly landed at Laputa International Airport. The hatch opened, and a red-faced old man with gray hair and an old face slowly walked down the gangway and came to the airport runway. "Oh, God, this is really heaven. I think if I live here, I can live for at least 20 years. The red-faced old man looked around the surrounding scenery and exhaled deeply. He opened his arms and sighed sincerely in a cheerful voice. "Rockefeller, you, the old immortal who has changed 6 hearts, are really greedy for life and fear of death." There was a sound of footsteps behind him, and a well-dressed, gold-wired glasses, a wealthy old man with a blessed figure slowly walked down the gangway, sarcastically speaking in a bad tone. "Hey, old Thomas, you are right. I just want to live a few more days. Of course, if I can extend my life, I would rather become an old tortoise." Rockefeller is not angry at the rich old man, but calm, responded, "If anyone else is here, seeing these 2 old men will definitely be shocked and speechless, because both of them can be called big people who shocked the world." The red-faced old man named David Rockefeller. His true identity is the helm of the Rockefeller family, the 10th largest keyball in the United States. In the business world, it is not an exaggeration to mention the wealth of the Rockefeller family as a household name, and women and children. This world keyball, who has prospered for 6 generations so far, is inextricably linked with the United States and even international politics and economy. There is an old saying in China that we are not rich for 3 generations, but the Rockefeller family is now in the 6th generation, and it is still thriving and wealthy. The Rockefeller family is one of the most powerful consortiums in the United States. Based on the oil monopoly, it controls a large number of financial institutions and has been able to extend its sphere of influence to all sectors of the U.S. national economy. It can be regarded as one of the actual controllers behind the U.S. The other rich old men are also not simple. They are also the helms of the Mellon family, who can be called together with the Rockefeller family. The Mellon family has a long history and has a pivotal position in the political and economic fields of the United States. It controls hundreds of large enterprises including finance, petroleum, coal, shipbuilding, steelmaking, and other industries. The strength of the family has penetrated into the political, business, financial, and art collection circles of the U.S., and it can be called America's leading clan. The helms of the 2 keyballs actually appeared on Emerald Island at the same time. If this news spreads out, it will definitely cause an uproar worldwide. "Hey," I said, "Rockefeller, the scenery here is really like paradise. If the island owner agrees, I am willing to spend 1% of my wealth to buy this island." "Come to David Rockefeller's side," Thomas Mellon, the helm of the Mellon family, also said with emotion. "No way, although they are the world's top richest people, they have seen countless beautiful scenery. But as fascinating as Emerald Island, it is really not, so it is inevitable that there will be a trace of emotion in their hearts. You'd better tell this Mr. Island owner, but I'm worried that even if you take out all the property, he will not necessarily agree." Old Rockefeller curled his lips and looked disapproving. How can a figure who can take out the epoch-making technology product of flying car and build 3 world-class skyscrapers care about the mere wealth? In their realm, money is nothing more than a string of numbers. What they really care about is what is hidden behind money, that is, power or fame. Obviously, with these 2 things, money will continue to flood them. When the 2 talked casually, the younger generations of the 2 big families and some high-level personnel who came with them also slowly walked down the gangway and came to the airport runway. At this time, there was a slight roar from the distant sky. Hearing the sound, a large group of people raised their heads one after another, looking towards the distant sky. Sure enough, with the roar, dozens of black shadows of various colors appeared in the sky. It was the transgender flying car. "Oh, it's really a shocking performance. To be honest, I am a little envious of the people living on Emerald Island. There can be such works of art. This is much more comfortable than the plane we took." Old Rockefeller was muddy. There was a ray of brilliance in his eyes, and he unceremoniously admired. Yes, seeing these epoch-making works of art, I look forward to this collaboration with Jiang Deaju. Thomas Mellon on the side also nodded in agreement. I hope so, our Mr. President seems to be unkind to this Jiangdao owner. He doesn't want us to get too close to him. In addition, as far as I know, the old guy Morgan planned to come, but he was dissuaded by Mr. President. Hey, I don't care about the president or the president. Whoever delays my money, I will be anxious. Thomas Mellon's eyes flashed with dangerous eyes, and he said nonchalantly. While speaking, the flying car brigade in the sky opposite had already slowly landed on the airport runway. The gull-wing door, with a sense of science fiction, slowly retracted the wing compartment, and then the car door opened. Next, a handsome and cheerful young man was Jiang Cheng. The moment he saw Jiang Cheng, the turbid eyes of the Rockefeller family and the Mellon family's helms flashed with meaningful eyes. The eyes of the two of them were full of scrutiny, of course. There was also a hint of admiration. To tell the truth, the things in front of them are quite the same as they were when they were young. They not only have the vigor and vitality that young people should have, but also have the calm and self-confidence that are rare in their peers. For the first time, they had already glanced at this Emerald Island owner. Dear Mr. Rockefeller and Thomas, please allow me, in the name of the owner of the Emerald Island, to welcome the two distinguished guests. Jiang Cheng, with a sincere smile on his face, to the helms of the two world-class Keeball families, give a welcome speech. Looking at the world as a whole, the two big men in front of them are also existences that can cause an earthquake with a stomping, and they cannot tolerate Jiang Cheng not being so solemn to come to receive them in person. It can be said that before the opening of Emerald Island, Jiang Cheng intentionally introduced world-class Keeballs like the Rockefeller family, the Mellon family, and the Morgan family into Emerald Island. These Keeball families have unmatched wealth. More importantly, after decades or even hundreds of years of accumulation, the business scope developed by these families has already penetrated into the daily lives of everyone in the world. In fact, around everyone in the world, there are more or less products and services produced by these world-class Keeballs. Their tentacles have evolved from the initial oil and mineral commodities to banking services, catering services, financial services, daily necessities, and even daily department stores. It can be said that everyone in the world, from life to death, has more or less touched and used the products of these world-class Keeball families. Therefore, if Jiang Cheng wants to develop Emerald Island, of course they cannot do without their support. Without their participation, Emerald Island might not be able to provide the most complete and high-end services to customers who come to Emerald Island. They will be even less visible for a series of services necessary for senior VIPs, such as the financial industry and banking industry. Oh, dear Mr. Owner, I knew from the first sight of you that my choice was absolutely correct this time. I am afraid that only young talents like you can build the Emerald Island so well. I can't wait to start our cooperation. Old Mellon nodded and smiled while looking at Jiang Cheng. For people like him, after accepting the invitation of Emerald Island, he is bound to be opposed by some official forces in the country. However, in the end, he disregarded the opinions of others and came to this place regarded as a paradise. From the observations just now, he is still very satisfied with the partner in front of him. Although he looks young, he is very humble and knows how to treat guests, which meets his basic requirements for partners. Yes, Mr. Islander, although I only came to Emerald Island for a short time, I have completely fallen in love with it. If possible, I would like to buy a piece of land in Laputa and build a Western-style manor. Spend the rest of my life here. Old Rockefeller also said with a smile at this time, and by the way made some of his own demands implicitly. No problem. It is a great honor for me to be loved by two distinguished guests. Emerald Island has always adhered to the principle of openness and is always willing to open the door to our investors. Jiang Cheng replied naturally with a smile on his face. In this way, in the following time, Jiang Cheng brought a group of senior officials from Emerald Island to meet some senior figures from the two Keeball families one by one, and then everyone took a flying car and went directly to the sightseeing banquet hall located at the top of the magic funnel. The windows are bright and clean, and the lights are brilliant. In the very luxurious banquet hall, old Rockefeller and Thomas Mellon looked over the whole city and the twilight seascape in the distance with some shocking eyes, and fell into a sluggishness. "Oh, God. I can't imagine that there is such a fascinating scenery in the world." Old Rockefeller's voice trembled, and he exclaimed. Behind him, Thomas Mellon also stared at the distance without blinking, his eyes flickering, obviously also very satisfied with the scenery here. At this time, the service staff had gradually brought gorgeous food and precious drinks to the table, and Jiang Cheng invited VIPs from the two big families to take their seats. At the wine table, Jiang Cheng and the high-level officials of Emerald Island accompanied him, and the dinner officially began. "Thank you for the visit of the Rockefeller family. The future of Emerald Island is indispensable for the great support of the nobles." Jiang Cheng raised his glass and smiled at the old Rockefeller on his right. "It is an honor for the Rockefeller family to be able to invest in Emerald Island. I hope we can cooperate happily." Old Rockefeller nodded slightly and also expressed his gratitude to Jiang Cheng. The two tapped the glass and drank it all in one go. After drinking mellow wine, the two began to discuss the topic of investment plans through the alcohol. According to the original plan of the Rockefeller family, it is prepared to rent a floor of office area in the Endless Building as the headquarters of the Rockefeller family's industry in Emerald Island. In addition, the Rockefeller family intends to invest heavily in Emerald Island, involving high-end service industries such as finance, banking, and credit. Jiang Cheng readily agreed to this. Next, the Mellon family. Compared with the Rockefeller family, the Mellon family seems to be more interested in the infrastructure technology of Emerald Island. Therefore, Thomas Mellon said straight to the point that he hopes to develop in-depth cooperation with Emerald Island in the field of infrastructure construction and jointly develop the infrastructure industry. In the future, it will expand infrastructure business all over the world. Hearing this intention of cooperation from Old Mellon, Jiang Cheng only hesitated slightly, then nodded and agreed. This kind of infrastructure, black technology, needs to be further promoted in the world, but at present, Jiang Cheng has been lacking a strong spokesperson. Cooperating with a family with huge influence in the field of infrastructure, such as Mellon, can greatly enhance the reputation of Emerald Island infrastructure and open up a vast market space. Of course, in order to achieve this, some technical output is inevitable. However, Jiang Cheng doesn't care much about this. Some of his black technology system is future technology, so there is no need to worry about the infrastructure technology in front of him. Share some technology with your partner so that you can better cooperate with each other. Jiang Cheng knows this truth well. The cocktail party continues. In the following time, the leaders of the two families finally mentioned the core issue of this cooperation: rent of office area and tax issues. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng smiled slightly and said his offer in a very calm tone. The rent for the CBD in Laputa City is priced at $6,000 per square foot, which is converted into a total price. The annual rent for the office area rented by the two big families will be as high as $2 billion. As for taxes, Jiang Cheng asked for 20% of the other party's profit. Hearing Jiang Cheng's quotation, the two helms of the Keeball family were all stunned on the spot, and they thought they had heard it wrong. The annual rent of $2 billion, 20% of the profit is extracted. OMG, is this Emerald Island owner crazy? This request is no different from robbery. You know, even the most prosperous CBD in the world today, Manhattan, New York, does not have such a high quotation. According to Jiang Cheng's quotation, it is almost twice that of the Manhattan Business District in New York. This is definitely a robbery. The expressions of the two tycoons became difficult to look after Jiang Cheng made this offer. The calm expressions on their faces before all disappeared at this moment. At the wine table, Old Rockefeller and Old Mellon looked ugly and had a bargain with Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng was still indifferent. According to Jiang Cheng's original words, every service of Emerald Island can be called the world's top, and in the future, it will provide more convenient conditions for investors, which can play a great role in publicity. Therefore, the price is not high at all. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was so determined, the two big brothers had to obediently sign the cooperation letter. No way, Emerald Island's paradise-like natural scenery and unique office buildings give it an unmatched attraction. There is no semicolon anymore in the world. Therefore, even if they have spent a lifetime in the business field and experienced all kinds of thrilling negotiations, they, who have extremely rich negotiation experience, can only bow their heads obediently in front of Jiang Cheng. In the following time, Jiang Cheng and the two big brothers briefly chatted for a while and imagined the bright future for a while and ended the reception in a happy atmosphere. Jiang Cheng asked the service staff of Emerald Island to send the visitors of the two big families to the high-end hotel specially prepared for them. By the way, he arranged the next visit and play and other matters before returning to his villa. Beishewin, Sea View Villa, massage bathroom. Jiang Cheng naked upper body, wearing only a pair of shorts, lying comfortably on the massage table. On both sides of him, Monica and Tina, two personal secretaries, are giving Jiang Cheng a fragrant massage, and at the same time reporting to Jiang Cheng the results of this collaboration with the two big Keyball families. Mr. Owner, you are really a natural negotiation expert. This time the cooperation with the Rockefeller family has allowed us to perfect the financial and banking services of the entire Emerald Island. In addition, we can also collect $2 billion in rent each year. As for the tax, it is at least $5 billion or more. Monica's white tender hands pressed Jiang Cheng's shoulders and said in an excited accent. Obviously, as Jiang Cheng's personal secretary, she also participated in the whole process of cooperation negotiations today, and she was naturally very happy with the results. You don't have to pay anything, and you can earn nearly $3 billion by collecting rent alone. In her view, a decision is something that a business genius can do. Nika is right, Mr. Island Owner and the other Mellon family intend to cooperate with us to build an infrastructure business covering the world. With their capital and customer support, presumably Emerald Island's infrastructure business can quickly cover the world. This will bring us countless wealth. Tina was also very excited, her little face full of admiration. Although she just became Jiang Cheng's personal secretary, Tina did a very good job. In a short time, she became familiar with everything and helped Jiang Cheng very well. Listening to the reports of the two personal secretaries, Jiang Cheng only smiled in his heart. To be honest, everything today is actually in his expectation. Of course, the premise is that the fame of Emerald Island is now resounding throughout the world. Even if these two old guys do not come to invest, there will be a large number of investors rushing here. Therefore, there are not many opportunities for these two Keyball families to hesitate. Accepting all the offers made by Jiang Cheng is their inevitable choice. Jiang Cheng is now considering the new business opportunities brought to Emerald Island by cooperating with these two Keyball families. Jiang Cheng believes that the news of cooperation with these two Keyball families will surely cause a wave in the whole world when the news of cooperation with these two Keyball families is spread. At that time, the reputation of Emerald Island is bound to reach a new level. Moreover, their cooperation will also give other companies a representative guide when cooperating with Emerald Island. Therefore, from this point of view, the cooperation between him and the two Keyballs, in fact, only paid a small amount, and it will get a huge return. Regarding the output of Emerald Island's technological strength, Jiang Cheng is not unreserved. In fact, Jiang Cheng is very cautious about this. The revealing of each of these black technologies can cause an uproar in the world, and even to some extent, rewrite the course of history. These are all epoch-making products. Therefore, Jiang Cheng must be cautious about the export of this kind of technology products. Therefore, when working with these partners in the future, Jiang Cheng is bound to take the core technology in his own hands, and the cooperation between the two parties will also be limited to a limited scope. In this way, it will play a very good protective role in the proliferation of technology, and even some extremely critical technologies must not leak out. Presumably, with these technical protection measures, you can greatly protect your own interests. 3 days later, Jiang Cheng sent away the reluctant Old Rockefeller and Old Mellon at Laputa International Airport. The two world-class bosses obviously have a soft spot for the scenery of Emerald Island and couldn't bear to leave. However, there is no way, in order to reach a cooperation faster, they have more important things to do. They can only leave Emerald Island temporarily. However, the land approved for the two big bosses has been reserved for them, and they can come to Laputa City to build their own manor at any time. This news is considered to be the best news the two big men got when they left Emerald Island. After sending the two away, Emerald Island officially started the busy work. In the next half-month, the newly completed Laputa International Airport finally had the busy scene that the international airport should have. There are dozens or even hundreds of large passenger or private jets landing here almost every day. Each of the above guests can be regarded as well-known figures in the world. Among them are the Keeball family that declares internationally. There are also world-renowned corporate CEOs and some members of international institutions and organizations. In short, these guests who come to Laputa are either rich or expensive. The purpose of their coming here is also very simple. I want to rent an office area in Laputa City CBD, even a small office. However, the first batch of development projects in Laputa City CBD, after all, are limited in area, so they certainly cannot meet the needs of all VIPs. For this reason, the senior management of Emerald Island also behaved very politely when receiving these distinguished guests. For VIPs who cannot meet the needs of the other party, we will also express our sincere apologies. Of course, we will also guarantee to the other party that when the second batch of projects are developed, they will be invited first. In this way, in just half a month, all the CBDs in Laputa were rented out. The next thing is to complete the successful relocation and officially start the glorious era of Laputa. Beisha Bay Sea View Villa. Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered, his gaze fixed on the virtual light curtain in front of him. On the screen, all kinds of factory models were shown in front of his eyes, making him dazzled for a while. After these days of hard work, Jiang Cheng and a series of world's top automakers have reached a cooperative intention to formally authorize these automakers to sell Emerald Island's unique technology product shapeshifter flying car. Of course, the content of the cooperation between the two parties is slightly different from the cooperation between general manufacturers. Due to the advancement of flying cars and the confidentiality of products, this product cannot be directly granted the production authority in accordance with the past cooperation methods. Therefore, after a series of consultations between the two sides, these automakers also agreed to Jiang Cheng's plan. That is, the cooperation between the two parties is divided into 3 phases and implemented in batches. In the first stage, Emerald Island is fully authorized to produce this kind of car, and these car manufacturers only act as agents to sell this top technology product to customers around the world. As for the profit distribution, we will negotiate separately according to the local selling price and tax rate. But there is no doubt that Emerald Island will account for the majority, because these products are all produced by Emerald Island. In the second stage of cooperation, these car manufacturers will formally participate in the production of flying cars, but at this time, they can only produce some related parts. In the final stage, Jiang Cheng will fully implement the technology transfer and disclose the core equipment and materials of the transformer flying car, and the two sides will achieve a deeper level of cooperation. The third stage of cooperation must be implemented within 10 years after the cooperation agreement takes effect. This also means that Jiang Cheng can retain the exclusive right of flying cars for 10 years before that. This kind of cooperation is completely within the acceptable range of Jiang Cheng. After all, the exclusive rights of the past 10 years are enough for him to make a lot of money. Moreover, he should also leave some soup for those partners, otherwise who would be stupidly willing to cooperate with him all the time, and this is also very beneficial for maintaining more cooperation in the future. You know, in Jiang Cheng's black technology system, there are still a large number of black technology products. These partners have tasted the benefits. Presumably, his next products can also hit the world market at a very fast speed and earn money. Get greater benefits. Therefore, at present, the most important thing Jiang Cheng needs to do is to produce his own products at the fastest speed, which requires an automobile production factory. Jiang Cheng shifted his eyes, screening the various factory buildings in front of him. Soon, a three-dimensional building full of science fiction appeared before Jiang Cheng's eyes. Name: Level 2 Transformer Flying Car Manufacturing Plant Parameters. Stamping Workshop X1, Body Workshop X1, Paint Workshop X1, Power Assembly Workshop X1, Assembly Workshop X1, Large Capacity Garage X1, Supporting Facilities X1 area. The building area is 800,000 square meters, covering an area of 4,000 square meters output. 600,000 vehicles/year cost, $320 million US. A single vehicle cost $400,000 US, time consuming, 20 days. Looking at this fully automated automobile production factory, Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. It can be said that the price is still very reasonable, and after the production plant, the cost of each flying car will plummet, which is of great benefit to his future promotion. After all, at present, the price of flying cars is still a bit expensive. For the top, wealthy people in the upper class, they may not care much, but for the middle class, it is still a huge expenditure. Such a high price will greatly limit the promotion of this product. If the product cannot be promoted, it can only become a plaything of the upper class in the end, without the effect of changing the world. Therefore, no matter from which point of view, as a manufacturer of flying cars, Jiang Cheng has the obligation to promote this product worldwide. And this requires more articles on the cost of a single vehicle, striving to continuously reduce the unit price of this product and seek more benefits for the majority of people who like flying cars. However, it seems that it is still very difficult to achieve this, but it does not matter. Jiang Cheng did not intend to do it overnight. Changing the world's traffic rules was originally an extremely long process, and it is also greatly affected by the actual situation of each country. Relationship. Therefore, Jiang Cheng is not in a hurry. He plans to take his time. One day, flying cars will be promoted all over the world, becoming a means of transportation that everyone can drive and completely changing the world. This is Jiang Cheng's ultimate goal. After choosing a car production plant, the next question is to choose a production location. Regarding this issue, Jiang Cheng had thought about it carefully before, but he has not been able to conclude, and this is related to the special geographical location of Emerald Island. For Emerald Island, it is an isolated island in the Pacific Ocean. Therefore, with such a geographical location, it is destined that the large products it produces can only be transported by freighter. Therefore, large-scale production bases such as automotive engineering must be close enough to the port. Only in this way can the transportation of automobiles be greatly facilitated, and production costs can be reduced. After thinking about it, there are not so many choices left for Jiang Cheng. Laputa City is a city close to the coast. Its north and south sides are full of holiday zones. With such a geographical location, this huge automobile factory is destined to be located in Laputa City. In addition, the area of Laputa City is large enough to accommodate this car factory. Therefore, the only thing that needs to be determined now is where the car factory should be located in Laputa. Regarding Laputa City, Jiang Cheng had planned it before. It has a complete commercial area, a living area, a tourist area, and of course, an industrial park allocated for it. This large-scale industrial park is all a production area reserved by Jiang Cheng for the future high-tech industries of Emerald Island. It has a large area and has built many expressways for direct access to the port, which is convenient and fast. It's here. After thinking about it, Jiang Cheng directly selected a suitable place and clicked the build button. After the construction of the flying car factory was completed, Jiang Cheng began the construction of other supporting facilities. You know, although this car factory is fully automated, it still requires a large number of workers for maintenance and other matters. Therefore, a supporting living area is still essential. In the next time, Jiang Cheng once again incarnate as an infrastructure madman and started crazy infrastructure work in the industrial area of Laputa City. Buildings have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain, giving the face of Emerald Island a whole new look. In the busy construction process of the flying car factory located in Laputa City, the cooperation between Emerald Island and a series of international enterprises was quickly reached, and formal cooperation agreements were signed one after another. And with the entry into force of the agreement, major companies have also begun to relocate. For them, relocating to Emerald Island is the most important thing at the moment, and everything else is temporarily set aside. Therefore, during this period of time, the port in Laputa has become busy. Every day, there are hundreds of freighters coming here from all over the world, loaded with office supplies of major companies, and with the help of Emerald Island's efficient and fast service, they can complete this as quickly as possible. This relocation plan officially started their business in Emerald Island. At the same time, during this period of time, the Emerald Island officials have also completed the first batch of Emerald Island green cards. Those high-tech personnel who have Emerald Island green cards have also formally come to Emerald Island and started their work. Life. It can be said that everything is proceeding in an intense and orderly manner. The entire Emerald Island is a thriving scene. At this time, in order to stimulate the consumption of Emerald Island and expand the influence of Emerald Island officials also further implemented the development plan, canceled the previous invitation mechanism, and started in-depth cooperation with major travelers around the world. Every day, 10,000 to 20,000 places will be distributed to major travel agencies. As a result, the Emerald Island has become more lively. Some of these tourists who came to Emerald Island wanted to experience the purest island scenery in the Dream Paradise Resort, while another part of the guests were more interested in Laputa, the technological city of Emerald Island, so they would go there Laputa City CBD, feel the modern technological life. In short, with the participation of these guests, the major companies that came to Emerald Island to invest are very satisfied. After all, their service objects are mainly people who come to Emerald Island. If there are no customers, how can they develop their own business? How to pay that expensive rent? Therefore, seeing that everything in Emerald Island is developing in a better direction, both the managers of Emerald Island and the investors here are very satisfied. After 20 days, the deformer flying car production plant was officially completed. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng immediately started the formal production of the flying car without any delay. You know, behind him, there are a large number of partners who are hungry for his products. According to the current annual output of 600,000 vehicles, it should be able to temporarily meet the needs of major partners. After all, this kind of flying car only temporarily exists in the world's fantasy. It is not an easy task to promote this product worldwide. What's more, the different policies of various countries will impose certain restrictions on the use of flying cars. However, in this world, after all, there are people who are willing to be the first to eat crabs, and there are definitely not a few. Of course, only the flying car can really win their trust and be truly promoted. Therefore, it is imperative for Jiang Cheng to take out the first batch of products and deliver them to his partners, so that they can give users around the world a good experience. With the support of System Black technology, the first batch of flying cars was quickly delivered, totaling 5,000. The main market was finally set in the Middle East after Jiang Cheng discussed with the major partners. The abundance of oil here means that it is a wealthy land, and it is not an exaggeration to describe it as rich and oily. As a synonym for local tyrants, although these countries do not have advanced science and technology, they are willing to accept new things. Some high-tech products are often not implemented in most countries due to their high cost. However, this is an alternative. Due to its huge wealth, this world has also become a highly competitive area for major high-tech manufacturers. Often, as soon as high-tech products are released, They will be tested here first, and most of them can get good results. In this context, cooperation with these local tyrants is bound to be the most appropriate choice. In this way, after the partners on the Emerald Island tried their best to put forward this proposal to Jiang Cheng and Uncle Lai discussed it and formally confirmed the cooperation plan, and at the same time expressed enthusiasm to the heads of local tyrants in the Middle East invitation. Invite them to personally come to Emerald Island and experience the epoch-making technology products such as flying cars. Obviously, the whole world is now rushing to the flying car product, and the citizens of these rich countries are cheering and urge the heads of state to enter this product as soon as possible. Therefore, after receiving the invitation letter from Emerald Island, the heads of the local tyrants in the Middle East readily agreed. A few days later, Laputa International Airport welcomed a group of heavyweight guests. The heads of state from the local tyrants in the Middle East, accompanied by Jiang Cheng and other senior officials of Emerald Island, visited the flying car show specially prepared by Emerald Island. There is hardly any doubt that this flying car show shocked all the local tyrants of the Middle East who came to visit Emerald Island. In fact, before they came here, they had seen the scene of flying cars in the sky in the video, and they had always yearned for it. However, this feeling is completely different from coming to the scene. Hundreds of flying cars, organized into neatly organized squares, swept across the air at high speed. The shocking effect is absolutely beyond words. Unbelievable, shocking. I am afraid that this kind of shocking performance cannot be experienced anywhere in the world. To a certain extent, the performance of this flying car formation is more shocking than that of the aircraft formation, because many high-altitude drifting and spinning movements cannot be done by a huge aircraft. It can be said that the flying car is worthy of its name, taking into account the characteristics of aircraft and cars. It also allows it to do many stunts that can be done on the ground and at high altitude. Therefore, the shocking performance effect is almost predictable. The next thing is much simpler. Under the condition that the flying car has demonstrated its safety, stability, and comfort, these high-level guests who came to Emerald Island completely dispelled all doubts in their hearts. The two sides quickly moved from the performance venue to the negotiation table. In fact, this cannot be called a negotiation, because these local tyrants from the Middle East are very satisfied with flying cars, and it is inevitable to sign the order contract. As for, it is not a problem, because the other party is not bad at all. The only issue that needs to be negotiated is the issue of the quantity purchased by the parties. In the end, after some negotiations, the 5 local tyrants from the Middle East jointly shared the car production of Emerald Island for nearly a year, each priced at $900,000, and the total order amount was as high as $54 billion. The official signing of the $54 billion flying car order has had a huge influence worldwide. After the signing of the contract, Emerald Island and the 5 Middle Eastern heads of state formally held a press conference at the newly completed flying car manufacturing plant. The world's major media were present and participated in the live broadcast of this grand event. Within 1 year, Emerald Island will deliver a total of 600,000 shapeshifter flying cars to 5 countries. It can be said that this is a world-class big contract. In addition, the unit price of $900,000 is also enough to match the world-class super luxury cars. In this regard, the world's major media have also paid enough attention to this press conference and published reports and expert analysis on this matter on the front page. Heavy. 5 countries including AlienQ, Saudi Arabia, and Emerald Island have reached an order cooperation, and the world's first commercial flying car is about to be born. The sun, the commercial use of flying cars, signifies that mankind has officially entered the era of flying traffic. Wall Street Journal. Behind the $54 billion order, Emerald Island's ambition and strong scientific research capabilities are demonstrated. The Asahi Shimbun in this way, under the attention of the world's major media, the news of the signing of this big order spread widely in the world at a very fast speed and has a profound impact. This impact is even comparable to the birth of the world's first passenger plane. However, for ordinary people, what they are most concerned about is not the amount of this order, but the actual use of the flying car and whether it can be as safe, stable, and fast as on Emerald Island. And this question was quickly answered. On the third day of the conference, 3 giant 12-ton freighters slowly left the port of Laputa, passing through the South China Sea and heading towards the Middle East. On the freighter, there are a full 5,000 flying cars, and this is also the sample delivered in advance by Emerald Island for a series of flight trials in the 5 Middle East countries and help them formulate specific traffic guidelines. I have to say that these local tyrants not only have money, but also have execution power that other countries cannot have. Just after the freighter docked, these flying cars were delivered to the first batch of customers. Of course, these customers are rich or expensive. There are princes from various royal families, as well as some national politicians and business leaders. In short, these flying cars were sold out before they landed. Then, the next day, a series of photos showing off wealth appeared on the internet. The princes of various royal families have posted photos of themselves flying in the sky in their newly acquired flying cars, and these photos have spread all over the world at a very fast speed, causing widespread discussion in the international community. Mama, the local tyrants in the Middle East are really rich. The unit price of a flying car is as high as 900,000 US dollars, which is like drizzle to them. Damn, I suddenly wanted to go to the Middle East to pick up rags, and by the way, I can watch the air show of flying cars. Too envious. When can I have a flying car? What if you have it? Our country hasn't formulated relevant policies yet. What a shit. Hey, our country can't keep up with the heat of eating shit. The national eat and drink faster than anyone else, but to formulate and implement related systems, it is like constipation. Wait, it will not be necessarily in 10 or 8 years. Yeah, it's been 2 hours since get off work. I'm still stuck in traffic now. Imperial capital, you are still so worried. When can flying cars be introduced into our country? Agree upstairs, my second-tier cities are almost blocked. I hope that the country will speed up policy formulation and solve the problem of traffic congestion. Agree. +1, +2, +10,086. Obviously, the official commercial use of flying cars will have a profound impact. Traffic congestion has become a problem encountered by all cities in all countries in the world, and it is extremely difficult to solve. No matter it is expansion of roads, number restriction, and various traffic controls, this problem cannot be solved. As soon as the rush hour comes to get off work, there will be many beautiful landscapes in the city. As for planning ahead and expanding roads, it will greatly waste the precious land of the city. Because the essence of the congestion problem is not the narrow roads, but the uniformity of life of the urban population. Everyone goes to work during work hours, leaves work during get-off work hours, and rests during breaks. Therefore, traffic jams have almost become an unavoidable problem. However, the emergence of flying cars let the world see a once-and-for-all solution. The three-dimensionality of space is destined to have more space than the two-dimensionality of the ground, which also makes the traffic of cars more flexible. In space, the possibility of 2 vehicles meeting head-on is almost zero, which means that traffic jams will no longer exist. Of course, the premise is that there must be a series of matching space traffic rules. Otherwise, the seriousness of the accident is unmatched by ground transportation. Of course, as long as mature air control measures are in place, this problem is also easy to solve, which can be seen from the very few passenger plane collision accidents in the world. Presumably, all countries know this. The only problem is the greatly increased management difficulty of the transportation departments of each country. Therefore, this is one of the main reasons why countries are currently hesitant to introduce flying cars. This is especially true for a large country like China. A population far beyond the average size has greatly increased the difficulty of traffic management. Therefore, although people in the country are petitioning political acts, the upper level is still closely watching. However, as upper-level managers, they cannot completely ignore the voices of the people. Therefore, in the past few days, the National Transportation Authority has frequently held various seminars and consultations and has convened a group of domestic automobile production leaders. Let them express their opinions. After all, the introduction of flying cars is not just to facilitate transportation. More importantly, it is a huge technological revolution. In this revolution, who can seize the opportunity at the fastest speed means to catch up with the times. The convenience car has taken the lead since then. Once you miss this opportunity, you will be abandoned by the times. They know this truth well, so even if they are observant about the introduction of flying cars, it does not prevent them from wanting to introduce this technology, because the birth of flying cars must be accompanied by many high-tech technologies. The impact of these technologies, even far above flying cars. Therefore, they did not want to let go of this rare opportunity to overtake on a corner. For the world, the official commercial use of flying cars is a landmark event, representing the formal entry of mankind into the era of flying traffic. However, its impact does not stop at the transformation of transportation. The automobile industry has a series of supporting upstream and downstream industrial chains, and the automobile is an integrated work of all upstream and downstream industrial chains. The so-called prosperous every time, every loss will lose. The profound changes in transportation will have an impact that must be the up and down innovation of the entire industrial chain. Therefore, as early as the birth of the flying car, it caused a huge blow to the traditional auto industry, and the stocks of major auto sectors have fallen. After flying cars were officially put into commercial use in the 5 Middle East countries, the stocks of the entire auto industry fell to the bottom. A miserable green scene. Such tragic results were unexpected by the major automakers. In fact, they were paying close attention to this product when they debuted the flying car on the first day of Emerald Island. However, although they were amazed by the powerful performance of this epoch-making technology product, they still had a trace of suspicion in their hearts. This suspicion stems from their inertial psychology. According to the fixed mindset, they take it for granted that the birth of an epoch-making product is not an overnight event, but requires years or even decades of polishing before it can be officially put into commercial use. It is precisely because of such inertial psychology that they did not realize the crisis of industry development in time, which brought painful lessons for the enterprise. Therefore, at this moment, although they gritted their teeth on Emerald Island's technology products, they had to lick their faces to request cooperation, hoping that they would not be capsized and overturned in this unforeseeable wave of automotive industry changes. The times are eliminated. In this context, the flying cars on Emerald Island are so hot for a while, it can be described as red and purple. The major auto manufacturers, and even the upstream and downstream industry, chain-related companies in the entire automotive industry, have all issued invitations to the Emerald Island officials for cooperation and even mergers and acquisitions. When the outside world became a mess because of the official commercial use of flying cars, there was a calm and orderly situation in Emerald Island. Regarding the cooperation requests of thousands of enterprises, Jiang Cheng, Uncle Lai, and the high-level officials of Emerald Island did not completely ignore them. On the contrary, they also paid great attention to the cooperation with these upstream and downstream industry, chain-related enterprises. Because flying cars are only in their infancy at present, and any kind of technological product has to face the problem of upgrading at the beginning of its birth. The development of contemporary science and technology has fully proved this process. Therefore, even with mature technology products in hand, Jiang Cheng is not self-satisfied. On the contrary, he deeply realizes the importance of continuously accelerating innovation in technological development. And if the product wants to be updated, it has to cooperate with a large number of companies. Therefore, cooperating with companies in these industrial chains is an inevitable choice for Emerald Island. However, as to which companies to choose for cooperation, they still need to screen carefully. However, Jiang Cheng couldn't be interested in these boring things, so after expressing his own development ideas, he once again acted as the shopkeeper, and handed it over to Uncle Lai and the others. Emerald Island, Laputa City. Today's Laputa City has undergone a radical change from a few months ago. In the city, various building supporting facilities are becoming more and more perfect. The population is gradually increasing, and the economy is booming. In short, everything is moving forward in an orderly manner under the management of Uncle Lai and other senior managers. At this moment, Jiang Cheng is standing in a luxurious office on the highest floor of Infinite Building, overlooking everything in Laputa. This office was specially reserved for himself. It has a wide field of vision. It can be said that it is the highest point of the entire Emerald Island, and it can see all the scenery. Seeing everything on Emerald Island are developing for the better, Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed with lofty aspirations. Who can imagine that this bustling city was still a virgin forest a few months ago? Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Then, Jiang Cheng took out his mobile phone and opened the island Tycoon system. After several months of hard work and construction, the entire face of Emerald Island has been completely renewed, and all the basic information columns have undergone earth-shaking changes. Name: Emerald Island location: Western Pacific, N 23 degrees 26, E 126 degrees 48, belonging, private territory nature. Livable island area: 3,620 square kilometers population, 56,982 politics, 1 economy, 3 military, 0 comprehensive development index. 5 extremely low out of 100 valuation. $325 billion. Jiang Cheng's gaze was mainly focused on a few parameters: demographic, political, and comprehensive development index. After observing for so long, Jiang Cheng has a very intuitive feeling about the influence of these indexes. First, population. Population can be said to be the most important parameter on an island, because from some aspects, it represents the vitality of the island. Without enough population, the island becomes rootless water, and everything on the island cannot up and running. Fortunately, Jiang Cheng had noticed this a long time ago and implemented a talent recruitment plan from the beginning, attracting a large number of high-tech talents to Emerald Island. At present, these talents have entered a normal working state in all aspects. Some of them have joined the management of Emerald Island and become Uncle Lai's right-hand man, and some of them operate various industries on Emerald Island. Emerald Island brings a lot of taxes. In short, it is precisely because of their existence that the economy of Emerald Island is flourishing. In addition, it is politics. The so-called politics, in Jiang Cheng's view, is actually political influence, and its improvement mainly comes from several reasons. First, Emerald Island has just established a formal organization and management agency, such as the Immigration Planning Bureau, which allows Emerald Island to have the first batch of political organizations to carry out political relations with the outside world. Second, Emerald Island has successfully reached cooperation intentions with the 2 major keyball families of the United States and some international institutions, which invisibly also greatly enhanced the political influence of Emerald Island. Third, because the export of these epoch-making technological products, such as flying cars, has earned a lot of foreign exchange income for Emerald Island. The economic strength has been greatly improved, and the political influence has naturally expanded. It is under the influence of these series of factors that the political parameters of Emerald Island jumped from 0 to 1. However, this also shows how difficult it is to increase political parameters. At present, Emerald Island cannot be regarded as a complete political entity, so it cannot show its influence in the world. However, political factors have a huge impact on the valuation of Emerald Island, even far greater than the economy. Therefore, if you want to increase the valuation, you must increase the political parameters of Emerald Island faster. You know, according to Jiang Cheng's estimation, it will be more and more difficult to upgrade the level of the island owner in the future, even more than $1 trillion. Such a huge amount is obviously not enough to rely solely on economic improvement. Therefore, In order to unlock more black technologies, Jiang Cheng must do everything possible to increase his political and military influence. This is also the top priority of Jiang Cheng's next development plan. Zhejiang Capital, Hengdian World Studios. The youth literary film, The Rainy Season is Coming, is undergoing final intense filming. On the shooting site, crowds gathered, all crew members came to the scene, their eyes focused, ready to witness the end of this blockbuster filming. The fire engine specially invited by the crew raised the sprinkler high and aimed at the high altitude ahead. The fine water droplets fall from the sky, forming an extremely realistic rainy scene. Zhang Qin, the sixth-generation famous director of China, clenched his fists slightly, watching the performance of the two main actors and actresses on the screen. In front of the camera, the raindrops fell silently, and the two looked at each other affectionately, their eyes full of real emotions, just like when they first saw. On a rainy day at the beginning of the rainy season, they met by chance and began a sweet love. But the special past of the male protagonist made this love a cloud of rain. 6 weeks later, the rainy season is over, and the heroine's sweet love suffers setbacks because she cannot face the hero's past. Happiness is as short as the rainy season. However, when the rainy season came again the following year, the two met unexpectedly. They suddenly discovered that everything in their memory about the other party was the same as before. The male protagonist stated his past to the female protagonist, and the female protagonist also confessed to the other party. In the end, their hearts came together again and fell in love with each other again. Cut, close work. Seeing the successful conclusion of one of the most important scenes, director Zhang Qin showed a relieved smile on his face and announced the end of the filming loudly. "Oh!" Zhang Qin's voice fell, and the audience thunderous with applause and enthusiastic cheers. For all crew members, the successful shooting of this movie can be regarded as a relief. There is no way. Zhang Qin is already known for his harsh shooting. This also leads to the need to go through the shooting process of all her works, after another torture. Fortunately, this torture finally came to an end. Of course, it also includes the heroine in the field, Su Kaiyan. Although there was a trace of fatigue on Kaio's face, her bright and big eyes were filled with excitement. Although it was not the first time she had filmed Zhang Qin's scene, the exhaustion was still the same as before. Therefore, after taking the last set of shots of the day, she also showed a relieved expression of joy. Kaiyan, congratulations, your acting skills are getting better and better. Director Zhang Qin looked at his proud disciple, with loving expressions in his eyes. Sister Qin gave me a good guidance. Su Kaiyan was also very naughty flattering to Zhang Qin's praise. After the two laughed and talked for a while, Su Kaiyan hurried back to the hotel immediately. No way, this ending scene was filmed in heavy rain again. If you don't deal with it quickly, you will catch a cold again. In other words, in order to film this drama, she has had a cold at least 5 or 6 times. Accompanied by the assistant, Su Kaiyan drove back to the hotel, took a hot bath, and drank a large bowl of soup. Only then did he have time to put on a bathrobe and lie on the bed to rest. The silky hair was draped wet on Su Kaiyan's snow-white shoulders, and the crystal drops of water hit her cheeks and the curve of her chest, making her look like Snow White from a fairy tale, full of girls all over her body. The beauty of youth. At this time, Su Kaiyan pouted her cute little mouth, hesitated, then took out her mobile phone, opened WeChat, and sent a message to her good girlfriend Guan Xiaofai. Smelly Fei, I'm finished filming, with 3 rolling expressions. 5 minutes later, the phone rang ding-dong. Wow, really, that's great. I just finished writing the manuscript too. Let's play duck together. Good duck, good duck. Where can I go? 3 questioning expressions. Seeing Guan Xiaofai's reply, Su Kaiyan suddenly thought of something. A blush flashed across her pale face, and then stretched out her little hand, typed the next line, and sent it. How about we go to Emerald Island? After a while, Guan Xiaofai still didn't reply, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing this scene, Su Kaiyan's pretty face became even redder, maybe in order to cover up. He immediately sent another message. I heard that Emerald Island recently opened a new city, called Laputa City. I heard that it is so prosperous. We can go shopping for ducks. Oh, you can go shopping anywhere. Why someone wants to go to Emerald Island? 3 puzzled expressions. Smelly Fei, you laugh at me, don't do it with you. Seeing Guan Xiaofai's words, Su Kaiyan only felt that his cheeks were hot, and she wanted to find a place to sew in. But in the end, my good friend, she agreed to her request. Emerald Island, Beisha Bay. Jiang Cheng got up early, and after some washing, he couldn't wait to walk outside the villa. Good morning, Mr. Island owner, where are you going? As soon as Jiang Cheng walked out of the room, he heard a lazy greeting coming from behind him. Hearing the voice, Jiang Cheng followed his reputation. I saw Monica, my personal secretary, who just got up at this moment and walked from the door opposite. Monica wore a loose silk pajamas, exposing large areas of snowy white, a V-shaped low-cut neckline, peaks, and the scenery is infinite. The skirt as short as the base of the legs showed full and smooth white thighs, full of fullness. Allure. At this moment, Monica apparently had just woke up. Her face still had a lazy scent, and the misty eyes were full of charm, which made people want to step forward and take a good look. Seeing Monica's appearance, Jiang Cheng was dumbfounded, and flames burst into his belly. It's terrible. Jiang Cheng cried secretly, resisting the impulse of the wild name in his heart, and slightly shifted his gaze, not daring to look directly at Monica again. This little girl is really getting bolder and bolder. If he keeps doing this, sooner or later, he will surrender. Ahem, Nika, a few friends are coming. I'm planning to pick them up. Jiang Cheng replied frankly. A friend of the island owner is coming, that's great. As the secretary of the island owner, I must perform well. Wait a minute, I'll be fine in a while. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Monica suddenly became sober a bit, turned around and walked back to the room. After a while, there was a rustling sound in the room. Obviously, the other party was changing clothes. Hearing this voice, Jiang Cheng almost squirted a nosebleed and couldn't say what he had originally wanted to refuse. However, his heart is full of bitterness. Last night, he had just received news from Guan Xiaofai that he would come to Emerald Island with Su Kaiyan today. He was very happy at first, but he woke up early today and was going to pick them up. But by coincidence, Monica ran into him, and he couldn't directly refuse his enthusiastic personal secretary. But in this way, once a few girls meet in a while, what should they do? Jiang Cheng scratched his ears for a while and couldn't help falling into distress. Blue sky and white clouds, sea breeze slowly. Flight AY 5090 from Hong Kong City slowly crossed the blue sky and landed steadily at Laputa International Airport. Guan Xiaofai, wearing a Gu CCI sports t-shirt, walked down the gangway slowly and came to the runway of the airport. Wow. It's so comfortable. The air here is still as fresh as last time. Guan Xiaofai stretched her waist lazily, stood still, and turned around, her pretty face full of happiness. Although she has come to Emerald Island more than once, every time she comes here, she will feel a sense of relaxation in her body and mind, which can make her forget all the exhaustion and unhappiness, and in short, she feels good. HMPH, I don't know who said it was bad before. Behind him, Su Kaiyan walked slowly with light steps. Seeing Guan Xiaofai's enjoyment, she couldn't help pursing her mouth and said with some uneasiness, because she was a good friend who laughed at her before, but when she came to Emerald Island, she still didn't enjoy it very much. Today's Su Kaiyan wears a ruffled off-shoulder blouse on the upper body and a white short skirt on the lower body. The whole person looks full of fairy spirit, exuding a sweet, youthful taste. Hey, you mean? Didn't you just molested you? I still remember that I will see Jiang Cheng later. It will be strange if I don't tell him. Guan Xiaofai vomited when Su Kaiyan said. He stuck his tongue out and said with a smirk on his face suddenly, Information? What do you want to inform? Su Kaiyan blinked his eyes and said in a daze, I said that someone missed him so hard, so as soon as the filming was over, I would come to him non-stop. Yeah, you smelly Fei, see if I won't take care of you. When Guan Xiaofai said this, Su Kaiyan couldn't help blushing and chased Guan Xiaofai into a fight. Just as the two were joking, a shapeshifter flying car slowly stopped beside them. Xiaofai, Kaiyan, you are here. The window rolled down, Jiang Cheng put out a handsome face, looked at the two with a smile. Hearing Jiang Cheng's voice, the two couldn't help stopping at the same time. Guan Xiaofai was still normal, but Su Kaiyan at this time had a slight blush on her face. Although she had already met Jiang Cheng last time, she hurried back to China without staying on the Emerald Island because she was rushing to film. Moreover, Jiang Cheng still had some official duties to deal with, so there was not much time for the two to actually meet. So, just like Guan Xiaofai said, this time she came to Emerald Island, she did not only want to come to play, but also had other expectations. "What are you doing in a daze? Get in the car." Seeing Su Kaiyanqian stunned in place, Jiang Cheng smiled and greeted him immediately. When the two got in the car, Jiang Cheng directly started the car and drove towards the Laputa City CBD. He had already agreed with Guan Xiaofai long before he came that this time he must treat them well, which is considered to be fulfilling his wish last time. The flying car goes all the way south. In the back seat, the two big beauties were chatting non-stop, looking out the window from time to time, discussing the beauty of the city. Obviously, both of them are full of praise for the beautiful scenery of Laputa. In fact, before they came here, they learned about the beauty of Laputa from various reports, such as news. However, some scenery can only be truly felt after being in the scene. The scenery in front of them did live up to their expectations, making them amazed and praised. "Hey," I said, "Lord Jiang Dadao, you are too interesting. I helped you so much and didn't give me a green card." After seeing enough of the scenery outside the window, Guan Xiaofai suddenly turned her head, angrily right. Jiang Cheng said, "Obviously, the issue of the first batch of green cards on Emerald Island has spread throughout the world. The Emerald Island green card has become the envy of everyone for a while. Who would be unwilling to live on such a beautiful and rich island?" Before, Guan Xiaofai paid a lot to promote the Emerald Island, but Jiang Cheng didn't issue her a green card, which made her feel a little angry. Hearing what Guan Xiaofai said, Jiang Cheng gave a wry smile, a little speechless. "Well, the editor-in-chief Guan Da is willing to come to Emerald Island. I am too happy to have time. I will ask Nika to apply for a green card for you in a while. How about, who is Nika?" Regarding Jiang Cheng's words, Guan Xiaofai, who was originally very happy, was stunned when she suddenly heard a strange name. On one side, Su Kaiyanqian also stared wide-eyed and looked curious. At this time, Jiang Cheng suddenly choked. 10 minutes later, the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Great Funnel is on a dining table next to the viewing platform. A man and 3 women are sitting opposite each other around the sumptuous food on the table. At this time, Jiang Cheng just lowered his head and feasted on the food in front of him, as if he didn't want to look up at all. Because the atmosphere on the table is really embarrassing. He accidentally missed his mouth in the car just now, so he had to recruit from the truth, and Monica on the other side had already waited in the restaurant to prepare him this dinner. Jiang Cheng, who didn't think much at first, pushed himself into an embarrassing situation because of the leak this time. At this moment, the atmosphere on the table was developing towards the kind of atmosphere he feared most. He can feel it without raising his head. Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian on the opposite side are looking at him and Monica with intriguing eyes. Especially Guan Xiaofai, her beautiful eyes burst into flames, staring at Jiang Cheng, her silver teeth clenched. In addition, under the dining table, the other party kept kicking him. However, Jiang Cheng felt like he hadn't felt it and was eating happily. This scene made Guan Xiaofai even more angry, wishing to eat Jiang Cheng in one bite. As for Su Kaiyanqian on the other side, she didn't have an overly angry expression, but her big eyes kept walking on Monica and herself. Looking at Monica's figure for a while, and then looking down at her own, her face is full of complicated expressions. This reception ended in an extremely embarrassing atmosphere. It wasn't until this time that Jiang Cheng let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time, secretly warned himself in his heart that this kind of thing must not happen again in the future. Otherwise, sooner or later, he will be shaved off by Guan Xiaofai. Taking advantage of the end of the meal, Jiang Cheng finally had a chance to get away and left the scene as if to escape. As for what the 3 of them were doing, Jiang Cheng didn't bother to take care of it. Anyway, where the 3 of them were together, he didn't want to participate. When Monica took Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian to tour Laputa City, Jiang Cheng returned to his villa in disgrace. No way for this kind of thing, he is really too difficult to deal with, and he simply didn't see it. Back at the villa, Jiang Cheng went directly to work. It can be said that the current Emerald Island has completely entered a normal state of development. At this time, Jiangcheng finally had the leisure to think about other things. That is, the development of other industries in Emerald Island. Jiangcheng has been thinking about the industrial development of Emerald Island. It can be said that the current flying cars can be regarded as the starting industry of Emerald Island. In the future, it can be imagined that the entire industrial chain will be incubated from this and even control the world. Automotive ecosystem. However, this kind of thing is definitely not something that can be done overnight, so he must be patient. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiangcheng felt that it was necessary to develop his own shipping industry. That's right, it is the shipping industry. Jiangcheng is no stranger to the shipping industry. In fact, this is also one of the three pillar industries of the Jiang Group. The old man Jiang started his business by relying on the shipping industry. It can be said that with such a good foundation, Jiangcheng's development of the shipping industry and the growth of the entire Jiang Group is also an inevitable path. In addition, according to what he learned from Uncle Lai, since the emergence of Emerald Island in recent days, the Philippines and surrounding forces have begun to carry out stricter encirclement and suppression plans against the Jiang Group. And the one who hates them most is the Wu Group, which is also a Chinese family with the Jiang family. Speaking of it, Jiangcheng also knows a little about this Wu Group. Of course, it seems that the Wu Group was able to gain a foothold in the Philippines with the help of Mr. Jiang, and the industry it is engaged in is quite similar to that of the Jiang Group. Intersection. However, this group could only survive under the oppression of the Jiang Group, but because of the Emerald Island incident, the Jiang Group has been hit repeatedly in recent years. Therefore, the Wu Group, which saw this opportunity, simply fell into trouble and annexed many Jiang family properties, which made the Jiang Group even more hit. Because of this, Mr. Jiang, who is in the Philippines, is currently in a somewhat unsupportable state. After realizing this, Jiangcheng also became anxious. It can be said that Emerald Island is the core of everything. Sitting on such an island, Jiangcheng is absolutely impossible to give up. So currently, there is only one way left for him to continue to grow the Emerald Island and let the Jiang Group use the Emerald Island Phoenix Nirvana. This is his only choice. Of course, Jiangcheng is under great pressure. It is precisely this way that Jiangcheng has plans to develop the shipping industry. Jiang's shipping is an important industry of the Jiang's group, which supports the operation of the entire group. If the shipping industry is hit, other industries are bound to be greatly affected. In addition, Jiangcheng, who has a black technology system, has a very strong shipbuilding ability, which will be of great help to the development of the shipping industry. Finally, Emerald Island is surrounded by the sea, which has a great demand for the shipping industry. In the future, whether it is exporting flying cars or other products, the support of the shipping industry will be indispensable. Therefore, no matter which aspect is considered, the development of the shipping industry is an inevitable choice now. Since we want to develop the shipping industry, we must have a good understanding of the shipping industry of the Jiang Group. Therefore, Jiangcheng did not hesitate to find Uncle Lai directly and told the other party about his thoughts in detail. Obviously, Uncle Lai greatly agreed with Jiangcheng's ideas and gave Jiangcheng a detailed introduction to the current situation of Jiang's shipping. After listening to Uncle Lai's introduction, Jiangcheng was also slightly surprised. Because of the current Jiang shipping, the situation is really terrible. Jiang Shipping, previously mainly undertaking business in Southeast Asia, has as many as 260 container ships, has offices in many countries and regions in Southeast Asia, employs as many as 20,000, and has a track of more than 400 ports around the world. It is the largest in Southeast Asia. Shipping giant. However, due to the secret operations of the Philippine political acts and other surrounding forces, the entire Jiang shipping has suffered heavy losses in recent years. Almost all of the business in Southeast Asia was snatched by the Wu Group, and most of its container ships can only stop at ports and do nothing. As for the reason for being robbed, according to Uncle Lai, the main reason was that the ship was behind. You know, in recent years, with the rapid rise of the shipbuilding industry, large tonnage, high-speed freighters have gradually become the mainstream transport ships. This kind of ship is not only fast, but also has a high one-time cargo capacity, which is rushed to buy by major shipping companies. It can be said that the nature of competition in the shipping industry is to see whose ship is bigger and whose ship is faster. However, because this shipbuilding technology is in the hands of some developed countries, it has also made it extremely difficult to purchase this type of transport ship. This is the case with Jiang's shipping. Because of the Emerald Island, Jiang's shipping was directly marked on the embargo list by the major shipyards. Want to purchase the most advanced transport ship? No way. It is precisely because of the lack of the most advanced transport ships that Jiang's shipping has been gradually eliminated by the times over the years, because it has been unable to provide the fastest service. For this reason, Mr. Jiang was also very worried, but there was no way at all. Hearing this news, Jiang Cheng nodded slightly. A solemn expression flashed in his eyes. Jiang's shipping is not only related to the future of Jiang's group, but even to the future of Emerald Island. He can almost imagine that if Jiang's shipping is lost, then the future of Emerald Island will probably also be cast a shadow. Because, in accordance with the usual bandit practices of these powerful surrounding forces, when necessary, it is bound to impose embargo measures on Emerald Island and even more stringent military operations. At that time, he, the owner of the big island, will really it's about to complain. Without its own shipbuilding industry, this island will become an isolated island in the future, isolated and helpless, without the ability to protect itself at all. Moreover, to develop the shipbuilding industry is not only to build transport ships, cargo ships, oil tankers, and other civilian and commercial vessels, but also to build stronger and more advanced warships, and underwater submarines. Only in this way can we truly protect Emerald Island and protect ourselves. Therefore, the development of Emerald Island's own shipbuilding industry is the most fundamental problem. With the shipbuilding industry, Jiang's shipping will not only develop and grow, but also fundamentally safeguard all rights and interests on the island. From this point of view, it is imperative to build the Jade Island shipyard. Angel Beach Resort, Fira Beach Hotel, open-air roof and large infinity pool. Jiang Cheng swam back and forth comfortably in the swimming pool, then surfaced and lay on his back on a beach chair. He picked up the coconut juice next to him and took a few sips. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Cheng took out his mobile phone and opened the Island Tycoon app. The successful promotion of flying cars allowed the valuation of Emerald Island to directly exceed the $300 billion mark. And Jiang Cheng's island owner level has also come to LV3. In this way, the building blocks and other modules of the system will all be unlocked, making Jiang Cheng very much in his heart. However, at this time, Jiang Cheng did not care about other things, but locked his eyes on a black technology store that suddenly appeared. The so-called black technology store, aptly named, is full of technologies or products that can be achieved by non-humans with current knowledge and scientific level. Every item can cause the world to shake. However, there are only a few technologies in the system store at this time, including zombie EOT, slug superglue, and so on. Jiang Cheng glanced over it casually and was not too interested, so he focused on the last product, supercavitation pusher. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng's eyes shone like searchlights. He has actually heard of this technology a long time ago, but it has always been a technology in science fiction. Even if some developed countries are studying it, there is still a long way to go before it can be put into practice. The so-called supercavitation is actually a physical phenomenon. When the speed of an object in the water exceeds 185 km/h, a strange large water vapor ditch will be formed at its tail to wrap the part of the object in contact with the water. At this time, the medium in contact with the object changes from water to water vapor, thus resistance significantly reduced, only 1/800 of water. This is the supercavitation phenomenon. There are generally 3 ways to form supercavitation. One is to increase the speed of the vehicle. Second, reduce the pressure of the flow field. Third, at low speeds, Artificial ventilation is used to increase the internal pressure of the empty gun. The first two methods are formed by natural supercavitation, which is extremely difficult to achieve. The last method is the one that can be achieved by manpower. The supercavitation technology uses the third method to artificially move around objects in the water to release some gas, which greatly reduces the resistance to movement. In theory, a torpedo made with supercavitation technology can reach a terrifying underwater speed of 1,549 m/s, which is even more than 3 times the speed of sound in the standard state. Can be called extremely abnormal. Just imagine if we vigorously develop and manufacture this supercavitating fish, what else in the world can intercept underwater torpedo attacks? This technology is definitely a nightmare for all moving objects on and underwater. Of course, this is only in theory, and there are also big technical problems, which have not yet been put into practice. However, this can be said to be a development goal and the direction of future ship development. The problem of water resistance has always been the biggest problem restricting the development of the shipping industry. The supercavitating technology allows the world to see the bright future. As long as this problem can be solved, it will definitely help the development of the shipping industry, and it will even be no problem to defeat the aviation industry from now on. Behind this technology, there are amazing development prospects. There was a fiery light in Jiang Cheng's eyes, and he felt that his chance to take off had come. There are many application scenarios for supercavitation technology, including all kinds of ships, and various underwater equipment. If this technology can be put into practice, it can even change it to some extent. This world. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng couldn't wait to open the introduction of the supercavitating thruster, and then began to browse. It took a full 10 minutes before Jiang Cheng looked away. I have to say that the supercavitating thruster, a black technology product, can really be regarded as extremely abnormal. According to the above introduction, this product can be directly applied to existing ships, which can greatly increase the ship's moving speed. Of course, some power systems and operating systems must be adjusted accordingly, which will make the ship's cost straight. Promote. But even so, Jiang Cheng felt very satisfied. You know, in the modern shipbuilding industry, the most difficult technical index to improve is speed. Of course, this is related to the ship engine industry to some extent, but more importantly, it is the problem of reducing underwater resistance. Therefore, in the current shipbuilding industry, in order to increase the speed, most of the methods are to reduce the weight of the ship, that is, through the development of some lightweight composite materials, to reduce the resistance of navigation in the water, so as to achieve the purpose of increasing the speed. However, the effect of increasing speed by this method is extremely limited, and the cost is not low. The emergence of supercavitating propellers has solved this problem well, which is definitely a subversive technology for the contemporary shipbuilding industry. Jiang Cheng tapped his fingertips, and the three-dimensional model of the supercavitating thruster was clearly displayed before his eyes. At the same time, a series of related technical parameters also appeared. The supercavitating propeller in front of me is a huge fusiform structure with a long raised nozzle on the head and a dark black paint on the surface, which looks very sci-fi. Name supercavitating propeller nature. Dedicated for ship's maximum speed. 142 knots cost. $19. 5 million time consuming. None evaluation. The first generation concept level supercavitating thruster, the core of the future ship power system. Seeing the cost of the supercavitating propeller, Jiang Cheng slapped his tongue and was shocked. It has to be said that the cost of supercavitating thrusters is still extremely high. As far as he knows, the cost of an ordinary transport ship is between $30 million and $5,000. Only a super-large natural gas carrier like LNG can cost more than $100 million. However, the cost of this propeller in front of us is as high as nearly $20 million, and this does not include the power system and operating system that match it. It seems that this so-called black technology is really not given for nothing. If Jiang Cheng's shipyard uses this technology in the future, the cost of the ship will at least be more than doubled. However, if you can get twice the cost of construction, in exchange for more than 3 times the speed, it seems to be very worthwhile. When Jiang Cheng's gaze was set on the speed of the supercavitating propeller, an expression of excitement suddenly appeared. In the modern shipbuilding industry, it is very difficult to increase the speed even by 1 knot, but the supercavitating propeller can reach 142 knots. This is really a miracle. 142 knots, which is 263 kilometers per hour, and this speed can almost catch up with the speed of land high-speed rail. The development of the shipping industry is currently the top priority of Emerald Island. However, how to develop is a question worth pondering. In this regard, Jiang Cheng also has his own consideration. At present, Emerald Island can be regarded as an alternative existence in the world. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is a dream paradise with primitive scenery and future technology. But for some countries, it is a thorn in the flesh. If it weren't for the complicated international situation around it, it would still be a question whether Emerald Island could exist in stability. Therefore, under such an international background, as the island owner, Jiang Cheng needs to think more deeply. The Transformer flying car successfully shines in the world. This is indeed in Jiang Cheng's expectation, but there are also some accidental factors. That is, the highly developed internet technology makes the spread of news far faster than imagined. It is precisely because of the publicity of the vast number of tourists that this epoch-making technological product of flying cars can be spread throughout the world in just a few days, and this has created the now famous Emerald Paradise. Therefore, if you want to develop the shipping industry and start a black technology product such as the supercavitating propeller, you must also follow this approach. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes and thought slightly. Afterwards, Jiang Cheng dialed Tina's phone and asked her to investigate any important international expos related to the shipping industry. Soon, Tina, who was extremely efficient, sent Jiang Cheng a series of information about the International Ship Expo. Jiang Cheng screened it slightly and aimed at a world-class ship expo to be held just next month. Leicestershire Ship Show? Jiang Cheng has some understanding of Leicestershire, which is the shipbuilding capital of the world. As early as the last century, this was the famous shipbuilding base of the British Empire. It was here that tens of thousands of ships of various types set sail and sailed to various parts of the world, opening the era of great seafaring engraved with history. The Leicestershire Ship Expo is the world's largest and most influential ship expo in the shipbuilding industry. The expo, jointly organized by the famous British shipyard Chatham and the world's largest cruise manufacturer Fincantieri, is the best place for ship exhibitors to negotiate business with shipping companies and create profits. The exhibition was founded in 1974. The long-standing exhibition has attracted the attention of many ship buyers around the world. The main visitors of the exhibition include design engineers, R&D personnel, production engineers, and other professionals of the shipbuilding industry, as well as the editor-in-chief of ship magazines and other ships, lovers, etc. It can be said that the Leicestershire Ship Fair is the vein of the development of contemporary shipbuilding industry. Every new type of ship and manufacturing technology exhibited will be the object of imitation of the industry in the future, which is extremely authoritative. As for the scope of exhibits, it covers high-speed passenger ships such as large ocean liners, cruise ships, tourist ships, passenger car ships, and inland passenger ships, dry cargo ships that transport bulk cargo such as coal ships, ore ships, wooden ships, and container ships with standard containers as the freight unit. Of course, there is also the LNG ship that is currently the most difficult to manufacture in the world, and is known as the crown jewel of the world's shipbuilding industry. The LNG ship is a special ship that transports liquefied gas at a low temperature of -163 degrees. It is a superfreezer at sea. This kind of large transport ship is a high-tech, high-difficulty, high-value-added 3-high product. It is also a high ground for competition among all shipyards in the world. Only the top shipyards can manufacture them. Of course, The profits are also extremely lucrative. The cost of an LNG transport ship is as high as 300 to 400 million US dollars, and its deck area is equivalent to the total of 40 basketball courts, with a carrying capacity of 150,000 cubic meters, which can accommodate a large city with a population of 30 million. Kai for Life of the Month. Natural gas has become an essential energy source for modern human life. It is precisely because of its particularity that the market prospect of LNG ships is very broad. Therefore, if you want to develop the shipping industry, LNG ships are the inevitable high ground for Jiang Cheng's competition. Looking at the exhibition introduction sent by Tina, Jiang Cheng's mouth was slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. It can be said that this exhibition is exactly the opportunity he is looking forward to, an opportunity to make the Emerald Island famous and shock the world again and again. Of course, the premise is that he wants to produce his own products. Since getting the introduction of the Leicestershire Ship Fair, Jiang Cheng has become busy. He first told Tina and Monica that they must contact the organizer of the exhibition and get the invitation letter for the exhibition, and then discuss the layout of the exhibition. And he himself, driving Zio High, patrolled Emerald Island day and night. In order to produce one's own products, it is of course necessary to build a shipyard, and the problem of site selection has become a top priority. Therefore, these days, in order to choose where to build the factory, Jiang Cheng can be said to be broken, and even Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian refused to send him an invitation to play together. No way, although he also wanted to take this opportunity to take a bubble bath with two big beauties, no, swim together. But compared to this, the future of Emerald Island is more important. What's more, he has asked Monica to apply for the Emerald Island green card for both of them. They can meet at any time in the future. There are also opportunities to take a bath together, temporarily. Of course, Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian were very angry about Jiang Cheng's refusal. In the eyes of both of them, Jiang Cheng, the big carrot, must have been secretly fooling around with Monica. Therefore, when the two of them were visiting Laputa City, they kept scolding Jiang Cheng for being a big carrot. Naturally, Jiang Cheng didn't know about these things. He devoted himself to the site selection of the shipyard. As the exhibition is approaching, the time left for Jiang Cheng is very limited. Moreover, Monica has successfully persuaded the organizer of the exhibition to get the invitation letter of the exhibition. When I heard that Emerald Island was about to appear at the exhibition, Mr. Sandro, the chairman of the organizer and also the director of Fincantieri Shipyard, was naturally very shocked. Because, in his cognition, Emerald Island's flying car manufacturing technology is world-class, but he has never heard that there is a first-class shipyard on the island. Therefore, he initially questioned Monica's request to participate in the conference. But when he thought that flying cars would shine the world almost overnight, an unbelievable idea flashed in his mind. It was based on such thinking that he agreed to Monica's request. Now that I have received the invitation letter, the current situation depends on whether Jiang Cheng can produce his own products. For 3 days, Jiang Cheng once again turned into a hard-working little bee, busy patrolling the Emerald Island. This time, the key areas he surveyed were mainly some coastal waters of Emerald Island, as well as some riverside waters. In short, he must make careful surveys of any place that meets the requirements of building a shipyard. It stands to reason that Emerald Island has a large area and is isolated in the deep ocean. There should be many places suitable for building a shipyard. However, after a careful investigation, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly. That's right, there are indeed many places that meet the address of the construction shipyard, and it can perfectly meet his requirements regardless of the draft or transportation. However, after much deliberation, they were still excluded one by Jiang Cheng. No way, these places do meet the conditions for building factories, but at the same time, they are also suitable for development into some tourist resort areas. Most of these places have beautiful scenery and have the pristine coastal scenery unique to Emerald Island. If they are used to build a shipyard, it is really somewhat violent. Moreover, as early as the beginning of the development of Emerald Island, Jiang Cheng set a development principle that is, not at the expense of harming the natural environment of Emerald Island. It is based on this iron law that Jiang Cheng had to give up all previous choices. Of course, when screening the shipyard addresses one by one, Jiang Cheng didn't focus all his eyes on Emerald Island. There are three main principles for the site selection of general shipyards. First, the shipyard's production plant area is mainly used for arranging various large-scale suspension, manufacturing, and transportation facilities. Therefore, the shipyard's production site must be wide and flat, and it must have a large construction area. Second, there must be a relatively deep draft in the waters of the plant area to ensure that the ship can leave the dock and sail. Third, the shipping traffic here must be convenient. Based on the above three considerations, Jiang Cheng's mind flashed, and a suitable choice emerged at once. Thinking of this, he quickly opened the Island Tycoon app and called up the three-dimensional holographic projection of Emerald Island and the nearby sea. However, Jiang Cheng's gaze was not focused on the Emerald Island, but instead turned his gaze to the outlying islands near the Emerald Island. As early as when he first surveyed Emerald Island, Jiang Cheng had already carefully figured out all these outlying islands scattered in a chain to the southwest of Emerald Island. There are 12 outlying islands in total. Among them, the largest Ivory Island has a size of 15 square kilometers, and the smallest Octopus Island is only 0.3 square kilometers. Like the main island, Emerald Island, these outlying islands are also beautiful and it is hard to see. After scanning, Jiang Cheng focused his gaze on the farthest island, Octopus Island. When he first saw this island, Jiang Cheng thought of the name for it, because, from a high altitude, the island looks like a big octopus with 8 tentacles. In fact, Octopus Island is also suitable for developing into a small resort area. There are bays with deep drafts and large areas of shallow water, and it is calm and calm. Whether it is used to build beach villas or develop diving parks, it is a suitable choice. However, after a battle between heaven and man in his heart, Jiang Cheng finally decided to use it as the construction site of the shipyard, because it is really suitable for building a shipyard here. First of all, the entire island is open and flat, and you can see it at a glance. In the future, it is completely possible to turn the entire island into a shipbuilding island. Secondly, there are 8 lands that resemble tentacles that stretch out to the sea, creating 8 natural docks. In the future, Jiang Cheng can completely build these 8 tentacles into 8 large shipbuilding docks, which can simultaneously build 8 large ships. Finally, there is a vast sea all around here without any obstructions, and it is far away from the Emerald Island, which not only does not affect the daily life of the people on the island, but also has a vast transportation space. In the future, if a ship is launched here, it can be driven directly into the sea, which is convenient and quick. The moment he saw this small island, Jiang Cheng had many thoughts in his mind, which made him feel excited. Octopus Island is the furthest away from Emerald Island, far away from people's sight. Therefore, in the future, Jiang Cheng will not be afraid of being stolen and monitored no matter what underwater or underwater black technology products are developed on this island. You know, the confidentiality of black technology products is also very important. Jiang Cheng can already predict that when his own black technology products appear in the world in the same way in the future, it will inevitably cause some hostile forces or competitors to covet them. At that time, there will be a large number of them in his own territory. Commercial espionage is used here to spy or steal trade secrets. In this regard, he must have sufficient vigilance. Jiang Cheng even suspected that there are already many spies in the current Emerald Island. Therefore, even considering this aspect, placing the shipyard for the important pillar industry of Emerald Island in the future on Octopus Island away from Emerald Island is an extremely appropriate decision. In the future, Jiang Cheng will militarize Octopus Island and even manage it confidentially, and even completely isolate Octopus Island from other islands. Only a few people can approach Emerald Island to minimize the possibility of leaks. These thoughts, after Jiang Cheng's mind flashed, were quickly written down by him, and a special management regulation would be formed in the future. Shaking his head, Jiang Cheng once again focused on Octopus Island. The most important thing right now is to personally survey the island and then build the shipyard as quickly as possible. This is the top priority. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng didn't delay any longer and went straight to the outside of the villa, driving Zio High to the Octopus Island in the southwest. The sky is clear and there is no cloud in the sky. Above the sky, Jiang Cheng steadily drove Zio High and appeared above a chain of island groups. Looking down from here, you can see a number of small islands of different shapes, inlaid on the blue sea, extremely magnificent. However, the most vivid of them is the island of Octopus, which is located in the farthest section. It stretched out 8 long tentacles and lay on the sea comfortably. The moment Jiang Cheng saw the Octopus Island, the corner of Jiang Cheng's mouth was slightly tilted, revealing a faint smile. Don't think it is just an inconspicuous island now, but Jiang Cheng believes that it will become a paradise for shipbuilding in a short time. All scientific and technological achievements that shocked the world, as well as giant ships with powerful performance, will be born here. And enjoy the Xinghai. The books of the same period have hundreds of recommendation votes every day. We only have dozens of W. Brothers, use your recommendation votes to kill me. Over the Octopus Island. Jiang Cheng used both hands and feet, steadily controlling Zio High, and landed on a clearing in the center of the island. Pushing the door, Jiang Cheng got out of the flying car and slowly started to stroll around the island. I have to say that it is one thing to look in the sky, but it is another thing to walk down and walk in person. Although according to the calculation of the system, the area of Octopus Island is only 0.3 square kilometers, which can be said to be a small piece of land, but in fact, its real extended coverage is still far greater than 0.3 and can even reach more than 3 square kilometers. Such a coverage area is enough to make it play a greater role. This is also very good news for the shipbuilding plant that is about to be built. After all, the current plant construction cannot be accomplished overnight, but must be gradually improved and improved. According to Jiang Cheng's plan, the purpose of the shipyard construction this time is mainly to produce the first batch of its own ship products, so as to participate in the upcoming Leicestershire exhibition and build the reputation of Emerald Island. Therefore, in order to save time, he can only try to produce a batch of current mainstream transport ships in the world and apply the black technology of supercavitation to practice. In the future, when the fame of Emerald Island is truly established, expansion will be carried out on this basis, and the production capacity will continue to be expanded. The current Octopus Island fully meets the needs of future expansion. While inspecting the Octopus Island, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. The personal inspection this time gave him a good idea of the current and future construction plans. It was a worthwhile trip. In the next time, Jiang Cheng didn't delay anymore, but drove Zio High directly back to the villa in Beishewin. As soon as he returned to the villa, Jiang Cheng turned on his mobile phone, called up the construction section of the system, and chose a shipbuilding factory. In an instant, all kinds of shipyards appeared in front of Jiang Cheng, dazzling him for a while. After some careful selection and the creative DIY combination, a fully automatic high-tech 3D model of the shipyard emerged in front of Jiang Cheng. Name: 100,000-ton commercial shipyard parameter. Hull processing workshop X1, assembly and welding workshop X1, assembly workshop X1, outfitting workshop X1, painting workshop X1, open-air slide X2, floating dock X6, outfitting wharf, other supporting underwater facilities X1 area. 0.8 square kilometers of land. 3.6 square kilometers of water cost. $450 million time consuming. 20 days products. Ocean passenger ships, dry cargo ships, tankers, container ships, refrigerated ships, LNG ships. Looking at the parameters of this 100,000-ton commercial shipyard, Jiang Cheng's eyes shone brightly. 10 tons. In the current world shipyard, although it is not the largest, it is already enough to join the parade. Moreover, this is only his first shipyard, and there is still a lot of room for promotion in the future. As far as Jiang Cheng knows, the largest tonnage carrier in the world today is a floating LNG carrier, also known as FLNG, with a terrifying tonnage of 640,000 tons. It can be called a sea-moving behemoth. FLNG is a top-notch high-tech ship that is more difficult to build than LNG currently. There are only a few shipyards in the world that can build, and its tonnage can exceed 300,000 tons. Therefore, regardless of the difficulty of construction or the scale of construction, the FLNG ship can be regarded as the crown product of the shipbuilding industry. In addition, there is also a supertanker that also exceeds 600,000 tons, the Sea Giant. The Sea Giant is a super oil transport ship, capable of transporting nearly 580,000 tons of oil at a time, which can almost meet the monthly needs of a city with a population of 20 million. It can be seen from this that the development direction of the world's shipbuilding industry is precisely towards greater tonnage and greater speed, and there is still a lot of room for Jiangcheng to develop. From 10 tons to 600,000 tons, it is a great challenge. However, Jiangcheng is willing to accept this challenge. Shaking his head, Jiangcheng temporarily put this lofty challenge aside and turned to stare at the shipyard model in front of him. It must be said that large-scale products such as ships require more raw materials, and this has led to a sharp increase in the cost of shipyards. However, Jiangcheng can still afford this. With the successful commercialization of transformer flying cars, more and more countries and regions have begun to participate in the discussion of introducing flying cars and incorporate them into the city's future transportation planning. This has led to a sharp increase in the flying car orders undertaken by Emerald Island. If it had not been for fear of excessively fast output, which would lead to technology leakage, Jiangcheng would have started to build a second car factory. The immediate benefit of the sharp increase in orders is that Jiangcheng's wallet has also become bulging. Therefore, Jiangcheng really did not see the cost of the shipyard of $450 million. Looking at the shipyard model in front of him, Jiangcheng's eyes flickered, and he pressed the build button without hesitation. Drip. Please choose a location for the construction. When the system prompt sounded, Jiangcheng's sight jumped out of the two-dimensional plane model of Octopus Island. Jiangcheng's gaze slowly swept across the two-dimensional plane model and finally stopped at a bay that he had been paying attention to during the previous field inspection. Hippo Bay. It is located in the hinterland of Octopus Island. It faces the Pacific Ocean directly. The terrain is calm and flat, and there is a deep water trench with deep draft along the coast. It is very suitable for repairing and constructing shipyards and other facilities. This is it. Determine. Following Jiangcheng's order, this commercial shipyard, which had placed Jiangcheng's great expectations, finally entered the construction process. Seeing this scene, Jiangcheng let out a long sigh with a relieved expression on his face. This period of time can be regarded as exhausting him. He went out early and returned late every day, and there was almost no time to eat. As for the past daily massage and entertainment activities, he temporarily stopped. My shoulders are so sore. Jiangcheng rubbed his shoulder, feeling sore. Thinking of this, Jiangcheng directly picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number. Dear Mr. Owner, what can I do for you? Hearing the soft and tender female voice on the opposite side, Jiangcheng's heart rippled for a while, and then a ray of light lit up in his eyes, and he said in an unquestionable tone, Nika, call Tina, I need your authentic French massage. After saying this, Jiangcheng walked out of the room, took off his clothes, and plunged into the blue infinity pool. Seeking recommendation ticket .. Fira Beach, open-air bathroom with shower. Jiangcheng was naked, lying in the hemispherical transparent bathtub. The cool shower bath water sprayed on his face so that he was immersed in a comfortable feeling. Da-da, there was a sound of footsteps. Hearing the sound, Jiangcheng opened his eyes in a daze and looked out of the transparent bathroom. Immediately afterwards, his eyes widened suddenly, almost flying out of his eye sockets. Outside the bathroom, Monica and Tina's two personal secretaries came slowly, both of them dressed very simply. Monica was wearing only a transparent white shirt all over her body. Through the thin silk material, you can clearly see the lace bra inside, as well as the pink inner that tightly wraps the privacy. As for Tina, she was even more daring. She only wore a three-point bikini, half concealed with two huge coconuts, showing a circle of blush, and she was about to break free. The two of them walked to the bathroom and stood still. Their forward and backward figures were perfectly presented in front of Jiang Cheng. "Dear Mr. Owner, can we come in?" Monica raised her gaze, glanced at Jiang Cheng, who was lying in the bathtub, half-fruited, and gently bit her lips as if shyly whispered, "Amount." Seeing Monica's and shy appearance, Jiang Cheng's heart instantly burst into flames, and under the surface of the bathtub, he unconvincedly propped up the tent. "Ahem, of course, come in." Jiang Cheng gave a light cough, concealed his slightly embarrassed expression, and then said aloud. Hearing Jiang Cheng's instructions, Monica and Tina took light steps and walked slowly into the bathroom. Then, in Jiang Cheng's increasingly hot gaze, the two women looked at each other a little shyly, then at the same time lifted their long, smooth, and white legs and stepped into the slightly narrow bathtub. The water droplets splashed and instantly soaked the clothes of the two women. As the 100,000-ton commercial shipyard has entered the formal construction stage, the Immigration Planning Bureau of Emerald Island has begun intensive recruitment. According to Jiang Cheng's private instructions, recently, the inclination of the green card approval of the Immigration Planning Bureau has been changed to senior technicians and related scientific researchers in the shipbuilding industry. Affected by this, high-end talents in the global shipbuilding industry have suddenly become a hot commodity. The major shipyards have encountered a strange wave of resignations. The shipyard managers who discovered that the situation was not right immediately launched an investigation and found that it turned out that it was Emerald Island, which has been in the limelight recently, and issued a new immigration policy. According to the above, Emerald Island will open the door for shipbuilding-related talents worldwide. They are welcome to join Emerald Island and realize the lofty ideal value. It is precisely because of this immigration policy that the shipbuilding production and scientific research personnel, who have long admired the pristine scenery and high-end technology of Emerald Island, have begun to resign and change jobs, and launched a crazy offensive on Emerald Island. After this happened, some caring people with a sensitive sense of smell had already faintly noticed that this time, Emerald Island was planning a huge plan, and this plan is very likely to be related to the shipbuilding industry. Therefore, with the help of some gossip reporters and the editor-in-chief of shipbuilding industry magazines, the news of the upcoming construction of high-tech ships on Emerald Island spread like wildfire. It quickly spread throughout the world and became a topic of discussion after dinner. "Wow, worshipping Jiangdao, is there any black technology product coming out? Jiangdao Master Mighty, this time it is estimated to be a ship-related product. It is worth looking forward to. What black technology can a ship have? Is it a flying ship? Impossible. How powerful aero engine is needed to make the ship fly? Upstairs, right. Even the most powerful American F-135 aero engine can't carry the weight of a ship, right? Aero engines are a shit. At most, it is dozens of tons of thrust, and the weight of a ship can be thousands of tons. It is estimated that only by taking out the rocket engine can it be taken to the sky. That's right, only rocket engines have such a large thrust at the moment. Could it be that Jiangdao mainly builds spacecraft? Jiangdao Master is awesome. First the speed car, then the spaceship. The Island Master is about to break through the sky and rush into the universe. On the internet, discussions about the recruitment plan for Emerald Island are becoming more and more heated, and some enthusiastic netizens have begun various infinite conjectures and blow Jiang Cheng to the sky. In other words, since the last time Jiang Cheng made a speech in the world, his fame has spread all over the world, and he has a huge number of super fans. To a certain extent, Jiang Cheng has more influence than some international movie stars and big names. In particular, Jiang Cheng has shown extremely high scientific and technological strength in the construction of Emerald Island, making him an absolute idol in the eyes of some high-tech personnel. Regarding these discussions and speculations from the outside world, Jiang Cheng and Emerald Island remained silent and did not comment on these reports. In this way, Ordinary people believe that the news of the construction of high-tech ships on Emerald Island is definitely not groundless. On the other hand, when the Immigration Planning Bureau was intensively absorbing outside scientific and technical personnel, the inside of Emerald Island was not idle. Under the arrangement of Uncle Lai, the Jiang Group, which is the backer behind Emerald Island, also started to tap internal talents. You must know that Jiang's group has been working deeply in the shipping industry and has considerable financial resources and strength. Therefore, it also has a small scale in the shipbuilding industry and controls several shipyards located in various countries. On this occasion, we can just digest these shipyards internally and tap some usable and reliable talents. In this way, with a variety of methods, the engineering and technical personnel needed by the Emerald Island shipyard was finally solved temporarily. When he was busy inside and outside Emerald Island, Jiang Cheng was idle. There are still a few days before the shipyard is officially completed. He can take this opportunity to take a short break. After all, when the shipyard is really completed, he will start to build the supercavitating transport ship and the upcoming exhibition. It's going to happen. After thinking about this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help laughing. Since becoming the owner of this island, he has gotten up earlier than the chickens and slept later than the ducks every day. It seems that it's time to take a break, really. Jiang Cheng touched his chin, then took out his phone and opened a chat group on WeChat. The group names are Little White Rabbits and Huixin Big Carrot. Seeing this group name, Jiang Cheng's mouth curled up, revealing a deep smirk. Then Jiang Cheng tapped his fingertips, typed a line of words, and sent it over. 2 little white rabbits, where are they? The big carrots are here for you to eat. Thanks to book friends 20,171,29,004,947,168 for the reward of 100 starting coins. After sending this message, Jiang Cheng waited expectantly. Speaking of it, it has been a while since Su Kaiyan and Guan Xiaofai came to Emerald Island. However, due to the busy shipyard and other matters, Jiang Cheng has not had time to be alone with these 2 big beauties, which made him feel a little regretful. Now, taking advantage of this rare opportunity, he must make up for it. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng always feels that he has lost. At the same time, Blue Hole Holiday Special Zone, Deep Sea Blue Hole. The so-called blue hole is a huge deep hole formed by the sudden sinking of the seabed. When viewed from the surface of the sea, the color is darker than the surrounding waters, which is dark blue, hence the name. In the world, there are only a dozen large and small blue holes, which are extremely rare. So this has led to the fact that every blue hole found is loved by the world because of its deep, mysterious, and strange appearance, and all have become famous tourist attractions. The cause of the blue hole is the ice age millions of years ago. The cold climate freezes water in the Earth's ice caps and glaciers, causing sea levels to drop significantly. Then, due to the erosion of freshwater and seawater, many karst cavities were formed in the limestone belt of the seabed. The porous limestone dome collapsed out of a circular opening due to gravity and earthquakes, and became an open shaft. Finally, when the ice and snow melt and the sea level rises, seawater flows back into the shaft, forming a peculiar blue hole phenomenon embedded in the lake in the sea. It can be said that every blue hole in the world is a magical product of the Creator, which is extremely rare. And Emerald Island is very lucky to have such a rare blue hole on the coast. Even when Jiang Cheng discovered this blue hole, he specially named a special resort with the name Blue Hole. This is the source of the Blue Hole Holiday Zone. The blue hole on Emerald Island has a very regular circular shape, with a diameter of more than 100 meters and a depth of 198 meters. Although it is not comparable to the largest Belize blue hole in the world, it is also considered an extremely rare, large blue hole. The deep sea in the Blue Cave is very suitable for diving enthusiasts to explore. There are many rare fish activities inside, including barracuda, angelfish, spongefish, and so on. Of course, there are also some sharks patrolling the cave, making it a magical diving spot with both scenery and adventure. At this moment, on a beach near the blue hole, 2 big beauties, Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyan, were looking at this magical blue hole from a distance, their eyes flickering, and they kept uttering admiration. Obviously, they are also rare to see such rare scenery on Earth. Wow, Fei, this blue hole is so beautiful. That is, Jiang Cheng took me here once before, and it was amazing to say, but this guy doesn't know what he is thinking about, and he has no intention of opening up yet. It may be too late. After all, there are too many scenery on Emerald Island, and you have to come one by one to open it up. After listening to Guan Xiaofai's words, Su Kaiyanqian blinked her big cute eyes and said hesitantly. While the two were talking, the phone rang ding-dong. Hearing the sound, Guan Xiaofai took out her mobile phone, opened WeChat, and immediately saw the message from Jiang Cheng. Bah, this big carrot, fooled with his female secretary enough, and came to us again. Kaiyanqian, let's ignore him. Seeing the news from Jiang Cheng, Guan Xiaofai suddenly wrinkled her nose and was very angry with Jiang Cheng. Obviously, she is still brooding about what happened before. However, the other side. After reading the news, Su Kaiyanqian's eyes were crooked and he showed a silly smile. He said to Guan Xiaofai, that's not good. He might have been too busy before. Now it should be hard to squeeze some time out. Come with us. Su Kaiyanqian thought so naturally. Oh my God, silly Kaiyanqian, what kind of fascinating soup you have been poured into by that big radish. Why are you always against me? Always talking to him, just say, what happened last time you met? Seeing Su Kaiyanqian speaking for Jiang Cheng, Guan Xiaofai's eyes widened. Her face was full of disbelief, and she asked in a questioning tone. In her opinion, her good friend, the pure goddess in the eyes of outsiders, must have been brainwashed by Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to hear such obvious evasive words, and she would still speak to Jiang Cheng everywhere. No. Su Kaiyanqian flushed with shame after hearing Guan Xiaofai's question, and she was almost catching up with the ripe red apple. It's over. Seeing Su Kaiyanqian's little daughter's face, Guan Xiaofai couldn't help but wonder. According to her guess, her good girlfriend must have been swayed by Jiang Cheng, otherwise she couldn't become so delicate. The current Su Kaiyanqian, who is still that pure goddess and famous actress, is clearly a little daughter-in-law. The more this happened, the less Guan Xiaofai would call, picked up the phone, and typed a message in the group. No, the little white rabbit only eats fresh radishes. We don't want the ones that others have eaten. 3 goodbye expressions. On the other side, Jiang Cheng, who was waiting patiently, almost spit out blood when he saw the message on the phone. This dead girl still speaks so unrelentingly. Look for a chance, you must fix her well. Jiang Cheng couldn't help thinking like this in his heart. At this time, the phone vibrated for a while and another message came. Fei is joking, we are in the blue hole, come on. Seeing this news, Jiang Cheng finally smiled. The little white rabbit is better. The white rabbit is too naughty. Thinking of this, Jiang Cheng didn't hesitate and directly drove Xiao Hai towards the blue hole. And it didn't take much time. Jiang Cheng, who was struggling with all his strength, came to the sky above the blue hole. As Xiao Hai slowly fell, Jiang Cheng pushed the car door and stepped on the white and delicate beach. Not far away, Su Kaiyanqian's 2 daughters were already waiting there. Jiang Cheng, you are here. Opposite, Su Kaiyanqian greeted Jiang Cheng with his bright eyes bent and a small smile on his face. Su Kaiyanqian today has changed the dressing style of fairies before. The upper body is a cute white camisole, the lower body is a pair of mini lotus leaf shorts, and a pair of slender and straight white legs make her look pure and lovely. This little girl, let people not live. Seeing the appearance of Su Kaiyanqian's youthful and infinite young girl, Jiang Cheng was so cute that he could not wait to step forward and love him. No way, every time he sees Su Kaiyanqian, he always feels that he feels very comfortable as a whole. This kind of feeling has never been seen in all the girls he has met before. It can be said that it is the only existence. After reading it, remember to vote for the recommendation duck. It is too pitiful compared to the same period. Blinking at Su Kaiyanqian, Jiang Cheng smiled slightly, then turned his eyes to Guan Xiaofai, who was on the side. Today, Guan Xiaofai still wears a beautiful ponytail and a comfortable tight-fitting sports suit, which shows her figure that is protruding and warped. At this moment, Guan Xiaofai's expression was indignant, and her bright eyes kept turning back and forth between Su Kaiyanqian and Jiang Cheng, as if investigating some adultery. When I saw Jiang Cheng, his eyes showed a look of contempt unconsciously. Seeing the other's expression, Jiang Cheng couldn't help being a little speechless and asked, Hey, I said, Miss Guan, the island owner finally took time to accompany you. Don't use this expression to look at me. Bah, ghosts believe you. Guan Xiaofai naturally did not believe Jiang Cheng's words. He. All right, Feifei, we have to go to the blue hole to play. Hurry up. Seeing Guan Xiaofai's angrily, Su Kaiyanqian smiled lightly and raised the other's arm to persuade. Humph, I'll spare you this time. After hearing Su Kaiyanqian's words, Guan Xiaofai finally spit out and gave Jiang Cheng a stare. Next, the three finally began to discuss things about playing. For the blue hole, Guan Xiaofai was obviously well prepared, all kinds of diving equipment and photography equipment, all with a full set. Since they are not professional divers, they have no plans to dive deep, only to wear some simple breathing equipment and diving suits. As a result, you have to change your clothes. Before that, the two women hadn't considered that Jiang Cheng would come, so when changing clothes, Su Kaiyanqian and Guan Xiaofai couldn't help becoming embarrassed. There are beaches and seas all around here, with a wide view without any obstructions, and Jiang Cheng, a big man standing in front of them, made them wonder what to do. On the other side, Jiang Cheng directly took off his shirt and prepared to dive naked. Seeing the two of them hesitating and squeezing, they couldn't help but speak. Hey, I said, what are you two doing in a daze? Change your clothes soon. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the two women looked at each other, their pretty faces flushed with shame. This bastard, they are girls, how can they change clothes in front of a big man? But this guy not only doesn't turn his head, but also urges them to change quickly. It must be intentional. Thinking of this, Guan Xiaofai frowned her pretty eyebrows and gave Jiang Cheng a fierce look. Regarding this, Jiang Cheng looked at them calmly as if he hadn't arrived. Seeing this scene, Guan Xiaofai's face flushed even more shame. Just when the atmosphere was a little embarrassing, Su Kaiyanqian on the other side pouted a small mouth, turned her back suddenly, raised her slender wrist, and began to untie her little sling. No way, it is really inconvenient to wear this sling when diving. As for being seen by Jiang Cheng changing his clothes, hey, it's the right to make him cheap. As this thought flashed in his mind, Su Kaiyanqian had used two small hands to take off the sling, and the shoulderless pink bra he was wearing was also revealed. Standing on the side, Jiang Cheng, who had witnessed this glamorous scene with his own eyes, immediately turned his eyes round and almost sprayed a nosebleed. I have to say that this little Nizzy's figure is really great. Although in terms of 3 dimensions, it may not be as good as Guan Xiaofai and Monica, but the overall figure is very well proportioned. There is no fat in the thin areas, and the fat areas are also very plump and round. In short, the feeling for Jiang Cheng is one word: perfect. At the same time, the other party's shiny pink shoulders and the slender waist that was held in a full grip could not help making people think about it, and could not help but hug it in his arms immediately and love it. Feeling the fiery gaze coming from her, Su Kaiyanqian was ashamed of her ears. However, at this moment, Monica's full figure suddenly appeared in her mind, and after a soft hum in her heart, she turned slightly and raised her chest, as if to show off, showing her bust even more, fuller. And this scene was all spotted by Jiang Cheng, who had been watching her closely. Puff! As a result, Jiang Cheng, who could no longer bear it, sprayed a nosebleed directly. 5 minutes later, Jiang Cheng's expression turned guilty. While raising his hand to cover his waist, he followed behind the 2 women who had already changed into diving suits and slowly walked towards the blue hole. What a shame. It's not so embarrassing. Even a nosebleed in front of a girl, this kind of thing will definitely make people laugh. When did Kaiyanqian, this little girl, become so proactive? It seems that she should find an opportunity to train her partner. Girls, well, it's better to be more reserved. After swimming through a shallow coral zone, the magnificent deep blue cave finally appeared in front of you. The whole blue hole looks like a bottomless well, with bizarre colorful corals on both sides, and colorful swimming fish shuttled between these corals. It is extremely pleasant. Seeing such a magnificent scenery, the 3 people who were slowly diving could not help being extremely excited, and Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian, the 2 girls, danced and danced at Jiang Cheng with exaggerated expressions. In this way, the 3 of them used diving equipment to explore the beautiful scenery in the blue cave, while communicating their inner excitement with gestures. Before they knew it, the 3 had reached a depth of more than 10 meters. Due to the clear water quality, Even if the three of them are in deep water, their vision is still very clear, and they can enjoy all kinds of fish. At this time, a large group of angel fish with colorful wings swam past their eyes. Gorgeous colors and diverse shapes form an extremely splendid and beautiful picture underwater, which is amazing. Seeing this, Guan Xiaofai and Su Kaiyanqian, who have always liked photography, couldn't help taking out their cameras at the same time, preparing to leave a memorial for this rare picture. However, just as they were preparing to shoot, a strong and powerful hand suddenly went around behind and hugged their waists tightly. Even that big hand touched the soft and plump place in front of them intentionally or unintentionally. Feeling this, the two women were shocked at the same time and couldn't help turning their heads at the same time, staring at Jiang Cheng in doubt. There was a hint of blame in his eyes. Obviously, in their opinion, Jiang Cheng, the bastard, is taking advantage of them again. However, Jiang Cheng showed an innocent expression at this time and stubbornly moved forward. Seeing this, the two girls couldn't help turning their eyes back at the same time, looking forward together, and then their beautiful eyes widened. I saw a group of huge short-nosed sharks swimming towards them slowly. Happy time is always short. More than half an hour later, Jiang Cheng's sweet journey came to an end. Back on the land, the three of them all seemed very excited, and they kept chatting, seeming to be a little memorable. Of course, as for what Jiang Cheng is thinking about, it is worth pondering. In the next time, Jiang Cheng carried two big beauties to a newly opened creative restaurant in Big Funnel. After having a good meal, after recovering the exhausted energy, he sent the two girls back to the hotel to rest, and he himself rushed back to his villa. After playing, the bargains are exhausted, and it's time to start a busy life. 3 days later, the 100,000-ton commercial shipyard on Octopus Island was officially completed. Immediately after that, a large number of key scientific research and technical employees who were strictly selected and belonged to Emerald Island were secretly transferred to Octopus Island without being noticed by anyone. Octopus Island, on the east bank of Hippo Bay at a depth of 102 meters. Here is a natural concave trench, an irregular square shape, low-lying terrain, extremely hidden, and the newly built shipyard Dock No. 1 is conveniently located overhead. However, this extremely hidden natural trench has now been completely shrouded by the latest hardened material, C9 known as crystal glass, and a submarine building complex has been built inside. Here, it is the first black technology laboratory in Emerald Island ship of the future. At this moment, in a secret meeting room, Jiang Cheng's face was stern, sitting in the front seat. In front of him was the group of scientific research and production personnel who had just been transferred. Jiang Cheng changed his previous approachable style. His eyes were deep, and he turned into a world-class speech master. Various impassioned words came out of his mouth one by one and passed into the ears of everyone present. In Jiang Cheng's narration, various technologies and concepts that only exist in science fiction novels, as well as future technology products that have never appeared in the world today, are displayed vividly. After listening to Jiang Cheng's words, all the scientific and technical personnel present were caught in the shocking scene of the collapse of the worldview. In addition to the strong, shocked look in their eyes, they were more excited and excited. Sitting in front of him, Jiang Cheng looked at the excited expressions of everyone in front of him and could not help but nodded secretly in his heart. Brainwashing was very successful. After the meeting, a high-secret scientific research and production plan was announced. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, a ship exposition that is pivotal in the world's shipbuilding industry is about to begin. Reporters from the world's major media, scientific research, and technical personnel related to the shipbuilding industry, as well as the heads of some shipbuilding enterprises, and even the leaders of some countries, also heard the news. The Leicestershire Ship Expo is a grand event for the shipbuilding industry. To a certain extent, it even determines the future development direction of the shipbuilding industry, so it has a huge influence. Even some ship enthusiasts from all over the world have also joined this event. For a while, Leicestershire, located on the British coast, became the focus of the world. United Kingdom, along the Solway Bay, It borders the Irish Sea. In addition to the open plains, there are also a large number of lakes and rivers. It is a famous tourist attraction in Britain. However, it is not its unique natural scenery that makes its reputation spread far, but the shipbuilding industry that leads the world. Leicestershire. It is the birthplace of the British Industrial Revolution and is currently the world-renowned shipbuilding capital. There are a large number of world-renowned universities and a large number of scientific research and production personnel gathered here. It is known as the center of the world's shipbuilding industry. Approaching noon, the East Midlands International Airport in eastern Leicestershire welcomed an unexpected guest. In fact, the East Midlands International Airport has become completely busy these days. Countless invited guests, as well as ship enthusiasts and travelers who came here, all swarmed, making this small city, which was originally small, extremely lively. In midair, a streamlined Gulfstream G550 private luxury jet slowly crossed the sky and landed on the runway of East Midlands Airport. After a long voyage of up to 12 hours, Jiang Cheng finally set foot on this foreign territory. Of course, he didn't fly directly from Emerald Island. Before arriving here, he first flew to the Middle East and had a pleasant meeting with Prince Hammondon of Alianque. Not long ago, Alianque just purchased a batch of shapeshifter flying cars from Emerald Island and conducted the world's first commercial flight test. The result was an overwhelming response and was loved by the general public in China. Affected by this, the whole country petitioned King Mohammed to allow him to purchase this high-tech product in large quantities to meet the needs of ordinary citizens. King Mohammed, who has always been willing to listen to the voice of the people, commissioned Prince Hammondon to have this meeting with Jiang Cheng. The other party stated that Alianque is willing to reach a friendly cooperative relationship with Emerald Island and intends to invest heavily in Emerald Island to fund the development and production of more similar technology products. At the same time, the other party also expressed their admiration for Emerald Island's infrastructure technology and hopes that Emerald Island can be entrusted to take full responsibility for domestic infrastructure projects in the future. Moreover, the other party also revealed a secret message to Jiang Cheng. Before that, Alien Jew had reached a preliminary agreement with South Korea's Samsung C&T company to cover the construction of 4 skyscrapers. However, based on their admiration for the strength of Emerald Island's infrastructure, they are now considering rescinding this agreement. And Jiang Cheng, under the enthusiastic invitation of Prince Hammondon, of course he was embarrassed to refuse and accepted all the other parties' requests for cooperation. A fool would refuse such a good thing. It was after this meeting was over that he came to Leicestershire, by the way. Just out of the terminal building, luxury Sweptel Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Jiang Cheng. "Dear Mr. Owner, I finally wait for you." The car door opened, and Monica in a black short skirt suit smiled slightly at Jiang Cheng. Monica today, although a professional suit, is still and charming. The exquisite and white face was glowing with dazzling brilliance. Under the skirt, those slender and plump long legs, tightly wrapped in black stockings, stretched out a complete curve, fascinating imagination. "Monica, long time no see." Seeing Monica walking up, Jiang Cheng also smiled slightly and said, prior to this, in order for the exhibition to proceed smoothly, Jiang Cheng sent Monica and some staff to arrive here in advance to find the way for him. Jiang Cheng naturally trusted Monica's efficiency. After getting in the car, before Jiang Cheng spoke, Monica next to him reported to him a heavy news. "Mr. Islander, Prince Harry of the United Kingdom, in order to express a warm welcome to your visit, I specially let you live in the famous Lilye's Castle. At the same time, let me express to you that I hope you can spare time to meet with him. Meet once to discuss some cooperation matters. Recommended vote tilde vote for a wave of la tilde. Recommended ticket tilde Lilye's Castle. Located on the outskirts of Leicestershire, surrounded by mountains and rivers, the scenery is pleasant. The beautiful Trent River flows slowly around Lilye's Castle, adding a bit of elegance and nobility to it. The entire castle is thick and dark grey, with a British classic style, and is recognized as the most beautiful castle in Britain. With a roar, a luxurious Rolls-Royce VIP car slowly stopped in front of this classical castle. When the car door opened, Jiang Cheng appeared in a handmade violet black suit. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of him, his eyes lit up and he nodded slightly. I have to say that this Prince Harry is really polite. He actually let such a magnificent castle live in him. It seems that the other party really wants something. In fact, without thinking, Jiang Cheng could also guess that the purpose of the other party looking for him must be related to flying cars. Since the last time the 5 Middle East countries successfully promoted commercial flying cars, all countries in the world have taken actions to throw an olive branch to Emerald Island. The United Kingdom, which has always claimed the origin of modern industry, naturally refuses to be left behind. Therefore, it is inevitable to discuss cooperation matters with Emerald Island. However, Jiang Cheng did not think that the other party only wanted to purchase a few flying cars this time when the other party approached him. Most of the time, behind it, some technology introduction issues were involved. Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Cheng's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Then he lifted his steps and walked directly into the gate of the castle. Monica, go and collect the information about Prince Harry and hand it to me tomorrow. Jiang Cheng commanded without looking back. No problem, Mr. Island Owner. Monica readily agreed with her long legs, following Jiang Cheng's back. In addition, after flying for so long, my body is a little stiff, so I need you to relax for me at night. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Monica flashed a touch of charm in her beautiful eyes. Then she bit her lip and said softly, "Okay, Nika is willing to provide any service for Mr. Island Owner." In the early morning, when the first rays of sunlight shone on Lila's castle, Jiang Cheng had already woke up vigorously. Picking up the clothes scattered on the ground, Jiang Cheng looked back at the bed. At this moment, Monica, in a black silk suspender dress, was curled up and fell asleep like a kitten, with a contented expression on her face. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng shook his head slightly and smiled speechlessly. This little Nizzy boasted that she could provide him with any service before, but last night she only insisted on it for an hour. She had already petitioned for mercy and completely surrendered. It seems that I still need exercise. Jiang Cheng thought of this in his heart, then walked into the bathroom and took a hot bath happily. 10 minutes later, when Jiang Cheng washed clean and was about to walk out of the bathroom, he heard the sound of the bathroom door, and Monica, with a shy expression, took off the only suspender skirt on her body and walked in slowly. A mount. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng was taken aback for a moment, then turned his hand back to turn the tap to the maximum. Wow. 2 hours later, accompanied by Monica and a group of trusted entourages, Jiang Cheng had a brief breakfast in the castle, and then drove eastward towards a commercial port in eastern Leicestershire. Port of Bristol. Also known as Bristol, it is an important commercial port in northern England. It is adjacent to the Irish Sea to the west, and the waters are calm. As early as the 17th century, it was already a well-known European trading port. With the rise of the shipbuilding industry in Leicestershire, the Port of Bristol has expanded. In terms of throughput, it is even ranked among the top 3 in the UK, second only to the ports of London and Manchester. However, the prosperous shipbuilding industry has also made this port very busy. In normal times, there are often problems that merchant ships cannot dock, because it is not only used as a trading port, but also a shipping port for the Leicestershire shipyard. Every day, a large number of ship products set sail from here, shipped to all parts of the world, and delivered to users. In recent days, as the Leicestershire Ship Fair is about to open, this already busy port has become even more tense. Port of Bristol, Pier 3. In order to welcome the exhibitors' ships from various shipyards, Pier 3 was temporarily assigned to a dedicated dock, specifically for docking various types of exhibitors. These docked ships are all products that will be shown to various shipping companies on the opening day of the expo. Looking from the pier, all kinds of brand new cruise ships and freighters, covering the entire sea surface, are spectacular. At the moment, by the dock, Park Rin-young, president of South Korea's Samsung Heavy Industries, was arguing fiercely with the terminal management staff with a face of anger. What? We are the world's no. One shipyard, the famous Samsung Heavy Industries. Why do we only have 2 berths for Smecta? Samsung Heavy Industries Co., Limited, is a newly emerging shipyard in the past 10 years. Regardless of shipbuilding scale and technical strength, it has become one of the world's top. In terms of transport ship manufacturing, it has already left the old shipbuilding powers like Britain and Germany far behind. The business scope of Samsung Shipyard mainly includes LNG ships, oil drilling ships, ultra-large container ships, Arctic shuttle tankers, etc. In recent years, it has begun to work towards the most high-end FLNG ship, which can be described as ambitious, and is determined to win the title of the world's first shipyard. As the world's top shipyard, only 3 berths were obtained at this expo, which made Pu Riniong, the president, extremely angry. You know, at each previous exhibition, their Samsung shipyard has at least 6 berths. I'm really sorry, this exhibition originally prepared 6 berths for you, but because there is a VIP who will come to the exhibition, so I let him. To the aggressive Pu Riniong, the dock management staff replied with a smile, full of gentleman demeanor. Umayi Karma, you actually gave up my parking space to someone else. Hearing what the managers said, Pu Riniong felt like he was going crazy. OMG, is there a shipyard stronger than Samsung Heavy Industries in the world? These stupid pigs don't give them more parking spaces, but instead give them to others. Pu Riniong felt that the organizer of the exhibition must be crazy to make such a rude move. Between the two disputes, an ultra-luxury Rolls-Royce VIP car drove through the port gate with a green light all the way, and drove into Pier 3 specially prepared for exhibitors. Jiang Cheng took a group of high-level Emerald Island into the wharf, ready to inspect the 3 special ships brought this time. These 3 ships are all black-tech ships equipped with supercavitating propellers. They are a grand gift specially prepared by Jiang Cheng for this exhibition, and he wants to use this to fully establish the reputation of the Emerald Island shipbuilding industry. As he was walking forward, Jiang Cheng was slightly taken aback. Because the line of sight is full of people, there are quarrels from time to time. Zeta, smecta, down infinity smecta. Okay, so noisy. Jiang Cheng frowned and walked forward slowly. When he came to the crowd, he realized that the 2 were arguing. Do not. To be precise, it was a Korean guest who was beating a terminal manager in work clothes, and the manager, who could still maintain the gentleman's expression, seemed a little impatient at this time. At this moment, through the crowd, the other party saw Jiang Cheng, a handsome man. Dear Jiangdao Master, you are finally here. In an instant, the manager shook off Pu Riniong, who had been pestering him, ran all the way to Jiang Cheng, and said to him respectfully. On the other side, Pu Riniong, who saw this scene, was so angry that his eyebrows were about to rise. Mr. Jiang, Director Sandro has already instructed me. When you come, you must personally take you to the berth. While making a please gesture, the management staff moved away from the crowd and led Jiang Cheng to go ahead. Thanks to Mr. Sandro for me, Jiang Cheng said with a slight smile. In fact, before coming to Britain, Sandro, director of Fincantieri Shipyard, had already talked to Jiang Cheng on the phone. On the phone, Sandro once again expressed his warm welcome to Jiang Cheng for his participation in the exhibition. At the same time, he expressed his admiration for the high-end technological strength of Emerald Island and hoped to be a high-end shipbuilding on Emerald Island at this exhibition. Technology. He even said that this exhibition will open berths to Emerald Island without restrictions. He hopes that Jiang Cheng can send enough ships to the exhibition so that the world can appreciate the shocking masterpieces of future technology and promote the world's shipbuilding industry. Prosperous development. For Sandro's warm invitation, Jiang Cheng first expressed his gratitude. Regarding the issue of berths, he said euphemistically that this time Emerald Island can only bring 3 ships to the exhibition. I hope that the other party will give more booths to other shipyards. In the end, the 2 made an oral agreement to cooperate closely in the future during the phone call. To tell the truth, Jiang Cheng is still very interested in the luxury cruises that Fincantieri built. The cruise ship across the Pacific that is docking in the Dream Paradise Resort is exactly Fincantieri's masterpiece. Being able to cooperate with the world's largest cruise ship manufacturer, Jiang Cheng is naturally full of expectations. He believes that by combining his black technology and Fincantieri's huge customer base, they will be able to occupy the entire cruise manufacturing industry and become a world-class behemoth doing their part. Under the leadership of the management personnel, when Jiang Cheng and his party were walking forward, a figure suddenly shot out from one side and stopped in front of Jiang Cheng at once. "Faxmita, is my parking space given to this Chinese?" Seeing that Jiang Cheng was about to disappear from sight, Pu Riniang, who had been engulfed in anger, finally couldn't help but make a move. He absolutely cannot accept the conduct of the organizer this time. This is not simply a matter of the number of parking spaces. It is an insult to him, an insult to Samsung Heavy Industries, and an insult to the Republic of Korea. They are the greatest shipyard in the world, the greatest nation, and it is unacceptable for them to suffer such unfair treatment. Therefore, he decided to seek justice from the staff of the organizer and would never leave without giving him a satisfactory answer. Obviously, when he saw the staff who had been ignorant of him before, and instead enthusiastically entertained this young man who had a Chinese face at first glance, he naturally came to the conclusion that his berth, it must have been snatched by the other party. If it's someone else, he might still argue with the other person. But if it's China, then there is no need to argue, because this is absolutely unacceptable. Their Republic of Korea is the source of Eastern civilization. All the glory must belong to them alone. Therefore, the moment he saw Jiang Cheng with the face of China, he immediately jumped out, pointed at Jiang Cheng's nose, and cursed with contempt. Feeling the deep hostility of the Korean in front of him, Jiang Cheng's expression slowly became serious. However, before he could speak, the face of the terminal manager on one side had changed drastically. He stood in front of Jiang Cheng and warned Pu Ren with bold words, "Mr. Park, I hope you pay attention to the words. This Mr. Jiang is our heavyweight guest at this exhibition. If you talk nonsense, don't blame us for asking you out here." "What? Do you dare to let me leave?" Pu Riniang's face flushed, and his eyes widened to question the terminal manager. He felt that this was definitely the most humiliating moment in his life. As a great Korean, instead of getting the respect he deserves, he will be kicked out of the venue. This has to let the domestic fathers and villagers know that he will definitely apologize for his death. "Fuck smekta, your eyes got shit, and you would give up the parking space to this kind of country product. I want to sue Mr. Sandro. He must have bought the hosting official before he can get the parking space." When he thought of this, Pu Riniang seemed to be crazy and exploded to Jiang Cheng. However, before he could finish his words, the wharf manager, who looked angry, had already waved to the security personnel on the side and dragged Pu Riniang out. "Smekta, I will come back. Samsung Heavy Industries is the world's #1 shipyard. Smekta. Long live Smekta, Republic of Korea." Although being dragged out like a dead dog, Pu Riniang still yelled hoarsely in his mouth. Hearing these words, Jiang Cheng frowned slightly, feeling a little absurd. These people who have been castrated by kimchi are really weird one by one, and the arrogant confidence that they don't know where comes from, especially to the Chinese people, seems very aggressive. However, Jiang Cheng also understands this very well. Thousands of years of domestic slave life have left them lacking self-confidence in their bones, and they have always had a deep sense of inferiority in the past. Now that he finally turned himself over, he tried his best to erase the past that was regarded as a taint. So under the instigation of the upper echelons, he did not hesitate to tamper with history and conduct a bottom-line brainwashing patriotism education, thus creating these weird works and weird people. Shaking his head slightly, Jiang Cheng sighed and left behind everything that was unpleasant just now and continued to walk towards the dock. By his side, the manager wiped the sweat from his head and bowed his head to apologize to Jiang Cheng. Obviously, he felt very rude and deeply apologetic for what happened just now. However, Jiang Cheng did not mind this. He came here for the purpose of inspecting his own participating boats, but he didn't have much time to care about others. In this way, after walking for a while, 3 familiar ships finally appeared before Jiang Cheng's eyes. These 3 ships, arranged in a row from large to small, are unique in style, incompatible with all the surrounding ships, and have a sense of fashion for future technology. They have a streamlined hull as a whole. The upper and lower hulls are coated with a layer of silver-white metal paint, which reflects dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. The 3 ships Jiang Cheng brought were a private yacht of 800 tons, a container ro-ro ship with a cargo capacity of 27,000 tons and capable of fully automatic loading and unloading, and the last one was a tonnage of 100,000 tons. LNG ship. Obviously, all the tourists and exhibitors from other shipyards watching on the pier have long noticed the 3 unique styles of ships, and they have been pointing to the 3 ships. And when Jiang Cheng walked in front of these 3 ships, everyone couldn't help being silent. All eyes were focused on Jiang Cheng. At this time, Jiang Cheng was surrounded by some wharf managers, which meant a lot of stars and moons. From time to time, Jiang Cheng would also point his finger at the 3 ships in front of him, talking with people around him. In addition, looking at the appearance of those staff members who treated him respectfully, all the onlookers immediately realized that this handsome young man is probably by no means simple. He should be a big man. As a result, the discussion sounded. Who is this young man from the East, and why is there such a big platoon? I don't know, maybe it is the exhibitor of this expo. Exhibitor? Is he the maker of these future ships? Before Jiang Cheng came, these 3 high-tech ships with a sci-fi appearance had long been a topic of discussion and won a lot of attention. Some ship enthusiasts were even more excited to take photos and post them on the internet, which triggered a lot of heated discussions. Obviously, these new styles of ships are new products that have never appeared in previous ship fairs, and everyone cannot help expressing their deep curiosity. It can be said that even though this world-watched exhibition has not officially started, the manufacturers of these 3 ships have become a hot topic for everyone to speculate. After Jiang Cheng came here, all the people who had been discussing this matter before seemed to have finally found their goal. A few months ago, the fame of Emerald Island reverberated throughout the world. Everyone knows that a rising star has risen in the Eastern world with strong technological strength. However, the influence of this matter is mainly concentrated in the automobile industry, and its influence in the shipbuilding industry is limited after all. Therefore, for Emerald Island to participate in the Ship Expo, this is something that no one expected. Jiang Cheng's reputation is not so high in the eyes of these Westerners, so he was not immediately recognized. However, as Jiang Cheng's photos and the footage of him pointing in front of the 3 boats were posted on the internet, something inevitable happened. Oh, awkward. This is the Emerald Island owner. How did he come to the Ship Expo? Yes, I already smell the black technology. Surprise! Jiang Cheng, the world's one island owner, brought a mysterious ship to England. The man behind the subversion of the auto industry, Jiang Dao, is now targeting the shipbuilding industry again. Wow, I think it's frozen. That's right. I guess soon the shipping industry will have black technology to be born. The man who changed the world, the Lord Jiang Dao, aimed at the shipbuilding industry this time. Haha, Lord Jiang Dao waits for me. I am going to book a plane ticket to English County now. +1, +2, plus 10,086. As Jiang Cheng's identity was recognized by netizens, everyone's attention to this expo suddenly soared. You know, not long ago, Jiang Cheng just made a major event that shocked the world, which can be said to have changed the world to some extent. An epoch-making flying car, infrastructure projects that shock the industry. All of these have been praised by the majority of netizens and have become myths in the technology and manufacturing industry. Now, when Jiang Cheng suddenly appeared in Leicestershire, everyone had guessed that his purpose here must be related to shipbuilding. The modern shipbuilding industry is more difficult to innovate than other manufacturing industries. Due to the huge volume and the need to overcome factors such as the navigation environment, every change in the shipbuilding industry requires a long period of technology accumulation. Because of this, compared with the automobile industry, the shipbuilding industry is often difficult to attract global attention. However, it should be noted that whenever there is an epoch-making innovative technology, it can greatly change the development process of the industry. Therefore, it is conceivable that when people realize that Jiang Cheng is very likely to bring epoch-making technology products to the industry, what great expectations should they have in their hearts? In view of this, on the internet. The fact that Jiang Cheng was carrying a black technology ship and was about to appear at the expo was completely detonated. Media reporters from all over the world, as well as netizens with good deeds from all over the world, began to order air tickets, preparing to rush to Leicestershire. As for other netizens who missed the exhibition, they also paid attention to the news here through the internet. In short, the eyes of the global media have once again focused on Jiang Cheng and Emerald Island. However, when the public opinion on the internet was full of admiration, there were also some negative voices directed at Jiang Cheng. On Twitter, the official media of Samsung Heavy Industries, a world-renowned shipyard, suddenly issued a statement, strongly condemned the organizers of the Leicestershire Ship Fair and Emerald Island. In the statement, Samsung Heavy Industries made a report on the unfair treatment it suffered at the exhibition site. Of course, the main targets of the attack were not focused on the organizer, but were all placed on the condemnation of Emerald Island and Jiang Cheng. According to the above, it is precisely because Emerald Island has spent a huge amount of money to buy relevant personnel through bad methods that before the expo, the berth that originally belonged to Samsung Heavy Industries was given to Emerald Island, which caused Samsung Heavy Industries to lose the display of the latest ships. Opportunity. At the same time, the statement also condemned the management staff at the exhibition site, saying that they had a bad attitude and poor service consciousness. They actually drove Mr. Park Rin-yong, the president of Samsung Heavy Industries, out of the venue, causing great harm to others and demanding an apology. Finally, it was written in the statement that Samsung Heavy Industries would not stop there and asked Mr. Sandro to investigate this and give Samsung Heavy Industries a satisfactory answer. After this statement of condemnation was issued, it quickly gained the support of the majority of South Korean citizens. For a while, South Korean netizens completely turned into an angry party and launched an indiscriminate attack on Emerald Island and Jiang Cheng on Twitter. All kinds of ridicule, scolding, and deliberately discredited remarks flood the entire network. However, the speeches of netizens in one country cannot match the voices of netizens all over the world. And before that, because of flying cars, Jiang Cheng had a large number of loyal fans around the world. Therefore, these diehard fans have launched a retaliatory response to Samsung Heavy Industries and South Korean netizens. Suddenly, there was a chaotic scolding war on the internet, which would have taken a good world-class ship expo out of rhythm. Everyone's attention has shifted from the expo itself to the contradiction between Samsung Heavy Industries and Emerald Island. During the chaos on the internet, Sandro, director of Fincantieri, also responded to Samsung Heavy Industries' condemnation. In the reply, he bluntly stated that there was no bribery at this exhibition. The Emerald Island was a berth obtained by its own strength. What Samsung Heavy Industries said was nothing but nothing. The announcement of this statement immediately put Samsung Heavy Industries in an extremely embarrassing situation. However, they have always said that since the organizer intends to maintain the Emerald Island, Samsung Heavy Industries will use its own methods to clean up their grievances on the day of the exhibition. Samsung Heavy Industries will prove everything with practical actions. After Samsung Heavy Industries released its final reply on the global network, the smoke of this controversy did not end because of this. Instead, there was a growing trend. Everyone's eyes are all focused on this invisible contest between Samsung Heavy Industries and Emerald Island. Time, under the exaggeration of public opinion, slowly passed. With the opening day approaching, more and more invited VIPs, as well as heads of shipping companies, also took special planes and arrived in Leicestershire. These distinguished guests are the most important to both the exhibition organizer and the exhibitors, because they are the ultimate consumers of this grand event. East Midlands Airport, Leicestershire. An ultra-luxury Boeing 767 private jet slowly passed over the airport and landed steadily. The Boeing 767 is the most luxurious private jet in the world. It has rest areas, office areas, meeting rooms, bars, and kitchens. It has always been a luxury car owned by the world's top richest people. It is known as the flying hotel in the sky. The hatch opened slowly, and the spacious gangway extended to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the two rich old men walked slowly. "Old Rockefeller, your private flight is really good. It seems that I have to order one too. My Boeing BBJ 747-8 is really bad." One of the 10 largest consortia in the United States, Thomas Mellon, the current helm of the Mellon family, walked down and said to David Rockefeller beside him, "Oh, isn't it? Boeing will definitely thank me for bringing him such a good customer." David Rockefeller smiled faintly and then continued, "However, we are here to visit this ship exhibition. It is worth it. Do you run this far, Thomas? I am so old that I can't stand the toss for such a long time." "Haha, David, if you wait until you see the ship to be exhibited this time, you will be grateful to me," Thomas said with a sharp light flashing in his cloudy eyes. "Really? Is there a blockbuster product at this exhibition?" David Rockefeller was taken aback. "You really don't pay attention to current affairs. At this exhibition, our partner Jiang Daozhu will exhibit his latest technology products." "Oh my God, this is really shocking. I didn't expect Mr. Island owner to have such an influence in the shipbuilding industry. It seems that we should be worth the trip this time." As the two of them said, they had already taken the special car and headed towards the scheduled high-end hotel. In this way, more and more heavyweight VIPs rushed to Leicestershire to add a fiery atmosphere to this ship expo that has attracted the attention of the world. The Sheila Hotel, Leicestershire. The Sheila Hotel is a well-known 5-star brand hotel under South Korea's Samsung. In recent years, as the business has become more and more popular, it has extended its tentacles to all over the world. The hotel in Leicestershire is the key project newly completed this year. At this moment, in a luxurious suite on the top floor of the hotel, Pyo Rin-yong, the president of Samsung Heavy Industries, slowly put down the phone in his hand with a solemn expression on his face. Just now, he received a call from China, from Prince Li Yiyang, the actual controller of Samsung Group. The other party only said a word to him on the phone. If he can't beat Emerald Island at the exhibition, then he won't have to return to China in his life. Although the tone is plain, the chill in the words can be cold to his bones. At this moment, Pu Rin-yong realized that he had come to the edge of the cliff without any retreat. Emerald Island must be defeated. Time passed slowly in this hot atmosphere. The Leicestershire World Ship Expo finally ushered in its opening day. This day, the port of Bristol, Leicestershire. Today's Bristol is slightly different from the past. The entire port is wrapped in red and is completely enveloped by the festive atmosphere. Inside the port, the lights are bright. On the podium, Sandro, the director of Fincantieri in costume, paid tribute to all the VIPs who came to the exhibition, and at the same time, solemnly announced the official opening of the Leicestershire Ship Expo. Well-known TV stations from all over the world, such as the British BBC, the American broadcaster ABC, Sky TV, and major media from all over the world, all gathered together and aimed their cameras at the exhibitors of the exhibition. Obviously, they are the real focus of this event, and the latest products they bring will be the world's mainstream shipping vessels for some time to come. Under the spotlight, shipyards from all over the world are on stage. First of all, it is the 4 largest luxury cruise ship manufacturers in Europe: Aker Shipyard in Finland, Meyer Shipyard in Germany, Atlantic Shipyard in France, and Fincantieri in Italy. In the field of cruise manufacturing, these 4 shipyards can monopolize the share of cruise manufacturing in the entire world. The cruises they produce are not only powerful, but also luxurious enough, and are loved by the rich all over the world. Like Aker Shipyard's Riva series of cruise ships, they are known for their creativity and luxury, while Meyer Shipyards and Atlantic Shipyards emphasize individuality and comfort. Of course, the most well-known is the Fincantieri shipyard in Italy. The Fairline series of cruise ships produced by it have always been recognized as the Rolls-Royce of cruise ships in the world. It can be called Italian traditional craftsmanship and modern the perfect crystallization of high-end technology. At the exhibition, all shipyards used aerial cameras to provide the most detailed publicity and explanation to the VIPs who came to the meeting. You know, these VIPs are all their potential customers, so they will naturally spare no effort. I have to say that the Leicestershire Ship Expo will not be the world's premier shipping industry event. All exhibitors have come up with their best products to contribute to potential customers and the audience in front of the TV. A wonderful performance. These new technologies, and the latest exquisite designs revealed at the exhibition successfully won the attention of all audiences, and people are all amazed by the rapid development of modern technology. Finally, the manufacturer in the field of transport ship manufacturing, China Shipbuilding Corporation, Yamato Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and South Korea's Samsung Heavy Industries. In the field of transport ships, the three emerging East Asian powers firmly occupy half of the field. In the field of large transport ships, they have won orders from all the world, which is basically a situation where the three powers are competing for hegemony. At this moment, Pio Riniong, the president of Samsung Heavy Industries, seemed a little nervous but a little excited. He knows that his time has come. This time, he brought the world's most advanced shipbuilding technology, which is the crystallization of decades of technology accumulation of Samsung Heavy Industries. He has no doubt that this technology is beyond the times when viewed in the whole world. Supercavitation technology. All the scientific researchers of Samsung Heavy Industries, who have worked so hard and worked hard for many years, are finally about to appear in the world. This is not only about the future of Samsung Heavy Industries, but also about his reputation, whether he can return to Korea, and even the national honor of the entire Republic of Korea. This is his responsibility, but also his mission. There is absolutely nothing to lose. Bristol Port on a huge temporary stand. The lights are brilliant. Akihiro Okazaki of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, with a confident smile on the front, pointed to a modern ship on the three-dimensional projection screen and patiently introduced all the guests under the booth. This is a large ocean exploration ship of 600 tons, which is mainly used for marine geological exploration. The ship is equipped with modern seismograph and related exploration equipment. It can apply gravity, physics, magnetism, electrical, and other scientific methods to find deep buried oil and mineral deposits on the seabed. It can be said that this is a very practical and functional ship, which is much more advanced than the current mainstream exploration ship in the world. With the introduction of Okazaki Akihiro, there was warm applause in the venue. Obviously, this survey ship from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries has won the favor of many potential customers. Next, not surprisingly, a large number of customers will reach cooperation intentions with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries after the exhibition, bringing them many high orders. Feeling the cheers on the stage, Okazaki Akihiro was relieved and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This time he came to the Leicestershire Ship Fair, but he was under great pressure. Because at present, the commercial shipbuilding industry of Yamato country is really not very prosperous, and it is already on the verge of being eliminated. Once upon a time, Yamato country shipbuilding technology was in full swing. Since the 1920s, after nearly 100 years of accumulation, Yamato has achieved world-leading shipbuilding technology and has briefly become the world's most powerful shipbuilding country. However, with that period of dark economic recession, this country's manufacturing industry has also been cast a shadow, and the industry has shrunk across the board, which is regarded by the whole country as a lost decade. 10 years, seemingly short, have left them lagging behind the entire era in many manufacturing fields. Although a number of incentives and reform measures have been implemented in recent years, they still cannot reproduce the glory of the year. However, from the current point of view, the response seems to be fairly good. In response to the applause from the audience, Okazaki Akihiro slowly walked off the booth. Next is the product introduction time from China Shipbuilding Industry Corporation. The ship product brought by China Shipbuilding Industry Corporation is a large tonnage LNG ship. China is a newly emerging manufacturing power, especially in the shipbuilding industry, which can be described as rapid progress. In just 30 years, it has developed from a poor and white situation to today's shipbuilding power, and can even take a share in the highly competitive international market. However, in general, although shipbuilding technology is rapidly improving, it still cannot get rid of the big but not strong hat, and it is often difficult to balance quantity and quality. The LNG ship on the three-dimensional projection screen looks very good, with a displacement of 170,000 tons. More importantly, its price is very low, about 25% lower than the average market price. It can be said that such a cost-effective product is still very competitive, especially for some potential customers with weaker financial resources. It is a good choice. Under the booth, Jiang Cheng, who was sitting in the VIP seat, nodded secretly, looking at the new LNG boat on display. He is quite supportive of the products of his motherland. What's more, China's ship products are not so bad now. In a period of rapid rise in technical strength, he is a worthy partner. China has a large number of human resources, which is never comparable to Emerald Island. At that time, he can transfer some products with low technical difficulty to China. In this way, he can not only occupy the middle and low-end market, but also maximize his scientific and technological strength and recruit a large number of manufacturable materials for himself. In addition, even from other aspects, such as military, economic, and political perspectives, he needs the support of the other party. The reason why the current Emerald Island is still safe is that China has made a huge contribution behind this. Although Jiang Cheng did not express this clearly, he was still very grateful. Of course, he did not explicitly state that it was for some reason. At present, Emerald Island is in a very delicate environment, which will affect the whole body. It is not suitable for making too obvious attempts to tilt towards the political and military direction. Otherwise, the consequences are still a bit troublesome. These things should be considered after the Emerald Island has a certain strength. While Jiang Cheng was thinking, applause rang out enthusiastically, and China Shipbuilding Industry Corporation's display also came to an end. At this time, the eyes of everyone present, as well as live TV signals from various countries, all focused on Park Rin-yong, the president of Samsung Heavy Industries in South Korea. Samsung Heavy Industries, in the world's equipment manufacturing industry, a giant that cannot be ignored. In terms of shipbuilding, it is even more of an overlord. A few years ago, when Yamato was in the quagmire of decline and China had not caught up, looking around, almost all of Asia was shrouded in its powerful strength. In terms of handheld orders alone, Samsung Heavy Industries is already the world's largest shipyard, connecting the three major shipbuilding giants, Hyundai Heavy Industries and Daewoo Shipbuilding, both of South Korea. It can be said that the Korean shipbuilding industry at that time was a well-deserved overlord of the world. This dominance of one family only changed after Hyoguo's shipbuilding industry caught up. However, South Korea's shipbuilding industry has always been dominating China in both production and scientific research. And this has become the pride of South Korea. In the minds of ordinary people in South Korea, their country's shipbuilding technology is now the world's first and the best in the universe, an unrivaled existence. From this, it is conceivable that when Samsung Heavy Works as a representative of the Korean shipbuilding industry appears at this world-renowned expo, how much shock it will cause in the country. This is the time to inspire patriotism and demonstrate strong national strength. On the booth, Pu Ren-yong was excited and his eyes flickered. He gave a concluding speech on the current status of the shipbuilding industry and some breakthrough technical problems in manufacturing and scientific research. Explain the profound things in a simple way, easy to understand. Obviously, he made a lot of preparations. Next is the official product introduction time. At this time, Pyo Rin-yong kept an eye on it. He first introduced some of the ships that Samsung Heavy Industries could not reach the scene on display through a combination of video and text to the VIPs present. Then, it was the product that came to the exhibition this time. There are many technical problems in shipbuilding in today's world, and speed is obviously the most difficult problem to overcome. Before introducing the product, Park Rin-yong unexpectedly did not go directly to the subject, but talked about the technical problem of ship speed. Hearing Pu Rin-yong's words, the guests present were all slightly surprised, because they have already heard a hint of other meaning from each other's words. Could it be that the new technology that Samsung Heavy Industries will show this time is related to ship propulsion systems? In an instant, everyone in the venue raised their spirits. Sure enough, at this time, Pu Riniong finally talked about the subject. After decades of technology accumulation, Samsung Heavy Industries has finally made a breakthrough today. This is the crystallization of the technology of Samsung Heavy Industries' scientific research personnel, and it is also a big gift to the world shipbuilding industry. Speaking of this, Pu Riniong paused slightly. His eyes swept across the audience, with a hint of unruly madness in his eyes. Please allow me to take the opportunity of this exhibition to solemnly announce to the world that after 30 years of hard work, the manufacturing engineers of Samsung Heavy Industries have finally broken through the application problem of supercavitation technology today. The supercavitation thruster we developed, the dream of fast sailing in science fiction, which can increase the speed of existing ships by 50%, has finally become a reality today. Boom! Pu Riniong's slightly trembling words just fell, and the entire venue suddenly fell into a boil. Speed is the most difficult technical problem in the shipbuilding industry. In history, major shipyards have carried out various studies on this, and many of them have speeds that can exceed the 50 knots mark. For example, the South Bay Company in the United States has developed a high-speed skiff with a speed of more than 100 knots. However, strictly speaking, these fast-going boats cannot be regarded as ships. They can only be said to be watercrafts. Their size is only as large as a canoe, which is of no reference to modern shipbuilding. At present, the speed of an ordinary transport ship in the world is between 15 and 20 knots, and as the tonnage increases, the speed will decrease accordingly. Even a military vessel like a warship has a speed of about 30 knots. From this, you can imagine what shocking effect Pu Riniong will bring when he announces to the world through the live camera that he can increase the speed of the ship by 50%. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as shock the world. Increase speed by 50%. This means that the speed of a large transport ship can even reach the speed of a warship. This is definitely a disruptive technological innovation in the shipbuilding industry. After listening to Pu Riniong's words, the whole scene was boiling, and all the guests burst into exclamations, including some excited cheers. Obviously, this new technology developed by Samsung Heavy Industries is great news for their shipping industry. The increase in ship speed means that the shipping industry is more competitive than other transportation industries, and it also means that there will be a steady stream of orders coming to them. Of course, there are Koreans who cheered with the guests. South Korea, Dongdaemun Square. Hundreds of thousands of South Korean citizens gathered in front of the square. Through the live broadcast on the huge screen, they saw Park Riniong's solemn declaration. Suddenly, the entire square became a sea of joy. Old and young, men and women, all danced to their heart's content. They shouted and embraced passionately. The technology that changed the world was born in the hands of Koreans. This moment is a glorious moment unique to their Republic of Korea. At the same time, Gwanghwamun Square, Namsan Tower, Gyeongbokgung Palace, Changdeokgung Palace, the whole of Korea is in a joyous atmosphere of national joy. First ear, Kingwatai. In a highly classified conference room, some of South Korea's top leaders are also watching the live broadcast of this ship exposition through TV screens. In the main seat, the dignified Samsung Prince Lee Yi-yong nodded after seeing Park Rin-young's wonderful performance, with a smile on his face. This finally lived up to his expectations. At this time, sitting on the left hand of Lee Yi-yong, President Park Moo-jun also showed a kind smile and said, "Thank President Lee for his contribution to South Korea. I believe that under the leadership of Samsung Group, our Republic of Korea will definitely become the world's the greatest nation." When Park Moo-jun's voice fell, all the high-level officials of the countries present showed respectful expressions and gave a warm applause to Lee Yi-rong, who was the main seat. Similarly, on the web, excited South Korean people also made arrogant remarks on Twitter that South Korea uses technology to conquer the world, as if only in this way can they vent the excitement in their hearts. Even some South Korean netizens who can't help themselves have turned their catharsis targets to Emerald Island and Gyeongchang. Before this exhibition, it was Gyeongchang's sudden appearance that took away 3 berths that originally belonged to Samsung Heavy Industries, making some of their heavy products unable to appear in the world. Moreover, the president of Samsung Heavy Industries has encountered violence and was forcibly expelled. This has caused them to suffer a lot of damage to the reputation of the Republic of Korea. All these injustices have been in their hearts for a long time. Therefore, when Poo Rinneong showed a technology product that surpassed the times in one fell swoop, their inner suffocation finally found a vent, all aimed at Gyeongchang. Some people say that Gyeongchang borrowed dirty methods to buy the organizers and stole their berths. Others said that he sold his reputation and went to the ship exhibition this time just to attract attention. In short, all kinds of foul language spread all over the network for a while. At this moment, Gyeongchang, who was the target of the attack, did not know all this. Sitting on the VIP table of the exhibition, he frowned slightly as he watched the excited Poo Rinneong, who was enjoying the warm applause on the stage. To be honest, he was a little surprised that Samsung Heavy Industries was able to come up with supercavitation propulsion technology, which can be said to be unexpected. It seems that he really underestimated Samsung Heavy Industries. Of course, that's all. A 50% speed increase may be a subversive technological change in the eyes of others, but in his opinion, it is simply not too weak. Gyeongchang was still worried before that if he took out a triple-speed supercavitating thruster, whether it would be too advanced, the world couldn't accept it. But now it seems that this is unnecessary. After all, once the supercavitation technology appears, it will inevitably accelerate the world's research and development of this technology. By then, the speed will definitely get faster and faster. From 50% speed increase to double or even double speed, it should not be so unimaginable. At this moment, Gyeongchang took out 3 times the supercavitating thruster, which happened to give Samsung Heavy Industries a blow. When Gyeongchang thought about it this way, he suddenly felt a scorching look at him. Feeling this, he raised his head slightly. His gaze was aimed at Poo Rinneong on the stage. At this time, Poo Rinneong, with thick, fiery eyes, looked at Gyeongchang without blinking, full of provocation. Gyeongchang frowned with a silent expression on his face. This guy is really small in his heart, so he wants to avenge himself so soon? A few days ago, it was precisely because of Gyeongchang's sudden visit that Poo Rinneong was dragged out of the venue like a dead dog. This scene was posted on the internet by some onlookers, and his status in South Korea plummeted. Many harsh South Korean netizens even began to curse Poo Rinneong, saying that he had put the reputation of the great Republic of Korea to shame. In this regard, Poo Rinneong has always been brooding. Fortunately, he finally found an opportunity today, a chance to be ashamed. Thinking of this, Poo Rinneong showed a weird smile and motioned to the guests present to silence. Then, he suddenly raised his hand, pointed to Gyeongchang in the seat, and said, "I heard from Mr. Sandro that this exhibition belonged to the birth of Samsung Heavy Industries, but it was given to the owner of Gyeongdao. I don't know what Emerald Island, which is world-renowned for its high-tech capabilities, has brought. Mr. Sandro's high-tech products can be so important to Mr. Sandro. Can Gyeongdao Masters show us this?" Wow. In an instant, the venue was boiled again. Of course, compared to before, at this time everyone is more of a mindset of watching the excitement. The battle between Samsung Heavy Industries and Emerald Island for berths has caused a lot of noise on the internet. Everyone knows that Samsung Heavy Industries has launched a formal challenge to Emerald Island. On the one hand, it is the shipyard known as the world's #1. On the other hand, it is a manufacturing paradise famous for flying car technology. Therefore, it is still worth looking forward to whether the two sides can win the battle of public opinion. Suddenly, all the guests on the scene, as well as the netizens watching the live broadcast on the internet, all became excited. Now, it's time to unravel the mystery. Poo Rinneong's voice fell, and there was a burst of noise in the venue, and everyone's eyes turned to Gyeongchang in the VIP seat. The experienced TV broadcaster cameraman is also very suitable to turn the lens at this time, aiming at Jiang Cheng, so that the audience who is watching the live TV can see Jiang Cheng's performance at the moment. Owner of Emerald Island, the father of flying cars, modern infrastructure tycoon. A series of titles are the gorgeous halo now worn on Jiang Cheng's head. This is the praise and praise of the world, and of course, it is also the recognition of the strength of Emerald Island's technology and infrastructure. A few days ago, when Jiang Cheng suddenly appeared in the port of Bristol, the news that Emerald Island was about to participate in the Ship Expo spread wildly and became a topic of discussion. There is no other reason why Jiang Cheng's arrival can have such a wide range of influence, but because Emerald Island has a strong foundation of scientific and technological strength. In this way, even though Emerald Island has never revealed its plans to build ships to the outside world, it is enough to make everyone think about it. Therefore, since that day, people have been full of expectations for the exhibited ship products Jiang Cheng brought this time. Lord Jiangdao, it seems that you have encountered a lot of trouble. Seeing Pu Riniang with fiery eyes on the stage and old Rockefeller sitting next to Jiang Cheng, the wrinkled old face could not help showing a smirking smile. At today's exhibition, David Rockefeller and Thomas Mellon came to the venue early in the morning and had a brief chat with Jiang Cheng as the exhibitor. As Jiang Cheng's partners, they all looked forward to the products Jiang Cheng brought this time. They hoped that Jiang Cheng could reveal to them in advance, but Jiang Cheng refused. This made old Rockefeller a little dissatisfied. Now, seeing Jiang Cheng encountering Kai Guoguo's challenge, he naturally did not have the slightest sympathy, but showed a teasing smile. David, I think you look down on our partner too much, don't you, Lord Jiang? On the side, Thomas Mellon, who is fairly kind, chose to trust Jiang Cheng as a partner. Who said no, maybe? This is an opportunity, maybe. After hearing Thomas Mellon's words, Jiang Cheng nodded, then stood up and walked toward the stage with a smile. At this moment, Mr. Sandro, who is the organizer, also came to the booth. He glanced at Jiang Cheng with a look of sorry in his eyes. Oh, dear Mr. Owner, I am really sorry for this happening. Obviously, according to Sandro's original plan, Jiang Cheng didn't come on stage in such a persecuted way, so he felt a little sorry for Jiang Cheng for what happened just now. It doesn't matter, Mr. Sandro, maybe this way of going on stage is not what I like, but I don't think it will affect the effect we want to show. Jiang Cheng smiled slightly, as if he didn't care too much about Pu Riniang's rude behavior, and then continued, The next thing will be left to me. The moment Jiang Cheng stood on the exhibition stage, there was a warm applause. At the same time, this scene was also transmitted to all corners of the world through live TV images. Everyone's eyes focused on the helm of the Emerald Island. Here, first of all, I would like to thank Mr. Sandro for giving me such a good opportunity to showcase the latest scientific and technological achievements of Emerald Island. Of course, I also apologize to President Park, and I am very sorry to occupy the exhibition. The berth originally belonged to Samsung Heavy Industries. Wow, Jiang Cheng's words fell, and applause broke out again in the conference hall. Obviously, Jiang Cheng's broad-minded performance is 100 times stronger than Pu Riniang on stage. While standing on the side, Pu Riniang saw this scene, his nose crooked with anger. In his opinion, Jiang Cheng's pretentious gesture was just to embarrass him. Pretentious? You can still laugh later. Pu Riniang stared at Jiang Cheng sarcastically in his heart. When Pu Riniang secretly gritted his teeth, Jiang Cheng only spent a little time briefly introducing the ship products he had brought. It was only then that he turned around and said to Pu Riniang, who looked to the side, In response to President Park's request, I am pleased to accept it. However, as for the display method, I think it's best to have a real comparison with Samsung Heavy Industries products. Maybe this will allow our VIP guests to see more clearly. Boom, Jiang Cheng's voice fell, and the scene was almost boiling. That's right, Jiang Cheng not only accepted the challenge of Samsung Heavy Industries, but also had a real water competition with it. Real competition? On the other side, when he heard Jiang Cheng's words, Pu Riniang was taken aback for a moment. His eyes widened, as if he felt a little disbelief. Is this arrogant and ignorant young man hardly deaf? I haven't heard myself say just now that Samsung Heavy Industries exhibiting ships are all high-tech products, equipped with supercavitating propellers. How arrogant is this guy to dare to compete with Samsung Heavy Industries products in a real demonstration? After slightly stunned, there was a burst of ecstasy in Pu Riniong's heart. He was still thinking about how to show Samsung Heavy Industries this epoch-making technology product. Since Jiang Cheng took the initiative to send it to the door, then he would be welcome. In the next moment, Pu Riniong lowered his head heavily in front of the guests present and readily agreed. At this time, under the urgent order of Mr. Sandro, all TV stations from all over the world that participated in the coverage of the exhibition began their busy work. The good show is finally here. A live broadcast of a ship product sailing competition is a major event that has not been seen in previous exhibitions. If this competition can be broadcasted in a live broadcast, the impact it will bring is absolutely shocking. Just when the TV broadcast party was busy, the netizens from all over the world who were watching the live video of the exhibition were also caught in a boil. This is a real contest. There is no moisture. It is almost conceivable that if one side wins this real competition, what an amazing influence will it have on the improvement of its reputation. This is a face slap in public. Presumably the loser will have no face to get involved in the shipbuilding industry in the future. Will there be any customers willing to buy products that have failed in the world's eye-catching competition? Even if it does, the price will be greatly affected. Therefore, this competition is undoubtedly an extremely heavy blow to the losing party. For Samsung Heavy Industries, once they lose the competition, it means that they have accumulated decades of reputation in the shipbuilding industry, which will probably collapse overnight. This will destroy the technological crystallization of several generations of scientific research workers of Samsung Heavy Industries. The same is true for Emerald Island. From the beginning of the beautiful original scenery in front of the world, Emerald Island has successively revealed the epoch-making technology products of flying cars, as well as powerful infrastructure capabilities. All of these have made Emerald Island become the world's most famous technological paradise in a short period of time, fascinated by the world. The technological products it produces have always been regarded as representatives of advanced technology. However, once you lose today's competition, the consequences can be imagined. I am afraid that all the reputation accumulated by Emerald Island will disappear today. Therefore, this competition is a huge bet. Moreover, no one can afford to lose. Solway Bay, Bristol 1 Deepwater Port. In the past, this was always one of the busiest ports in the UK, with densely packed boats and gallops connected. But now, here is a calm sea, and the shadow of a boat can't be seen. However, in midair, there were no fewer than a dozen helicopters, which were roaring and hovering in the sky. The door of the helicopter opened, and a high-definition video camera came out, aimed at the bottom. At this time, from the other side of the port, two giant transport ships approached slowly. When the two giant ships approached, the cameras in all the helicopters were all aimed at them. And this clear picture was directly transmitted to the port's exhibition site through these high-definition cameras, and of course, all corners of the world. South Korea, Seoul. Citizens from various urban areas all rushed out of their homes and came to various squares, looking excitedly at the scene in the live broadcast. At the same time, with a uniform rhythm, there was a deafening shout. Big hand people China, big hand people China, Emerald Island. All the LED LCD screens inlaid on the surface of the endless building wall are now all integrated into one and become a live broadcast of Bristol Port 1. On the street below the building, in the vertical forest skyscraper on the opposite side, on the giant viewing platform of the Big Funnel, and all corners of Emerald Island. All the people on Emerald Island are watching through the live broadcast. This sailing competition is about to begin. At a certain moment, the live broadcast picture was suddenly adjusted to the close-up mode, and two LNG ships with similar tonnages appeared in the sight of all the audience. At this ship exposition, both Samsung Heavy Industries and Emerald Island brought their own products. Obviously, the LNG ship is the high-end product that best reflects the shipbuilding technology of both parties. Therefore, there is no doubt that both parties have tacitly chosen this high-end marine product, which is regarded as a competitive highland, as the object of the competition. I am afraid that there has never been such an amazing sight in the history of world navigation. Two giant transport ships with a tonnage of close to 100,000 tons could one day become competition ships. However, since this is a sailing test to test the latest shipbuilding technology, instead of making people feel obtrusive, it can arouse everyone's expectations. So-called supercavitation, this kind of underwater propulsion technology that only exists in science fiction, how much can the ship speed up? In addition, what is the latest technology brought by Emerald Island this time? These questions in the hearts of all the audience have become the main points of the sailing competition. Finally, when the two LNG boats lined up side by side and lined up in two vertical lines on the vast sea in the camera, the sound of the order sounded in the live broadcast. Accompanied by the roaring sound, the power propulsion devices of the two LNGs were activated at the same time, like the huge hulls of sea monsters. They began to slowly cut through the water and sail slowly on the sea. In the beginning, as both ships were just starting, they were able to keep pace. However, at a certain moment, the LNG ship from Samsung Heavy Industries suddenly appeared strange. I saw a sudden violent roar from the tail of its hull. At this moment, the seawater surface at its tail seemed to be boiled, and a lot of bubbles began to emerge. Between the tumbling waves, there were waves of waves. From the live TV screen, you can clearly feel the shock brought by the rolling water waves. In the next instant, a deafening roar sounded, and the LNG ship of Samsung Heavy Industries suddenly spewed a huge wave of air from the tail, and it moved forward at an extremely fast speed. The huge hull, after drawing a silver glittering water band on the sea, left the LNG boat on Emerald Island far behind. When this picture is shown in front of all the audiences in the world through the live broadcast signal, the whole world is boiling. Oh my God, is this supercavitation technology? It's amazing. It feels like a thruster is added to the tail. Why is the speed so amazing? Samsung Heavy Industries is awesome, my Lord Jiang Dadao. What are you doing on Earth? That ship is really useless except for its cooler appearance. Emerald Island, I'm so disappointed. Yes, don't be ashamed and conspicuous, Jiang Dadao. Go back to Emerald Island. The so-called technological paradise is nothing more than that. After this time of comparison, Samsung Heavy Industries is going to rise again in the world. The supercavitation technology is awesome. I hope this technology can be popularized in the world as soon as possible. On the internet, all netizens who watched the live video have all begun to express their opinions. Most people are expressing their disappointment to Emerald Island. Of course, there are also a small number of rational netizens who show their praise of science and technology. After all, technology knows no borders. No matter who developed this technology, as long as it can benefit human society, it is a commendable thing. Compared with the worldwide criticism of Emerald Island, there is a joyous voice in Korea. The technology of the Republic of Korea has completely changed the world. All South Korean nationals gave up their jobs, took to the streets one after another, and started a festive parade. The whole country is full of joy. However, at this moment, when most people have given up watching the live broadcast, there are still a small number of loyal fans of Emerald Island who are constantly watching the live broadcast. Because they are so unwilling, they do not believe that Emerald Island, recognized by the world as a tech paradise, has only come up with such a vain product to participate in such an important World Ship Expo. Perhaps it was because they felt their inner voices. In the live broadcast at this time, the LNG ship on the Emerald Island, which was far behind, suddenly appeared a little strange. I saw the hull of the ship sailing slowly forward, shaking suddenly. Although the magnitude of this vibration was small, it was discovered by sharp-eyed netizens. Immediately after that, a series of shocking scenes that appeared on the hull and stern of the Samsung LNG ship before appeared again. However, compared to the jet scale of Samsung LNG, this ship on Emerald Island is definitely a different existence. After only hearing a sound like a thunder, the entire sea seemed to have a terrifying tsunami. Suddenly, giant wolves suddenly rose up on the surface of the stern of the ship, setting off waves of stormy waves. In the next instant, this sci-fi-shaped Emerald Island LNG ship, like a cannonball out of its chamber, suddenly broke through the seawater in front of it and sailed towards the vast sea. In a short time, it surpassed the past at several times the speed of the Samsung LNG ship. At this moment, the whole world lost its voice. In the huge venue, there was no sound. The distinguished guests and exhibitors from all over the world were all stunned in their seats at the moment, with shocked expressions in their eyes. Miracle, this is definitely a miracle, a technology that only God can create. At this moment, such an absurd idea was born in everyone's mind. They felt that the worldview that had been solidified in their thinking had all collapsed after seeing the miracle just now. Is this the speed that a large transport ship should have? How does it feel like an airship? Just now, everyone saw the scene where the LNG ship on the Emerald Island burst out like a rocket. It is precisely because of this that an unbelievable feeling will be born in their hearts. This is not scientific. How could a transport ship of such a large tonnage escape so easily? How powerful is the thruster? In an instant, everyone was in shock. On the booth, Pu Riniong had the opposite expression. His face was blue, it was hard to see the extreme. Those eyes were round, staring at the picture on the screen, his lips trembled slightly, and he seemed to be frightened. Compared with the furious expression on his face, there is more of a feeling of despair in his heart. Although I don't know what technology is applied on Emerald Island, it is obvious that it is far better than Samsung Heavy Industries supercavitation technology. This time, Samsung Heavy Industries was defeated in a mess, and Pu Riniong couldn't even imagine how destructive this incident would have on Samsung Heavy Industries. But no matter what, as the president, he must bear all the responsibilities and bear all the infamy. At this time in his mind, he once again remembered the words of Prince Lai Zhairong. A sense of fear quickly enveloped his body, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. That's it, it's all over. In an instant, Pu Riniong seemed to be 10 years old, lost all his strength and energy, and fell to the booth. South Korea, Dongdaemun Square. The bustling, lively square suddenly became deserted. A large number of ordinary Koreans, like eggplants beaten by frost, fled the scene in a desperate manner. And the huge LED LCD screen in the square, I don't know when it was turned off. There was a hint of silence in the air. First ear Kingwatai. Lai Zhairong in the main seat, his face was so gloomy that it dripped water, and the other leaders of the country present were all like black charcoal heads, their faces full of gray. The next moment, Lai Jaeyong patted the table, suddenly picked up the teacup beside him, and slammed it into the live broadcast screen in front. Bagasmita, at this moment, it is definitely a disaster day for the Korean people. In the previous second, the whole country was still a huge scene of joy. But the next moment, like Hiroshima that was bombed by the atomic bomb, was desolate and desolate. This feeling of a huge drop from the sky to the ground made it unacceptable for countless people. Suddenly, the cardiology departments of major hospitals in Korea began to receive emergency calls frequently. Compared with the miserable wailing scene in Korea, all parts of the world are caught in a carnival. After calculations by some experts and scholars, the maximum speed of the Emerald Island LNG ship in the live video successfully broke the 40 knots mark. You know, internationally, the fastest speed of a large tonnage ship like 100,000 tons does not exceed 15 knots. But the Emerald Island LNG ship just now has been able to reach nearly 3 times the speed. What is this concept? It can be an image metaphor. One day, the cheetah known as the king of land speed suddenly discovered that the silly elephant, which has always been played only by himself, was rushing towards him at a speed far exceeding it. All the people around the world who watched this sailing competition were deeply shocked by the technological strength of Emerald Island, but they also became extremely excited and excited. They all know that behind the technology of Emerald Island, it will definitely bring subversive changes to the entire world. This is only their first feeling, but as to which aspects can bring about great changes, they have not yet experienced so deeply. At this moment, those who have the deepest experience of this change are probably the practitioners of the aviation industry and the majority of shareholders. As early as Park Rin-yong announced in public that the supercavitating propeller developed by Samsung Heavy Industries could increase the speed of existing ships by 50%, the global aviation industry's stocks experienced considerable fluctuations. Fortunately, after the stock fell slightly, it stopped immediately. This gave the aviation industry practitioners a sigh of relief. However, they absolutely could not expect that before this breath came out. A bigger blow unexpectedly came, even more violently than before. All stocks in the aviation industry and related industries in the world have fallen across the board, which is extremely miserable. The impact of this is that the world's aircraft manufacturing companies have all begun to hold seminars to discuss how to deal with this sudden disaster. For them, if effective measures cannot be taken, the impact of this industrial change can even determine their future. Of course, in addition to major companies, the general public is more joyful and festive. On the internet, the praise of Emerald Island and Jiangcheng came to another peak after the advent of flying cars. Lord Jiangdao is awesome. I'll wait for my knees. Really hurts? It hurts. I slipped away. Jiangdao Master will dominate the rivers and lakes through generations. Ha 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 ha, now the Emerald Island is really going to dominate the world. First the flying car, then the high-speed transport ship. Next, is the island owner going to develop a spacecraft? Yes, it should be this idea. Jiangdao first develops the flying in the sky and then the sea running. The next step is only the floating in space. Ha ha ha, I'm really looking forward to it. By the way, the speed of a 3-times speed passenger ship should not be slower than an ordinary train. It's much easier to get home now. Yes, this is definitely a major benefit for the shipping industry. Jiangdao Master once again changed the world. Emerald Island is mighty. Emerald Island Technology Paradise is worthy of its name. The Samsung stick is so big. Come on, Lord Jiangdao, looking forward to your next black technology. In fact, I only care about when ordinary people can board this kind of black technology ship, and the feeling of wanting to fly on the sea must be different. Brother, it's okay if you don't mention this. People in the Middle East have already driven flying cars. Our country has no good news. As for high-speed passenger ships, wait. 3 days later. Leeds Castle, Leicestershire. Dear Mr. Island Master, you are a little lazy today. Next to the luxurious silk bed, Monica, who was already dressed, looked at Jiangcheng, who was lying on the bed and slept, pursing her attractive red lips, and smiled softly. After a long while, Jiangcheng let out a tired sigh and looked up at Monica and said, I think it must be your fault, Monica. It's only a few days, and your endurance is getting better and better. Thank you, Mr. Islander, for the compliment, but we still have a few important guests to see today, so you have to get up quickly. After speaking, Monica had already stepped forward, opened the quilt, and put on Jiangcheng. An hour later, Jiangcheng and Monica simply had breakfast at the castle and drove directly to the Fia Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in the center of Leicestershire. In fact, Jiangcheng has almost lived the same life these days. In the morning, get up to eat. During the day, business negotiations with guests. In the evening, learn Spanish with Monica. Well, life is very fulfilling. 3 days ago, when the Leicestershire Ship Expo came to an end in a jubilant atmosphere, Jiangcheng, as the only winner, not only won the gold prize of this exhibition without a doubt, but also successfully won the attention of the world, pushed the reputation of Emerald Island to another peak again. Today's Emerald Island. It can be said that it has reached the level that no one knows it. Flying cars, future infrastructure, and now have high-speed navigation technology. All these high-content technology products make Emerald Island, an island in the vast sea, a technological paradise that everyone admires and yearns for. In this context, nothing else, the popularity of the tourism industry alone, is enough to make Jiangcheng a lot of money. No, just after the Leicestershire Ship Fair came to an end, Jiangcheng ordered to go down and increase the number of tourists that Emerald Island receives per day from 30,000 to 50,000 to meet the calls of more tourists. Similarly, in this way, it can also increase the world's understanding of Emerald Island, which invisibly also increases the popularity and openness of Emerald Island. Jiang Cheng was also very busy on the itinerary in Leicestershire. Almost every day, he has to work with CEOs of a large number of companies from all over the world, as well as the helms of world-class wealthy families and even high-ranking officials, princes, prime ministers, and other important figures sent by various countries. Of course, there is only one topic: cooperation. As for the content and methods of discussing cooperation, there are many kinds. Some just want to purchase Jade Island's technology products, some want to invest in development, and some want to reach a technology introduction agreement with Jade Island. Finally, the prime ministers of some countries even simply proposed that they are willing to provide funds and land for Emerald Island. The only condition is that Emerald Island should agree to open a branch factory in their country. Obviously, the performance of Emerald Island at the Ship Expo made everyone convinced by its strong technological strength. The Emerald Island effect has begun to gradually show its power. Jiang Cheng's goal was achieved as he wished. However, at the same time that his wish was achieved, Jiang Cheng also felt a little helpless because he was so busy. Every day when I open my eyes, I have to prepare to face all kinds of business negotiations. It is really boring. The days of happy days seem to be completely gone. But how can this be accepted? This kind of life is not what Jiang Cheng wants. Therefore, after realizing this, Jiang Cheng also became smarter. He instructed Monica to first make a list of all those who are interested in cooperation, and then sort them in order of importance. Of course, it is necessary to see the big figures such as the prime ministers and world-class rich, because these people can not only bring substantial benefits to Emerald Island, but also increase the political influence of Emerald Island, so they should not be missed. As for the CEOs of some corporate companies, he simply shrugged off on the grounds of being busy, and instead let the party come to the top of the Emerald Isle in Leicestershire to deal with it. In this way, it finally made him a little easier. However, although the life of the past few days has been very difficult, the harvest is unimaginable. After the expo, Emerald Island has reached a series of heavyweight cooperation with some world-class large enterprises and certain countries in just a few days. The content of the cooperation mainly includes product orders, including technological products such as flying cars and high-speed ships. Of course, there are also orders for some component products. The sum of all these orders is even comparable to the sum of all orders on Emerald Island in the previous few months, and the magnitude of the orders is more than tens of billions of dollars. It is conceivable that the dividends brought by this exposition are amazing. It is worth mentioning that, although the unit price of high-speed ships on sale listed by Jiang Cheng is more than 3 times higher than the market price, there are still a large number of shipping companies willing to buy. Without him, with this kind of high-speed transport ship, it means that there will be a steady stream of freight orders. Moreover, since the high-speed ship shook the world transportation industry is undergoing profound changes, and this timing is the moment when the new market structure goes from chaos to recohesion. Whoever seizes the first opportunity means who can the fastest speed to seize the shipping market share is self-evident. Therefore, even if Jiang Cheng's price is 4 times or 5 times, those shipping giants will definitely choose to accept it without hesitation. Like the world's 4 major shipping giants, Maersk Line, Mediterranean Shipping, CMA CGM, and Hapag Shipping, as early as the end of the exhibition, they found Jiang Cheng through various methods and asked him to sign immediately. Under the purchase agreement, the purchase target is directed at the high-speed transport vessel. As shipping giants who have been operating in the shipping industry for decades, these bigwigs certainly know the profound significance of high-speed transport ships, which is a disruptive technology that changes the world's transportation industry. With high-speed transport ships, they will not only be able to compete for orders from their peers in the future, but they will even be able to take a share of the air transport industry. The potential market is really vast. The thought of this made them feel excited. This is definitely a great opportunity. It is the great opportunity that Emerald Island has brought to them in the shipping industry. Therefore, they must take good advantage of it. Regarding the giants in these industries, Jiang Cheng certainly can't bear to refuse because he also needs the help of these giants. If Emerald Island wants to develop the shipping industry, it is obviously impossible to rely on himself. Therefore, in the cooperation agreement with these shipping bigwigs, he unceremoniously added some unfair clauses, watching those big bosses look as ugly as eating shit, and had to sign the agreement. At that time, Jiang Cheng didn't mention how happy he was. The days in Leicestershire are always busy. This makes Jiang Cheng, who is used to being leisurely and comfortable, feel a little uncomfortable. In addition, the air here is too far behind Emerald Island. Jiang Cheng still likes to open his eyes every day to see the blue sky and white clouds and enjoy the comfort of the gentle sea breeze. Therefore, early this morning, when Jiang Cheng finished seeing the last heavyweight guest, he hurriedly packed his luggage and embarked on the journey back to Emerald Island. Although it didn't take long to leave Emerald Island, Jiang Cheng already missed the taste there. Compared with the empty hands when he came, Jiang Cheng returned with a full load this time. Last night, Monica had already reported to him. According to incomplete statistics, after the Leicestershire Ship Fair, the total amount of order agreements signed between Emerald Island and major companies and countries in the world has exceeded $5,000 billion mark. Moreover, this is only the first batch of transactions. In the future, as the cooperation between the two parties further develops, there will be a steady stream of follow-up transactions entering the negotiation process. From this, it is conceivable that the technology products of Emerald Island are very popular in the world. Of course, receiving so many orders at one time is also a great test for the production capacity of Jade Island. At present, Emerald Island has only one flying car production plant and one high-speed transport ship manufacturing dock. With such a production capacity, it is obviously unable to meet the current production demand for orders. Therefore, in the next time after Jiang Cheng returns to Emerald Island, there is still more important work to do, that is, to expand the production workshop. Despite the steady flow of orders, it would be useless if there is not enough production capacity. Therefore, expansion is imperative. For this reason, Jiang Cheng has to go back to Emerald Island and make arrangements. In addition, the future development of Jiang's shipping is also something that Jiang Cheng should think about. The emergence of high-speed navigation technology is bound to have a huge boost to the shipping industry. This is also an opportunity for Jiang's shipping to rise, and he has to seize it. According to the unequal treaty signed between Jiang Cheng and the world's 4 major shipping giants, the 4 giants must give up sufficient market share for Jiang's shipping. For example, in the shipping business in the Asian region, they no longer need to participate. For a long time, the Asian shipping industry has been held down by the 4 major shipping giants and cannot afford to raise its head. With the emergence of high-speed transport ships, the world's shipping industry will inevitably undergo a thorough reshuffle. This is a challenge and an opportunity for all shipping companies. The key to whether the challenge can be completed, obviously, lies in whether all of its transport ships can be updated and replaced at the fastest speed. Only in this way can it take the lead. The advantages of Jiang's shipping are obvious. The high-speed transport ships produced by Emerald Island will definitely meet their own needs before selling them to the outside world. Therefore, the rise of Jiang's shipping is already unstoppable. Emerald Island, Laputa International Airport. A streamlined Gulfstream G550 luxury private jet slowly crossed the blue sky and landed on the airport runway. Walking down the gangway, Jiang Cheng took a deep breath of hearty air and let out a cheerful cry. Fantastic! As soon as he set foot on the land of Emerald Island, Jiang Cheng felt the sea breeze blowing in, making him refreshed, as if all the tiredness that had been over the years had disappeared at this moment. That's too right, Mr. Islander. I feel uncomfortable all over the past few days in the UK. Emerald Island is still suitable for human life. At this time, Monica was sweating and was struggling to carry a large bag, and while slowly walking down the gangway, she said to Jiang Cheng breathlessly, "This time when I went to the UK, Monica didn't go in vain." Before returning, she begged Jiang Cheng to accompany her on a good shopping street in the UK. As a result, it is what it is now. Jiang Cheng shuddered when he thought of Monica's posture that she wanted to buy the shopping street at that time. This little Nizzy looked like a cat, but as soon as she entered the shopping state, she became a mother lion. Ahem, Monica. It seems that we are going to introduce a group of internationally renowned luxury stores and come to Emerald Island to open a branch. Otherwise, I am worried that the shopping streets of the UK will be sold out by you sooner or later. Looking at Monica's little hand, carrying a large bag full of various brand name clothing, Jiang Cheng raised his forehead and said silently. It was not that Jiang Cheng was not gentle enough. In fact, before getting off the plane, he had offered to help Monica carry these things, but Monica flatly refused. According to her original words, these are her most precious things. It is safer to carry them by yourself. Hey, woman, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Really? Thank you very much, Mr. Island Master, and I think Sister Tina will also be grateful to you. Hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Monica narrowed her beautiful eyes and laughed softly. As the two talked, a slight roar sounded in the distant sky, and a crimson shapeshifter flying car slowly flew in and landed beside Jiang Cheng. Then, the car door opened, and Tina, in a hot suspender skirt, walked towards the two of them, holding up the heroic Shuang Feng. Dear Mr. Island Master, I really miss you so much during the time you are not here. Tina's big eyes were all fixed on Jiang Cheng's body, her eyes full of fiery eyes. Seeing Tina's fuller figure, Jiang Cheng's eyes widened. This little fairy, not seen for a few days, has become even more enchanting. After a roar, Tina personally drove the flying car and flew Jiang Cheng and Monica to the villa in Beisha Bay. As soon as he returned to Emerald Island, Jiang Cheng had no time to rest at all. He got up early the next morning and went directly to work. Under his arrangement, first, with Uncle Lai and other senior executives of Emerald Island, a series of consultation meetings were held on the orders brought back from the ship exhibition. The main content of the meeting was about how to arrange the production plan and the follow-up research and development. In addition, there was also the issue of improving the service level of Emerald Island. The current Emerald Island has completely established its reputation. However, in terms of other supporting facilities, Emerald Island is still a bit backward or incomplete, which does not match the reputation of Emerald Island today. Therefore, in order to better meet the needs of customers and tourists, Emerald Island must develop corresponding supporting facilities. The first is the consumer industry. At present, nearly 50,000 tourists come to Emerald Island every day. With such a large number of tourists, consumer demand in all aspects is very strong. Therefore, in order to meet their needs, next, Emerald Island will carry out a series of investment promotion measures. Of course, the target is mainly focused on those world-renowned brands. For this reason, in Laputa City and Dream Paradise Resort Zone, several commercial shopping streets need to be developed to meet the consumption needs of tourists here. After ordering these business invitations, Jiang Cheng hurried back to his villa without stopping, because he still had more important things to do. Beisha Bay Big Infinity Swimming Pool. The sea breeze was blowing slowly. Jiang Cheng was lying comfortably on the beach chair. Mei Mei took a sip of coconut juice, then picked up the phone and called up the island Tycoon app construction system. In the stereoscopic three-dimensional projection, all kinds of buildings are listed in front of Jiang Cheng, making him dazzled for a while. In fact, as the reputation of Emerald Island becomes more and more famous, its political influence also continues to increase, and the benefit that comes with it is that the island's valuation has increased linearly. At present, the various functional modules of the island Tycoon have almost all been unlocked. Except for some high-level future projects and 2 advanced black technology that have not been unlocked, there are not too many buildings and projects for Jiang Cheng to choose. However, what is more regrettable is that Jiang Cheng really has no guts to build and produce them all one by one. Without him, these technology products are too advanced. Even if he has the intention to show up, he must have enough self-protection power. Therefore, at present, they can only be temporarily dusted in order to wait for the strength of Emerald Island to increase in the future. These technological products will only be made public when they are protected. Shaking his head and waving these thoughts behind his head, Jiang Cheng focused his attention on him. After searching for a while, a huge superfactory appeared in sight. From the appearance, the whole factory looks like a Transformers doll that has grown countless times. The main design and structure are all made of steel skeletons. The exterior is covered with a layer of metallic paint to make it look like full of science fiction. Level 3 Transformer Flying Car Manufacturing Plant. This factory model is a design plan that Jiang Cheng has long thought of, but it has never had time to build it. Now, as the island owner's level increases and the construction permissions are unlocked, he finally has the opportunity to build such a sci-fi car manufacturing factory. You know, after a series of recent events, the technology products of Emerald Island have become more and more popular among people all over the world. Some countries and regions that were still hesitating earlier have also joined the ranks of introducing flying cars. After all, this is the general trend and has been verified by scholars from all over the world. It is the main solution for future transportation. Therefore, the introduction of flying cars is an inevitable thing. Therefore, under such a demand background, the number of orders for flying cars has skyrocketed dozens of times. The second-level car factory built before is obviously not enough. Therefore, the construction of a higher-volume car factory is already in place. Must do. Name: Level 3 Shapeshifter Flying Car Manufacturing Plant Parameters. Stamping Workshop X2, Body Workshop X2, Paint Workshop X1, Power Assembly Workshop X1, Assembly Workshop X2, Large Capacity Garage X2, Supporting Facilities X1 area. The building area is 37 million square meters, covering an area of 850,000 square meters output. 8 million vehicles/year cost, $1 billion US. A single vehicle cost $350,000 US, time-consuming. 45 days looking at some of the parameters of this third-tier car factory. Jiang Cheng was still slightly confused despite his preparation. Of course, not because of its cost, but its output. 8 million vehicles. This is absolutely unimaginable in today's automobile manufacturing companies. You know, like Germany, the world's most well-known automobile manufacturer, its annual output is only about 9 million vehicles, while an automobile factory on Emerald Island can already account for nearly 1/3 of the country's output. It's amazing. Of course, behind this, it is not only the problem of more production equipment, but also the extremely high production efficiency and refined production process. In general, it is supported by black technology. In addition, Jiang Cheng also noticed that the cost of a single flying car has also been reduced by $50,000 US in a third-level car factory. This is definitely a surprise. It seems that the improvement of work efficiency can not only increase output, but also reduce production costs. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded, very satisfied with this third-tier factory. Presumably, with this new factory, the supply in the future should be able to meet the needs of all customers. According to the Technology Introduction Agreement signed by Jiang Cheng and other countries, he has about a few years to fully retain the patent rights of flying cars. Then, he will gradually release the technology blockade and introduce it by major cooperative manufacturers for localization. Produce, but even so, Jiang Cheng can still earn a lot of share. This is a very profitable thing. Put up. After a brief glance at the parameters of this third-level factory, Jiang Cheng clicked the build button without hesitation. As for the location of the construction, Jiang Cheng chose the vicinity of the second-level factory. When planning the production workshop before, Jiang Cheng had already reserved a large area of vacant land in advance, and now it just happens to be available. Seeing the Level 3 factory officially entered the construction level, Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, but shortly afterwards, he set his sights on the shipyard. With the emergence of high-speed transport ships at the Leicestershire Expo, Jiang Cheng has reason to believe that supercavitation technology will definitely become a topic for all shipyards to study in the near future. What's more, before that, Samsung Heavy Industries, the world's shipbuilding giant, had already made this technology public in advance. Therefore, Jiang Cheng can guess that this technology, which originally only existed in science fiction novels, will accelerate into the practical stage in the future. Major technical problems will surely be overcome with the efforts of world researchers. Therefore, during this precious time, Jiang Cheng must make full use of it. According to the agreements he has signed with major shipping companies in the world, the order volume is still extremely considerable. Of course, due to the high cost and the actual transportation effect, many shipping companies are in a wait-and-see stage. However, as long as the delivery of the first batch of high-speed transport ships on Emerald Island allows the world to see its amazing transportation efficiency, orders will surely explode. By then, the existing shipyards are obviously not enough, so Jiang Cheng must plan ahead. According to Jiang Cheng's plan, the Octopus Island is enough to build 8 shipyards, and now he just built one on one of the tentacles. In addition, in order to seize the Asian market as soon as possible, the backward transport ships of Jiang's shipping group must be upgraded, and this requires existing shipyards to increase production. On the whole, no matter which aspect is considered, the shipyard expansion is necessary. After some searching, Jiang Cheng directly called up the shipyard model built before and built 2 more 100,000-ton commercial shipyards on the other 2 tentacles. As a result, the output of high-speed transport ships has also been directly increased by 3 times. Jiang Cheng was not idle when the 3-level flying car factory and the shipyard expansion project were in full swing. He joined forces with Uncle Lai and a group of high-level Jade Island executives to intensify the integration of Jiang's shipping. At present, the business undertaken by Jiang's shipping is mainly container ship transportation, and the scope is concentrated in Southeast Asia. Due to the factors of the Philippine government, the operation of Jiang's shipping has been in a difficult situation in recent years. Therefore, Jiang Cheng decided to move the base camp of Jiang's shipping to Emerald Island. Of course, the move of Jiang's shipping does not mean giving up the business in Southeast Asia. Over the years, the most fundamental reason why Jiang's shipping has fallen from the altar and surpassed by other shipping companies is that it does not have the most advanced transport ships and cannot provide customers with the fastest service. But this point swept away the biggest obstacle after the development of a high-speed transport ship on Emerald Island. Therefore, Jiang Cheng believes that after equipping a batch of new high-speed transport ships, Jiang's shipping will usher in a rapid revival. The reason why Jiang Cheng attaches so much importance to the development of the shipping industry is actually a deeper consideration. In Jiang Cheng's blueprint for the industry of Emerald Island, Jiang's shipping can be regarded as one of the pillar industries. In the future, it will provide the task of escorting the rapid development of Emerald Island. In addition, the business scope of Jiang's shipping is not limited to the transportation industry, but also involves logistics, oil and natural gas exploration and mining and other related businesses. It can be said that this is Jiang Cheng's real goal. In the future, with the expansion of islands and territorial waters, Jiang Cheng is bound to extend his tentacles to the natural energy in the surrounding waters. And if he wants to do this, he must have corresponding supporting support. And obviously, Jiang's shipping is the most advantageous tool. Time passed slowly in this intensive atmosphere. During this period of time, the commercial shipyard located on Octopus Island has continued to receive good news. Before going to the Leicestershire Ship Fair, Jiang Cheng had already ordered to let his scientific research workers sprint across the board to develop a new type of high-speed container carrier. After a period of hard work, this epoch-making dedicated ship, the transport ship, was finally successfully produced. The first step is to equip Jiang's shipping to supplement the transportation power of Jiang's shipping. Name: 4 E-class high-speed container ship parameters. The length of the ship is 399 meters, the draft is 14.5 meters, the breadth is 59 meters, the height is 73 meters, and the tonnage is 100,000 tons. Speed: cruising speed 41 knots, 76 km/h. Maximum speed 48 knots, 89 km/h. According to the International Container Ship Classification Standards, a 4 E-class container ship needs to have a large cargo capacity, ultra-low fuel consumption, and ultra-high transportation efficiency. Obviously, the container ship manufactured by Jiangcheng can fully meet the 4 E-class standard, and even far exceeds this set of standards, because in its parameters, the speed is much faster than the general 4 E-class container ship. The speed of a 100,000-ton container ship is generally around 50 knots, while Jiangcheng's ship has exceeded 40 knots. In terms of transportation efficiency alone, it is even close to 3 times the general international level. Soon after the first 4 E-class high-speed container ship was produced, the other 2 shipyards have also been put into production. As a result, the production capacity of Octopus Island has been greatly improved, and it has entered the stage of rushing for work. During this period, with the efforts of Uncle Lai and the high-level officials of Emerald Island, they have completely completed the relocation of Jiang's shipping. For this reason, Jiangcheng specially worked for Jiang's in a natural harbor in Laputa. An office building was built by Jiang's Shipping, which was given full authority to the senior management of Jiang's Shipping. Jiang's Shipping has officially entered the recovery operation stage from this moment. Just as Jiang's Shipping completed the rectification and entered the operational stage, an official statement issued by Emerald Island was inadvertently spread on the world's internet. The main content of the statement is that Jiang's Shipping, the official shipping company of Emerald Island, has officially entered the operation stage. All of its ships are transport ships equipped with high-speed propellers. Jiang's Shipping is willing to provide the best for all customers in the world. Efficient and quality service. After this statement was issued, it suddenly seemed like a pot of cold water was poured into a pan, causing a wave of waves with one stone. The high-speed transport ship has finally entered the commercial stage. At this moment, the whole world is boiling. In fact, as early as the Leicestershire Fair, when Jiangcheng showed the epoch-making high-speed LNG ship in front of audiences all over the world has been looking forward to this high-speed ship. This is a high-tech that changes the times and can fundamentally change human life. From a certain point of view, he is enough to change the history of transportation in the world. From then on, navigation on the sea is no longer synonymous with slowness. For this day, everyone is looking forward to it, but they did not expect that it took only a few months from shocking the world to entering the commercial stage, which refreshed the world's understanding of the high efficiency of Emerald Island. While the world cheered, the world's major newspapers also gave in-depth analysis and reports on the official operations of Jiang's Shipping on the front page. Heavy, Jiang's Shipping debuted in the world, and the shipping industry has officially entered the high-speed era. Le Figaro, high-speed rail at sea. Jiang's Shipping officially went into operation today, marking the successful commercialization of underwater high-speed propulsion technology. And the day to change the world has finally arrived. Le Monde, Maybach in the water. After changing the auto industry, Emerald Island, the black technology ship that changed the shipbuilding industry, is officially put into operation today. The Times, of course, when the major newspapers in the world are all cheering, some newspapers express their pessimism on the matter. For example, South Korea's Samsung Heavy Industries was hit hard by Jiangcheng at the Leicestershire Expo. Since the last incident, the status of Samsung Heavy Industries has plummeted. Now it has not only become the laughing stock of the industry. The so-called supercavitation technology, which has condensed the crystallization of Samsung Heavy Industries for decades, has not yet come to show its glory, fall into the dust. No way, compared with Emerald Island's fast navigation technology, it is really worse than a little bit. It has only been a few months, but the operation of Samsung Heavy Industries has fallen into a quagmire. Not only has it not signed any orders, but many shipping companies have chosen to tear up the agreement and surrender to Emerald Island. As a result, Samsung Heavy Industries has made the situation worse. The world's one shipyard, which used to be glorious in the past, is now on the road to decline and decline. The well-known domestic media also expressed sadness about this. National Humiliation Day. The Samsung pillar collapsed, and Emerald Island created another miracle. Seoul News, shame. The myth of the Republic of Korea has become a joke in the world. Korea Ilbo. The decline of Samsung Heavy Industries is actually just a microcosm of the current world shipbuilding enterprises. In fact, after the emergence of high-speed transport ships, the world's shipbuilding industry was forced to accept a century of change. The major shipyards are very clear in their hearts that if they cannot develop the latest propulsion technology at the fastest speed and keep up with the footsteps of Emerald Island, they can only be gradually eliminated by the times and become cannon fodder for industry changes. This is a matter of life and death. Therefore, all of the world's shipyards all started their own research and development plans for a while, with the goal directed at the high-speed propeller on Emerald Island. Of course, they also know that if you want to develop this epoch-making technology product, it is obviously impossible to build a car behind closed doors. The quickest way is to find some clues on the express ships that Emerald Island has shown in Leicestershire, to carry out targeted in-depth research. Therefore, the engineers of the major shipyards all gathered together and started to discuss the Emerald Island high-speed transport ship through video or photos of the ship, hoping to dig out some useful information through these clues so as to help their thruster research helps. While these shipyards secretly made efforts, Emerald Island began to make strides forward. Its extremely high work efficiency has attracted the attention of the whole world. Since the official announcement of Emerald Island that Jiang's Shipping has officially entered the operating stage, Jiang's Shipping has been favored by major ports and logistics companies in the world and has frequently issued invitations for cooperation. For them, maritime high-speed transportation services will inevitably become the mainstream choice of the transportation industry in the future. Therefore, major logistics companies and ports are also willing to try this fast-moving service. In this context, Jiang's Shipping soon took over a number of international transportation projects involving logistics transportation of natural gas, oil, and containers. Moreover, with the continuous expansion of the number of transport ships, the business area and service scope of Jiang's Shipping have also expanded day by day, and there is a strong trend of annexing the entire Asian market. Such an astonishing transportation capacity could not help but make the whole world stunned, deeply shocked by the horrific expansion of Jiang's Shipping. Of course, Jiang's Shipping will inevitably arouse resentment from the same industry in Asia, especially the shipping giants that have been operating in the shipping industry for a long time. They hate Jiang's Shipping, such as Samsung Shipping, Kawasaki Shipping, and Mitsui Shipping. These three shipping companies have always been the largest shipping giants in Asia. However, as the disruptor of Jiang's Shipping stepped in, the big three completely lost their competitiveness. Not only did the order volume fall to the bottom, there was even a crisis of being squeezed out of the industry by Jiang's Shipping. However, Jiang's Shipping didn't care at all. Under Jiang Cheng's orders, it stepped up the speed of annexation of the Asian business, and it seemed that there was no intention to survive for its peers. Perhaps it was forced by Jiang Cheng too tightly. The three major Asian shipping giants, such as Samsung Shipping, could not bear it, and they began a series of explicit or secret actions against Jiang's Shipping. Baishawen. The breeze is fascinating and refreshing. The current Baishawen has undergone tremendous changes compared to a few months ago. At the very beginning, there was only a single villa on this white sandy beach. But now, there are many more leisure and entertainment facilities here, which can be used for entertainment. By the sea, in a steaming Guanhai hot spring, Jiang Cheng was lying on his back in the hot spring with his upper body naked, closing his eyes and rested. At this moment, rapid footsteps sounded behind him. "Mr. Island Lord, there is a tricky thing. I think you need to take care of it yourself." Monica's slightly anxious voice came along with the sound of footsteps.